Hello everybody, today we have 8 hours of South Park for you to fall asleep to, so sit back, relax, and let's get started. First, we have every South Park episode that got banned. Super Best Friends, Season 5, Episode 3, 2001. South Park aired its third episode of Season 5 on July 4th, 2001. The episode was called Super Best Friends. At the time, nobody thought much of it. No protests followed, no network memos got written about it. It played on television, it aired again in reruns for years afterward, and it sat quietly in the show's back catalog as one of hundreds of episodes nobody was watching with a magnifying glass. That changed almost a decade later, and the change had nothing to do with anything in this specific episode itself. The plot centers on Stan Marsh and his growing concern about a magician named David Blaine. In the world of the show, Blaine arrives in South Park performing stunts that pull people in. Stan watches his friends, and eventually most of the town fall under Blaine's spell, treating him less like an entertainer and more like a figure worth worshipping. Stan becomes convinced that something is wrong, that what looks like harmless magic is actually a con built to control people, and he sets out to prove it. The episode plays this out as parody. It borrows the structure of a cult story, the kind where a charismatic leader gathers followers through spectacle rather than substance, and it applies that structure to a real magician who was, at the time, one of the most talked about performers in the country. To fight back, Stan turns to a group called the Super Best Friends. This team is built as a direct parody of the Super Friends, an older animated superhero team made up of DC Comics characters like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Instead of superheroes, the South Park version assembles a team of religious and spiritual figures. The lineup includes Jesus, Buddha, Moses, Muhammad, Joseph Smith, Krishna, Lao Tzu, and an original invented character called Seaman. Each of these figures, aside from Seaman, is drawn from a real-world religious tradition, and the episode leans on the basic public image most people already hold of each one to build its jokes. Jesus had already been a fixture on South Park since the show's earliest episodes, appearing as a semi-regular character with his own public access show within the town. Using him in a team-up storyline was not new ground for the series. Buddha is the central spiritual teacher of Buddhism, a tradition with roots that trace back roughly 2,500 years to the historical figure Siddhartha Gautama, who taught a path toward enlightenment through meditation and detachment from suffering. Moses is a central figure in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, known in religious texts as the leader who guided people out of slavery in Egypt and received religious law on Mount Sinai. Muhammad is considered by Muslims to be the final prophet in Islam, the person through whom the Quran was revealed. Joseph Smith founded the Latter-day Saint movement in the United States in the early 1800s, and his followers make up what is commonly known today as the Mormon Church. Krishna is one of the most widely worshipped deities in Hinduism, often depicted in ancient texts as a teacher and divine figure central to stories like the Bhagavad Gita. Lao Tzu is traditionally credited as the founder of Taoism and the author of the Tao Te Ching, an ancient Chinese text on living in harmony with the natural order. Putting all of these figures on one animated team was in itself a fairly bold creative swing for a show that was still building its identity in 2001. South Park had been on the air for 4 full seasons by that point, and it had already built a reputation for going after subjects most television avoided. Religion had been part of that from very early on, mostly through the recurring character of Jesus and through episodes that poked at organized belief systems in general. Super Best Friends pushed that further by putting several major world religions side by side in the same cartoon frame, using each figure as a kind of costume for a joke rather than making any specific one the target of the episode's satire. The actual target as the story plays out is Blaine and the behavior of the people following him, not the religious figures themselves. At no point during the episode's original broadcast or in the years of reruns that followed did this lineup generate any organized backlash. There was no public complaint tied to the release, there was no religious organization asking for the episode to be pulled. It aired as a fairly typical episode of the show's 5th season, sandwiched between other storylines, and it moved into the same rotation as the rest of the series without any special handling. Understanding why it was treated so differently later requires looking outside the episode itself. In the years following its original release, the world's relationship to depictions of Muhammad changed sharply. A set of cartoons published in a Danish newspaper in 2005 sparked global protests, diplomatic disputes, and violent unrest in multiple countries. Those cartoons were not made by South Park and had nothing to do with the show, but the reaction to them shifted how networks and media companies around the world approached any image of Muhammad going forward. What had been treated as a normal creative choice in 2001 became, in the years after 2005, something broadcasters started handling with real caution. Comedy Central was no exception, and by the middle of the decade, the network had begun applying much much tighter rules to how the show could depict Muhammad in any new material. This shift did not immediately reach backward to affect Super Best Friends. For years after 2005, the episode kept airing, since it had already been produced and released well before the new caution took hold. The turning point came in 2010, tied to two later episodes of the show, titled 200 and 201, which will be covered later in this rundown. Those two episodes triggered a serious and specific threat connected to the show's depiction of Muhammad, one that Comedy Central's own leadership at the time treated as credible enough to justify sweeping changes. Once that happened, the network did not just adjust how future episodes would handle the subject. It went back through the entire South Park library and pulled every episode containing a depiction of Muhammad, including this one from 2001, out of rotation entirely. That decision is why Super Best Friends carries the reputation it has today. It is not that the episode itself caused outrage when it was made. It is that a policy built years later, in response to events that had nothing to do with this specific broadcast, was applied to it after the fact. The episode became one of 5 that Comedy Central would no longer air, and one of 5 that would later be left out of the show's move to streaming platforms entirely. David Blaine, the real performer the episode is built around, was already a major figure in American pop culture by 2001. He was born in Brooklyn in 1973 and became interested in magic as a young child after seeing a street performer doing card tricks in a subway station. His first television special, called Street Magic, aired on ABC in 1997 and became an immediate ratings success, introducing audiences to a new style of magic built around approaching ordinary people on sidewalks and performing tricks for their genuine, unscripted reactions rather than performing on a traditional stage in front of a seated audience. A second special, called Magic Man, followed in 1998, expanding this same street style into different settings around the world. Blaine then moved beyond simple card tricks and into a series of large-scale endurance stunts that turned him into a much bigger cultural figure than a typical magician. In April of 1999, he had himself sealed inside an underground container beneath a 3-ton tank of water in New York City for 7 days, a stunt called Buried Alive that drew large crowds and heavy news coverage when he was finally lifted out. In November of 2000, he performed a stunt called Frozen in Time, standing encased in a large block of ice in the middle of Times Square for roughly 3 days, an event that drew close to 1 million spectators to see him step out once the ice was finally cut away. These stunts moved Blaine out of the world of ordinary magic acts and into something closer to a national spectacle, with television specials, front-page news coverage, and constant public conversation about what he might attempt next. By using him as the episode's central figure, South Park was tapping into someone who was, at that exact moment, one of the most recognizable entertainers in the country. The episode's premise, that people were treating a magician like a cult leader, worked as satire precisely because Blaine's real fame had reached a level where that comparison felt at least plausible enough to be funny. A performer capable of drawing hundreds of thousands of people to watch him stand in ice or sit buried underground was, in a very real sense, already commanding the kind of devoted public attention that made the show's cult comparison land as satire rather than pure exaggeration. The episode also fits into a broader pattern found across South Park's early seasons, one where the show would take something happening in mainstream culture at that exact moment and run it through a ridiculous, exaggerated lens. Cult behavior, mass devotion to celebrities, and the psychology of groupthink were all subjects the show returned to repeatedly during this stretch of its run. Super Best Friends slots into that pattern cleanly. It is less an episode about religion and more an episode about the mechanics of blind belief, using religious figures as an unlikely toolkit to fight back against exactly that kind of blind belief in a magician. For years, this episode existed in Comedy Central's rotation without any special notes attached to it. It was included in home video releases of the show's 5th season, appearing on both DVD and Blu-ray box sets in its complete unedited form. That version, uncut and unaltered from its original broadcast, remains something fans can access today through those physical releases. What changed was its digital footprint. When South Park moved from HBO Max to Paramount Plus in 2025, Super Best Friends did not make the transition. It joined 4 other episodes left out of the new streaming home entirely, all 5 connected by the same underlying reason. Each one includes Muhammad in some form, and Comedy Central's post-2010 policy treats all of them the same way, regardless of how each one was originally received. It is worth being precise about what kind of episode this actually was, before any of that history attached itself to it. On its own terms, without the later context, Super Best Friends is a fairly straightforward parody episode. It borrows a familiar cartoon format, the team-up special, and fills it with an unexpected cast. It uses religious figures as functional characters within a plot, rather than as the subject of of religious commentary. Its jokes are aimed at cult psychology and celebrity worship, using the real-life fame of David Blaine as its anchor point. None of that reads on its own as an episode built to provoke outrage. The outrage it eventually became associated with arrived nearly a decade later, attached from the outside, based on decisions made in response to a completely different set of episodes. This gap between how an episode is made and how it eventually gets treated says something worth sitting with about how banned status actually works on this show. It is rarely about the content of the episode alone. It is often about timing, about what happens years after release, and about how networks respond to threats that may have nothing to do with the specific broadcast in question. Super Best Friends is proof that an episode can air peacefully for almost a decade and still end up locked away, not because anyone changed their mind about it, but because the world around it changed instead. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The next entry in this history moves the timeline forward 5 years, into 2006, when the show stopped dealing with reactions to old material and instead walked directly into a new controversy of its own making, one built specifically around the exact same question this episode had quietly avoided. Section 2, Cartoon Wars, Part 1, Season 10, Episode 3, 2006. South Park entered its 10th season in 2006, already established as one of the longest running and most talked about shows on cable television. By this point, the series had been on the air for 9 full years, had survived multiple shifts in cultural mood, and had built a reputation for walking directly into subjects other shows avoided. Season 10's third episode, titled Cartoon Wars Part 1, would go on to become one of the most important episodes in the show's history, not because of what it showed, but because of what it deliberately chose not to show, and the reasoning it built around that choice. The episode's plot begins with a simple premise. Word spreads through South Park that the animated show Family Guy is planning to air an episode containing an image of the Prophet Muhammad. This sets off panic among the adults in town, who become convinced that the broadcast will provoke a violent response from extremist groups somewhere in the world. The fear is not really about Muhammad himself. It is about what people believe other people might do in reaction to seeing him drawn on screen. Cartman, sensing an opportunity, positions himself as a defender of public safety and tries to get the episode pulled from air, while Kyle pushes back, arguing that giving into that fear sets a dangerous precedent for what television is and is not allowed to say. This setup was not built in a vacuum. It was a direct response to real events that had unfolded across the world just 1 year earlier. In September of 2005, a Danish newspaper called Jyllands-Posten published a set of 12 cartoons depicting the Prophet Muhammad, an act considered deeply offensive by many practicing Muslims, since Islamic tradition generally holds that depicting Muhammad in any image is forbidden. The publication of these cartoons was not an isolated media event. It triggered a chain reaction across the globe. Protests broke out in dozens of countries. Danish embassies were attacked in several nations. Diplomatic relationships between Denmark and multiple Muslim-majority countries became strained for months afterward. Boycotts of Danish goods spread through parts of the Middle East. In several cities, the protests over the cartoons turned violent, resulting in deaths during clashes between demonstrators and police. This entire sequence of events, now generally referred to as the Danish cartoon controversy, became one of the defining international news stories of that period, and it fundamentally changed how media organizations around the world thought about publishing or broadcasting any image of Muhammad going forward. Trey Parker and Matt Stone, the creators of South Park, watched this entire situation unfold and saw in it a subject that fit perfectly within the kind of satire their show had built its identity on. South Park had never been shy about pointing a camera at media cowardice, at hypocrisy, and at the gap between what people claim to believe and how they actually behave when real pressure shows up. The Danish cartoon controversy offered all three of those things at once. It showed newspapers and broadcasters around the world debating, often in public, whether they had the courage to reprint the cartoons themselves in the name of press freedom, and in most cases deciding that they did not. Parker and Stone built Cartoon Wars Part 1 as a direct commentary on that hesitation, using their own show's parody universe to test the exact same question that real newsrooms had been quietly avoiding for the past year. The choice to route the story through Family Guy rather than through South Park itself was a deliberate structural decision, and it served more than one purpose. On one level, it let Parker and Stone poke fun at Family Guy directly, a show they had been openly critical of for years, often mocking its style of comedy as a series of disconnected pop culture references strung together without the kind of narrative or character logic that South Park prided itself itself on building instead. Using Family Guy as the vehicle for the Muhammad storyline let the episode land 2 jokes at once. One aimed at network cowardice around religious depictions, and one aimed at what Parker and Stone saw as lazy writing in a rival show. On another level, routing the controversy through a fictional broadcast happening within the story rather than directly through South Park's own narration gave the episode a layer of distance that let it discuss the underlying issue without immediately forcing Comedy Central to make the exact same decision the story was built around. That distance would not last through the second half of the story. Family Guy, for context, is an animated sitcom created by Seth MacFarlane that first aired in 1999, centered on the Griffin family in the fictional town of Quahog, Rhode Island. The show built its comedic identity around a heavy use of cutaway gags, short unrelated scenes that interrupt the main plot to deliver a joke before returning to the story. By 2006, Family Guy had become a major rating success for Fox, having survived an earlier cancellation in 2002 and returned to air in 2005, partly due to strong DVD sales and reruns that built a large audience during its time off the air. Its dominant place in the world of adult animated comedy made it a natural rival for South Park to reference, since both shows were competing for a similar audience and a similar cultural space within the genre. Within the story of Cartoon Wars Part 1, the panic in South Park escalates as the town becomes convinced that Family Guy airing an image of Muhammad will lead to a terrorist attack somewhere in the country. Cartman uses this fear to manipulate the town into supporting a plan to stop the broadcast, while pretending his real motivation is public safety rather than what is actually driving him, which is a long-running personal grudge against Kyle and a desire to prove Family Guy is a bad show built on cheap writing rather than genuine comedy. Kyle, meanwhile, becomes the voice arguing that pulling the episode over fear of violence is exactly the wrong response, since it rewards the people making threats and teaches media companies that threats work. This tension between Cartman's fear-based argument and Kyle's free speech argument forms the emotional spine of the episode, and it sets up the second half of the story, which aired the following week as Cartoon Wars Part 2, where the conflict comes to a head. What makes this episode particularly significant in the history of the show is not just its content, but the timing of its production relative to the real-world events still unfolding around it. The Danish cartoon controversy was still generating diplomatic fallout when this episode went into production, meaning Parker and Stone were writing satire about an ongoing situation rather than a settled piece of history. This gave the episode an unusually sharp edge, since the exact behavior it was mocking, media organizations calculating how much risk they were willing to take before backing down, was still actively playing out in real newsrooms at the same time the episode aired. Comedy Central's own handling of this episode became part of the story almost immediately, and this is where the situation grows more complicated than a simple case of a network airing a controversial script without interference. While Cartoon Wars Part 1 itself does not depict Muhammad directly, since the actual image was reserved for Part 2, the network was already aware of where the two-part story was heading, and internal discussions about how to handle the eventual depiction were already underway by the time this first episode aired. The show's writers had originally intended for the second episode to include an actual visual of Muhammad appearing on screen during the fictional Family Guy broadcast within the story. Comedy Central leadership, weighing the real-world tensions still surrounding any depiction of Muhammad at that moment, made the decision to block that image from being shown, a decision that would define the second half of the story in a way the writers had not originally planned. This is a detail worth sitting inside for a moment, because it captures something important about how these two episodes function together as a single piece of satire. The story Parker and Stone had originally written was itself a piece of fiction about a network being too afraid to air an image of Muhammad. Comedy Central then made the real-world decision to censor that exact same image within their own broadcast of the episode, meaning the network's actual behavior ended up mirroring the fictional cowardice the episode was built to mock. The show was writing satire about media censorship, and in the process of airing that satire, became a real example of the very thing it was satirizing. This layered irony is part of why Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Part 2 are remembered as such a pivotal moment in the show's history, since the behind-the-scenes story of how the episodes were handled ended up saying almost as much as the episodes themselves. Doug Herzog, who served as president of Comedy Central at the time, became a central figure in the public conversation that followed. Parker and Stone were open about their frustration with the network's decision to block the planned depiction, and Herzog addressed the situation publicly afterward, describing the choice as a difficult one that he stood behind as the right call given the circumstances at the time. This exchange between the show's creator writers and network leadership was unusually public for a dispute of this kind, and it added another layer to how the episode was received, since audiences were not just watching a story about censorship, they were also watching a real dispute over censorship play out in interviews and statements happening at the same time the episodes were airing. Cartoon Wars Part 1 originally aired on April 5th, 2006, as part of the show's 10th season. It has since become one of 5 South Park episodes that Comedy Central does not air in reruns, and that were not included when the show moved its full library over to streaming platforms, first through Hulu, and later through HBO Max, and now through Paramount+. The episode remains available through physical media, having been included on the Season 10 DVD and Blu-ray box sets, where it can still be watched in its originally aired form. Beyond its place in the show's censorship history, Cartoon Wars Part 1 is also notable for how directly it engages with the mechanics of fear-based decision-making within media companies, a subject South Park would return to repeatedly throughout its run. The episode does not simply argue that censorship is wrong in the abstract. It builds a detailed case study of exactly how censorship happens in practice, showing a chain of people each making a small, individually reasonable-sounding decision driven by fear of what might happen if they do not, until those small decisions add up to a complete retreat from an idea that nobody directly attacked in the first place. This structure, small individual choices building into a larger collective failure of nerve, gives the episode a shape that holds up as commentary well beyond the specific 2006 controversy it was originally responding to. The episode also marks a turning point in how directly South Park was willing to engage with its own industry. Earlier seasons of the show had certainly criticized celebrities, politicians, and public figures, but Cartoon Wars Part 1 turned its attention specifically toward the television business itself, examining how networks make decisions under pressure and what those decisions reveal about the values driving an entire industry. This kind of industry-facing satire would become a recurring tool for Parker and Stone in the years that followed, and this episode stands as one of the clearest early examples of the show using its own medium as the actual subject of its commentary, rather than aiming its satire purely outward at the wider culture. The story does not resolve within this first episode. The town's panic over the Family Guy broadcast is still unfolding when the episode ends, and Cartman's manipulation of the situation for his own personal reasons has not yet been fully exposed. The actual confrontation between fear and principle, along with the moment where the show's own broadcast decisions collided directly with the fictional story being told, was still to come. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. That collision arrives in the very next chapter of this same story, where the argument stops being theoretical, the censorship becomes real rather than fictional, and the consequences of the decision made behind the scenes finally reach the screen itself. Section 3, Cartoon Wars Part 2, Season 10, Episode 4, 2006. Cartoon Wars Part 2 aired on April 12, 2006, 1 week after the first half of the story set up its central conflict. This second episode is where the argument stops being theoretical and the show's own broadcast decisions become part of the story it was already telling. What began as a fictional debate about whether a rival network should air an image of Muhammad turned, by the time this episode reached air, into a real debate about whether South Park's own network would allow the same thing, playing out in front of the same audience watching the fictional version unfold. The episode picks up with Cartman fully committed to his mission of stopping Family Guy from airing its planned Muhammad episode. Rather than staying in South Park to keep arguing with Kyle, Cartman travels to Los Angeles, heading directly to the Fox studio lot where Family Guy is produced. This trip forms the backbone of the episode's main plot and gives Parker and Stone room to build one of the most pointed pieces of industry satire in the show's history up to that point. Before Cartman even reaches the studio, the episode plays a joke on its own audience that had, by this point, become something of a running tradition on the show. As the episode opens, an announcement interrupts the story to inform viewers that the conclusion of Cartoon Wars will not be shown that night, and that a special episode of Terrence and Phillip will air in its place instead. This same prank, pretending to pull an episode viewers had been waiting a full week for, had been played once before on the show's own audience years earlier, and it returns here as a small piece of self-aware humor sitting right at the start of an episode that is, at its core, entirely about the real possibility of an episode getting pulled. The Terrence and Phillip segment that briefly plays in place of the real story includes its own small joke tied directly to the episode's larger subject. Terrence and Phillip are shown working alongside a version of Muhammad who appears with his image blacked out, and upon noticing this censorship themselves, the two characters travel to the fictional Canadian broadcast Broadcasting Corporation to demand the episode be rerun without the censorship applied. This short detour gives the episode a second, smaller example of exactly the same institutional caution the main story is built around, layering the joke about censorship into more than one corner of the same half hour. Once Cartman actually arrives at the Fox studio lot, he does not head straight to network executives. He first encounters a young boy at the studio who closely resembles Bart Simpson, a character from the long-running animated series The Simpsons, and the two children strike up a partnership before Cartman moves further into the building. Kyle, left stranded on the side of the road by Cartman earlier in the episode, eventually reaches a diner along the way to Los Angeles, where he finds every person inside sitting with their heads literally buried in sand pits, a visual joke built around the idea of people willfully avoiding an uncomfortable news story rather than confronting it directly. Cartman eventually reaches the Fox executives and adopts a disguise for the occasion, presenting himself under a false identity as a young boy from Denmark whose father was supposedly killed as a direct result of a Danish newspaper publishing an image of Muhammad, a detail drawing straight from the real Jyllands-Posten cartoon controversy that had unfolded just months earlier. Using this fabricated personal tragedy, Cartman convinces the Fox executives that pulling the Family Guy episode is the only responsible choice, moving them enough that they ask him to make his case directly to the people actually responsible for writing the show. This is where Cartman makes his way into what is presented as the actual writer's room for Family Guy. What he finds there is not a room full of comedy writers at all. Instead, the show depicts a tank filled with manatees, each one pushing a floating idea ball into a chute. Each of these balls carries a single word printed on it, sometimes a noun, sometimes a verb, sometimes a specific pop culture reference. The manatees push 5 balls at a time into a machine that combines whatever 5 words happen to land together into a finished cutaway joke for the show. One example described within the episode shows the words laundry, date, winning, Mexico, and the name Gary Coleman being combined into a scene of Lois asking Peter to do the laundry, which triggers Peter recalling an unrelated memory of winning a date in Mexico with the actor Gary Coleman. The sequence is built to look mechanical and arbitrary, rather than clever or intentional, presenting the entire creative process behind the show's humor as something closer to chance than to craft. A Fox staff member explains an additional detail of how this system works to Cartman while he tours the facility. The manatees, according to this explanation, refuse to work entirely if a single idea ball is ever removed from their tank, since doing so signals to them that some subject has been ruled off limits, and their worldview holds that if one subject cannot be joked about, then no subject can be joked about either. This detail gives the manatees an oddly principled quality within the joke, framing them, despite being the punchline of the entire segment, as somehow more consistent in their approach to free expression than the human executives making decisions around them. The same staff member also tells Cartman that manatees are the only mammals completely unaffected by the threat of terrorism, a small aside that reinforces the episode's larger point about fear driving decisions that have nothing to do with the actual content in question. This entire manatee sequence was Parker and Stone's way of making a specific argument about Family Guy that they had discussed openly in interviews for years before this episode aired. Their criticism of the show centered on its heavy use of cutaway gags, short scenes that break away from the main plot to deliver an unrelated joke before returning to the story. Parker and Stone had long argued that this style of comedy did not require the same kind of narrative connection or character logic that a joke embedded naturally inside a story does. By showing the writing process as literally random, generated by animals pushing balls into a machine rather than by writers building a joke with any specific meaning, the episode makes its case visually rather than through dialogue, letting the joke about Family Guy's structure double as the actual structure of this section of the episode. Notably, the writers behind the real Family Guy later addressed this joke directly during commentary released on one of their own DVD box sets, acknowledging that the show's practice of moving jokes and segments around between episodes when one ran too long bore some resemblance to what South Park was mocking, and the term manatee joke has since been used informally by some Family Guy staff themselves to describe a cutaway gag. Cartman secretly removes a single idea ball from the manatee tank, causing the animals to stop working entirely, exactly as the earlier explanation predicted. He then returns to the Fox executives and argues that letting a tank of animals dictate network programming decisions makes the studio look weak, convincing them that pulling the Family Guy episode is the only way to reassert control. The president of Fox, worn down by Cartman's manipulation, ultimately agrees to pull the episode just before it is scheduled to air. While Cartman explores the manatee tank and continues plotting to stop the broadcast, the story back in South Park continues developing the argument Kyle had been building since since the first episode. Kyle eventually manages to escape from being held by the Bart-like boy Cartman partnered with earlier, doing so by talking the boy through the same kind of reasoning Kyle has used against Cartman throughout the two-part story, warning him that continuing down this path would turn him into someone just as dangerous as Cartman himself. Freed, Kyle makes his way to the Fox executives just as Cartman is preparing to celebrate his apparent victory, and delivers a direct appeal urging them not to pull the episode. His argument centers on the idea that giving into fear, whether that fear is about violence, backlash, or controversy, teaches the people making threats that the strategy works, and that once a network demonstrates it will back down under pressure, it invites more pressure rather than less. Parker has said in commentary that this speech was drawn almost directly from real conversations he and Stone were having with Comedy Central executives during the making of these episodes, right down to Kyle addressing the fictional network president by the first name Doug, a direct reference to the real Comedy Central president, Doug Herzog, at the time. The Fox president in the story ultimately sides with Kyle rather than Cartman, deciding to let the Family Guy episode air uncensored despite the pressure both from Cartman's manipulation and from a separate, more serious threat within the story involving real-world terrorist figures. This decision within the fictional Fox storyline stands in direct and deliberate contrast to what actually happened at Comedy Central during the making of this same episode, since South Park's own network chose the opposite path just moments later within the same broadcast. The episode builds toward a moment where the actual content of the planned Muhammad cutaway is finally revealed to the audience, and this reveal is where the story makes its sharpest point. The scene that Family Guy is supposedly planning to air, and that has caused the entire town to panic throughout both episodes, turns out to be almost nothing. Within the fictional Family Guy broadcast, Muhammad appears handing a football helmet, described in the episode as a salmon-colored helmet, to the character Peter Griffin. A simple, unremarkable action that carries no insult, mockery, or disrespect of any kind. The joke of the two-part story is built entirely around this gap between the fear surrounding the idea of showing Muhammad and the actual harmlessness of what was going to be shown. Set against this, the same fictional Family Guy broadcast includes a separate segment showing a crude, deliberately offensive cartoon created by real-world terrorist figures referenced within the story, including a depiction credited to Ayman al-Zawahiri in retaliation for the Muhammad cutaway airing at all. This retaliatory cartoon within the story shows President George W. Bush, television personality Carson Kressley, actor Tom Cruise, actress Katie Holmes, and Jesus Christ depicted defecating on one another and on the American flag, a segment treated by the terrorist figure within the story as a devastating counterattack. By placing a genuinely harmless Muhammad depiction next to genuinely crude and disrespectful treatment of several other real public figures and a major religious figure from a different tradition, the episode makes its argument through contrast rather than through a stated thesis. The point being made is that the actual content of a depiction was never really the issue. The issue was fear of a specific and violent reaction, a fear that applied only to one religious figure and not to any of the others being mocked in the same broadcast. This is where the episode's own real-world broadcast history becomes inseparable from its fictional story. Comedy Central had already made the decision, discussed during the production of the first episode, to prevent any actual depiction of Muhammad from airing on South Park itself, regardless of how the story required it. When this episode reached the moment where the mundane Muhammad scene was supposed to appear on screen, viewers did not see it. Instead, the network replaced the image with a black screen accompanied by a title card stating plainly that Comedy Central had refused to broadcast an image of Muhammad on its network, describing in text form the exact harmless action, a football helmet being handed over, that the missing footage would have shown. This card appeared at the exact moment the story had spent 2 full episodes building toward, meaning the real censorship decision landed directly inside the fictional argument about censorship, with almost no separation between the two. The effect of this was something neither a normal review nor a normal summary can fully capture without pointing directly at how unusual it was. The episode had spent its entire runtime building a case that refusing to show something out of fear, rather than out of any real problem with the content itself, was a failure of nerve dressed up as caution. Then at the precise moment the story called for that exact kind of image, the network airing the episode made that exact same choice, in real time, live, in front of the audience. Parker and Stone did not have to argue that this was hypocritical or self-defeating. The broadcast made the argument by itself, since the thing being described in the story and the thing actually happening on screen became the same event. Kyle delivers a closing speech near the end of the episode that directly addresses this this outcome. Rather than framing the situation as a simple win or loss, Kyle's speech argues that South Park had, in its own way, failed the same test it had spent 2 episodes accusing others of failing. The speech does not celebrate any kind of victory. It acknowledges that fear had won, that the network had made the same choice out of caution that Cartman had been pushing for out of manipulation, and that the difference between doing the right thing for the right reason and doing the wrong thing out of fear had collapsed into the same outcome regardless of the intention behind it. This speech aired without being cut or censored, meaning the show was allowed to openly criticize the exact decision the network had just made only moments earlier within the same broadcast. Cartman's actual motivation throughout the 2-part story is revealed to have very little to do with public safety at all. His stated concern from the beginning of Part 1 was that Muhammad appearing on Family Guy could provoke a violent reaction somewhere in the world. By the end of Part 2, it becomes clear that this concern was never Cartman's real driving force. His actual goal was to prove that Family Guy was a badly written show that succeeded through cheap and lazy comedy rather than genuine skill, and stopping the broadcast was simply a tool for winning a long-running argument with Kyle rather than a genuine safety concern. This reveal reframes everything that came before it, turning what looked like a story about religious sensitivity into a story about a much smaller and much more personal grudge, one that had simply used a much larger fear as cover. The episode's final joke underlines this same idea from a different angle. After all the buildup around what Family Guy was supposedly going to show, and after the real censorship interrupted the moment the story had been building toward, the episode closes by pointing out that the entire controversy had been driven by expectation and fear, rather than by anything that actually happened on screen. The thing everyone spent 2 episodes afraid of turned out to be nothing at all, and the actual censorship came not from the content itself, but from the pattern of caution that had built up around the mere idea of that content existing. Doug Herzog, the president of Comedy Central at the time these episodes aired, addressed the network's decision to block the Muhammad image directly in the aftermath. A statement released by Comedy Central the day after this episode aired described the decision as the right one given recent world events, a clear reference to the ongoing global fallout still surrounding the Danish cartoon controversy at that time. Parker and Stone were open about their frustration with how the decision unfolded, having originally intended for the mundane Muhammad scene to air exactly as written, without the black screen replacing it. According to accounts the 2 creators have given since, Comedy Central and its parent company Viacom had initially been hesitant, but not entirely opposed to the idea of the episode depicting Muhammad, given how valuable the show remained to the network financially, before executives at a higher level within Viacom ultimately overruled that initial openness and blocked the image from airing. The dispute between the show's creators and the network became part of the public conversation surrounding the episode almost immediately, adding a layer of real-world tension to a story that was already built entirely around that same tension. Much of Parker and Stone's frustration traced directly back to the fact that Muhammad had already appeared, fully visible and without any censorship at all, in Super Best Friends 5 years earlier, an episode that aired repeatedly on Comedy Central and in syndication for years without any network objection at the time. The 2 creators have said that reconciling this earlier uncensored appearance with the network's sudden new caution around the same figure was part of what made the situation feel so difficult to accept, and part of why they were determined to find some way to represent Comedy Central's refusal honestly on screen, rather than simply cutting the scene quietly and moving on as though nothing had happened. Cartoon Wars Part 2 has since become recognized as one of the most important entries in South Park's entire run, not simply because of its content, but because of how directly its production history and its actual story became the same thing. Very few television episodes have managed to make an argument about censorship and then have that exact argument proven correct by the network airing it, within the same 30 minutes, without any gap between the fictional warning and the real-world confirmation of it. This quality is a large part of why the episode continues to be studied and referenced whenever conversations about media caution, religious depiction, and network decision-making come up, even outside the context of South Park itself. Critics at the time generally responded positively to the episode, and much of the immediate press coverage surrounding its release focused as heavily on its sustained mockery of Family Guy's writing style as it did on the censorship itself, giving the episode a dual legacy as both a landmark moment in the show's history with religious satire and one of its most direct attacks on a rival program. Both Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Part 2 were included in the show's 10th season DVD and Blu-ray releases, where they remain available in their originally aired form, black screen and all, exactly as broadcast in April of 2006. Neither episode made the transition when South Park moved its its full library to streaming, first through Hulu, later through HBO Max, and now through Paramount Plus. Both episodes sit alongside Super Best Friends as 3 of the 5 total episodes the show has effectively lost from its digital footprint, each one connected by the same underlying reason: a depiction of Muhammad considered too great a risk to carry forward into modern distribution. Regardless of how mundane or how central that depiction actually was to the story being told. The 2-part story also marks a turning point in how South Park approached controversial subjects going forward. Before 2006, the show had built a reputation for being willing to mock nearly anything without much apparent hesitation. After the real-world fallout from these 2 episodes, including the direct network censorship and the broader wave of concern surrounding any future depiction of Muhammad, the show noticeably pulled back from testing that specific boundary again in the same direct way. This shift did not mean the show became less willing to provoke reaction on other subjects, but it did mark the end of a period where Muhammad specifically could appear as a character the way he had in Super Best Friends and in the mundane cutaway scene central to this story. What happened with these 2 episodes effectively closed that door for the remainder of the show's run. Even the episode's original scheduling reflects how much tension had already built up behind the scenes before a single frame of Cartoon Wars ever aired. Parker and Stone had originally intended these 2 episodes to open South Park's entire 10th season, but Comedy Central's continued hesitation over the Muhammad depiction forced the story to be delayed until later in the season instead. Season 10 opened instead with an unrelated episode dealing with the departure of a different cast member from the show, while Parker and Stone continued negotiating with the network behind the scenes over what Cartoon Wars would ultimately be allowed to show. Splitting the story into 2 separate episodes, rather than telling it in the single half hour as originally planned, gave both sides an extra week to keep negotiating, a detail Parker addressed directly at the time, noting that the ongoing disagreement over the Muhammad depiction was itself part of the reason the story needed the additional space to unfold. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The story that began with these 2 episodes does not end in 2006. It ties directly into the 200th episode of the show 4 years later, when Parker and Stone would return to this exact same subject on a much larger scale, revisiting many of the same characters and tensions raised here, only this time facing consequences far more serious than a black screen and a title card. Section 4, 200, Season 14, Episode 5, 2010. South Park aired its 200th episode on April 14th, 2010, as the 5th episode of Season 14. By this point, the show had been running for 13 years, longer than almost any other scripted series on American television, and Trey Parker and Matt Stone decided to mark the milestone by building an episode that pulled together nearly every celebrity and public figure the show had ever mocked across its long history. What started as a kind of victory lap to the show's own back catalog ended up becoming one of the most consequential episodes South Park has ever produced, not because of what aired, but because of what happened in the real world once people started reacting to it. The plot of 200 begins with a large group of celebrities arriving in South Park together, all of them people the show had made fun of at some point over its run. Rather than simply being annoyed, this group arrives with a plan. They inform the town that they are prepared to file a massive lawsuit against South Park unless the town helps them accomplish one specific goal, which is arranging a meeting with the prophet Muhammad. The reasoning behind this request ties back to the show's own internal mythology. Within the world of South Park, Muhammad had appeared years earlier as a member of the Super Best Friends, a team of religious figures possessing special abilities, and the celebrities in this episode believe that Muhammad holds some kind of power that could protect them from being mocked and ridiculed the way South Park had been mocking them for years. Their goal is not really about faith or religion in any personal sense. It is about wanting the same kind of protection from ridicule that they believe Muhammad's image seems to carry, given how carefully networks and media companies had started treating any depiction of him following the events of 2005 and 2006. Tom Cruise serves as the central figure leading this group throughout the episode, and the episode leans directly on an earlier South Park storyline built around him. Season 9's Trapped in the Closet had already portrayed Cruise as a figure obsessed with hiding inside a literal closet, a joke connected to long-standing rumors about his personal life. And 200 continues this same running gag, showing Cruise still preoccupied with the same fixation years later. Cruise had also already appeared as a recurring target of the show's satire in an earlier episode from 2005 that mocked him directly following his public disagreements with Brooke Shields over the use of psychiatric medication and antidepressants, a real-world dispute that had played out in interviews and media coverage at the time. That earlier episode had reportedly upset Cruise Cruz enough that rumors circulated for years about him trying to have it pulled from circulation, although the full details of that situation were never confirmed publicly by either side in a clear or complete way. Regardless of the exact truth behind those rumors, Cruz's return in 200 as the leader of a group demanding protection from ridicule gave the episode a clear through line connecting the show's past conflicts with celebrities directly into its 200th episode celebration. The roster of celebrities joining Cruz in this lawsuit reads as a genuine survey of the show's entire history of celebrity satire. Filmmaker Rob Reiner appears among the group, along with director Steven Spielberg, filmmaker George Lucas, actor Mel Gibson, musician Kanye West, socialite Paris Hilton, and film director Tim Burton, a figure who had never actually appeared in a South Park episode before this one, brought in specifically for the occasion and mocked within the episode for reusing the same creative ideas across his films, and for his frequent collaborations with actor Johnny Depp. Barbra Streisand also returns as part of this group, and her presence in the episode carries a layer of authenticity beyond the joke itself. Parker and Stone have said publicly, including in interviews given around this period, that unlike most celebrities they mock without any real personal feeling behind it, Streisand is someone they hold a genuine dislike toward, and Streisand herself had criticized the show in the past, arguing publicly that it added to cynicism and negativity within the culture, particularly among children. This mutual, genuine friction gave her involvement in 200 a different texture than the more good-natured ribbing given to most of the other celebrities appearing alongside her. Streisand's inclusion also ties back directly to one of the show's very first season episodes, since the plan the celebrities settle on once their demands are refused involves reactivating a giant mechanical version of Streisand, a monstrous robotic form the show had first introduced in its first season and destroyed by the end of that same episode. The celebrities in 200 decide to rebuild and reactivate this same mechanical Streisand as a way of forcing the town into compliance once ordinary threats and legal pressure fail to produce results, giving the episode a direct callback that longtime viewers of the show would have recognized immediately. The episode presents its promise to the audience early on, telling viewers that this 200th episode will finally reveal Muhammad directly on screen, something the show had not done in any new material since the events of Cartoon Wars 4 years earlier. This promise sets up the entire structure of the episode, since the story is built around the town trying to locate and produce Muhammad in order to satisfy the celebrities and avoid the lawsuit hanging over them. The tension of the episode comes from watching this search play out while the audience waits to see whether the show will actually follow through on showing him. A second faction complicates the plot considerably, a group the episode calls the Ginger Separatist Movement, made up of pale, red-haired children from within the town who have grown tired of being mocked for their appearance in earlier episodes, also demands that Muhammad be handed over to them, threatening violence against the town if their demand is not met. This creates a three-way standoff between the town of South Park, the group of celebrities led by Cruz, and this separate faction of children, each with a different reason for wanting access to Muhammad, and each willing to apply real pressure to get what they want. Kyle and Stan, working separately from the main conflict, managed to convince the Super Best Friends, the same team introduced years earlier in the 2001 episode covered earlier in this history, to allow Muhammad to travel into South Park under strict conditions, agreeing that he will remain hidden inside a moving truck and will not be shown to anyone. When the town realizes it needs to physically transport him to meet Cruz, the story shows the townspeople attempting to disguise him inside a costume, adding another layer of comic misdirection to the question of whether Muhammad will actually be seen at all before the episode ends. What audiences actually saw when 200 aired involved a level of confusion that became part of the episode's own legacy. Muhammad does appear within the story, but Comedy Central made the decision to obscure his image using a black censor box placed over him whenever he appeared on screen, alongside a label reading "Censored." This was a decision made by the network rather than by Parker and Stone, and it meant that even though the character was present and active within the plot, viewers never actually saw an unobscured depiction of him during the original broadcast. The censorship covered his visual appearance but did not remove him from the story entirely, meaning audiences could follow his role in the plot while still being denied the actual image the episode's own marketing had teased. This decision by the network reflected a real and specific fear that had been building for years by the time 200 aired. Following the events of Cartoon Wars in 2006, and following the broader global tension still surrounding any depiction of Muhammad since the 2005 Danish cartoon controversy, Comedy Central had become increasingly cautious about how the show handled this particular subject. That caution turned out to be justified almost immediately once 200 actually aired, although not in the way anyone at the network could have fully predicted ahead of time. Shortly after the episode's broadcast, a group called Revolution Muslim, a small and radical organization based in New York that had positioned itself as a fringe voice within discussions about Islam and media depictions of Muhammad, posted a message online in response to the episode. This message referenced the 2004 killing of Dutch filmmaker Theo van Gogh, who had been murdered following the release of a film he made that was considered critical of how women were treated within some interpretations of Islam. The post from Revolution Muslim suggested that Parker and Stone could face a similar fate for their handling of Muhammad in 200, listing what it claimed was the South Park studio address alongside this reference to Van Gogh's killing. The message was traced back to a specific individual, Zachary Chesser, a young man associated with Revolution Muslim who helped write and publicize the warning. Chesser was arrested by federal authorities in July of 2010, just a few months after 200 aired, while reportedly attempting to travel overseas to join a militant group operating in Somalia. He was later convicted on charges connected to soliciting violence and supporting terrorism, and he received a lengthy federal prison sentence as a result, with reports describing a term of 25 years. The broader leadership of Revolution Muslim faced legal consequences of its own in the years that followed, with the group's founder eventually pleading guilty to related charges, including using the internet to encourage violence, and receiving a separate lengthy federal prison sentence. While the group later claimed their message was intended as a warning rather than a direct threat, the message was treated as a serious and credible danger by law enforcement, by Comedy Central, and by Parker and Stone themselves, given the specific and violent nature of what it referenced. This reaction from Revolution Muslim became one of the most serious real-world consequences the show had ever faced as a result of its content. Unlike earlier controversies, which had mostly involved public criticism, boycotts, or complaints from religious and advocacy groups, this situation involved language that pointed directly toward violence and referenced an actual killing that had already happened to another creator working on a similar subject. Because of this, the situation moved beyond a normal media controversy and into something that law enforcement and network security had to take seriously as a genuine safety concern for the people involved in making the show. The episode had originally been planned as the first half of a two-part story, with the second half, titled 201, set to air the following week, and intended to resolve the plot threads left open by 200. The events following the broadcast of 200, including the message from Revolution Muslim, meant that by the time 201 was ready to air, Comedy Central was dealing with a much more serious and immediate concern than it had faced during the Cartoon Wars controversy 4 years earlier. The network's response to that second episode, and the far more extensive censorship applied to it, forms its own chapter in this story, and will be covered in detail in the section that follows this one. Within the story of 200 itself, beyond the central plot involving the celebrities and Muhammad, the episode also brings back a long-running plot thread involving Cartman, one connected to earlier storylines about his mother, in a way that ties multiple older episodes together as part of the 200th episode's larger celebration of the show's own history. This thread traces back to a pair of Season 2 episodes that first raised the question of Cartman's father, episodes that had concluded years earlier by identifying his mother as a person of dual biology, who was also, according to that storyline, his biological father. Within 200, this settled explanation is thrown back into question, with a character named Mitch Connor, a ventriloquist puppet worn on Cartman's hand and previously used earlier in the series to impersonate a real celebrity, insisting that this earlier explanation was actually a lie the town had told to protect the identity of Cartman's real father. This subplot ends the episode on a cliffhanger, with the true answer withheld until the following week's episode, giving 200 two separate unresolved storylines running side by side, one involving the international religious controversy, and one involving a much more personal, long-running joke about Cartman's own family history. Parker and Stone structured 200 specifically to function as a kind of greatest hits episode. Pulling together characters, jokes, and storylines the show had built over more than a decade, using the milestone as an opportunity to look backward at its own history at the same time it was pushing forward into new and, as it turned out, unexpectedly dangerous territory. The episode's handling of celebrity satire extends well beyond Tom Cruise and Barbra Streisand. Numerous other public figures the show had mocked over the years appear as part of the lawsuit threatening group, each one representing a specific earlier controversy or joke from the show's back catalog. This structure meant that 200 was not simply revisiting one old joke, but was functioning as a kind of connected timeline of the show's entire relationship with celebrity culture, using the milestone episode to remind the audience just how many public figures South Park had taken aim at since its debut in 1997. What makes 200 200 particularly significant within the larger story of South Park's banned and censored episodes is the way it combines two separate categories of controversy that had previously stayed somewhat separate. Earlier controversies involving Muhammad, such as Cartoon Wars, had centered on religious sensitivity and questions about free speech within a media and broadcasting context. Earlier controversies involving celebrities, such as the Tom Cruise episode from 2005, had centered on personal disputes between the show and specific public figures upset about how they were portrayed. 200 merged both of these threads into a single story, using celebrity anger as the engine driving the plot toward a religious controversy, and in doing so created a situation where the fallout from the episode ended up being more serious than either category of controversy had produced on its own up to that point. The episode originally aired as part of Comedy Central's regular broadcast schedule, and was, at the time, treated as a major event by the network, given its status as a milestone episode. Advertising and promotion around its release emphasized the scale of the celebration being planned, and the episode delivered on that promise by including an unusually large number of returning characters and storylines packed into a single half hour. According to figures reported by Nielsen Media Research, the original broadcast drew roughly 3.33 million viewers, making it the most watched program on cable television that particular night, a strong ratings result that reflected just how much anticipation had built around the milestone before anyone knew how the surrounding controversy would unfold. This scale is part of why the fallout that followed felt so disproportionate to what many expected going into the broadcast. An episode built as a celebration of the show's history and longevity ended up becoming one of the most serious safety concerns Parker and Stone had ever faced as a direct result of their work. Following the reaction from Revolution Muslim, Comedy Central found itself needing to make immediate decisions about how to proceed with 201, the second half of the story, which was scheduled to air just 1 week after 200. These decisions had to be made quickly, under real pressure, and with genuine safety concerns being weighed alongside the creative and business considerations that would normally guide a decision like this. The scale of censorship that resulted from those decisions would end up being far more extensive than anything the network had applied to any previous South Park episode, including the black screen replacement used 4 years earlier during Cartoon Wars Part 2. 200 remains one of the 5 South Park episodes that Comedy Central does not air in reruns and that did not make the transition to any streaming platform the show has been available on, including Hulu, HBO Max, and now Paramount Plus. The episode is included on the physical Season 14 DVD and Blu-ray releases, though even in that format, the version included is the same censored broadcast version rather than any uncensored cut, meaning the black censor boxes covering Muhammad remain part of every officially available version of the episode that currently exists. Despite its complicated and difficult history, 200 is widely regarded by longtime viewers of the show as one of the most ambitious episodes South Park has ever produced, both in terms of the sheer number of storylines and characters it manages to bring together, and in terms of the sheer scale of real-world consequence that followed its broadcast. The episode, along with its direct follow-up, later received a nomination for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Animated Program that same year, a recognition that placed it alongside some of the most acclaimed animated television produced in 2010, despite everything that had happened in the weeks surrounding its original broadcast. Few episodes of any television show have triggered a reaction serious enough to involve law enforcement and genuine safety planning for the people who created it, and 200 stands as one of the clearest examples in television history of satire directly colliding with real-world danger in a way nobody involved in making the episode could have fully anticipated ahead of time. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The story that began in 200 does not resolve within this episode. The lawsuit threat from the celebrities remains unresolved, Muhammad's role in helping the town remains incomplete, and the entire situation is left hanging as the episode ends, setting up a direct continuation the following week. That continuation would end up airing under circumstances far more tense than anything the show had experienced before, with the network making decisions about censorship that went well beyond anything applied to this episode, and with Parker and Stone finding their own voices silenced within their own broadcast in a way that would become the single most talked about moment of censorship in the show's entire history. Section 5, 201, Season 14, Episode 6, 2010. South Park aired 201 on April 21st, 2010, exactly 1 week after 200, and it remains the single most censored episode in the show's entire history. What happened between between the two broadcasts changed everything about how this second episode was allowed to reach the screen, turning a planned continuation of a milestone celebration into the most tightly controlled half-hour Comedy Central had ever put its name on. The plot of 201 picks up directly where 200 left off. The town is still dealing with the group of celebrities threatening a massive lawsuit unless they can secure a meeting with Muhammad, and the story works toward resolving that thread while also tying together a long-running plot involving Cartman and the secret of his father's identity, a storyline the show had been building since much earlier in its run. The celebrity plot and the Cartman plot run alongside each other for most of the episode, with the promise of finally revealing Muhammad's role serving as the through line connecting both halves of the story together. The episode brings back an unusually large number of characters who had been absent from the show for years by that point, treating the milestone celebration begun in 200 as an opportunity to keep expanding its own cast of returning faces. Dr. Alphonse Mephisto, a mad scientist character who had not appeared on the show in roughly a decade, returns here alongside his assistant Kevin. And the episode also brings back Mr. Hanky, Big Gay Al, Mr. Slave, and Pip Purup, a character who had faded into the background of the show years earlier, and who meets an abrupt end within this episode when he is crushed underfoot during the ongoing rampage of the giant mechanical Streisand introduced in the previous episode. That rampage forms one of the episode's two central threads. Stan, Kyle, and Kenny work to counter the threat posed by the celebrities and the machine by attempting to clone Muhammad in Dr. Mephisto's laboratory, reasoning that giving both the celebrities and the rival group of children a version of him to use would defuse the standoff entirely. Meanwhile, the members of the Super Best Friends work to calm the rampaging mechanical Streisand by having the character Krishna, one of the religious figures on the team, appear disguised as the real-world singer Neil Diamond in order to perform alongside her. A strange but effective solution that temporarily halts the destruction she has been causing throughout the town. The celebrities, led by Tom Cruise, eventually gain access to a machine described within the story as capable of transferring a kind of protective essence directly from Muhammad into another person, promising whoever receives it permanent immunity from being mocked or ridiculed ever again. Cruise becomes the first person subjected to this process, and the story marks his transformation by giving him the same black sensor box that had been placed over Muhammad throughout both episodes, suggesting he has now received the same protection Muhammad appeared to carry. The Super Best Friends intervene before any additional transfers can take place, working to free Muhammad from the celebrity's custody before the process can be repeated on anyone else. The second major thread running through the episode finally resolves the long-standing mystery of Cartman's father, a question the show had first raised in its second season and reopened as a cliffhanger at the end of 200. Cartman is taken to meet Scott Tenorman, a character introduced nearly a decade earlier in a season 5 episode built entirely around Cartman engineering an elaborate act of revenge against him. Within that earlier episode, Cartman had arranged for Scott's parents to be killed and had secretly fed their remains to Scott without his knowledge, an act the show has referenced repeatedly over the years as one of the darkest and most extreme things Cartman has ever done. In 201, Scott returns as the leader of the Ginger Separatist movement, and in this confrontation, he reveals that his own father had, years earlier, had an affair with Cartman's mother, meaning that the man Cartman had killed and fed to Scott all those years ago was, in fact, Cartman's own biological father, making Cartman and Scott half-brothers. This reveal reframes the entire earlier storyline about Cartman's father, replacing the Season 2 explanation involving Cartman's mother's dual biology with a new and far darker answer, one that means the town had spent years covering up an affair connected to a local football player in order to protect the reputation of the team involved. The fighting between the celebrities, the Ginger Separatist movement, and the Super Best Friends eventually spills into the confrontation with Scott, who escapes during the chaos, promising he will return again in the future. As the fighting continues, Cruise's censor box disappears once he becomes the target of a fresh round of mockery from the people around him, demonstrating within the story that the supposed protective power granted by Muhammad's essence was never real to begin with, and that the only thing that had ever truly stopped people from mocking Muhammad was fear of violent retaliation rather than any actual protective force. Behind the scenes, the week between the two broadcasts had been anything but normal. Following the airing of 200, a group called Revolution Muslim posted a message online referencing the 2004 killing of Dutch filmmaker Theo van Gogh, who had been murdered after releasing a film that was seen as critical of how women were treated within certain interpretations of Islam. The message listed what it described as the address of the South Park studio alongside this reference, language that law enforcement and Comedy Central both treated as a serious and credible actionable warning rather than something to dismiss. This meant that by the time 201 was ready to air, Parker and Stone were no longer just writing a comedy episode. They were finishing a broadcast under the kind of real-world pressure very few television writers have ever had to work under. Comedy Central's response to this pressure shaped nearly every part of how 201 actually reached audiences. The most significant change involved Muhammad's appearance within the episode itself. Where 200 had shown Muhammad on screen with a black censor box placed over him, 201 went much further. Every scene involving Muhammad was edited so that he did not appear visually at all, and every mention of his name was replaced with a loud, continuous bleep sound covering the audio entirely. This meant that for anyone watching the episode without any outside context, it became difficult to even follow which character was being discussed in certain scenes, since both the image and the name were removed at the same time. The most talked about piece of censorship in the entire episode involves a closing speech given near the end of the story, delivered jointly by Kyle, Jesus, and Santa Claus, addressing the underlying lesson of the two-part story directly. In earlier episodes, Kyle had regularly served as the voice making a direct argument tying the episode's events back to a larger point about fear, free speech, and the dangers of giving in to threats. This pattern had been established clearly in Cartoon Wars Part 2 4 years earlier, where Kyle's closing speech was allowed to air without any interference, directly criticizing the network's own decision to censor an image just moments earlier within the same broadcast. In 201, Parker and Stone wrote a similar closing speech, intended to address the exact situation the show now found itself in, one where the fear of violence had led to an unprecedented level of self-censorship. Comedy Central chose not to air this speech in any audible form. Instead, the entire monologue was covered by a continuous bleep sound from start to finish, meaning the actual content of what was said during this moment was withheld from every viewer of the original broadcast. Parker and Stone were reportedly frustrated by how far the network's edits went, feeling that the final broadcast version distorted the intended message of the episode in a way that went beyond simple caution and into actively undermining the point the episode was trying to make. Their frustration became part of a public statement released by South Park Studios shortly after the episode aired, in which they pushed back against how the network had handled the broadcast. The statement made clear that the extensive bleeping and visual censorship had not been their creative choice, and that the final version audiences saw did not reflect what they had originally written or intended for the episode to say. This situation created a strange and layered irony similar to what had happened with Cartoon Wars 4 years earlier, but on a much larger scale. The episode was, at its core, still making an argument about the danger of giving in to fear, and the way that giving in teaches people that threats are an effective tool. By censoring the closing speech entirely, removing both the content and the ability of the audience to even hear the argument being made, Comedy Central ended up demonstrating the exact behavior the episode was built to criticize, this time in a far more visible and widely discussed way than had happened with Cartoon Wars. The show tried to make a point about silence being the wrong response to fear, and the network's response was to silence the show's own attempt to make that point. The extent of the censorship in 201 became a major news story in its own right, separate from the underlying plot of the episode itself. Media coverage in the days following the broadcast focused heavily on the bleeped speech, with many outlets reporting on the unusual sight of a long stretch of dialogue being rendered completely inaudible, something that stood out even to viewers unfamiliar with the show's earlier history involving Muhammad. This coverage turned 201 into one of the most discussed episodes in the show's history, not primarily because of its plot, but because of what had been done to prevent parts of it from being heard at all. Doug Herzog, who had also been involved in the network's decisions during the Cartoon Wars controversy in 2006, addressed the situation publicly in the aftermath, describing the choices made around 201 as necessary, given the specific and serious nature of the warning the show had received. Unlike the Cartoon Wars situation, which had involved general concern about potential backlash, the decisions around 201 were made in direct response to language that referenced an actual killing and a specific address, giving the network a much more immediate and concrete safety concern to weigh against its usual creative decisions. Within the story itself, the celebrity lawsuit plot from 200 reaches its resolution in 201, tying back into the town's attempts to use Muhammad's involvement to satisfy the group of celebrities threatening legal action. The Cartman storyline involving his father's identity also concludes within this episode, closing out a plot thread that had been building across multiple earlier seasons of the show. In the episode's final scenes, rather than reacting with any real grief over learning the truth about his father, Cartman is shown far more upset by the discovery that this new parentage makes him part ginger, a detail Mitch which Connor, the same puppet character from the previous episode, uses to comfort him by pointing out that it also makes him part of the same football lineage connected to the Denver Broncos. Tom Cruise, having lost his temporary protection from ridicule, is shown in tears, wishing for a place where he could live free of mockery, and the boys, without fully understanding the consequences of what they are offering, direct him toward the same fictional lunar paradise the show had introduced in an earlier season as the supposed destination for animals rescued from captivity. The episode closes on a final image of Cruise's body lying motionless on the surface of the moon, beside the body of a whale from that same earlier storyline. A bleak final joke closing out the two-part celebration on an unexpectedly grim note. Because so much of the episode's audio and visual content was altered before airing, some of the connective tissue between these plot threads became harder to follow in the broadcast version than it would have been in the version originally written, an additional consequence of how heavily the episode was edited before release. Critics reviewing the episode at the time generally noted this same disjointed quality, describing it as a dense collection of returning characters and rapid plot developments that rewarded longtime viewers familiar with the show's history, while still standing out as one of the most talked about episodes the series had ever produced, regardless of how its heavy censorship affected its pacing. 201 has never been rebroadcast on Comedy Central since its original airing, and it does not appear on Hulu, HBO Max, or Paramount Plus, joining 200, Cartoon Wars Part 1, Cartoon Wars Part 2, and Super Best Friends as the 5 episodes missing from the show's digital library. Unlike some of the other banned episodes, which remain available in a complete and uncensored form through physical DVD and Blu-ray releases, 201 is included on the Season 14 box set only in its heavily censored broadcast version, meaning even fans who own the physical release cannot access an uncut version of the episode through any official channel. The version most commonly available today, including on unofficial re-uploads, is the same edited broadcast that originally aired, complete with the black boxes, the continuous bleeping over Muhammad's name, and the fully silenced version of the closing speech. Years later, in early 2014, reports surfaced online describing what was said to be an uncensored version of the episode that had begun circulating outside of any official release, though this version was never distributed through any sanctioned channel and has never replaced the censored broadcast cut as the version officially available to the public. The scale of what happened around 201 marked a turning point in how Parker and Stone approached the subject of Muhammad going forward. Where Cartoon Wars in 2006 had still left room for the show to keep testing that boundary, the direct threat connected to 200 and 201 in 2010 effectively closed that door for good. South Park has not attempted a direct depiction of Muhammad in any new episode since 201 aired, and the show's later handling of religious and political figures has generally avoided returning to this specific subject in the same way it once did during its earlier seasons. Despite, or perhaps because of, everything that happened around its release, 201 is frequently cited by longtime fans and critics as one of the most important episodes in the show's history, not for how it plays as a piece of comedy, but for what it reveals about the real cost of making satire under genuine threat. Few television episodes have ever had their own closing argument silenced by the same network airing them, and the fact that this happened as a direct response to a threat referencing an actual killing gives 201 a weight that sets it apart from nearly every other controversy in the show's 27-season run. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The events surrounding 200 and 201 also mark the end of a specific chapter in South Park's relationship with religious controversy, one that had begun quietly 9 years earlier with an episode nobody thought twice about and that had built steadily through Cartoon Wars in 2006 before reaching its most serious and consequential point with these two episodes in 2010. What comes next in this history moves away from religious controversy entirely toward a very different kind of banned episode, one where the reason for the ban had nothing to do with faith, threats, or global politics, and everything to do with a much smaller, much more local concern about the real-world safety of children. Section 6. An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig, Season 1, Episode 5, 1997. An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig aired as the 5th episode of South Park's very first season, arriving early in 1997 while the show was still finding its footing as a new and already talked about addition to Comedy Central's lineup. This episode stands apart from every other entry on this list in one important way. It is the only one of the historically altered episodes that has nothing to do with religion, a public figure, or a foreign government. Its edit edit traces back to a much smaller and much more local concern, one rooted in real fear about how children copy what they see on screen. The episode's main plot follows a science fair storyline, where Stan Marsh is paired with Kyle Broflovsky for a class project. Their teacher, Mr. Garrison, assigns the boys a genetics experiment, and through the course of the episode, this experiment becomes tangled up with themes the show would return to constantly in later years, including questions about where babies actually come from and how much adults are willing to lie to children rather than explain something honestly. This plotline sits at the center of the episode and gives it its title, tying back to a joke about crossbreeding animals that Cartman brings up early on. Running alongside the science fair story is a smaller subplot involving Stan's older sister, Shelley. Shelley had already been introduced in the show's earlier episodes as a recurring source of physical torment for Stan, a teenage sister who treats her younger brother with casual, repeated cruelty rather than any kind of protectiveness. This dynamic was established as a running joke from the very start of the series, showing Shelley hitting, mocking, and generally abusing Stan in ways the show played for comedy rather than drama, treating the violence the same way cartoons had treated exaggerated slapstick for decades before it. In this particular episode, the subplot involving Shelley escalates further than it had before. The version of the episode as originally written and animated included a sequence where Shelley sets Stan on fire, then puts the fire out using a bucket of water, repeating this cycle more than once over the course of the scene. This sequence was intended purely as an exaggerated piece of slapstick, following the same comedic logic the show had already applied to Shelley's earlier appearances, just pushed to a more extreme and more visually dramatic place than the simple slaps and shoves that had defined her character up to that point. Before the episode aired, Comedy Central made the decision to cut this sequence rather than broadcast it as written. The specific reasoning behind this decision traces back to a real and tragic event that had occurred a few years earlier, one that had already reshaped how television networks thought about depicting fire being used against another person, even in a clearly exaggerated cartoon context. In 1993, a 5-year-old boy in Ohio set fire to the mobile home he lived in, and the fire killed his 2-year-old sister. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the boy's mother stated publicly that her son had been influenced by the animated show Beavis and Butthead, specifically pointing to the title character's on-screen fascination with fire as something she believed her son had imitated. This claim received wide news coverage at the time and became one of the most talked about media controversies of the early 1990s, since it raised a serious and difficult question about whether cartoons showing dangerous behavior, even in a comedic or exaggerated way, could genuinely influence real children to copy that behavior in the real world. MTV, the network that aired Beavis and Butthead, responded to this controversy directly. The show was moved to a later time slot, airing further into the night in an attempt to reduce the chances of very young children watching it unsupervised. Scenes involving fire were edited or removed from future episodes and reruns, and the network became notably more cautious about how the show depicted any behavior that could plausibly be copied by young viewers watching at home. This entire episode, from the original tragedy through MTV's response, became a defining case study across the television industry about the real-world risk of children imitating dangerous behavior seen in cartoons, and it shaped how networks thought about similar content for years afterward. Comedy Central, operating under this same industry-wide caution, applied a similar standard to An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig when it reached the Shelley subplot involving fire. Rather than risk any chance of a young viewer attempting to copy what Shelley does to Stan in the scene, the network cut the sequence showing her actually setting him on fire, choosing to keep South Park from becoming connected to the same kind of tragic real-world outcome that had already been linked to Beavis and Butthead just a few years earlier. What makes this particular edit unusual compared to the other cases covered so far in this history is the way the cut was handled technically. Rather than removing the entire subplot or reworking the scene from scratch, the edit focused specifically on removing the shots showing Shelley lighting Stan on fire and repeating the process. However, remnants of the original sequence remained visible in the aired version. A puddle of water appears on the ground beneath Stan later in the scene, water that in the original unedited version was clearly shown being used to put out the fire Shelley had started. In the edited broadcast version, this puddle appears without the fire that would explain its presence, since the shots showing the actual fire being set and extinguished were removed, while the surrounding footage, including this small physical detail, stayed in place. This left an odd, slightly disjointed moment in the finished episode, one that attentive viewers could notice as a visible seam left behind by the edit, even without knowing the specific reasoning behind why the change had been made. This This kind of leftover detail is common in television editing when a network makes a late decision to cut specific footage rather than reworking an entire scene from the ground up. Rather than reanimating the sequence to remove every trace of the original version, the simplest and fastest fix is often to cut only the most direct and explicit shots, even if this leaves small inconsistencies in the surrounding material. In the case of this episode, that approach meant the finished broadcast carried a small, visible reminder of what had originally been there, a puddle with no clear origin, standing as a quiet marker of the edit made before the episode ever reached television screens. The broader context surrounding this decision says something important about the television landscape South Park was born into. The show debuted in August of 1997, at a moment when animated adult comedy was still a relatively new and untested category on American television. The Simpsons had already proven that animation could carry adult-oriented humor and sustain a long-running series, having debuted in 1989 and grown into one of the most successful shows on television by the time South Park arrived. Beavis and Butthead had proven something different, showing that adult animated comedy could be far cruder, far more chaotic, and far more directly aimed at younger audiences who related to two barely competent teenage characters, even while carrying an adult rating meant to signal it was not intended for children in the first place. South Park arrived into this landscape carrying some of the same tension that had already defined Beavis and Butthead's history. Both shows used crude, exaggerated humor, and both attracted large numbers of younger viewers despite being explicitly intended for a mature audience. Networks airing this kind of content were already sensitive to the possibility that young viewers, drawn to the show's humor and style regardless of its intended rating, might not fully separate the exaggerated cartoon violence they were watching from real-world consequences. The tragedy connected to Beavis and Butthead had already demonstrated, in the most serious way possible, that this concern was not just theoretical. Comedy Central's decision to cut the fire scene from An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig reflects a network applying a lesson it had already watched play out at a rival channel just a few years earlier, choosing caution over risk with a new show that shared some of the same core audience concerns. This episode's history also stands out because, unlike every other entry on this list, its edit was never really connected to any organized public campaign or outside pressure group demanding a change. There was no religious organization involved, no foreign government reaction, and no direct threat made against the show's creators. The decision came from within the network itself, made proactively based on a real-world tragedy from a completely different show, rather than in reaction to backlash directed at South Park specifically. This makes An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig a genuinely different kind of case within this history, one driven by a network trying to avoid a repeat of a tragedy, rather than one responding to anger already directed at the episode itself. The main science fair plot of the episode, involving Stan and Kyle's genetics project and Mr. Garrison's increasingly complicated attempts to explain reproduction to his students without giving a direct or honest answer, was left largely untouched by the network's edit. This means the episode's central storyline survived intact, and the edit applied specifically and narrowly to the smaller Shelley subplot running alongside it. This distinction matters because it shows the network was not treating the entire episode as a problem. The concern was isolated to one specific, physically dangerous behavior depicted in one specific scene, rather than reflecting any broader discomfort with the episode's tone or subject matter as a whole. An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig has never been included in any of the streaming platforms that have carried South Park's library, including Hulu, HBO Max, and now Paramount Plus. Its absence places it alongside Super Best Friends, Cartoon Wars Part 1, Cartoon Wars Part 2, 200, and 201 as one of the handful of episodes commonly cited as banned or missing from the show's modern digital footprint, even though the underlying reason for its absence has nothing to do with the religious controversies driving the other 5 cases. The episode does remain available through physical media, appearing on the Season 1 DVD release in the same edited form that originally aired on Comedy Central, meaning the version most commonly seen by fans today, whether through physical copies or older recordings, already reflects the cut made before the episode's original 1997 broadcast. This episode's place in South Park's history offers a useful contrast to everything covered earlier in this history, where Super Best Friends, Cartoon Wars, and the 200th episode saga were all shaped by outside pressure, religious sensitivity, international politics, and in the most serious cases, direct threats of violence against the show's creators. An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig was shaped by something much smaller and much more preventable, a network trying to learn from a tragedy that had already happened to someone else. It stands as proof that not every edit in South Park's history came from fear of backlash or fear of controversy. Some came from a far simpler and more human concern, one focused entirely on keeping young viewers safe from copying something dangerous they saw on a cartoon, regardless of how unlikely that outcome may have seemed to the writers who first put the scene on paper. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The story of South Park's censorship history does not stay confined to domestic decisions made by Comedy Central alone. Beyond the edits made for American broadcast, the show has also run into a completely different set of obstacles overseas, where entire governments, rather than a single network, have made the decision to block episodes from being seen at all. Section 7, Banned in China, Season 23, Episode 2, 2019. Banned in China aired on October 2nd, 2019 as the second episode of South Park's 23rd season and the 299th episode of the show overall. By this point, South Park had been running for more than 2 decades, and the show had already built a long history of taking aim at governments, media companies, and public figures without much apparent fear of consequences. This particular episode became the reason the entire show, all 22 prior seasons and everything that came after, was pulled from the internet across an entire country, making it one of the most far-reaching acts of censorship the show has ever triggered. The episode's plot centers on Randy Marsh, who runs a legal marijuana business on his family farm called Tegrity Farms. After hearing about how large the Chinese market is, Randy decides to travel to China, hoping to expand his business there. He brings marijuana with him on the trip without checking whether it is legal in the country, and Chinese airport security arrests him almost immediately after he lands, sending him to a prison camp. While locked up, Randy meets 2 other prisoners who are, within the world of the episode, treated as real inmates rather than cartoon characters visiting from another franchise. These 2 prisoners are Winnie the Pooh and his friend Piglet, both drawn directly from the classic children's characters created by author A.A. Milne nearly a century earlier, and long associated with the Disney Company through decades of films, merchandise, and theme park attractions built around them. Within the episode, Winnie the Pooh and Piglet are shown imprisoned because Chinese officials consider Pooh's image offensive, tied to a real-world comparison between the character's rounded shape and the physical appearance of Chinese President Xi Jinping. This comparison did not originate with South Park. It began years earlier as an online joke circulating among Chinese internet users, who noticed a resemblance between photographs of Xi Jinping and the visual design of Winnie the Pooh. The joke spread widely enough across Chinese social media that the government eventually moved to suppress it, and by 2017, references to Winnie the Pooh had reportedly become subject to restriction on some Chinese platforms as a result. This restriction escalated further in 2018 when Disney's live-action film Christopher Robin, built around the Winnie the Pooh characters, was blocked from release in Chinese theaters entirely, a decision widely understood to be connected to the ongoing comparison to the country's leader. South Park's writers built the entire prison storyline directly on top of this real and well-documented sequence of events, using Pooh and Piglet's imprisonment as a way to dramatize a genuine act of government censorship that had already been reported on by international news outlets before the episode ever aired. Running alongside Randy's storyline in China, the episode follows a second plot involving his son Stan, who plays in a death metal band with his friends called Crimson Dawn. A music producer approaches the band about the possibility of a biographical film covering their story, following a trend of successful real-world musician biopics that had come out in the years leading up to this episode, including films about musicians like Elton John and Freddie Mercury. As discussions about the movie continue, Stan and his bandmates learn that in order for the film to be approved for release in China, one of the largest and most valuable markets in the world for American entertainment, certain elements of their story will need to be removed or changed to satisfy Chinese government censorship rules. This subplot allows the episode to satirize a real and widely reported practice within the American entertainment industry, where studios have increasingly altered scripts, cast choices, and story details specifically to avoid losing access to Chinese theatrical release, given how much revenue that market can generate for a major film. The episode brings these 2 storylines together through the character of Mickey Mouse, who appears within the story as a business figure representing Disney's own interests in maintaining access to the Chinese market. Mickey confronts Randy directly over the trouble he believes Randy is causing with his criticism of China's treatment of Pooh, worried that the controversy could threaten Disney's own business relationship with Chinese officials. Randy in turn makes the decision to personally kill Winnie the Pooh within the story, strangling the character in a dark alley as Piglet watches, an act framed as an attempt to remove the source of tension between Pooh's continued existence and China's willingness to do business with Randy and Mickey going forward. The episode plays the scene with a level of graphic graphic detail that stands out even by South Park's own standards for dark humor, presenting the killing of a beloved children's character with genuine visual weight, rather than treating it as a quick, cartoonish gag. By the end of the episode, Stan ultimately refuses to let the planned biopic about his band be altered to satisfy Chinese censorship demands, choosing instead to walk away from the deal entirely rather than compromise the story he wants to tell. This decision stands in direct contrast to Randy's choice earlier in the episode, where Randy is shown killing Pooh specifically in order to preserve a profitable business arrangement with Chinese officials. The episode closes by showing Tegrity Weed has become legal for sale in China, with a truck delivering a large sum of cash to the family farm as a direct result of the deal Randy secured. Stan, upon learning what his father did to make this deal possible, reacts with quiet disappointment rather than shock, choosing to walk away and write another song about his father rather than confront him directly. This final contrast between Randy's willingness to compromise for profit and Stan's refusal to do the same for his own art forms the emotional backbone of the episode's satire, using two generations within the same family to represent two very different responses to the same pressure. The episode also includes a storyline involving Randy addressing a tribunal of Chinese officials, where he argues that America operates with a level of integrity that China's system does not share. A speech delivered with the kind of confident, self-assured tone the show frequently gives to Randy, even when his own behavior contradicts what he is saying. This scene sits alongside the episode's broader commentary on how large American companies, including major film studios and entertainment brands, have increasingly shaped their products around the preferences and restrictions of Chinese censors in exchange for access to hundreds of millions of potential customers, a business reality that had already been reported on extensively by entertainment journalists in the years before this episode aired. The real-world reaction to Banned in China arrived almost immediately after its broadcast, and it escalated with unusual speed even by the standards of a show that had triggered international controversy before. Within days of the episode airing, reports began circulating that South Park content was being systematically removed from Chinese internet platforms, including major search engines and social media sites operating within the country. Clips, episodes, discussion forums, and fan pages related to the show were reportedly scrubbed from the Chinese internet almost entirely, effectively cutting off access to the show for viewers inside the country through any official or widely used channel. This response went well beyond banning a single episode. Unlike the domestic censorship battles South Park had faced over specific episodes involving Muhammad, where individual broadcasts were blocked while the rest of the show's library remained untouched, the reaction in China affected the show's entire back catalog at once, removing over 2 decades of episodes from circulation within the country in a very short period of time. Trey Parker and Matt Stone responded to this reaction with a public statement released through the show's official channels just days after the ban took effect. The statement was written in a heavily sarcastic tone, framed as a mock apology directed at the Chinese government, deliberately mimicking the kind of statement other major companies had issued in the past when trying to smooth over disputes with Chinese officials in order to protect their own business interests. The statement specifically referenced an unrelated but closely timed controversy involving the National Basketball Association, whose general manager for the Houston Rockets, Daryl Morey, had posted a message online expressing support for pro-democracy protests taking place in Hong Kong at the time. That post had triggered a significant business backlash from Chinese partners and broadcasters connected to the NBA, leading the league into its own public struggle over how much to accommodate Chinese pressure while still defending its employees' right to speak freely. Parker and Stone's statement drew a direct line between this NBA situation and their own new conflict with Chinese censors, using the comparison to point out what they saw as a pattern of major American companies bending toward Chinese government preferences whenever enough money was on the line. This response fit naturally within the show's decades-long identity, using satire aimed outward at real institutions, even in its own official statements addressing a real-world controversy, rather than issuing a conventional or fully serious apology. The mock statement quickly circulated across entertainment news coverage, becoming almost as widely discussed as the episode itself, and it reinforced the same argument the episode had already made through its story, that companies frequently choose profit over principle when dealing with Chinese market access, regardless of what public statements about values or integrity they might otherwise make. The controversy surrounding Banned in China also connected to a small act of public protest that took place shortly after the ban was put in place. On the night of October 8, 2019, the episode was reportedly screened publicly on a street in Hong Kong's Sham Shui Po district, shown to a crowd gathered outdoors outdoors as a form of protest tied to the broader pro-democracy demonstrations happening throughout Hong Kong at that time. This screening turned the episode into more than just a piece of entertainment controversy, connecting it directly to real political tension already unfolding in the region regarding Hong Kong's relationship with mainland Chinese authority. Unlike the episodes covered earlier in this history, Banned in China remains fully available on every official platform South Park is normally streamed through in the United States and most other countries, including Paramount+. Its ban applies specifically to China, where the episode itself, along with the rest of the show's library, remains blocked from official access as of this recording. This makes Banned in China a distinct kind of entry within South Park's censorship history, one where the show was not edited, cut, or altered in any way for its original broadcast, but instead triggered an entire country choosing to remove access to the show altogether rather than ask for any specific change to the episode's content. The episode stands as one of the clearest examples in the show's history of South Park using a real, specific, and well-documented act of government censorship as the direct subject of an episode, only to become the target of nearly identical censorship in response. Just as Cartoon Wars had turned into a real demonstration of the same media cowardice it was satirizing, and just as 201's own censorship had mirrored the argument the episode itself was trying to make, Banned in China became a live example of exactly the kind of institutional capitulation to Chinese pressure that the episode was built to criticize, playing out in real time against the show itself rather than against Disney, the NBA, or any of the other companies named within its story. This pattern of South Park episodes about censorship becoming real examples of censorship almost immediately after airing connects Banned in China directly back to the two hottest and most serious controversies covered earlier in this history, even though the actual government and audience involved were entirely different. What began with the Danish newspaper controversy in 2005 and escalated through direct threats against the show's creators in 2010 had, by 2019, expanded into a new and different kind of consequence entirely. One measured not in death threats or broadcast bleeps, but in an entire national ban applied instantly and completely, reaching every episode the show had ever made rather than just the one that caused it. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The story of South Park's history with international censorship does not end with China. Nearly 2 decades earlier, a much smaller and much less internationally reported ban had already played out in a different country entirely, one connected not to a government leader's public image, but to a Jewish community's response to a single episode's portrayal of their own history and culture. Section 8, Jubilee, Season 3, Episode 9, 1999. Jubilee aired on July 28, 1999, as the 9th episode of South Park's 3rd season and the 40th episode of the series overall. It arrived at a specific and telling moment in the show's production history, airing about a month after the theatrical release of South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. The feature film Trey Parker and Matt Stone had just spent an enormous amount of energy finishing. This episode became one of the clearest cases in South Park's history, where an episode built with almost no serious intention behind it ended up triggering a real government-level broadcast ban in another part of the world. The story follows Kyle Broflovsky and his younger brother Ike as they prepare to attend Jubilee, a summer camp modeled on Boy Scout traditions but built specifically for Jewish children. Kyle's parents, Gerald and Sheila, are heading out to a separate party the same night, one built around a meteor shower passing through South Park, a plot thread connecting this episode to 2 other stories airing around the same time as part of what fans commonly call the Meteor Shower Trilogy. Before leaving, Kyle invites his friend Kenny McCormick to come along to the camp, despite Kenny not being Jewish, and Kenny insists he can act Jewish well enough to fit in for the night. At the camp, the story splits the characters into 2 groups based on age. Older boys, including Kyle and Kenny, are grouped into what the episode calls the Jew Scouts, while younger children, including Ike, join a group called the Squirts. The episode plays out a series of exaggerated camp activities within these 2 groups, including an initiation ritual, arts and crafts projects built around Jewish tradition, and a nightly ceremony where the campers summon the biblical figure Moses, who appears in the episode as a large, glowing, floating dreidel rather than as a traditional human figure. Kenny takes part in these same rituals throughout the night, working to keep his non-Jewish background hidden from the camp leaders and fellow scouts around him. The episode's central conflict introduces a villain drawn from the Book of Esther, a text found in the Hebrew Bible and connected closely to the Jewish holiday of Purim. This villain is Haman, a historical antagonist within Jewish religious tradition remembered for plotting to destroy the Jewish people, an event the holiday of Purim traditionally traditionally commemorates surviving. Within the episode, a splinter group of campers is shown worshipping Haman rather than rejecting him, framed by the story as a strange and misguided sect operating on the fringes of the main camp community. This group works throughout the episode toward a plan to free Haman and use him to gain control over the other campers, setting up the story's climax around stopping that plan before it succeeds. Kenny ends up playing a central role in resolving this conflict. After being exposed as not Jewish and cast out of the main ceremony, Kenny wanders into the surrounding woods, where he stumbles onto the details of the Haman worshippers' plan and works with the younger squirts to get back to the camp and stop it before real harm is done. The episode resolves with Moses defeating Haman directly, freeing the captured campers, and restoring order to Jubilee before the night ends. Parker and Stone have described the making of this specific episode in unusually candid terms during commentary released alongside the show's Season 3 DVD release. Both creators have explained that Jubilee was the final episode they needed to finish before taking a long overdue break following the exhausting production schedule of their feature film. Rather than agonizing over the script the way they might have for other episodes, they made a deliberate decision to write something loose, strange, and largely free of any careful message, treating the entire episode as an opportunity to just have fun rather than build toward any specific point. Despite, or perhaps because of, this relaxed approach, both creators have said in interviews that they came away from Jubilee considering it one of the strongest episodes the show had produced up to that point, an experience that reportedly helped shape how they approached writing scripts for the show going forward, leaning more on instinct and less on heavily engineered plotting. This background matters because it stands in direct contrast to how the episode was eventually received overseas. In the United States, Jubilee aired without triggering any significant public backlash, moving through Comedy Central's normal broadcast rotation the same way most other episodes from this era of the show did. The episode has remained available on every official platform carrying South Park's library in the years since, including its inclusion in the complete third season DVD release in 2003 and the corresponding Blu-ray release in 2017, and it continues to stream today as part of the show's full catalog on Paramount+. The reaction in parts of Eastern Europe told a very different story. In Romania, the National Audiovisual Council, the country's official body responsible for regulating broadcast content, made the decision to ban South Park from Romanian television starting in the year 2000, specifically citing Jubilee as an episode the council considered deeply anti-Semitic. This decision followed direct protests from members of Romania's Jewish community, who raised concerns about how the episode handled Jewish religious tradition and imagery, given the sensitivity surrounding jokes about Jewish identity in a country with its own complicated history connected to the treatment of Jewish citizens during the 20th century. The ban applied to the entire South Park series rather than to this single episode alone, meaning Romanian broadcasters were prevented from airing any part of the show following the council's decision, not just the specific episode that triggered the complaint. This ban remained in place for several years before South Park eventually found its way back onto Romanian television. The show first returned to the country through MTV Romania beginning in 2008, nearly a decade after the original ban took effect, before later moving to Comedy Central Romania starting in 2016, where it has continued airing since. Some seasons of the show have also become available to Romanian audiences through Netflix in more recent years, giving viewers in the country multiple paths to access the series today, despite its earlier decade-long absence from Romanian airwaves. A separate connected story played out in Hungary around the same underlying concern. HBO Hungary, which held broadcasting rights to South Park in the country during this period, made the decision not to air Jubilee at all when the network first began broadcasting the series, choosing to skip the episode entirely rather than risk a negative reaction from Hungary's Jewish community, whose history includes some of the darkest chapters of the Holocaust carried out on Hungarian soil during the Second World War. Rather than airing the episode with any kind of edit or warning, HBO Hungary simply left it out of rotation, a quieter form of censorship than Romania's formal government ban, but one rooted in the same underlying concern about how the episode's content might be received. This informal ban remained in place for years until the show moved to a different Hungarian broadcaster, Cool TV, which lifted the restriction and aired Jubilee for the first time in the country on December 2nd, 2005, finally giving Hungarian audiences official access to an episode that had quietly sat outside the show's normal broadcast rotation for years. What makes Jubilee a genuinely distinct case within South Park's broader censorship history is the gap between how the episode was made and how seriously parts of the world ended up treating it. Parker and Stone have been open that the episode was written quickly, loosely, and without any deep intention behind its jokes about about Jewish tradition, describing the entire process as an almost carefree afterthought, following months of much heavier work on their film. Despite this, the episode's content, particularly its handling of Jewish religious imagery and its inclusion of an anti-Semitic villain drawn from ancient religious history, was serious enough to trigger an actual government broadcast ban in one country and a voluntary, quiet, years-long omission from another network's schedule in a second country entirely. Few episodes in the show's history demonstrate this particular gap as clearly, where the intention behind an episode's creation and the real-world seriousness of its reception ended up sitting so far apart from each other. It is also worth noting, in the interest of full accuracy, that Kyle himself is Jewish within the world of South Park, and the episode's satire is built specifically around Kyle's own community and background rather than aimed at Judaism from an outside perspective. This detail matters because it places Jubilee alongside a broader pattern the show has followed throughout its run, one where Parker and Stone have generally applied their harshest and most exaggerated jokes evenly across many different religious and cultural groups, including groups the creators themselves belong to or have close personal ties to. Whether or not this pattern justifies the specific content of Jubilee to any given viewer, it does provide useful context for understanding why the episode was written the way it was, and why its creators were reportedly surprised by how seriously certain governments and broadcasters ended up treating a story they had built almost entirely as a lighthearted, low-stakes way to close out a long and exhausting production schedule. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. The story of South Park's international censorship history does not stop with religious sensitivity in Eastern Europe. Elsewhere in the world, entirely different governments have drawn their own lines around the show for reasons connected not to religion at all, but to the direct mockery of specific living or recently deceased political leaders, a pattern that would eventually connect South Park's history of banned content to one of the most tightly controlled media environments on the planet. Section 9, Chinpokomon, Season 3, Episode 11, 1999. Chinpokomon aired on November 3rd, 1999 as the 11th episode of South Park's third season and the 42nd episode of the series overall. It arrived exactly 1 week before the American theatrical release of Pokémon, the first movie, a piece of timing that gave the episode a sharp real-world edge, since it landed right in the middle of one of the biggest media crazes of the late 90s. Where the episodes covered earlier in this history triggered bans and censorship tied to religion or political sensitivity, this episode became one of the show's earliest examples of a foreign government reacting to how South Park handled national identity and historical memory. The episode's plot centers on a fictional media franchise called Chinpokomon, built as a direct parody of the real Pokemon franchise, which had exploded into a massive global phenomenon among children by the time this episode aired. The kids of South Park become completely consumed by the Chinpokomon craze, buying merchandise, watching the show, and playing video games connected to the brand, mirroring the exact kind of consumer behavior real children were displaying around Pokemon at that same moment in American pop culture. Kyle Broflovsky is shown as reluctant to join the trend at first, only getting pulled in once he realizes that resisting the fads socially isolates him from his friends, a dynamic the episode uses to comment on how peer pressure drives this kind of mass consumer behavior among children, regardless of what the specific product actually is. As the story develops, the show reveals a much darker layer hidden underneath the toy craze. Within the plot, the company producing Chinpokomon is secretly using the cartoon, its merchandise, and an official Chinpokomon summer camp as tools to train and brainwash American children into becoming soldiers for the Japanese government, all building toward a second attack on Pearl Harbor. Emperor Hirohito, sharing his name directly with the real historical emperor of Japan who held the position during World War II, appears within the episode as the figure secretly guiding this entire plan from within the fictional company producing the toys and cartoon. The adults of South Park eventually catch on to what is happening and manage to stop the children before the fictional attack takes place, using a strategy where the parents pretend to like Chinpokomon themselves, correctly guessing that their children will instantly lose interest in anything their parents openly approve of. This plot placed Emperor Hirohito, a real historical figure who led Japan through the Second World War and remained a deeply significant and, for many Japanese citizens, respected figure well beyond that era, directly at the center of a joke about war crimes, brainwashing, and a second Pearl Harbor attack carried out out through children's toys. Hirohito served as Emperor of Japan from 1926 until his death in 1989, meaning he had been dead for a full decade by the time this episode used his name and likeness for a fictional villain plotting a second Pearl Harbor attack against the United States. His reign spanned the entirety of Japan's involvement in World War II, including the attack on Pearl Harbor in December of 1941, an event that drew the United States directly into the war and remains one of the most significant moments in 20th century American and Japanese history alike. The episode's reception in Japan reflected the seriousness of using a real, historically significant figure this way. According to reporting on the episode's international history, Shin Pokemon was pulled from Japan's Wow Wow Network schedule and left out of the Japanese home video release of the show, following backlash from Nintendo of Japan, the company behind the real Pokemon franchise being parodied, as well as objections from right-wing groups within the country who took specific issue with how the episode handled Hirohito and the Pearl Harbor references. Nintendo's concerns reportedly centered on how the episode portrayed its newly successful global franchise, treating Pokemon's real-world merchandising success as something closer to a sinister marketing scheme built on subliminal messaging, a portrayal the company was unhappy to see attached to its brand at the exact moment Pokemon was becoming one of the most valuable media properties in the world. The separate objections from Japanese right-wing groups centered specifically on the episode's treatment of Hirohito and its Pearl Harbor plot, subjects tied closely to Japan's own complicated national memory of the Second World War and its aftermath. Beyond Shin Pokemon itself, this same underlying sensitivity around World War II related content led to several additional South Park episodes being kept out of Japanese broadcast and home video release over the years. According to reporting on the show's international censorship history, other episodes withheld from Japanese audiences for similar reasons have included a two-part story dealing heavily with Christianity, a religion with a relatively small presence in Japan compared to much of the Western world, along with a later episode continuing some of the same religious and cultural references first raised in Shin Pokemon. This pattern suggests that Japanese broadcasters applied a fairly consistent standard over time, generally avoiding South Park content that leaned heavily on either World War II era references connected to Japan specifically, or religious material built around traditions unfamiliar to most Japanese audiences. Junichi Nishimura, a real animator and former college roommate of Trey Parker, who had been involved in the show's early production, provided the voice for Emperor Hirohito within the episode. Nishimura's real connection to the show's creators is reflected elsewhere in South Park as well, since Japanese characters appearing throughout the series have frequently been given the name Nishimura or Junichi as a recurring nod to him, a detail confirming that the choice to cast him in this specific role connected back to a genuine personal relationship between Parker and Nishimura, rather than being an arbitrary casting decision. The episode's broader satire extends beyond its Japan-specific content into a wider commentary on fads, consumerism, and how easily both children and adults can be swept into mass behavior driven by marketing rather than by any real understanding of what they are consuming. The Shin Pokemon video game featured within the episode includes a level built around reenacting the Pearl Harbor attack, a detail the episode uses to underline just how far the fictional company's brainwashing effort has gone, hiding a genuine act of historical violence inside what looks, on the surface, like an ordinary children's video game. This layer of the story gave the episode a level of technical detail about how embedded messaging in children's media might theoretically work, tying its satire to real, ongoing conversations happening in the United States at the time about hidden messaging and marketing aimed at children through cartoons and toy lines. Despite the controversy surrounding its handling of Hirohito and Pearl Harbor, Shin Pokemon has been recognized by television critics and longtime fans as one of the sharper pieces of satire from the show's early seasons, specifically for how directly and quickly it responded to a real cultural phenomenon that was still unfolding in real time when the episode aired. The episode received an Emmy Award nomination the following year, reflecting the level of craft and cultural relevance industry voters recognized in the episode, despite its more difficult subject matter. This nomination stands as a useful marker of how the same episode could be treated as a serious creative achievement within the American television industry, while simultaneously being pulled from broadcast entirely in another country over concerns about how it handled that same country's national history. Shin Pokemon remains available today on every official platform currently streaming South Park's full library in the United States, including Paramount+, and it has not been subject to any of the domestic bans or edits applied to episodes covered earlier in this history. Its absence from circulation applies specifically to Japan, where the underlying sensitivity sensitivity around Hirohito and Pearl Harbor has kept the episode out of official broadcast and home video release in the years since it first aired, even as the episode continues to be studied and referenced by fans and critics elsewhere in the world as one of the show's most direct and well-timed pieces of pop culture satire. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. This entry closes out the international side of South Park's censorship history covered in this rundown, moving from religious sensitivity in the Middle East and Eastern Europe through celebrity anger and threats of violence in the United States, and now into a case built entirely around national memory and the treatment of a historical wartime figure in Japan. What remains is a final chapter in this history, one that returns closer to home, where a single broadcast decision made in the days immediately following a real and shocking act of political violence shows that even now, more than 2 decades into the show's run, South Park continues to test the exact same boundary between satire and real-world consequence that has defined its entire history. Section 10, Got a Nut, Season 27, Episode 2, 2025. Got a Nut premiered on August 6, 2025, as the second episode of South Park's 27th season and the 330th episode of the series overall. It stands apart from every other case covered in this history because it is the most recent, and because the events that turned it into a pulled episode unfolded not years or decades after its release, but within the span of a single month, tied to a real and shocking act of violence that had nothing to do with the show's own decisions or intentions. The episode's plot follows Clyde Donovan, a longtime background character among the South Park kids, as he starts a podcast to help cover his monthly expenses. Clyde's podcast quickly draws attention by expressing right-wing political views mixed with anti-Semitic and misogynistic commentary, a portrayal built to satirize a certain style of young, online political commentary that had grown widely popular in real-life media in the years leading up to this episode. Eric Cartman, upon seeing Clyde's podcast succeed, becomes furious that another kid has taken an approach to public commentary he feels belongs to him. After a live show at school, Cartman physically confronts Clyde and takes over the podcast for himself, adopting a style built around hosting public debates with callers, a format he refers to within the episode as master debating. Cartman's version of this podcast character is built as a direct parody of Charlie Kirk, a real conservative political commentator and founder of the organization Turning Point USA, an organization built around promoting conservative political values among young people and college students. Kirk had built a large public platform in real life, partly through recorded debates with college students on political and social issues, a format widely shared online and often centered on Kirk directly challenging students to defend their political positions in front of a camera. Cartman's version of this character within the episode adopts Kirk's general speaking style, hairstyle, and format, using the same basic setup of debating unprepared students while editing the footage afterward to remove any exchanges where the other side argues back effectively. A second storyline running through the episode follows Mr. Mackey, the longtime school counselor character, after he loses his job due to federal budget cuts. Searching for new work, Mackey takes a position with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, commonly known as ICE, the real federal agency responsible for enforcing immigration law within the United States. This storyline is built to satirize the immigration enforcement policies of the second Trump presidential administration, which had ramped up ICE operations significantly by the time this episode aired, a real-world policy shift that had already become a major subject of national news coverage and political debate throughout 2025. Both storylines converge by the end of the episode. Clyde wins an award referred to within the story as the Charlie Kirk Award for Young Master Debaters, a fictional honor that includes a prize trip to Mar-a-Lago, the private club and residence owned by President Donald Trump in Florida. Mackey's own performance within ICE earns him a bonus and eventually a meeting with President Trump at the same location, where Trump offers him a promotion connected to the Department of Homeland Security. These plot threads tie the episode's satire of online political commentary directly to its satire of immigration enforcement policy, using both storylines to comment on different aspects of the same broader political moment in the United States during 2025. Before any real-world tragedy became connected to this episode, Charlie Kirk himself publicly reacted to being parodied within it, and his reaction was notably positive rather than defensive. Kirk described being lampooned by South Park as something close to a badge of honor, framing the parody as proof of how much cultural reach his political movement had achieved by that point. He specifically praised the way Cartman's version of his character was written, calling the portrayal genuinely funny rather than objecting to how the show handled his public image. This reaction is well documented through interviews Kirk gave shortly after the episode episode aired, and it stands in stark contrast to how several earlier public figures covered in this history, including Tom Cruise, reportedly responded to being satirized by the same show. Everything about this episode's public reception changed on September 10th, 2025. On that day, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed while speaking at an event during his American Comeback Tour at Utah Valley University, an event organized through his organization, Turning Point USA. Kirk was 31 years old at the time of his death. Authorities investigating the shooting characterized it as a targeted attack, and the case drew involvement from federal investigators given the scale and seriousness of a political assassination carried out in a public setting on a college campus. In the immediate aftermath of Kirk's killing, a wave of reaction spread rapidly across social media and news coverage, including from a number of Kirk's supporters within his own political movement, some of whom argued that satire aimed at Kirk, including South Park's portrayal of him through Cartman, had contributed to a cultural climate that led to his death. Statements circulating in the hours after the shooting suggested a connection between comedic mockery of Kirk and the violence that ultimately killed him, an argument that gained enough traction in certain circles to become part of the broader news coverage surrounding his death. Comedy Central responded to this situation within a single day. On September 10th, 2025, the same day Kirk was killed, the network pulled a scheduled rerun of Got a Nut from its cable broadcast lineup, choosing not to air the episode again in its normal rotation going forward. This decision was confirmed directly by sources close to the show, who stated clearly that Comedy Central would not be airing the episode in what they described as the linear rotation, referring to the network's traditional live cable broadcast schedule, as opposed to on-demand or streaming access. Despite this change to the cable rerun schedule, the episode was explicitly confirmed to remain fully available through other means, including Comedy Central's on-demand service, Paramount Plus, and YouTube TV, meaning the episode was never removed from streaming or made fully inaccessible the way the 5 long-term banned episodes covered earlier in this history had been. This distinction matters for understanding exactly what kind of ban this represents compared to everything else covered so far. Unlike Super Best Friends, Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Part 2, 200 and 201, all 5 of which were pulled entirely from every streaming platform carrying the show, Got a Nut was only removed from Comedy Central's cable rerun schedule specifically. It continued streaming without interruption on Paramount Plus and remained accessible through other platforms throughout this entire situation. This makes it a narrower and more limited form of censorship than the historic Muhammad-related bans, closer in spirit to a network simply choosing not to air a specific rerun at a sensitive moment, rather than removing the episode from circulation altogether. Following Comedy Central's decision, a producer connected to The Charlie Kirk Show, Andrew Colvett, publicly asked the network to reinstate the episode into its rotation, pointing out that Kirk himself had genuinely enjoyed the parody while he was alive, and arguing that Kirk would have wanted the episode to remain part of the show's normal broadcast schedule, rather than being pulled in response to his death. This request highlighted an unusual tension at the center of the entire situation, since the person the episode was built to mock had, in his own words, embraced the joke before his death, even as parts of his political movement afterward argued the same joke had contributed to the atmosphere that led to his killing. Got a Nut stands as a genuinely different kind of case within this history for one more important reason. Every other episode covered in this rundown was pulled or censored because of concern over the content itself, whether that content involved a religious figure, a foreign government sensitivity, or a real-world tragedy the show's own content was blamed for inspiring, as with the fire scene removed from An Elephant Makes Love to a Pig decades earlier. Got a Nut was different. The episode's content did not change at all between its original airing in August and its removal from cable reruns in September. What changed was an entirely unrelated event, a real assassination that recontextualized an existing piece of satire after the fact, turning a parody the subject himself had welcomed into a piece of content the network suddenly considered too sensitive to keep airing in its normal rotation. This entire situation unfolded within a single news cycle, a sharp contrast to cases like Cartoon Wars or the Jubilee bans in Romania and Hungary, which took years to develop and resolve. It also stands apart from the historic 5 banned episodes in one final and important way. As of this recording, Got a Nut has not been permanently or fully removed from any major streaming service, and Comedy Central's decision applies specifically to its cable rerun schedule rather than to the episode's overall availability. Whether this decision remains permanent, or whether the episode eventually returns to Comedy Central's normal rotation, the way South Park itself eventually returned to Romanian and Hungarian television decades after those earlier bans, remains an open question that only only time and Comedy Central's future scheduling decisions will answer. And now, South Park's most racist episodes to fall asleep to.
With apologies to Jesse Jackson and Randy Marsh and the N-word on Wheel of Fortune, there is probably no episode in all of South Park history that tackles the topic of racism more directly than Season 11, Episode 1, with apologies to Jesse Jackson. This is the episode where South Park decided to stop dancing around the most offensive word in the English language and just throw it right into your face. And what makes it so interesting is not just that they use the word over 40 times in a single episode without censoring it even once, but that underneath all of the shock value, there is actually something really smart being said about race, about understanding, and about the limits of empathy. So let us break the whole thing down. The episode opens on one of the most uncomfortable scenes South Park has ever created. Randy Marsh, Stan's dad, is a contestant on Wheel of Fortune. He has made it all the way to the bonus round, and his family is right there in the audience watching him live. Back in South Park, the whole town is watching from home too. Everyone is cheering him on. It is a big moment for Randy. The category for the bonus round is people who annoy you. Randy picks his letters and one by one the puzzle starts filling in. The letters he is given are R, T, S, L, and E. Then he picks B, N, G, and O. And when those letters go up on the board, the puzzle reads N blank G G E R S, with only one letter missing. The audience goes silent. Randy's family freezes. You can feel the tension through the screen. Pat Sajak tells Randy he has 5 seconds left to solve it. Randy hesitates. He knows what it looks like. He does not want to say it. But the clock is ticking, the pressure is building, and Randy blurts out the racial slur on live national television. The buzzer goes off. He got it wrong. The correct answer was naggers. The show cuts to a test screen immediately, and just like that, Randy Marsh's life is destroyed. Now, here is where the episode gets really clever. Instead of just making this one big shock moment and moving on, the writers split the story into multiple directions, and each one tackles a completely different angle on racism and how people deal with it. The very next day at school, Cartman is already loving this. He thinks the whole thing is the funniest thing he has ever seen and tells Stan he watched the clip about 60 times on YouTube. But Cartman also warns Stan that Tolkien, the only black kid in their class, is going to be furious with him because of what his dad did. Stan goes up to Tolkien and tries to explain things. He tells Tolkien that his dad is not a racist, he is just stupid, and that the whole thing is not a big deal, but Tolkien does not want to hear it. He tells Stan that he does not understand how black people feel when that word comes up, and that Stan should not be telling him it is not a big deal. This is really important because it sets up the entire emotional core of the episode. Stan is not a bad kid. He is not trying to be insensitive, but he genuinely does not understand why Tolkien is so hurt, and instead of listening, he keeps trying to fix things with words that only make it worse. Cartman, being Cartman, sees this tension between Stan and Tolkien and immediately tries to turn it into a full-blown conflict. He starts running around the school yelling race war and trying to get the two of them to fight each other. But Tolkien is not interested. He just walks away, and when Tolkien refuses to fight, Cartman takes that as a victory and starts screaming, "Tolkien forfeits, whites win." Whites win again. It is one of those classic Cartman moments where you are laughing but also feeling deeply uncomfortable at the same time, because you know there are real people who think like this. Meanwhile, Randy is dealing with the fallout in the adult world. He decides that the best way to fix things is to go straight to the top, so he flies to meet Reverend Jesse Jackson to apologize in person. Jackson tells Randy that if he truly wants to apologize, he needs to kiss his butt. And Randy, desperate to make this go away, actually does it. A photo is taken of Randy literally kissing Jesse Jackson's behind, and that picture ends up in newspapers all over the country. It is humiliating, but Randy thinks it is over now. He thinks he has done what he needed to do. Stan hears about the apology and runs to Tolkien, thinking everything is fine. He says something like, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that everything is cool now. My dad apologized to Jesse Jackson," and Tolkien fires back with one of the most quoted lines in South Park history. He says, "Jesse Jackson is not the emperor of black people," and Stan, completely confused, responds, "He told my dad he was." This exchange is perfect because it shows how clueless Stan is about the whole situation. He thinks that getting one famous black person to say it is okay somehow erases the harm. He does not realize that is not how any of this works. This is also where the real-world inspiration for the episode comes in. Back in November 2006, just a few months before this episode aired, comedian Michael Richards, the guy who played Kramer on Seinfeld, had a massive public meltdown at the Laugh Factory Comedy Club in Los Angeles. He was doing a stand-up set, some audience members started heckling him, and Richards lost it. He started screaming the racial slur at a group of African American and Hispanic people in the crowd. The video went everywhere. It was one of the biggest entertainment scandals of the year, and what happened next is what really caught the attention of the South Park writers. Richards went on an apology tour and specifically reached out to Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton to beg for forgiveness. The South Park writing staff, and especially a writer named Vernon Chapman who is half black, found this incredibly frustrating. Chapman said that Jackson is not the ambassador of black people, and that reaction is exactly what inspired Tolkien's line in the show. Trey Parker and Matt Stone had actually wanted to write an episode about this word for a long time, but they could never figure out a story beyond the Wheel of Fortune opening scene. The Richards incident gave them the push they needed to finally put it all together. Back in the episode, Randy's problems are far from over. He goes to a comedy club and a black comedian named Coyote Brown spots him in the audience and calls him out as the N-word guy. The nickname sticks immediately. Everywhere Randy goes after that, people call him that. He cannot walk down the street, he cannot go to a store, he cannot go anywhere without someone pointing at him and using that label. He becomes a complete outcast. In his desperation, Randy creates the Randy Marsh African American Scholarship Foundation to try to prove he is not racist. It does not help. He even gets chased through the streets by a group of rednecks carrying shotguns, which is one of the funniest twists in the episode because these are not the kind of rednecks you would expect to care about racial sensitivity. They chase Randy while yelling things like, "We don't take kindly to social ignorance," and "You slandered an entire race of people on Wheel of Fortune." It is the show flipping the script on what you expect from these characters, and it works perfectly. Randy eventually gets rescued by a group of other men who have also been publicly disgraced for using the same word. Michael Richards himself shows up, along with Mark Furman, the former detective from the O.J. Simpson case who got caught using racial slurs on tape. Together, this group of outcasts lobbies Congress to pass a new law. The law states that if someone says the racial slur, there must be at least 7 words between it and the word guy in the same sentence, so that nobody can be called the N-word guy anymore. Congress passes it, mostly because the senators do not want to be called that either. It is completely absurd, but that is the point. The show is making fun of how America loves to create surface-level solutions to deep problems. Instead of actually addressing racism, they just pass a law about word placement in a sentence. The problem is not solved. It is just made technically legal to ignore. While all of this is happening with Randy, there is a whole other story going on at the school that ties everything together at the end. Because of what Randy did on Wheel of Fortune, the school decides to bring in a guest speaker to talk to the students about sensitivity and the power of words. The speaker is Dr. David Nelson, a man with dwarfism who has 2 PhDs and has published 6 books. He goes from school to school teaching kids about how hurtful words can be, drawing from his own experience of being mocked for his size. But the second doctor, Nelson walks on stage. Cartman starts laughing. He cannot stop. He is laughing so hard that Nelson cannot even get through his speech. Nelson tries to talk to Cartman one-on-one after the assembly, but Cartman just keeps making jokes about his height, calling him things like a little beat because his face turns red with anger. Nelson even arranges for the other students to call Cartman fatso to try to teach him what it feels like to be insulted, but Cartman just laughs that off too. He does not care. Words genuinely do not hurt him, which completely undermines Nelson's whole message. This eventually leads to a physical fight between Cartman and Dr. Nelson. Nelson is apparently a black belt in karate, so he comes ready to prove that he is not limited by his size. The song Down with the Sickness by Disturbed starts blasting as the two of them go at it. But even though Nelson is a trained fighter, Cartman still manages to pin him down. While Nelson is stuck on the ground, Cartman makes him say, "Carol Ann, don't go into the light," which is a reference to the movie Poltergeist, making fun of Nelson's voice. Nelson eventually gives up, storms off, and declares, "I've proven my point. My work here is done." Kyle turns to the others and says, what was his point? And nobody has any idea what Nelson was trying to prove. And this is where the genius of the episode kicks in. Stan is standing there after watching this whole mess, and he says, "Dude, I don't get it." And then something clicks. He pauses, he looks at Kyle, and he says, "Wait a minute, that's it." I don't get it. He runs to find Tolkien, and when he catches up with him, he finally says what Tolkien has been waiting to hear the entire episode. Stan tells Tolkien that he gets it now. He says he has been trying to tell Tolkien that he understands how he feels, but the truth is he will never understand. He will never really get how it feels for a black person to have somebody use that word against them. He does not get it, and he never will because he is not black. And Tolkien, for the first time in the whole episode, is satisfied. He simply says, "Now you get it, Stan." That is the message. The whole episode builds to this one moment. The point is not that white people need to go on apology tours, or kiss anyone's behind, or create scholarships, or pass laws about word placement. The point is that some experiences cannot be fully understood from the outside. The best thing Stan can do is not pretend he gets it. It is to admit that he does not and cannot. That admission, that honesty, is what Tolkien needed to hear all along. Not fake understanding, just the truth. What makes this episode even more remarkable is how it was received. The slur was used 42 times throughout the episode without a single bleep. You would think that would cause a massive uproar, but the backlash was surprisingly small. The NAACP actually praised the episode, with members of the organization abolish the N-word, calling it a good example of educating people about the power of hate words and their impact. IGN gave the episode a perfect 10 out of 10 score, the AV. Club called South Park's handling of race in this episode borderline revolutionary. For an episode that used the most offensive word in the language more than 40 times, the response was overwhelmingly positive because people could see that the message underneath it all was actually meaningful. It was not using the word for shock, it was using it to make you feel something and then telling you that some people feel that something every single day of their lives, and you will never fully understand what that is like. Trey Parker himself has said that the Wheel of Fortune scene is one of his favorite things they have ever created on the show. And Matt Stone loved the ending so much that he said something very interesting on the DVD commentary. He said that if there was a word as hateful toward white people as that word is toward black people, white people would make it illegal immediately. That thought is basically what drives Randy's entire story in the episode. When Randy gets labeled the N-word guy and experiences just a fraction of what it feels like to be defined by a single word, he goes all the way to Congress to get it banned. The irony is impossible to miss. This episode is the perfect starting point for this video because it does what South Park does best. It takes something that everyone is afraid to talk about, rips away all the politeness and the tiptoeing, and forces you to look at it directly. And somehow by the end, you come away with a message that is more thoughtful and more honest than most serious dramas could ever deliver. It is 22 minutes of pure discomfort with a payoff that actually changes how you think about empathy and race. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, but if you thought this was the only time South Park used racial tension to hold up a mirror to America, the show went even further with an episode where the entire town of South Park starts acting like the Ku Klux Klan, and the target this time was not a word, but an entire community of wealthy black families who made the mistake of moving into town. Here comes the neighborhood. Token, the KKK, and South Park's Richers. If the last episode we talked about was South Park being direct about racism, this one is South Park being sneaky about it. Season 5, Episode 12, Here Comes the Neighborhood, aired on November 28th, 2001, and it is one of the most cleverly written racial episodes in the entire series because, on the surface, nobody in the episode is being racist at all. They are just being classist. They hate rich people. It just so happens that every single rich person in the episode is black. And the show never once acknowledges this out loud until the very last second, when the truth finally slips out in the most South Park way possible. The episode starts with a scene at school where the kids are presenting their class projects. Butters goes first and shows off a little volcano that oozes gooey lava. He gets a check, which he is happy about because he thinks that is like a C. Cartman goes next and literally just shows a pencil taped to a pen, claiming it represents the duality of writing devices that occurs in nature. The teacher calls him out for putting it together right then and there and gives him a check minus. Then it is Token's turn, and Token pulls out a completely different level of project. Using his laptop, he hooks into the internet, downloads data from a meteorology website, and uses his dad's video projector to show the class a graph of predictable weather patterns over the next 3 months. While everyone else is making volcanoes out of baking soda, Token is basically giving a professional presentation. This is where the teasing starts. The other kids start ripping on Token for being rich. They point out that his house is 4 times bigger than anyone else's in town. They mention that his family has their own pool table and their own sprinkler system. They bring up how Token wears Armani Exchange while everyone else buys their clothes at J-Mart. Cartman flat out asks Token if he has ever even been inside a J-Mart, and Token cannot answer because the truth is he has not. Kyle mentions the crab cakes and lobster tail in Token's lunchbox, while the rest of them are eating regular school lunches. Token tries to deny that his family is rich, but the evidence is too much. He goes home that day and asks his parents why they have a bigger house than everybody else. His dad explains that they went to graduate school and have more high-paying jobs than most people in town. He says Token's mother is a chemist for a pharmaceutical company, and then, in classic South Park fashion, he adds that Token's friend Eric Cartman's mother is a crack whore, and that one pays more than the other. Token is upset. He tells his parents he does not want to be rich anymore. He says he wants to eat macaroni and cheese for dinner and wear clothes from J-Mart. His parents are confused, but try to make him happy. They take him to J-Mart to buy cheap clothes, and his dad even pays some random guy in the parking lot to park their car for them, which completely defeats the purpose of trying to look less wealthy. But none of it works. Token still feels like an outsider. He is the only rich kid in a town full of families who are lower to middle income, and he has nobody who understands what his life is like. So Token comes up with a plan. He creates a 2-page advertisement for Forbes magazine, selling South Park as the next Aspen, a beautiful, unspoiled mountain town in the Rockies with cheap land. The ad works. Will Smith sees it in Forbes and gets excited. He tells his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, about it, and they decide to move their whole family to South Park so Will can live like a cowboy and raise the kids in the country. One by one, more wealthy celebrities follow. Snoop Dogg moves in. Kobe Bryant moves in. Oprah Winfrey moves in. P. Diddy moves in. Bill Cosby moves in. Massive mansions start going up all over town. Token is thrilled. He finally has people around him who understand what it is like to be wealthy. But here's the thing the episode never says out loud. Every single one of these wealthy celebrities who moves to South Park is black. Every single one. And the show knows exactly what it is doing by having this be the case, because what happens next is a beat-for-beat recreation of how racism works in America, except the show frames the entire thing as being about money instead of skin color. The working-class white residents of South Park immediately start complaining. Jimbo says he remembers back in the day when rich folks were not allowed in South Park. Skeeter says the rich people are going to send their kids to their schools and mix them with their pure, non-rich kids. If you replace the word rich with any racial term, these sentences become textbook examples of the kind of things said during the segregation and the civil rights era. But the characters do not see it that way. To them, this is only about money. The fact that they sound exactly like racists is something the show leaves entirely for the audience to notice on their own. Mister Garrison becomes the ringleader of the anti-rich movement. He starts calling the wealthy residents richers, which sounds almost identical to a certain racial slur. He also calls them cash chuckers. The other townspeople follow his lead and start discriminating against the rich families in ways that directly mirror how black people were treated throughout American history. They force the rich people to sit in the front of the bus, which is a flip on how black people were forced to sit in the back of the bus during segregation. They refuse to serve them in the working class bars. They make it clear that the wealthy are not welcome anywhere in their town. Skeeter and the other locals hurl insults at them on the street, saying things like, "Hey, Richie Rich," and "Hey, Cash Chucker, go have fun with your $2 million house." Meanwhile, Token is dealing with his own problems. He was so excited to finally have other rich kids around, but the rich kids who move in are nothing like him. Will Smith's children and the other wealthy kids all speak with snotty, exaggerated English accents and play upper-class games like polo. They find normal kid stuff like snowball fights to be beneath them. When Token tries to hang out with them, he realizes he has nothing in common with these kids either. They are rich, sure, but they are a completely different kind of rich. Token is a regular kid who happens to come from a wealthy family. These new kids are pampered and sheltered and do not understand the real world at all. When Token tells them that the other families in South Park never really had money, one of Will Smith's kids asks, "Well then, why don't their daddies just act in a movie?" She genuinely does not understand that not everyone can just go make millions in Hollywood. So now Token is stuck in this horrible middle ground. He is too rich for the poor kids and too normal for the rich kids. He does not fit in anywhere. It gets so bad that Token decides to go live with the lions at the South Park Zoo. The leader of the lions is named Aslan, which is a reference to the lion from the Chronicles of Narnia. Token stays with the lions for a while, but it turns out they just play bad practical jokes all the time. One of them does the old gum on the ground trick where you reach for a piece of gum and it gets pulled away. Token eventually gets fed up with the lions too and decides to leave. While Token is dealing with all of that, the situation in town between the poor residents and the rich residents keeps getting worse. The wealthy families, frustrated with how they are being treated, organize a millionaire march down the streets of South Park, singing "We Shall Persevere." This is an obvious reference to the Million Man March, a real gathering of black men that took place in Washington, D.C. in 1995, and the song is a play on "We Shall Overcome," the anthem of the civil rights movement. To make their march look bigger, the rich residents pay Chef, who is black, and several thousand Mexicans to join them. Again, the show is layering racial history on top of a class conflict without ever breaking character and saying this is about race. Everything is technically about money, but everything looks, sounds, and feels exactly like the history of racial discrimination in America. Mr. Garrison then takes things to the next level. He tells the townspeople that rich people are afraid of ghosts. His plan is simple. Everyone will put on white sheets and go scare the rich families out of their homes. The townspeople think this is a great idea, so they dress up in white sheets with pointed hoods and eye holes cut out, and they go marching through the neighborhoods at night. They also burn a lowercase letter T on the rich family's lawns, which Garrison says stands for time to leave. The mayor sees them and her jaw drops because what she is looking at is a group of people dressed exactly like the Ku Klux Klan, burning a cross-shaped symbol on black families' lawns. But the townspeople do not see it that way at all. They think they are just ghosts. And the rich families do not see it as racism either. They see actual ghosts. They start screaming that the town is haunted, which is a Southern folk term for haunted, and they pack up and flee South Park as fast as they can. The plan works. Every wealthy family leaves town. This is the brilliance of the episode. The entire time, neither side acknowledges that race has anything to do with what is happening. The poor white residents genuinely believe they are only upset about money. The rich black residents genuinely believe they are only being scared by ghosts. Nobody in the episode connects the dots. Nobody says the quiet part out loud. Except for one person right at the very end, after all the rich families are gone, mister. Garrison stands in front of the abandoned mansions and suggests that the townspeople should sell the empty houses and become rich themselves. The other men immediately point out the flaw in this plan. If they sell the houses and become rich, then there will still be rich people in South Park, and they will have become the very thing they hated. They would have to drive themselves out of town, but Garrison does not care about the logic. He starts his final line of the episode by saying, "Well, yeah, but at least I got rid of all those damn and the end credits cut him off before he can finish the word. That is the punchline. That is the reveal. After 22 minutes of every character insisting this was about class and not race, Garrison drops the mask in the final half second, and the audience realizes that, for him at least, it was always about race. The money was just the excuse. The Richers were never just Richers. They were always something else in Garrison's eyes. And the episode leaves you wondering how many of the other townspeople felt the same way but just never said it. This ending is one of the most talked about moments in South Park history because it reframes the entire episode in an instant. Everything you watched for the previous 21 minutes suddenly takes on a different meaning. The bus segregation, the slurs, the refusal of service, the white sheets, the burning symbol on the lawn, it was all racial the entire time. The show just let you come to that conclusion on your own by never spelling it out, and then confirmed it with one unfinished word. What makes this even more layered is Token's story, which has its own resolution that is completely separate from the racial stuff happening with the adults. After Token leaves the Lions and comes back to town, he runs into Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny. The boys explain to him that yes, they made fun of him for being rich, but that is just what they do. They rip on everyone. They rip on Kenny for being poor. They rip on Kyle for being Jewish. They rip on Stan for having a girlfriend. They rip on Cartman for being fat, for being stupid, for having a mom who sleeps around, and for being a terrible person in general. Ripping on each other is how they show they are friends. The fact that they made fun of Token meant he was one of them, not that he was an outsider. And now, since he got so upset about it, they are going to rip on him for being a pussy about the whole thing. Token actually smiles at this because he finally gets it. Being mocked was not rejection, it was acceptance. That is just how these kids operate, so the episode works on two completely different levels at the same time. On the kids level, it is a story about friendship and belonging and learning that sometimes being teased means people care about you. On the adults level, it is a razor-sharp breakdown of how racism disguises itself as something else. How people can do blatantly racist things, use racist language, perform racist actions, and still convince themselves that none of it has anything to do with race. The town of South Park put on KKK robes and burned symbols on black families' lawns and drove every black family out of their community, and they went to bed that night believing they had simply solved a class problem. Only Garrison's unfinished sentence tells the truth. This episode aired in 2001, but the themes it deals with have only become more relevant over time. The idea that racism can hide behind other concerns, whether it is money, property values, school quality, or neighborhood culture, is something that plays out in real communities all over America to this day. And South Park managed to capture that entire concept in 22 minutes without a single character ever saying the word racism until it was too late. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But South Park did not limit its racial commentary to just America's black and white divide, because there is another group that the show went after with some of the broadest and most exaggerated stereotypes it has ever put on screen, and it all started with a little Japanese cartoon called Chinpokomon that turned out to be a secret plot to bomb Pearl Harbor. Chinpokomon in Japan, Pearl Harbor, and the small penis trick South Park has gone after just about every group of people you can think of, but when it came to Japanese culture and stereotypes, the show did not hold back even a little bit. Season 3, Episode 11, Chinpokomon first aired on November 3rd, 1999, right in the middle of the biggest pop culture craze of the late 90s. Pokemon was everywhere. Kids were watching the show, buying the cards, collecting the toys, and begging their parents for the video games. It was impossible to escape. And Trey Parker and Matt Stone looked at this entire phenomenon and thought, what if we turned the whole thing into a secret Japanese military plot to bomb Pearl Harbor? That is exactly what this episode is, and it is loaded with some of the most exaggerated Japanese stereotypes the show has ever put on screen. The episode kicks off with Cartman watching a new Japanese cartoon called Chinpokomon. The name itself is already a joke that most English-speaking viewers would not catch. In Japanese, the word Chinpoko is a crude term for a small penis, so Chinpokomon roughly translates to small penis monster. The show within the show is a direct parody of Pokemon, complete with a main character who looks like Ash Ketchum rambling about becoming a master and catching all of the creatures. As soon as the cartoon ends, a commercial airs for Chinpokomon toys, and Cartman immediately forces his mom to take him to the store to buy some. When they get there, every other kid in town has already beaten them to it, and the shelves are almost empty. This perfectly captures how the real Pokemon craze worked. Kids were going crazy, trying to collect everything, and stores could not keep the products in stock. At the bus stop the next morning, Kyle shows up holding his old Cyborg Bill toy, and the other boys tell him that Cyborg Bill is out and Chinpokomon is in. Kyle is behind the trend. He goes home and asks his dad Gerald for money to buy the toys. Gerald tries to give Kyle a speech about not following fads just because everyone else is, telling him he can make a stronger statement by being an individual. Kyle fires back with one of the most realistic lines a kid has ever said on this show. He tells his dad that in the real world, he can either get a Chinpokomon or be the only kid without one, which singles him out and causes the other kids to make fun of him and kick his butt. Gerald pauses, sees the logic, and just hands him $10. It is a small moment, but it says a lot about how peer pressure actually works with kids and how even parents know they cannot fight it. This is where the episode starts layering in the racial stereotypes. Kyle goes to Cartman's house to find the boys playing the Chinpokomon video game. Kyle shows up with a toy he just bought, but the boys tell him toys are already out of fashion, and now it is all about the video game. While they are playing, the camera shows what is actually on the screen. The game is not some cute monster collecting adventure. It is a simulation where the player bombs Pearl Harbor. A Japanese woman keeps popping up on screen encouraging the kids to keep bombing. And while Cartman and Stan are blasting away at a digital version of the harbor, Kenny starts having a seizure on the floor from the flashing lights of the game. This was a direct reference to a real incident in 1997 when an episode of the actual Pokemon anime caused nearly 700 Japanese children to have seizures because of a scene with rapidly flashing red and blue lights. The episode was banned in Japan and became one of the biggest controversies in anime history, and South Park worked it right into the script. Meanwhile, the Chinpokomon toys are doing something strange at night. While Cartman is asleep, an antenna pops out of his Chinpokomon doll and sends a signal out the window. The signal joins with other signals from other toys across town and bounces off a satellite all the way to the Chinpokomon Toy Corporation headquarters in Japan. Inside the headquarters, Emperor Hirohito watches screens showing each toy's location while soldiers load their rifles behind him. The entire Chinpokomon franchise is revealed to be a front for a Japanese military operation to brainwash American children into attacking their own country and bombing Pearl Harbor again as revenge for World War II. It is completely absurd, and that is the point. The show is taking the real American fear of Japanese cultural influence in the 90s and blowing it up to the most ridiculous extreme possible. Things move fast from here. The next big Chinpokomon product is a special camp that all the kids sign up for. At the camp, which is set up inside a traditional Japanese palace, Emperor Hirohito himself tells the children that the evil power they must destroy is the American government and that they will begin by attacking Pearl Harbor. The kids start learning Japanese. They go back to school speaking it in class, which drives Mr. Garrison crazy. Trey Parker actually studied Japanese in college and speaks it well, so all the Japanese dialogue in the episode is real and accurate. When the kids start talking to Garrison in Japanese, one of them even tells him that Juhachi is 18, which is a correct translation. This was not random gibberish. Parker made sure the language was authentic, which makes the stereotyping even more layered because the show put real effort into the culture it was making fun of. The parents start getting worried. Randy and Sharon sit down to watch a tape of the Chinpokomon cartoon to see what their kids are learning. They cannot understand a single thing that is happening. The characters speak in broken English, the plot makes no sense, and the whole thing seems completely stupid. They conclude that the show is not violent or vulgar, just really dumb, so they figure it is harmless. This is a jab at how real parents reacted to Pokemon at the time. Most adults could not make sense of it, so they either ignored it or dismissed it as a phase that would pass on its own. But the adults eventually realize something is seriously wrong when the kids start chanting about destroying America. They go to confront the Japanese creators of Chinpokomon, and this is where the episode introduces its most famous and most controversial running joke. Every time an adult tries to question what Chinpokomon is really about, the Japanese executives shut them down by complimenting the size of American penises compared to their own. They say things like, "You Americans have such large penises. Ours are so small," and it works every single time. The American men get so flattered and flustered by the compliment that they completely forget what they came to talk about and walk away feeling great about themselves. The women, including Sharon, try to point out that this is obviously a trick, but the men are too caught up in the ego boost to listen. The shop owner, who originally went to Japan to investigate, gets the same treatment. He goes in ready to confront them and leaves feeling like $1,000,000 without asking a single real question. According to the DVD commentary, this recurring joke was based on someone Trey Parker and Matt Stone actually met in Beijing who kept insisting on comparing anatomy. A South Park animator named Junichi Nishimura, who Matt Stone knew from college, voiced Emperor Hirohito in the episode, so even behind the scenes, there was a real connection to Japanese culture informing the stereotypes on screen. The Japanese executives are not the only stereotypes in play here. The episode also includes 2 fake commercials for American toys that the parents try to use to distract their kids from Chinpokomon. The first is the Wild Wacky Action Bike, a glow-in-the-dark bicycle that the commercial itself admits is almost impossible to steer. The second is Alabama Man, an action figure of a stereotypical American redneck who drinks beer, goes bowling, chews tobacco, and beats his wife. The commercial literally says, when wife asks him where he's been, just use the action button and Alabama Man busts her lip open. One of the kids playing with the figure in the commercial has Alabama Man smack his wife with a bowling ball. Both of these fake products are presented to the boys in a focus group, and the boys dismiss both of them as lame. The parents cannot compete with the hold that Chinpokomon has on their kids. The situation keeps getting worse. The kids march through town, led by Emperor Hirohito himself. They are dressed in military style and chanting in Japanese. The adults try to get President Bill Clinton to do something about it, but when the Japanese executives meet with Clinton, they use the same flattery trick on him and he falls for it too. The President of the United States is neutralized by a comment about his anatomy. Nobody in a position of power is willing to stop what is happening because they all keep getting distracted by the same shallow compliment. It is the show saying that American pride and ego are so fragile that you can shut down any serious conversation by stroking it in the right way. Finally, the parents come up with a plan that actually works. They figure out that kids are naturally rebellious. Whatever their parents like, they automatically think is uncool. So instead of fighting Chinpokomon, the adults all pretend to love it. They show up wearing Chinpokomon shirts, carrying the toys, and talking about how much they enjoy the show. The effect is instant. The moment the kids see their parents acting excited about Chinpokomon, they lose all interest. Every single kid drops the fad on the spot because nothing kills something cool faster than your mom and dad being into it. It is one of the most accurate observations about how kids actually work that the show has ever made. Every kid except Kyle, that is. Kyle has been one step behind the entire episode. When everyone was buying toys, Kyle was still playing with his Cyborg Bill doll. When everyone moved on to the video game, Kyle had just bought a toy. When everyone went to camp, Kyle had just bought the video game controller. He has been chasing the trend the whole time and never caught up. So when everyone else drops Chinpokomon, Kyle is the one kid who is still into it. He climbs into a fighter jet on the runway, ready to go bomb Pearl Harbor by himself. Stan tries to talk him down by giving a speech about how they all got caught up in group thinking and that following the crowd is bad. But Kyle points out that if he stops liking Chinpokomon now, just because everyone else stopped, he would still be following the group. So to be a true individual, he has to keep liking it and go bomb Pearl Harbor alone. Stan realizes his own argument backfired and quickly changes his position, telling Kyle that actually, sometimes going along with the group is a good thing and can help you make better choices. Kyle gets completely confused by the contradicting messages, gives up, and climbs out of the jet. The episode was nominated for an Emmy Award in 2000. Critics loved it. DVD Verdict called it perhaps the most devastating parody of the seemingly endless pop culture craziness of Force Japan fads. IGN praised it as a great takedown of the Pokemon craze with crude jokes about Asian anatomy. The episode was also banned in Japan because of its stereotypes about Japanese people and culture, its mockery of Emperor Hirohito, and its references to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Japanese nationalists and even Nintendo took issue with the episode, seeing the parody of their biggest franchise as disrespectful. The thing about Chinpokomon is that it works on multiple levels at the same time. On one level, it is making fun of how kids blindly follow trends without thinking about what they are actually consuming. On another level, it is poking at American parents who do not pay enough attention to what their kids are into. But on the racial level, it is stacking Japanese stereotypes on top of each other. The scheming executives, the broken English, the military obsession with Pearl Harbor, the jokes about anatomy, the sinister hidden agenda behind a cute exterior. These are all old stereotypes about Japanese people that go back decades in American culture, and the show cranks every single one of them up to the highest possible volume. Whether you think the show was mocking those stereotypes or just using them for cheap laughs depends on who you ask. But what nobody can deny is that this episode hit a nerve, especially in Japan, and it remains one of the most racially charged episodes in the entire series when it comes to Asian representation. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. And speaking of Asian stereotypes, Chinpokomon was far from the last time South Park went after that part of the world, because years later, Cartman would become so paranoid about Chinese people taking over America that he would dress up in traditional Chinese clothing, walk into a restaurant, and hold the entire place hostage at gunpoint. The China problem. Cartman's anti-Chinese paranoia after the Beijing Olympics, so Chinpokomon used Japanese stereotypes to make fun of American gullibility. But almost a decade later, South Park came back to Asian stereotypes with an episode that was way more direct and way less subtle about its racism. Season 12, Episode 8, officially titled The China Program with the word problem, intentionally misspelled to mock a Chinese accent. First aired on October 8th, 2008, and this one does not hide behind clever satire or double meanings. This episode is Cartman at his most paranoid, his most ignorant, and his most racist. And it all starts because he watched the opening ceremony of the 2008 Beijing Olympics on television. The episode opens with Cartman having a full-blown nightmare. He is dreaming about the Beijing Olympics opening ceremony, and in his dream, the massive, perfectly coordinated performance by thousands of Chinese drummers is not a celebration of culture. To Cartman, it is a declaration of war. He wakes up screaming, completely convinced that the Chinese are about to invade America. He runs to his mom in the middle of the night, terrified, telling her that the Chinese are coming and that their advanced technology and population of over 2 billion people mean that America does not stand a chance. His mom tries to comfort him, but Cartman is not having it. In his mind, the invasion is already happening and nobody else can see it. The next morning at the bus stop, Cartman starts laying out his plans to stop the Chinese to Stan, Kyle, and Kenny. He is dead serious about this. He genuinely believes that the Olympics were the first step in a Chinese takeover of the United States, and that someone needs to do something about it immediately, but none of the other boys are listening. They are all distracted by something completely different. Stan tells Kyle that this is the part where Kyle usually calls Cartman a racist idiot and tells him to shut up, but Kyle says he just cannot do it right now. He says, "Sorry, I can't do this," and walks away from the bus stop looking devastated. This sets up the episode's two storylines that run side by side for the entire 22 minutes. On one side, you have Cartman's anti-Chinese paranoia. On the other side, you have Kyle, Stan, Kenny, Clyde, and Jimmy dealing with what they describe as the violent assault of one of their closest friends. They talk about it like it is a real crime. Kyle says he cannot pretend things are normal after watching his friend get attacked. He says the guilt of standing there and doing nothing is eating him alive. It sounds incredibly serious, like something truly horrible has happened. But when the show finally reveals what they are actually talking about, it turns out they are referring to the movie Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. They believe that Steven Spielberg and George Lucas assaulted Indiana Jones by making such a terrible sequel. The show literally depicts Spielberg and Lucas physically attacking Indiana Jones in nightmare sequences that reference real dramatic movies. It is the show's way of mocking people who act like a bad movie ruined their childhood. But let us focus on Cartman's side of things because that is where all the racial content lives. After getting completely ignored at the bus stop, Cartman needs to find someone who will take his Chinese invasion theory seriously. So he goes to the one person who is always easy to manipulate. He shows up at Butters' house while Butters is taking a bath, barges in, and tells Butters that if the Chinese invade, they will kill his mother and his father. Butters, being Butters, immediately panics and agrees to help. The two of them form what they call the American Liberation Front, which is basically just Cartman and Butters with no plan, no resources, and no idea what they are doing. Cartman's big idea is to go undercover and find out when the Chinese are planning to invade. His strategy for doing this is about as racist as anything the show has ever put on screen. He and Butters dress up in what they think Chinese children look like. They put on stereotypical Chinese costumes and start speaking in the most exaggerated broken English you can imagine, replacing L sounds with R sounds and bowing constantly. The two of them walk into a P.F. Chang's restaurant, which is a real American chain that serves Chinese-style food, and try to pass themselves off as Chinese kids. They approach a Chinese family that is eating dinner and start asking them questions about the invasion, speaking in their fake accents the entire time. The Chinese family is not amused at all. The father can immediately tell that these are just two white kids in costumes doing a terrible impression of Chinese people. He is annoyed and offended. He tells them to leave the family alone, but Cartman does not take the hint. He keeps pushing, keeps asking about the invasion plans, and keeps talking in the fake accent. The restaurant staff eventually steps in and asks Cartman and Butters to leave because they are bothering the other customers. This is where things go completely off the rails. Instead of leaving, Cartman decides that the Chinese must be hiding something and that drastic action is required. He tells Butters to pull out a gun, and suddenly the whole restaurant becomes a hostage situation. Cartman holds the entire PF. Chang's hostage, with Butters pointing a gun at the diners and staff, while Cartman tries to get the Chinese family to confess their invasion plans. This is a kid who watched an Olympic opening ceremony on television and is now holding innocent people at gunpoint in a chain restaurant because he is convinced their home country is about to start a war. It is completely insane, and that is exactly the point. Things get worse from here because of Butters. One of the hostages tries to make a run for it, and Cartman tells Butters to shoot at him. Butters fires the gun but hits the man in a very specific and very painful spot below the belt. Cartman is furious, not because Butters shot someone, but because of where he shot him. This becomes a running joke throughout the rest of the episode. Every single time Butters fires the gun, he hits someone in the exact same spot. When the police show up to deal with the hostage situation and try to enter the restaurant, Butters fires a warning shot and hits one of the Chinese police officers in the same place. Cartman gets angrier and angrier at Butters for this, even though Cartman is the one who created this entire situation by being racist and paranoid in the first place. While all of this is happening at the restaurant, the Indiana Jones side of the story is playing out at the police station and the district attorney's office. Kyle and his friends go to the Park County District Attorney to try to get Steven Spielberg and George Lucas arrested for what they did to Indiana Jones. The attorney listens to their case, and when he remembers watching the movie himself, he breaks down crying and agrees to help them. They then go to the police station, where one of the detectives also starts crying when he thinks about the film. A warrant is eventually issued, and the police find Spielberg and Lucas at Skywalker Ranch. The two storylines come together at the very end in a way that only South Park could pull off. Back at the restaurant, Cartman has had enough. After Butters shoots yet another person in the same spot, Cartman gives up his entire mission. He decides that even if the Chinese are planning to invade, he cannot continue this operation with Butters constantly shooting people where he should not be shooting them. He surrenders to the police and walks out of the restaurant. As he steps outside, a police officer runs up and announces to everyone that Steven Spielberg and George Lucas have been arrested. All of the cops and all of the hostages immediately break into tears of joy and start hugging each other, celebrating that it's all over. Nobody cares about Cartman's hostage situation anymore. The entire town was apparently more traumatized by a bad Indiana Jones movie than by two kids holding a restaurant at gunpoint. While everyone is crying and celebrating, Cartman and Butters quietly sneak away. In the final moments of the episode, Cartman reflects on everything that happened and says he would rather be Chinese than live in a nation of unethical dick shooters. And Butters, completely unbothered by everything, mentions that he thought the Indiana Jones movie was actually pretty good. It is a perfect ending because Cartman, the most racist character on the show, decides he would rather join the people he has been afraid of than stay in a country that disappointed him. And Butters, the most innocent character on the show, is the only person who enjoyed the movie that traumatized the entire town. Now, the racial angle in this episode is pretty straightforward compared to something like Here Comes the Neighborhood, where the racism was hidden under layers of class commentary. In the China Probrum, there is nothing hidden. Cartman's fear of the Chinese is blatant, open racism based on nothing but the fact that he saw a bunch of Chinese people perform well at the Olympics and decided that meant they were going to take over his country. His plan to infiltrate the Chinese community involves putting on costumes and doing offensive impressions. He walks into a restaurant and harasses a real Chinese family who are just trying to eat dinner. He holds innocent people hostage because of a conspiracy theory that exists only in his own racist mind. The episode does not try to dress any of this up as something other than what it is. What makes the episode interesting from a racial perspective is that the show frames Cartman's behavior as clearly wrong. His friends refuse to help him. Stan literally tells Kyle that this is the point where Kyle usually calls Cartman out for being racist. The Chinese family at the restaurant is depicted as perfectly normal people who are rightfully annoyed by Cartman's behavior. The father calls out the boys for pretending to be Chinese stereotypes. The restaurant staff asks them to leave. The police show up to stop Cartman, not to help him. Nobody in the episode is on Cartman's side except Butters, and Butters only agreed because Cartman scared him into thinking his parents would die. So the episode is using Cartman's racism to make a point about how irrational anti-Chinese fear can be. The idea that watching the Olympics could make someone believe an invasion is happening is so stupid that only Cartman would believe it. But at the same time, the episode leans heavily on Chinese stereotypes in the process. The title itself is a joke about Chinese accents. Cartman and Butters dress in yellowface. The broken English is played for laughs. The whole setup of going to PF. Chang's to find out about an invasion treats the restaurant and its customers as stand-ins for an entire country. So while the show is technically making fun of racism by showing how dumb Cartman is, it is also using real racial stereotypes as the vehicle for its comedy. That is the line South Park has always walked, and this episode walks it about as closely as any episode in the series. The episode was the mid-season premiere for season 12 and was dedicated to Isaac Hayes, the voice actor behind Chef, who had died in August of that year. It was also the first South Park episode ever produced in widescreen and high definition, even though it originally aired in the standard format. The episode drew controversy mostly for the Indiana Jones scenes rather than the Chinese content, but the racial elements were not ignored. Critics noted that the episode was uncomfortable in its portrayal of Chinese people and featured some of the most obvious Asian stereotyping in the show's history. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, but PF, Chang's was not the first or last time South Park built an entire episode around making fun of Asian restaurant owners, because there is one character who might be the single most stereotypical Asian character in the entire history of American television, and his name is Tong Lu Kim, the owner of City Walk, whose broken English and exaggerated mannerisms became a running joke that lasted for over a decade before the show finally revealed a twist that nobody saw coming. City Sushi, the most stereotypical Asian character on television, gets a shocking twist. So we just talked about Cartman dressing up in a Chinese costume and doing a fake accent at a P.F. Chang's for one episode. But South Park had a character who did basically the same thing for almost a decade straight and nobody in the town ever noticed. Season 15, Episode 6, titled City Sushi, first aired on June 1st, 2011, and it contains one of the most genuinely shocking twists in the entire history of this show. But before we get to the twist, we need to talk about the character at the center of it all, Tong Lu Kim, the owner of the local Chinese restaurant City Walk, who had been appearing on South Park since all the way back in Season 6. Tong Lu Kim first showed up in the Season 6 episode Jared Has AIDS. From the very first moment he appeared on screen, his entire character was built around one thing, a wildly exaggerated Chinese accent. He would say city in a way that sounded like a curse word. He would replace certain sounds with others. He would mispronounce words constantly. And over the years, he kept showing up again and again. In Child Abduction Is Not Funny, the town hired him to build a wall around South Park to keep out kidnappers, and he spent the whole episode fighting off Mongolians who kept trying to tear down his wall. That episode alone became one of the most quoted in the show's history. He showed up in other episodes too, always with the same thick accent, always played for laughs. For 9 seasons, Tong Lu Kim was just the funny Chinese restaurant guy who talked in a way that made people laugh. Then City Sushi happened and everything changed. The episode starts with Butters handing out flyers for a brand new Japanese restaurant called City Sushi that has just opened right next door to City Walk. Butters gives one of the flyers to Tong Lu Kim, and Lu Kim immediately loses his mind. He cannot believe that a Japanese restaurant has opened up right next to his Chinese restaurant. He storms into City Sushi and gets into a fight with the owner, a Japanese man named Junichi Takayama. The two of them start yelling at each other, but neither one can understand the other because both of them have such thick accents. Lu Kim's exaggerated Chinese accent clashes with Takayama's exaggerated Japanese accent, and the two of them end up screaming at each other while having no idea what the other person is actually saying. The police show up, and in typical South Park fashion, they blame the whole thing on Butters. They say Butters started an Asian turf war by handing out flyers. Butters gets sent home and grounded by his parents, Steven and Linda, who decide that something must be seriously wrong with their son. Steven says he has no idea what is wrong with Butters, but he knows for sure it is not their parenting because, as he puts it, their parenting is awesome, so they take Butters to see a psychiatrist named Dr. Janus. Now, this is where the episode splits into 2 stories running at the same time. On one side, you have Butters dealing with Dr. Janus. On the other side, you have Lu Kim trying to destroy City Sushi and get rid of Takayama. Let us start with Butters. Dr. Janus sits Butters down and starts asking him questions. Butters, being a normal kid with a normal imagination, tells the doctor about the different characters he likes to pretend to be. He plays firefighter, he plays detective, he plays supervillain, he plays truck driver. This is completely normal behavior for a child his age. But Dr. Janus watches Butters act out these characters and immediately diagnoses him with multiple personality disorder. He tells Butters' parents that their son has serious mental problems and needs ongoing treatment. The joke here is obvious. Butters is just a kid using his imagination the way every kid does, but the adults around him are so clueless that they think he is mentally ill. Meanwhile, Luke Kim is going to war with Takayama. He is furious that everyone in South Park keeps mixing up Chinese and Japanese culture. The town starts referring to the area where both restaurants sit as Little Tokyo, even though Luke Kim's restaurant is Chinese. People call both restaurants Chinese. Nobody in town can tell the difference or seems to care about the difference between Chinese and Japanese food, culture, or people. This drives Luke Kim absolutely crazy, so Luke Kim comes up with a plan. He pretends to make peace with Takayama and suggests they hold an Asian diversity assembly at the local school. Takayama agrees, thinking it will be a chance to educate people about the differences between their two cultures. But Luke Kim has no intention of making peace. At the assembly, he hijacks the whole thing and starts showing old photographs from Japan's invasion of China during World War II, including images from some of the worst attacks in that conflict. He also puts up a chart that wildly exaggerates Japan's suicide rate. The whole assembly turns into Luke Kim publicly humiliating Takayama and his entire culture in front of the school. Back on Butters' side of the story, things are getting weird, Doctor. Janus keeps switching between different personalities right in front of Butters without realizing it. One minute he is the calm professional doctor. The next minute he is someone completely different with a different voice and different behavior. Butters is confused and scared because the doctor who is supposed to be helping him is clearly the one who actually has the problem. At one point, one of Dr. Janus's personalities forces Butters to help him break into a jewelry store and rob it. But then, mid-robbery, Dr. Janus switches back to his doctor personality and has no memory of what just happened. He sees Butters in the jewelry store and assumes Butters broke in on his own, so he turns Butters over to the police. Butters gets blamed for everything again. Butters, inspired by the movie Paranormal Activity, decides to set up a camera to record himself sleeping so he can figure out what is happening to him at night. When he watches the footage, he sees Doctor Janus sneaking into his bedroom while he sleeps, physically hitting him in the face and urinating on him. Butters is horrified. He confronts Dr. Janus about this, and the doctor immediately switches into a violent personality. Later, one of Dr. Janus's other personalities, a young boy named Billy, appears to Butters and begs for help, saying the doctor is getting worse and worse. Butters goes to Dr. Janus's house looking for answers. Inside, he stumbles into a room that is completely covered in pictures of Takayama, the city sushi owner. The word kill is written in red paint all over the walls, and then Butters finds the truth that changes everything. In that room, Butters discovers that Twong-Lu Kim, the Chinese restaurant owner who has been a character on this show for 9 entire seasons, is not a real person. Twong-Lu Kim is just another personality of Dr. Janus, Dr. William Janus is a white man. He is not Chinese. He has never been Chinese. For years, this white man with severe mental health problems has been squinting his eyes, putting on a fake Chinese accent, and running a Chinese restaurant, and nobody in the entire town of South Park ever noticed that the Chinese restaurant owner was actually a white guy. This is the twist that shocked everyone who watched this episode. A character who had been on the show since season 6, who appeared in multiple episodes across 9 seasons, who was always presented as a Chinese man with a heavy accent, turned out to be a white psychiatrist with a mental health condition all along. The name Dr. Janus was a clue the entire time, named after the Roman god Janus, who is always shown with 2 faces. But the episode is not done yet. Luke Kim, still operating as one of Dr. Janus's personalities, apologizes to Takayama again and proposes an Asian diversity festival as a peace offering. He builds a tall tower between the 2 restaurants that he calls the Tower of Peace and invites Takayama to come to the top. But his real plan is to push Takayama off the tower and make it look like a suicide, because as Luke Kim puts it, that is what Japanese people do when they feel shame, so nobody would question it. Butters contacts the police just in time. They arrive at the festival as Luke Kim is trying to push Takayama off the tower. Right there, in front of the entire town, Dr. Janus starts switching between his different personalities for everyone to see. The people of South Park finally realize that their Chinese restaurant owner has been a white man this whole time. When Takayama learns that the man he has been fighting with is not actually Chinese but a white guy pretending to be Chinese, Takayama is overcome with shame. He says he has brought dishonor on himself for not being able to tell the difference between a real Chinese man and a white man doing an impression. Even as he is about to jump, Takayama yells out, "No! This is racial stereotype!" acknowledging that what he is about to do is exactly the kind of stereotype that the whole episode has been making fun of. He jumps anyway and lands on the City Sushi building, destroying it completely. The ending of the episode is maybe the darkest punchline in the whole series. The police arrest Dr. Janus and learn the full truth about all of his personalities. Butters is praised as a hero for figuring everything out. But then the police make a decision that perfectly captures everything South Park has ever said about how people deal with uncomfortable racial truths. They decide to let the Twang Lu Kim personality keep running City Wok because it is the only Chinese restaurant in town and they do not want to lose it. They would rather have a white man with a mental condition pretending to be Chinese and serving Chinese food than have no Chinese food at all. The convenience matters more to them than the truth. The very last scene copies the ending of the famous horror movie Psycho Shot for Shot. Lu Kim sits alone in a cell, wrapped in a blanket, and says he will show everyone he is fine because he would not even hurt a fly. Then Doctor. Janus's face flashes over Lu Kim's face, just like the ending of Psycho, followed by a final shot of City Wok. What makes City Sushi so important in the conversation about South Park and race is that it took one of the show's most racially stereotypical characters and revealed that the stereotype was the point all along. Twang Lu Kim's accent never sounded like an actual Chinese accent because it was never supposed to. It was a white man's idea of what a Chinese person sounds like. The broken English, the squinted eyes, the mispronounced words, all of it was a performance by a mentally ill white man, and the fact that nobody in town could tell the difference says more about how Americans view Asian people than any straightforward joke ever could. But even though the show pulled off this clever twist, it also spent 9 seasons using that same stereotype for cheap laughs before revealing the deeper meaning. And the reveal did not stop the show from continuing to use Lu Kim in later episodes, still with the same accent and the same jokes. So the question remains whether the twist was a brilliant commentary on racial stereotypes in media, or just a clever way to justify years of using those same stereotypes for comedy. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. Either way, City Sushi dealt with stereotypes by revealing they were fake from the start. But the next episode on our list takes a completely different approach by building an entire museum dedicated to them, forcing kids to walk through a hall of every offensive stereotype imaginable, and using that museum to make a point about tolerance. That nobody in the episode actually understands. The Death Camp of Tolerance. When being tolerant goes way too far. So City Sushi revealed that one of South Park's most stereotypical characters was actually a white man pretending to be Chinese the entire time. That episode used its twist to comment on how easily people accept racial stereotypes without questioning them. But before City Sushi even aired, South Park made an episode that attacked the whole idea of tolerance itself, arguing that people have become so desperate to look open-minded that they will accept literally anything, no matter how insane, just to avoid being called a bigot. Season 6, Episode 14, The Death Camp of Tolerance, first aired on November 20th, 2002, and it might be the most important episode on this entire list when it comes to understanding how South Park thinks about race, stereotypes, and the way society handles both. The episode starts with Mr. Garrison getting called into Principal Victoria's office. He has been teaching kindergarten for 2 seasons at this point after being demoted because he openly admitted to being gay. But now the school wants him back as the 4th grade teacher. Principal Victoria tells him he is being promoted back to his old position. At first, Garrison is happy about this, but then something clicks in his head. If the school fires him for being gay, he can sue for $25 million in damages. So instead of being a good teacher, Garrison hatches a plan to behave so outrageously in class that the school will have no choice but to fire him. Then he will take them to court and get rich. Garrison's plan involves his new partner, a man named Mr. Slave, who shows up for the very first time in this episode. Garrison introduces Mr. Slave to the class as his new teaching assistant. He tells the kids that the short version of teaching assistant is teacher's ass. This is the first sign that things are about to go very wrong. From this moment on, Garrison and Mr. Slave start doing increasingly shocking things in front of the 4th grade class. They are not subtle about it at all. Garrison is doing everything in his power to make the kids uncomfortable, to make the school uncomfortable, to make everyone so uncomfortable that they will fire him for being gay and he can cash in. And here is the thing. It works on the kids immediately. Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and the rest of the class are horrified by what they are seeing. They go home and tell their parents that their teacher is doing crazy things in the classroom. But instead of listening to what the kids are actually saying, the parents hear something completely different. They think their children are being mean to their gay teacher. They think their kids are being homophobic. Without even asking what specifically is happening in the classroom, the parents decide that their children need to learn a lesson about accepting people who are different. So the parents take the boys to the Museum of Tolerance. This is where the episode starts connecting to the bigger theme of race and stereotypes that runs through this whole video. The Museum of Tolerance is a real place in Los Angeles, but in the South Park version, it is a building filled with exhibits about how wrong it is to make fun of people based on their race, religion, gender, or anything else. A tour guide walks the parents and kids through the museum, showing them displays about racial slurs, about how hurtful stereotypes can be, and about the importance of accepting everyone for who they are. The parents nod along the whole time, feeling good about teaching their children this lesson, but then, at the very end of the museum tour, a man is caught smoking outside the building. The tour guide, who just spent an hour teaching everyone about tolerance and acceptance, immediately starts screaming at this man for smoking. She calls him disgusting and terrible. All of the parents who just learned about not judging people instantly join in, yelling at the smoker and treating him like garbage. They have literally just walked through a museum about not judging people, and the second they step outside, they judge someone for a personal choice. The hypocrisy is so obvious that the kids notice it right away, but the adults are completely blind to what they are doing. Back at school, things get much worse, Mr. Garrison decides to escalate his plan by conducting what he calls a science experiment. He takes the class pet, a gerbil named Lemmywinks, and inserts the animal into Mr. Slave's body in an extremely disturbing way. The kids are traumatized. Even Cartman, who is usually the most offensive person in any room, is horrified by what he just watched. The boys know that what their teacher is doing is wrong, and they know it has nothing to do with him being gay. It is just a teacher behaving in a completely unacceptable way in front of children. The boys go to Chef, the school cafeteria worker who is usually the only adult in South Park who actually makes sense. They tell Chef what happened and ask if they are being homophobic for feeling uncomfortable. Chef tells them no. He explains that there is a huge difference between being uncomfortable around gay people because they are gay and being uncomfortable because a teacher is doing insane things in a classroom. Chef understands immediately that the kids are right and that Garrison needs to be stopped. So Chef goes to Principal Victoria to report what Garrison is doing. But instead of listening to Chef, the school sends him to a tolerance seminar. The same thing that happened with the parents happens with Chef. The adults in charge are so terrified of being called intolerant that they would rather punish the people complaining than actually investigate what is going on. Nobody wants to be the person who fires a gay teacher, no matter what that teacher is doing, because they are all afraid of looking like bigots. When the boys stop showing up to class because they refuse to sit through any more of Garrison's behavior, Mr. Mackey, the school counselor, decides that the kids need serious help. He tells the parents about a place called Tolerance Camp, which he describes as an intensive program that will teach the children to accept people who are different from them. The parents agree to send their kids there immediately. This is where the episode gets dark. Tolerance Camp is designed to look exactly like a concentration camp. The scenes inside the camp are filmed in black and white as a direct reference to the movie Schindler's List, which told the story of the real horrors that happened during the Holocaust. The kids are marched through gates, given work assignments, and forced to do arts and crafts under the watchful eye of a harsh camp warden. They have to paint pictures of people of different races while guards stand over them and yell. They are worked to the bone and barely fed. The whole thing is designed to look like one of the worst places in human history, except instead of being punished for their religion or their race, these kids are being punished for not wanting to watch their teacher do insane things in a classroom. The name of the episode itself, The Death Camp of Tolerance, is the entire joke. It takes the concept of a death camp, which is one of the most horrifying things in human history, and pairs it with the word tolerance, which is supposed to be one of the most positive words in our language. By smashing those two things together, the episode is saying that when tolerance becomes mandatory, when you are not allowed to object to anything without being labeled a bigot, then tolerance stops being a good thing and becomes its own kind of cruelty. While the kids are suffering in the camp, two other things are happening. First, Mr. Garrison is getting more and more frustrated because no matter what he does, nobody will fire him. Instead of getting in trouble, he keeps getting praised. The school decides to give him a Courageous Teacher Award at a ceremony at the Museum of Tolerance for overcoming the challenges of being a gay teacher. Sharon tells Randy she is ashamed of Stan for being intolerant. The adults have completely lost the plot. A man is doing objectively terrible things in a classroom, and the response is to give him a trophy. The second thing happening is the Lemmiwinks subplot. After being placed inside Mr. Slave's body, the little gerbil has to find his way out. The show follows Lemmiwinks on this journey like it is an epic adventure story. He travels through different parts of Mr. Slave's body, meeting the ghosts of 3 animals who died trying to make the same escape: a frog king, a sparrow prince, and a katata fish. These ghost animals give Lemmiwinks advice and encouragement, and a song plays throughout his journey that is a direct spoof of the music from the 1977 animated version of The Hobbit. Trey Parker and Matt Stone later said that Lemmiwinks was their version of Frodo from Lord of the Rings, a character who does not really do much on his own but survives by following the instructions of others. At the awards ceremony, Mr. Garrison finally loses it. He appears on stage with Mr. Slave and behaves in the most over-the-top way possible, making it absolutely clear to everyone that he has been trying to get fired this entire time. He screams at the audience and says something that becomes the most important line in the entire episode. He says that just because you have to tolerate something does not mean you have to approve of it. He points out that if you had to like it, the place would be called the Museum of Acceptance, not the Museum of Tolerance. Tolerating something means you put up with it even though you do not like it, and that is completely different from pretending everything is fine when it is clearly not. This is the moment where the parents finally realize what has been happening. Their kids were not being homophobic, their kids were trying to tell them that their teacher was behaving inappropriately, and the parents were so worried about appearing tolerant that they punished their own children instead of listening to them. They rush to the tolerance camp and find their kids malnourished, exhausted, and barely standing, looking like survivors of something terrible. The parents apologize, but the damage has already been done. Principal Victoria decides that Mr. Garrison and Mr. Slave are the ones who are actually intolerant, accusing them of being intolerant of their own identities. She sends them to the tolerance camp instead, as Mr. Slave arrives at the camp. He coughs up Lemmiwinks, who has survived the entire journey through his body. The 3 ghost animals appear one final time, crown Lemmiwinks the Gerbil King, and his adventure song plays over the credits. Now here is why this episode matters so much to a conversation about South Park and race. The Museum of Tolerance is full of exhibits about racial stereotypes, about slurs, about the harm caused by judging people based on their skin color or background. All of that content is treated as important and real within the episode. The show is not saying that racial tolerance is bad. It is not saying that museums about stereotypes are stupid. What the show is saying is that tolerance has become a weapon. When the word intolerant can be used to shut down any complaint, even a completely valid one, then the concept of tolerance has been twisted into something that actually causes harm. The parents in this episode are so afraid of being called racist or homophobic that they would rather send their own children to a prison camp than risk looking like bad people. The episode aired in 2002, but a lot of people have pointed out that its message feels even more relevant today than it did back then. The idea that being overly focused on appearing tolerant can actually prevent people from addressing real problems is something that comes up constantly in modern conversations about race, identity, and culture. South Park was making that argument over 20 years ago, and whether you agree with the show's take or not, you have to admit that it was ahead of its time in identifying a tension that a lot of people are still arguing about right now. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while the Death Camp of Tolerance used a museum full of stereotypes to make its point about how society handles race, the next episode on our list took a completely different approach by comparing college basketball to something much darker, drawing a direct line between the way universities profit from their athletes and one of the most shameful chapters in American history. Crack Baby Athletic Association. Cartman compares college sports to slavery. So, the Death Camp of Tolerance showed us what happens when society becomes so obsessed with looking open-minded that it punishes the people who actually see what is going on. That episode used a concentration camp as its extreme comparison. But the next episode on our list makes a comparison that is just as dark, just as uncomfortable, and way more connected to a real debate that was happening in America at the time it aired. Season 15, Episode 5, Crack Baby Athletic Association, first aired on May 25th, 2011, and it draws a direct line between the way colleges make money from their athletes and the way plantation owners made money from the people they enslaved. And it does this by having Cartman literally dress up as a slave owner and walk into a university to ask for business advice. The episode starts with Stan and Kyle watching an episode of Terrence and Phillip on television. A commercial comes on featuring Sarah McLachlan, the real singer who is famous for those incredibly sad commercials about abused animals. But in this version, the commercial is not about animals. It is about babies who were born addicted to crack because their mothers used drugs during pregnancy. The commercial is designed to be the saddest thing you have ever seen, with McLachlan's voice playing over images of sick babies, begging viewers to donate money to help them. Kyle is so moved by the commercial that he decides to go volunteer at the Colorado Medical Center to help take care of these babies. When Kyle gets to the hospital, he finds Cartman already there. Cartman is wearing a nice shirt and tie and carrying a video camera. Kyle is immediately suspicious because Cartman has never volunteered for anything good in his entire life. He asks Cartman what he is really doing there. Cartman says he is just helping the children. Kyle asks again. Cartman says it again. Kyle does not believe him for a second, so he follows Cartman out of the hospital ward and into a back room where the truth is revealed. Cartman has set up an office with Craig, Clyde, and Butters. They have been filming the crack babies and editing the footage together. Their business idea is simple and horrible. They take babies who are addicted to crack, put them together in a room, and place a ball filled with crack in the middle. The babies, because of their addiction, fight each other trying to get to the ball. Cartman films this, edits it to look like a basketball game, and broadcasts it on the internet. He calls his company the Crack Baby Athletic Association, or the CBAA, and he is already making serious money from it. Kyle is horrified. He tells Cartman that what he is doing is disgusting and that he is going to report him. But then Cartman does what Cartman always does. He starts talking about money. He shows Kyle how much the CBAA has made in a very short amount of time. He tells Kyle that they need someone to handle the money, and since Kyle is Jewish, he is obviously the best person for the job. This is a classic Cartman move, using a racial stereotype as a backhanded compliment to get what he wants. And the worst part is that it works. Kyle looks at the numbers, thinks about it, and against his better judgment, he joins the CBAA as its accountant. This is where the episode starts hitting its real target. Kyle knows that what they are doing is wrong. He knows that making money off of sick babies is terrible, but he keeps finding ways to justify it to himself. He goes to Stan and tries to explain why the CBAA is actually a good thing. He says things like the babies are going to be sick whether they film them or not, so they might as well make money and use some of it to help them. He says they are not the ones who got these babies addicted to drugs. That is their mother's fault. He keeps making excuses, and with each excuse, Stan just stares at him in silence. At one point, Stan flat out tells Kyle that he sounds exactly like Cartman. Kyle tries to argue back, but ends up saying something in exactly the same way Cartman would say it, then catches himself and covers his mouth in horror. It is one of the funniest and most disturbing moments in the episode because it shows how easily a good person can talk themselves into doing bad things when money is involved. The business keeps growing, and the group decides they want to take it to the next level by cutting a deal with EA Sports to make a video game based on the CBAA. But Kyle starts feeling guilty about selling the babies' images to a video game company without giving the babies anything in return. He tells Cartman that they need to figure out a way to pay the athletes. Cartman insists that the CBAA is a non-profit and that paying the babies is not how things work. But Kyle pushes back, so Cartman promises to look into how other organizations get away with making huge amounts of money off their athletes without paying them. This leads to the most talked about scene in the entire episode. Cartman dresses up as a 19th century Southern plantation owner. He puts on a white suit, a wide-brimmed hat, and starts speaking in a thick Southern accent. He walks into the University of Colorado Boulder and introduces himself to the dean by saying his name is Eric P. Cartman and that he is a well-respected owner in the slave trade. He says he has come to talk business because the university, like him, makes a lot of money from its slaves. The dean has no idea what Cartman is talking about. Cartman walks over to a picture of the university's basketball team and says they have some mighty strong-looking workers. He keeps calling the student athletes slaves throughout the entire conversation. He asks the dean how the university gets around paying its slaves. He uses the phrase student athletes and then immediately laughs at how clever a trick that name is. The dean is furious and keeps telling Cartman that the university does not own slaves. Cartman winks and nods like they are both in on the same secret. When Cartman asks directly how the university avoids paying its student athletes, the dean throws him out of the office. The entire scene is played for laughs, but the comparison underneath it is dead serious. In 2011, when this episode aired, the NCAA was making billions of dollars from college sports, especially basketball and football. The athletes who generated all of that money through ticket sales, television deals, merchandise, and video games were not paid a single dollar. They received scholarships to attend the university, but they could not earn any money from their own talent, their own name, or their own image. Cartman's comparison to slavery is obviously extreme and offensive, but the episode is using that extreme comparison to force people to think about just how unfair the system really was. Kyle, still wanting to do the right thing even though he is neck deep in a terrible business, comes up with a plan. He tells Cartman that they should take 30% of the money from the EA Sports deal and use it to build a state-of-the-art orphanage for the crack babies. That way, the babies get something out of the deal and the CBAA looks good to the public. Cartman, to Kyle's complete surprise, actually agrees. Not because he cares about the babies, but because he realizes that building an orphanage would be great for public relations and make the CBAA look like a charitable organization instead of what it really is. Even when Cartman does something that looks good on the surface, his reasons are always selfish. While all of this is happening, there is a side story running through the episode about the rock guitarist Slash. Craig and Clyde are trying to book Slash to play a halftime show at one of the CBAA games. They spend the whole episode trying to track him down, but cannot find him anywhere. Eventually, they discover the truth. In the world of South Park, Slash is not a real person. He is a made-up character based on an old Dutch legend called Vantersluis. According to this legend, parents dress up in a top hat and wig and pretend to be Slash to bring joy to children, the same way parents dress up as Santa Claus. Craig and Clyde are devastated when they find out that the Slash who played at Cartman's birthday party years ago was just somebody's dad in a costume. The CBAA story comes to its final twist when the boys finally sit down with the head of EA Sports to sign their video game deal. The EA Sports executive is portrayed as a cigar-smoking, bourbon-drinking southern businessman, basically the same type of character Cartman was pretending to be at the university. When the deal is signed, the boys learn that the contract gives EA Sports complete ownership of the Crack Baby Athletic Association and all of its revenue. EA takes everything, the boys get nothing. The executive tells them to get out of his building. It is the show's way of saying that the same thing happening to the crack babies, being used for profit without getting paid, just happened to Cartman and his friends. The people at the top always win, and the people doing the actual work always lose. Kyle is crushed because his dream of building the orphanage is now dead. The money is gone. The business is gone. Everything was taken by a bigger, more powerful company. But in the final scene, Stan and Kyle walk past the spot where the orphanage was supposed to be built, and to their shock, it is actually under construction. Someone is building it. They walk inside and find a top hat and a guitar sitting in the corner. The episode ends with the suggestion that maybe Slash is real after all, and that he used his own money to build the orphanage that Kyle wanted. It is a weird, sweet ending to an episode that spent 20 minutes comparing college sports to slavery and filming babies fighting over drugs. The reason Crack Baby Athletic Association belongs on this list is because of the slavery comparison. Cartman walking into a real university dressed as a plantation owner and calling student athletes slaves was one of the most shocking things the show had ever done, even by South Park standards. The episode forced viewers to think about the fact that the NCAA was making billions from athletes who were mostly black in sports like basketball and football without paying them anything. The comparison to slavery was intentionally over the top, but it worked because it made people uncomfortable enough to actually think about the issue. And 10 years after this episode aired, the Supreme Court ruled in a landmark case that the NCAA could no longer stop athletes from being paid for their name, image, and likeness. The exact thing Cartman was mocking the university for in 2011 was officially struck down in 2021. The episode also worked as a story about how money corrupts good people. Kyle started the episode wanting to help sick babies and ended up running a company that used them for profit. The line between doing good and doing harm turned out to be a lot thinner than Kyle thought, and watching him slowly become the thing he hated was one of the most effective character moments in the entire season. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, but comparing college sports to slavery was not the most controversial racial comparison South Park ever made, because the next episode on our list took on one of the most heated and painful real-life events in recent American history, the shooting of Trayvon Martin, and turned it into a zombie movie starring Cartman as the hero trying to save the world from what he called a very specific kind of threat. World War Zimmerman. Cartman turns the Trayvon Martin case into a zombie movie, so Crack Bobby Athletic Association compared college sports to slavery and let Cartman walk into a university dressed as a plantation owner. That was shocking, but at least it was making fun of a broken system. The next episode on our list took aim at something way more raw, way more personal, and way more painful for millions of Americans. Season 17, Episode 3, World War Zimmerman, first aired on October 9th, 2013, just 3 months after the real-life verdict in the George Zimmerman trial that divided the entire country. This episode takes the shooting of Trayvon Martin, the anger over the not guilty verdict, and the controversial Stand Your Ground law and turns all of it into a zombie apocalypse movie starring Cartman as the hero. And it is exactly as uncomfortable as that sounds. To understand why this episode hit so hard, you need to know what was happening in America at the time. In February 2012, a 17-year-old black teenager named Trayvon Martin was shot and killed by a neighborhood watch volunteer named George Zimmerman in Sanford, Florida. Zimmerman claimed he acted in self-defense under Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which says a person can use deadly force if they reasonably believe their life is in danger, even if they could have walked away from the situation. In July 2013, Zimmerman was found not guilty. The verdict set off a wave of protests and outrage across the country, with millions of people arguing that Martin was killed simply for being a black teenager in a neighborhood where someone decided he did not belong. It was one of the most racially charged events in modern American history, and South Park aired this episode just weeks later. The episode opens at school, where Cartman is acting strange. He is being unusually nice to Tolkien Black, the only black kid in their class. He is complimenting Tolkien, trying to make small talk, asking him to hang out, and even asking for a fist bump. Stan, Kyle, and Kenny are watching this happen with total confusion. Kyle asks, is he doing it again? Because this is clearly not the first time Cartman has done this recently. Tolkien gives Cartman a weird look and walks away. The reason for Cartman's strange behavior becomes clear almost immediately. He is not being nice because he likes Tolkien. He is being nice because he is terrified of Tolkien. Cartman has been having recurring nightmares about the Zimmerman verdict, and in these nightmares, he has cast himself as Brad Pitt's character from the 2013 movie World War Z. In the film, Brad Pitt plays a man named Jerry who has to survive a global zombie outbreak. In Cartman's version of the dream, everything starts the same way. He has a wife and 2 daughters. They eat breakfast while CNN reports that a verdict is coming soon in the Trayvon Martin case. Jerry offers to take the kids to school. They get stuck in traffic and turn on the radio. A news bulletin announces that George Zimmerman has been found not guilty, and that is when the zombies attack. Except in Cartman's nightmare, the zombies are not undead monsters, they are black people. The moment the not guilty verdict is announced, every black person in the dream becomes enraged and starts attacking everyone around them, climbing up buildings and swarming through the streets exactly like the zombies in World War Z. Cartman's dream family tries to escape by climbing to the rooftops, but the mob follows them up. At the top of the building, they run into Tolkien, who lunges at Cartman. That is when Cartman wakes up screaming. This is Cartman's entire worldview laid out in a dream. He genuinely believes that black people are going to riot and destroy everything because of the Zimmerman verdict, and he believes that Tolkien, as the only black kid he knows, is a ticking time bomb who could snap at any moment. He tells all of this to Mr. Mackey, the school counselor, who does not really understand the situation, but decides that Cartman needs to resolve his feud with Tolkien. Mr. Mackey brings Tolkien into his office so that Cartman can tell him what he needs to say. Cartman completely seriously tells Tolkien that he was not on the jury that acquitted Zimmerman. Tolkien has absolutely no idea what Cartman is talking about. He was not thinking about the Zimmerman case. He was not angry. He was not plotting revenge. He was just a kid going to school. But Cartman cannot see that. In Cartman's mind, every black person in America is furious about the verdict and ready to explode. Cartman then reads Tolkien a poem he wrote called I Was Not the Bullet. The poem is Cartman's way of telling Tolkien that he is not responsible for what happened to Trayvon Martin and that Tolkien should not blame him or seek revenge. Tolkien is confused and annoyed because, again, he was never angry at Cartman about the Zimmerman case in the first place, but Cartman does not stop there. At a school assembly, with cheerleaders performing and Butters beatboxing, Cartman gets on stage and raps a version of I Was Not the Bullet in front of the entire school. This is the final straw for Tolkien. He stands up and yells at Cartman, not because of the Zimmerman verdict, but because Cartman has been harassing him for days about something that was never an issue. Tolkien is angry at Cartman for being racist, not angry at society for the verdict. But Cartman sees Tolkien yelling and interprets it as the beginning of the apocalypse. In his mind, the outbreak has started, Tolkien has snapped, and the zombie uprising is here. Cartman runs home, grabs a handgun, and puts on the same outfit Brad Pitt wore in World War Z. He runs out into the street screaming that there is an outbreak and that everyone needs to evacuate. He stops a woman driving a Tesla who turns out to be Nellie's mom and forces her to drive him to the airport. What follows is one of the most chaotic sequences in South Park history. Cartman gets on an airplane and tells all the passengers that there is an outbreak and that they need to fly to Iceland, which is where the characters in World War Z went to find safety. When Cartman goes to the bathroom to think, he finds a black man inside. Terrified, Cartman blocks the door and tells the passengers that one of them is in the bathroom. The passengers panic. One person is so scared of becoming a zombie that he opens the emergency exit and gets sucked out of the plane. When the black passenger finally gets out of the bathroom, a flight attendant tries to shoot him. The bullet misses, bounces around the cabin, and causes an explosion that crashes the plane into the Rocky Mountains. Hundreds of people die because Cartman saw a black man in an airplane bathroom. Only 3 people survive the crash: Cartman, Nellie's mom, and the pilot, who is fatally injured. Before he dies, the pilot tells Cartman that to stop the outbreak, he has to find and kill Patient Zero, the person it all starts from. Cartman decides that Patient Zero is Tolkien. He has to kill Tolkien to save the world. So Cartman and Nellie's mom head to Jimbo's gun store to buy a rifle, but Jimbo explains the stand your ground law to them. He tells Cartman that in certain states, you can shoot someone if you feel threatened, but only if the person comes to you. You cannot just go to someone's house and shoot them. This gives Cartman a new idea. Instead of killing Tolkien, he decides to kill George Zimmerman. In Cartman's twisted logic, if Zimmerman is dead, then the verdict does not matter anymore, and black people will stop rioting, which means Tolkien will not become a zombie. So Cartman and Nellie's mom rush to another airplane to fly to Florida. On the plane, the same thing happens again. Cartman sees a black passenger, panics, and causes the plane to crash a second time. The show uses this running joke to make a point about how Cartman's racism causes way more destruction than anything the black people in the episode actually do. Every time Cartman tries to save people, he ends up killing hundreds of innocent bystanders. They eventually make it to Florida. Nellie's mom starts thanking Cartman for everything he is doing to save the world and is immediately hit and killed by a truck. Cartman is now alone. He goes to George Zimmerman's house, but he cannot just knock on the door and shoot the man because that would not count as self-defense. So Cartman comes up with possibly the darkest plan in the episode. He paints his face black and puts on a dark hoodie, making himself look like the description that was used to profile Trayvon Martin on the night he was killed. Cartman deliberately makes himself look like a black teenager so that Zimmerman will feel threatened and shoot him, which would then get Zimmerman arrested because Cartman is actually white. It works. Zimmerman sees a figure in a dark hoodie on his lawn, feels threatened, and shoots. Government agents who are watching tell Zimmerman that he did what he had to do, but then one of them checks and realizes the kid is not black. He is white. The moment the agents discover that Zimmerman shot a white kid, everything changes. Zimmerman is immediately put on trial, found guilty, and executed by electric chair, not once, but 6 times. The episode is making the point as bluntly as possible. When Zimmerman shot a black teenager in real life, he was found not guilty. In the show, when he shoots a white kid, he is convicted and killed almost instantly. The message is clear. The justice system treated Trayvon Martin's life as less valuable because of his race. With Zimmerman dead, the outbreak is declared over. Back in South Park, Cartman finds Tolkien on the street and apologizes. Tolkien is furious about everything Cartman has put him through, the poems, the rapping, being called Patient Zero. Cartman tries to calm Tolkien down and asks him for a fist bump to show that everything is fine between them. Tolkien, still angry but trying to move past it, starts walking toward Cartman, but Cartman has spray painted a red circle on the ground around himself. The moment Tolkien steps into the circle, Cartman pulls out his gun and shoots him, claiming that Tolkien entered his space and that he was standing his ground. Tolkien lies on the ground and Cartman adjusts his body to make sure he is inside the circle, staging the scene to match his self-defense claim. It is one of the most shocking endings in South Park history. Cartman has just done to Tolkien what Zimmerman did to Trayvon Martin. He created a situation where he could claim he felt threatened, then used a law designed to protect people as an excuse to shoot a black person who was never actually a threat. The episode does not end with a speech or a lesson. It just ends with Tolkien on the ground and Cartman standing over him. The silence says everything. Trey Parker later said that the writers considered making Tolkien's death permanent in this episode, but decided against it because they loved having the character around. Parker also noted that this was one of the few episodes his own father said he did not understand, which Parker believed was because his father had not seen the movie World War Z and missed the structure of the parody. IGN gave the episode an 8.7 out of 10, calling it a return to form for the show and praising how it walked the line between being funny and being genuinely disturbing. What makes World War Zimmerman so effective is that the episode never lets Cartman be right about anything. His fears about black people rioting are shown to be completely made up in his own head. Tolkien is never angry about the verdict. The black people on the airplanes are just regular passengers going about their day. Every single act of violence in the episode is caused by Cartman and the white people around him reacting to threats that do not exist. The episode is saying that the real danger is not black people being angry. The real danger is white people being afraid of black people being angry and the terrible things they do because of that fear. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while World War Zimmerman used a zombie movie to talk about racial fear and the justice system, the next episode on our list tackled racial bias from a completely different angle, one where the racism did not come from fear or paranoia, but from something that seemed almost innocent on the surface. A kid trying to play matchmaker because he thought two people belonged together based on nothing but the color of their skin. Cartman finds love, racist matchmaking, and the idea that black people belong together. So World War Zimmerman showed us Cartman at his most paranoid and his most dangerous, turning the Trayvon Martin case into a zombie apocalypse because he genuinely believed black people were about to destroy the world. That episode was dark, violent, and disturbing, but the next episode on our list takes Cartman's racism in a completely different direction. Instead of fear and violence, this one is about something that almost looks sweet on the surface. Almost. Season 16, Episode 7, Cartman Finds Love, first aired on April 25th, 2012, and it is the episode where Cartman decides to play matchmaker, not because he cares about love, but because he believes that black people should only date other black people. The episode begins at South Park Elementary, where a new girl named Nicole has just transferred to the school and joined the cheerleading squad. All the boys are crowding around the gym to get a look at her. But the moment Cartman sees that Nicole is black, his brain goes to one place and one place only. He immediately walks up to Tolkien Black, the only black boy in the school, and congratulates him. Tolkien has no idea what Cartman is talking about and walks away annoyed. Cartman watches him go and says with a big smile that Tolkien must just be shy. From this moment on, Cartman makes it his personal mission to get Tolkien and Nicole together. Not because he thinks they would be a good couple, not because they have anything in common, not because either one of them has expressed any interest in the other. The only reason Cartman wants them together is because they are both black, and in Cartman's mind, that means they belong together. It is racism disguised as romance. Cartman genuinely believes he is doing a good thing by making sure the two black kids in town end up as a couple, and he cannot understand why anyone would see a problem with that. In Mr. Garrison's class, Cartman positions himself between Tolkien and Nicole and keeps trying to get Tolkien to talk to her. Tolkien ignores him completely, so Cartman takes matters into his own hands. He goes to the girls and tells them, acting as Tolkien's messenger, that Tolkien likes Nicole but is too shy to say anything and that Nicole should make the first move. The girls take this information to a sleepover at Babe's house, where they are playing a board game and talking about boys. They tell Nicole that Tolkien likes her, but Nicole tells them something that throws a wrench into Cartman's entire plan. She does not like Tolkien. She has a crush on Kyle. This is the worst possible outcome for Cartman. A black girl liking a white boy, and not just any white boy, but Kyle, the Jewish kid Cartman has been tormenting for years, goes against everything Cartman believes about how the world should work. He cannot let this happen. So Cartman comes up with a lie. He tells Nicole and the other girls that he and Kyle are actually a gay couple. The rumor spreads through the school like wildfire. Suddenly, every girl in the hallway is whispering and smiling at Kyle, treating him like their new best friend because they think he is gay. Kyle has absolutely no idea what is going on or why the girls are acting differently around him. With Kyle out of the picture, Cartman moves forward with his plan to get Tolkien and Nicole together. His method is extreme, even by Cartman's standards. He lures Nicole into the boys' locker room where Tolkien happens to be, wrapped in a towel after a shower. Then Cartman chain locks the doors from the outside, trapping both of them inside overnight. Inside the locked locker room, Tolkien and Nicole find a deli platter, massage oil, board games, and grape soda that Cartman left for them. Tolkien does his best to comfort Nicole, who is scared about being trapped. The next morning, firemen come and cut the chain lock to free them. As they walk out, Nicole thanks Tolkien for being so kind to her and suggests they have lunch together the next day. Cartman watches them from the bushes with tears in his eyes. This is where the episode introduces one of its funniest and strangest elements. Cartman starts talking to Cupid Me, a tiny imaginary version of himself dressed as a cupid, complete with wings, a diaper, and a little bow and arrow. Nobody else can see Cupid Me. He only exists in Cartman's head. The two of them congratulate each other on successfully getting Tolkien and Nicole together, and from this point on, Cartman spies on the couple as they go on dates, visit amusement parks, and spend time together. He even plants teddy bears on both of their doorsteps to make it look like they are giving each other gifts. Meanwhile, Kyle finally finds out about the gay rumor. All the girls have been whispering about him, and he eventually discovers that Cartman told everyone they are a couple. Kyle is furious. He finds Cartman on the playground and pushes him to the ground, demanding that he tell everyone the truth. But Cartman shows Kyle how happy Tolkien and Nicole are together, and guilt trips him into staying quiet. If Kyle tells the truth and Nicole finds out Cartman manipulated everything, it could ruin Tolkien and Nicole's relationship. Kyle does not want to hurt Tolkien, so he reluctantly backs off, even though the entire school still thinks he is gay. Here's where the episode adds an extra layer that makes the racial commentary even sharper. Nicole goes home and has dinner with her parents. Her father, William, brings up her new relationship with Tolkien and expresses concern, but his concern is not what you might expect. Nicole's father is also black, and he is worried that his daughter might think she can only date other black people. He tells her that she should not limit herself to dating someone just because they are the same race. Nicole tells her father that Tolkien's race is just a coincidence, and that she did not start dating him because he is black. This scene is important because it shows that even within the black community, people are aware of the pressure and the assumptions that come with interracial dating and same-race dating. Nicole's father wants his daughter to make choices based on who she likes, not on what society or people like Cartman expect her to do. But then Nicole finds the teddy bear that Cartman planted on her doorstep. She thinks it is from Tolkien. She picks it up and reads the tag. One side says, "To my boo." She flips it over. The other side says, "'Cause blacks belong together." This is Cartman's real message, written plainly on a gift tag, and it destroys everything. Nicole is horrified. She thinks Tolkien only likes her because she is black, not because of who she actually is as a person. She breaks up with Tolkien the very next day. Cartman takes the breakup harder than anyone. He is devastated. He lies in bed crying while Butters sits next to him trying to help. When Cupid Me appears, Cartman snaps and beats the imaginary sprite with a baseball bat in a fit of rage. Butters watches in total confusion because all he can see is Cartman screaming and swinging a bat at nothing. While Cartman is falling apart, Kyle sees an opportunity. With Nicole now single, Kyle goes to find Tolkien in the park. Tolkien is sitting on a bench looking sad about the breakup. Kyle walks up and tries to comfort him while also casually asking if Nicole is completely single now. But Tolkien, who still believes the rumor that Kyle is gay, gets up and walks away, telling Kyle that he likes girls. Kyle yells after him in frustration. Cartman eventually pulls himself together after watching a laxative commercial on television. Something about the commercial inspires him. He compares love to a bodily function, telling Butters that sometimes love works itself out on its own, but sometimes you have to give it a push. He opens a box where he has been keeping Cupid Me, who is beaten and bruised from the baseball bat attack. Cartman apologizes and convinces Cupid Me that they still have work to do. He goes to Nicole's house to talk to her, but her father answers the door and tells Cartman that Nicole is out at a Denver Nuggets basketball game with a nice white Jewish boy. Kyle has finally made his move. Cartman races to the arena. When he gets there, he breaks through security and takes over the giant screen in the center of the building. He starts giving a speech about love being hard and how you cannot run away from it just because other people try to get in the way. Then he does something that nobody in the arena sees coming. He looks directly into the camera and tells Kyle that he loves him. The entire arena thinks Cartman is confessing his love for Kyle in front of thousands of people. Cartman then starts singing a love duet with Brad Paisley, the real country music singer who actually voiced himself in this episode. Kyle is mortified. The whole arena is watching what they think is a beautiful moment between two boys in love. After the song ends, Cartman grabs the microphone one more time and announces that the Batmobile is parked outside. Every single person in the arena, including the basketball players, runs out to see it. In the chaos of everyone leaving, Tolkien and Nicole bump into each other. They stop. Nicole tells Tolkien that she thought he only liked her because she was black. Tolkien tells her that he actually avoided talking to her at first specifically because she was black, because he did not want people to assume they belonged together just because of their race. They both realize they actually like each other for real reasons that have nothing to do with skin color. They decide to get back together and to ignore what other people think about them. Cartman watches from the big screen with tears rolling down his face. In his mind, he won. He got the black kids together, which is all he ever wanted. He does not care that the reason they got back together was the exact opposite of his reason for pushing them together. They reconnected because they chose each other as individuals. Cartman pushed them together because of their race. The episode lets both things be true at the same time without trying to resolve the contradiction, because that contradiction is the whole point. In the final moment, Cupid Me tells Cartman that he has found someone special for Cartman as well. He reveals Stacy Mullenberg, the poster child for Halitosis Kids, an organization for children with extremely bad breath. Cartman screams in horror as Stacy, now smitten with him thanks to Cupid Me's arrow, starts chasing him around the empty arena. It is a fitting ending because Cartman spent the entire episode deciding who other people should be with based on shallow reasons, and now he is stuck with someone chosen for him based on equally shallow logic. What makes Cartman Finds Love one of the most interesting racial episodes in South Park history is that the racism in it does not come from hate. Cartman is not trying to hurt Tolkien or Nicole. He genuinely thinks he is helping them. In his mind, black people dating other black people is just the natural order of things, and he is doing everyone a favor by making sure it happens. This is what makes the episode so effective as commentary. It is not about the obvious, angry, violent kind of racism. It is about the kind of racism that hides behind good intentions, the kind where someone assumes they know what is best for other people based on nothing but the color of their skin. The AV Club gave the episode an A-, praising its sweet core and the way it used Cartman's desire to play Cupid to expose the racism underneath. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while Cartman was busy playing matchmaker in South Park, another episode took the show's commentary on race and immigration to a completely different level by turning a simple game of Texans versus Mexicans into a story about border patrol, illegal immigration, and what happens when the people you are trying to keep out decide they do not even want to come in anymore. The last of the Mohicans, Butters becomes a Mexican folk hero and the border patrol loses its mind. So Cartman Finds Love showed us racism that hides behind good intentions, where Cartman genuinely believed he was helping two people by pushing them together based on nothing but their skin color. That episode was about assumptions and control, but the next episode on our list takes the conversation about race in a completely different direction by tackling one of the most heated political topics in America, immigration from Mexico. Season 15, Episode 9, The Last of the Mohicans, first aired on October 12th, 2011, and it starts as a simple backyard game between kids before spiraling into a full-blown commentary on border patrol, cheap labor, and the question of whether America even deserves the immigrants it keeps trying to keep out. The title of the episode is a play on The Last of the Mohicans, the classic novel and movie, and even the title card at the beginning of the episode uses the same style of lettering. But instead of a story about Native Americans, this is a story about Butters accidentally becoming the most beloved figure in Mexico. It all starts at a sleepover at Cartman's house. The boys are playing a game they call Texans versus Mexicans. The rules are simple. One team plays the Mexicans, and their goal is to sneak past the other team and cross the border into Texas, which is just Cartman's backyard. The other team plays the Border Patrol, and their goal is to stop the Mexicans from getting through. Cartman, of course, is the leader of the Border Patrol team, and he takes the job way too seriously from the very first second. Butters starts out as the leader of the Mexican team, but the other boys quickly replace him with Kyle because they think Butters is a terrible leader. The game plays out and all of the Mexicans successfully cross the border into Cartman's backyard, which means they win. Cartman is furious, but there is a problem. Butters is not with the rest of the group. Nobody noticed, but Butters got lost during the game and never made it across. When Cartman realizes this, he sees a chance to keep the game going. As long as Butters has not crossed the border, the game is technically not over. So while Kyle and the rest of the Mexican team start putting up flyers around town to find their missing friend, Cartman puts up his own flyers telling people to shoot Butters on sight. He would rather win the game even if Butters dies than admit that the Mexicans beat him. Meanwhile, Butters is wandering through the streets at night during a snowstorm, trying to find his way back to Cartman's house. He gets hit by a passing car. The couple driving the car finds Butters lying in the road, and when they ask who he is, Butters introduces himself as Mantequilla, which is just the Spanish word for butter, and says he needs to get back to his friends at the border. The couple looks at this little blonde kid and somehow concludes that he must be a Mexican immigrant. They take him to their home, bring him to a nice guest room decorated with inspirational quotes, and then immediately put him to work cleaning windows. This is the first big joke of the episode and one of its sharpest. The couple does not take Butters in out of kindness. They take him in because they think he is a Mexican worker, and to them, that means free labor. Butters does not question any of this. He just starts working, singing a little work song as he goes about his chores. He blows leaves, he cleans, he does everything the couple tells him to do, and because Butters is Butters, he does it all with a smile. Eventually, the couple takes Butters to a restaurant where the kitchen staff is mostly Mexican. Inside, Butters starts telling the workers stories about his life as Mantequilla. The workers do not pay much attention at first, but when he says his name, they recognize it from the missing person flyers that the boys put up around town. They think Mantequilla is someone famous. They start listening to him, and Butters, still completely in character as a lost Mexican trying to get home, starts talking about how he just wants to cross the border and get back to where he belongs. The Mexican workers hear this and completely misunderstand what he is saying. They think Mantequilla is talking about going back to Mexico, and his words inspire them. If Mantequilla, this legendary figure, wants to go home to Mexico, then maybe they should too. Maybe Mexico is not the terrible place they left. Maybe they should go back and make it better instead of staying in America. This is where the episode flips everything on its head. A mass departure of Mexican immigrants begins. Mexicans all across America start leaving the country and heading back to Mexico. They are not being deported. They are choosing to leave because Mantequilla inspired them to feel pride in their home country. The movement grows and grows until it becomes a full-blown crisis, but not the kind of crisis anyone expected. The problem is not that Mexicans are sneaking into America, the problem is that they are leaving. As more and more Mexican workers leave the United States, everything starts falling apart. The lawns are not getting mowed. The houses are not getting cleaned. The dishes in restaurants are piling up. The Americans who relied on cheap Mexican labor for years suddenly have to do all of this work themselves, and they cannot handle it. The economy starts crashing because so much of the country's basic labor was being done by Mexican immigrants who are now gone. The episode is making a very clear point here. All those people who complained about Mexican immigrants taking jobs and crossing the border never stopped to think about what would happen if those immigrants actually left. The answer, according to South Park, is that America would completely fall apart because it depends on that labor more than it would ever admit. The situation gets so bad that the United States Border Patrol has to completely reverse its mission. Instead of stopping Mexicans from entering the country, they are now trying to stop Mexicans from leaving. Border Patrol agents start rounding up Mexican workers and ordering them to get back to their jobs. The organization that was built to keep people out is now desperately trying to keep people in. The whole system has flipped and nobody knows how to deal with it. Cartman, still obsessed with winning the backyard game, volunteers for the real United States Border Patrol. He is given an actual position and takes it just as seriously as he took the kid's game. To Cartman, there is no difference between the pretend game and the real border. He is instructed to stop Mexicans from crossing the border in either direction, and he throws himself into the job with everything he has. Down in Mexico, Butters arrives as Mantequilla and is received like a king. He is welcomed in the Zocalo, the famous public square in Mexico City, in a scene that looks like something out of Monty Python's Life of Brian, with massive crowds cheering for their new hero. Mantequilla is credited with bringing pride back to the Mexican people, with making them believe that their country is worth fighting for instead of running away from. Butters has no idea any of this is happening because of him. He is just a kid who got lost playing a game and has been calling himself by the Spanish word for his own name, but eventually Butters gets homesick. He misses South Park, he misses his family, he decides he needs to go back to America. So Mantequilla begins his journey north, trying to cross the border back into the United States. When the Border Patrol agents spot someone approaching the border from the Mexican side, they are overjoyed. After weeks of watching Mexicans leave the country, they finally see someone trying to come in. They are so happy that they make absolutely no attempt to stop him. For the first time in the episode, the Border Patrol wants someone to cross. But then Cartman shows up. He recognizes Butters and realizes that if Butters crosses the border into America, Butters wins the kid's game. Cartman cannot allow that. He tries to stop Butters himself, but the Border Patrol agents, who are thrilled that a Mexican wants to enter the country, actually turn against Cartman. They help Butters get past Cartman. They fire at Cartman to stop him from interfering. The Border Patrol is now actively fighting against the person who volunteered to help them because their priorities have completely changed. The agents who were supposed to keep Mexicans out are now protecting a Mexican from the one American who wants to stop him from coming in. The whole system has been turned upside down and inside out. Butters makes it across the border and back into South Park, which means the Mexican team officially wins the game. Cartman is devastated. The boys are all happy to have Butters back, and they have a pizza party to celebrate. But even as they welcome him, the boys still tell Butters that he would not make a good leader. In the final moment of the episode, Butters proves them wrong. He raises his arms, and from across the border, the voices of the Mexican people respond with a chant. Mantequilla's influence has not faded. Even though Butters is back in America, the movement he accidentally started is still alive. He may be a terrible leader in the eyes of his friends, but to an entire country, he is a legend. What makes The Last of the Mohicans such a smart episode is that it attacks the immigration debate from an angle that most people never think about. Most of the conversation in America about Mexican immigration is about keeping people out, building walls, adding more border patrol, making it harder to cross. But this episode asks a simple question that nobody in the debate wants to hear. What if they stopped coming? What if they left? What would America actually do without the millions of workers who mow the lawns, wash the dishes, clean the houses, and do all the jobs that most Americans do not want to do themselves? The answer, according to this episode, is panic. The episode also makes a pointed comment about how America sees itself. The Border Patrol agents, the news reporters, and the average citizens in the episode are all completely shocked that anyone would willingly leave the United States for Mexico. They cannot wrap their heads around it. The idea that America might not be the greatest place in the world for every single person is something they have never considered. The episode is not saying that Mexico is better than America. It is saying that the belief that America is automatically better than everywhere else is so deeply baked into the culture that people literally cannot process it when someone chooses to leave. The AV. Club gave the episode a B+, praising the way it used the absurd premise to comment on American attitudes toward immigration without turning it into a lecture. IGN gave it an 8 out of 10, noting that Butters' episodes always deliver strong material, and this one was no different. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while The Last of the Mohicans used immigration and border patrol as its lens for racial commentary, the next episode on our list goes back to something more personal and more uncomfortable, examining what happens when a beloved celebrity's bizarre behavior forces an entire town to confront its own racial biases, especially when the police start doing exactly what everyone claims they would never do. The Jeffersons. Michael Jackson, racial profiling, and the police who frame rich black men. So, The Last of the Mohicans flipped the entire immigration debate on its head by asking what would happen if Mexican immigrants just stopped coming to America. That episode was about a system, about labor, about a country that does not appreciate what it has. But the next episode on our list brings the conversation about race back to something more personal and more disturbing. It is about what happens when the police decide that a man is guilty before he has done anything wrong, not because of evidence, not because of witnesses, but purely because he is rich and black. Season 8, Episode 6, The Jeffersons, first aired on April 21st, 2004, and it is one of the smartest things South Park has ever done with racial profiling. The episode opens with Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny riding their big wheels through the neighborhood when they notice that someone has moved into the Donovans' old house. A little boy wearing a mask comes out to greet them. His name is Blanket, and he tells the boys that his family moved to South Park to escape city life. The boys are not that interested at first, but when Blanket mentions that there are arcade games inside, they change their minds immediately. They walk in and discover that the house is filled with toys, games, rides, and an entire amusement park in the backyard, complete with a cotton candy machine, a train, and even a small zoo. It is a kid's dream come true. Then they meet Blanket's father, Mr. Jefferson. He is a wealthy, pale-skinned, high-voiced, extremely childlike man who wears a fake mustache and introduces himself with a burst of singing. He is very obviously meant to be Michael Jackson, right down to his mannerisms, his speaking voice, his obsession with children's toys, and the fact that his home looks exactly like Jackson's famous Neverland Ranch. But in the world of the episode, nobody ever says the name Michael Jackson. Everyone just calls him Mr. Jefferson, and the fake mustache is apparently enough to fool the entire town. Blanket almost says his father's real name at one point, but gets cut off before he can finish. The boys love Mr. Jefferson. He is the most fun adult they have ever met. He plays with them, sings with them, climbs his wishing tree with them, and treats every moment like a party. Cartman especially becomes obsessed with Mr. Jefferson to an almost scary degree. He gets jealous whenever the other boys spend time with Mr. Jefferson without him. At one point, when Kyle suggests that something might be wrong with how Mr. Jefferson behaves, Cartman threatens to physically hurt Kyle for messing up the best thing that has ever happened to their town. But while the kids are having the time of their lives, Kyle starts noticing something that nobody else seems to care about. Mr. Jefferson is neglecting his own son. Blanket is left alone constantly. Mr. Jefferson would rather play with the neighborhood kids than take care of his own child. He would rather climb the wishing tree and sing songs than make sure Blanket is safe. At one point, Kyle finds Blanket alone in the backyard late at night with nobody watching him. Kyle starts to realize that Mr. Jefferson does not really want to be a father. He wants to be a kid. He wants the childhood he never had because he spent his real childhood working, and now that he has money and freedom, he is trying to relive it at the expense of the child who actually needs a parent. Stan tells his parents about the Jeffersons, and Sharon decides to invite Mr. Jefferson over to a dinner party with Gerald, Sheila, Steven, and Linda. The dinner is awkward because Mr. Jefferson does not know how to act around adults. He is shy and uncomfortable in adult conversation, but he lights up whenever the children are mentioned. His behavior creeps out the other parents. When they confront him about it, Mr. Jefferson offers Randy and Sharon $100 each to drop the subject. Randy takes the money without hesitation, but Sharon is disturbed enough to forbid the boys from seeing Mr. Jefferson anymore. None of the boys have a problem with this except Cartman, who tells Sharon to her face that she can perform an obscene act using language that only Cartman would use in front of someone's mother. Now here is where the episode turns from a Michael Jackson parody into something much bigger. At the Park County Police Station, Sergeant Harrison Yates gets a report about the new family in town. The report says two things. They are wealthy and they are black. That is all Yates needs to hear. He immediately mobilizes the entire police department to go frame Mr. Jefferson for a crime, not investigate him, not look into whether he has done anything wrong. Frame him. The cops openly talk about how much they hate rich black people and how their job is to plant evidence and destroy them. They go to Mr. Jefferson's house in the middle of the night and plant cocaine, blood, and other evidence throughout the home, then sit back and wait for him to show up so they can discover it. But when the officers actually see Mr. Jefferson in person, they are confused. He does not look black. His skin is pale from years of cosmetic changes. The cops call off the operation because they think they made a mistake. Yates goes home defeated and tells his wife he is thinking about quitting the force. But his wife talks him back into it. She tells him that framing wealthy black people is in his blood, that it is what he was born to do. She convinces him to stay on the job and look deeper into the Jefferson case. Yates calls the police department in Santa Barbara, which is where the real Michael Jackson lived and where he was facing actual charges at the time this episode aired. The Santa Barbara cops tell Yates that they had been trying to frame a rich black man for child abuse, but the man did not look black at all, and he ran away before they could finish the job. Yates realizes that Mr. Jefferson is the same man, and the operation is back on. This is the racial profiling message at the heart of the episode. The South Park police do not care whether Mr. Jefferson actually did anything wrong. They do not investigate. They do not gather real evidence. They do not interview witnesses. Their entire motivation is that a black man has more money than they do, and they cannot stand it. The episode is saying as bluntly as possible that the justice system targets black people not because of what they do, but because of who they are and what they have. The police in this episode are not fighting crime. They are punishing success. While the police are scheming, things at the Jefferson house are getting worse. Mr. Jefferson refuses to let Blanket go outside anymore because he believes everyone is out to get them. Stan and Kyle become genuinely afraid for Blanket's safety, especially after they see Mr. Jefferson dangling the boy from the balcony of his house, which is a direct reference to the real incident in 2002 when Michael Jackson dangled his baby from a hotel balcony in Berlin. The boys decide they need to rescue Blanket. They sneak into the house at night and switch Blanket with Kenny, who is disguised as the child. Mr. Jefferson's face, meanwhile, is literally falling apart. Years of plastic surgery have left his features unstable, and pieces of his face are coming off and rearranging themselves. He calls his plastic surgeon in California, begging for help, but the surgeon refuses to come out and fix him. As his appearance becomes more and more horrifying, Mr. Jefferson puts on a red jumpsuit that looks exactly like the outfit from the famous Thriller music video and starts chasing Stan and Kyle through the house, wanting them to play with him. They run to Blanket's room where Mr. Jefferson finds Kenny disguised as his son. Overjoyed, Mr. Jefferson throws Blanket into the air to play, but throws Kenny so high that his head smashes through the ceiling. Kenny is killed. Stan yells his classic line, and Kyle yells his. The commotion alerts the police, who have been waiting outside. Everything comes to a head in front of the whole town. Cartman stands up and defends Mr. Jefferson, saying that the man never had a proper childhood and that is why he acts the way he does. It is not his fault, he just wants to be a kid because he never got to be one. But Kyle counters with the most important line in the episode. He says that even if everything Cartman is saying is true, even if Mr. Jefferson never had a childhood, even if the police really do spend all their time framing rich black men, none of that changes the fact that Mr. Jefferson has a child of his own now. He has to grow up. He does not get to relive his childhood at the cost of his sons. Mr. Jefferson hears what Kyle is saying and realizes he is right. He decides to change. He is going to be a real father to Blanket, and to make sure the police have no reason to come after him anymore, he gives away all of his money to the needy. The moment Mr. Jefferson is no longer rich, Sergeant Yates completely loses interest. He says there is no point in putting another poor black man in jail. The police only cared about him because he was wealthy. The second the money is gone, so is their motivation. The episode is saying that the police did not see a crime. They saw a dollar sign attached to a black man, and that was enough. The episode ends with Mr. Jefferson singing a song with the townspeople about growing up and being a better person. Though the lyrics hint at something darker about his past behavior with children, it is the show's way of having it both ways. The episode defends Mr. Jefferson against the racist police who framed him, but it also does not let him completely off the hook for the way he lived. Amazon's official review at the time noted that the episode portrays Michael Jackson not as a child molester, but as an infantile parent who needs to grow up. That is exactly right. The episode is not about whether Mr. Jefferson is guilty of the crimes the police are trying to pin on him. It is about two things happening at the same time. A black man being targeted by a racist system that does not care about justice, and that same man failing his own child because he cannot let go of the past. Both things are true, both things need to be addressed, and neither one excuses the other. This episode also marked a major turning point for the character of Sergeant Yates, who would go on to become one of South Park's most consistently racist recurring characters. His introduction here, as a cop who openly admits to framing rich black people and whose wife tells him it is in his blood, set the tone for how the show would portray law enforcement for the next 20 years. The episode aired on April 21st, 2004, the exact same time that a real California grand jury was considering charges against Michael Jackson for child abuse. The timing was no accident. South Park produced the episode in just days, as they always do, and aired it while the story was still dominating the news. The episode holds an 8.6 out of 10 on IMDb and is regularly cited as one of the strongest episodes of Season 8. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while the Jeffersons used one celebrity's story to expose how the police treat rich black men, the next and final episode on our list goes back to where this whole video started, back to the character who has been at the center of more racial episodes than anyone else on this show, back to the one kid in South Park whose name itself became a controversy that lasted for over 20 years. The Big Fix, and the name that fooled everyone for 20 years. So the Jeffersons showed us a police department that would frame a man for being rich and black without ever caring whether he actually committed a crime. That episode used a celebrity's story to pull back the curtain on racial profiling, but this final episode on our list does something that no other show on television has ever done. It does not just talk about race. It does not just make fun of racism, it turns the camera around and points it directly at you, the viewer, and asks you a question that you are not ready for. Season 25, Episode 2, The Big Fix, first aired on February 9th, 2022, and it is the episode that broke the brains of every single person who had been watching South Park for the last 2 decades. The episode starts with Randy Marsh attending a cannabis expo where he learns that customers are boycotting farms that are completely white-owned. Randy panics. He goes home and talks to Sharon, Shelly, and Stan about the fact that their family does not really have any black friends. Randy zeroes in on the fact that Stan never seems to hang out with his black classmate, Token Black. Stan agrees to invite Token and his parents, Steve and Linda Black, over for dinner at the farm. During dinner, something happens that changes everything. Steve Black casually mentions that his son is named after J.R.R. Tolkien, the author of The Lord of the Rings. Stan freezes. His name is not Token, it is Tolkien. T-O-L-K-I-E-N, named after the man who wrote The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Stan has been calling this kid Token in his head for years, assuming that the only black kid in his class was named after the phrase token black guy, the term for a minority character who only exists to fill a diversity spot. Stan's entire understanding of his friend's name was built on a racist assumption, and he never once questioned it. The next day at school, Stan starts asking around. He asks Kyle. Kyle knew. He asked the girls. Wendy, Red, Bebe, and Nellie all raised their hands when asked if they knew how Tolkien's name was spelled. Stan asks Cartman, pointing out that Cartman once wore a shirt that said, "Token's life matters." Cartman says he always knew the name came from J.R.R. Tolkien, but just did not know Tolkien was spelled with an L. Stan is horrified to realize that he is the only person in the entire school who made this mistake. Stan goes to see Dr. Gush, his doctor, without his parents. The doctor is friendly at first, but when Stan admits that he thought his black classmate's name was Token, the doctor's entire attitude changes. He becomes angry and hostile. Then Doctor. Ghosh turns and looks directly into the camera, breaking the wall between the show and the audience. He says he wonders if anyone else out there thought this kid's name was Token. He asks if anyone watching just assumed that a black couple would name their child Token. He calls it disgusting and says that if you did, you are the problem. This is the moment that made the entire internet lose its mind. Because the truth is, every single viewer thought his name was Token. It was Token. For over 20 years since the character first appeared in Season 2, his name was spelled Token in the subtitles, on the official South Park website, in the video games, on merchandise, and in every piece of official material the show ever released. The character was literally created as a joke about tokenism, about being the one black kid in an all-white town. That was the entire point of his name, but Trey Parker and Matt Stone did something nobody expected. They went back and changed everything. After The Big Fix aired, Comedy Central went through every single past episode and changed the subtitles from Token to Tolkien. The official South Park website changed every mention. The character pages were updated. Even the mobile game South Park Phone Destroyer changed the spelling on all 5 of Tolkien's character cards. The only exception was when Stan or Randy said the name, because in the world of the show, those two were the only ones who did not know. The result was a kind of manufactured false memory on a massive scale. If you went back to watch old episodes after The Big Fix aired, the subtitles would say Tolkien. If you checked the official website, it would say Tolkien. If you searched your memory and tried to prove that his name used to be Token, the evidence had been erased. Parker and Stone gaslit their entire audience as part of the joke, and they did it so thoroughly that some fans genuinely started wondering if they had been wrong the whole time. Back in the episode, Stan tries to make up for his mistake by reading The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. He does a presentation in class suggesting that the books be made required reading so that Tolkien would not feel isolated. He even organizes a school assembly for J.R.R. Tolkien Appreciation Day. But when Stan invites Tolkien up to the stage to speak, Tolkien grabs the microphone and says that he hates J.R.R. Tolkien's books. He has always hated them. He cannot stand them. He drops the microphone and walks off. Stan's overreaction is the second layer of the joke. He is so consumed by guilt that he swings in the opposite direction and starts making everything about Tolkien's name, which is exactly what Tolkien does not want. Stan is not listening to what Tolkien actually thinks or feels. He is performing allyship, doing big public gestures to prove he is not racist instead of just treating his friend like a normal person. Meanwhile, Randy's side of the story mirrors the same problem. After learning that white-owned farms are losing business, Randy convinces Steve Black to become his business partner at Tigridy Farms, but Randy does not actually treat Steve as a partner. He uses Steve's face for billboards and promotional materials while shutting down every idea Steve brings to the table. When Steve suggests a cannabis line based on the races of Middle-earth from The Lord of the Rings, Randy and Towelie shoot it down as dorky. Steve realizes he is nothing but a token black person in Randy's business, which is exactly the thing the episode is named after fixing. Steve quits and opens his own weed farm called Credigree Weed right across the street from Tigridy Farms, using the same ideas Randy rejected. The episode ends with Stan admitting to Tolkien that he made a mistake about his name, and saying he understands if Tolkien does not want to be friends anymore. Tolkien tells Stan he does not really have a choice, since his family just moved to the farm across the street. It is not a dramatic speech or a big emotional moment, it is just two kids figuring it out. Randy, on the other hand, sees Steve's new farm and declares war. Then Dr. Ghosh appears one final time, looking straight into the camera again. He says that many people suffer from unconscious biases, and that if you or someone you know also thought Tolkien's name did not come from J.R.R. Tolkien, you should call 1-800-I-am-a-giant-piece-of-shit because you are the problem. The episode holds an 8.0 out of 10 on IMDb, but the number does not capture what this episode really did. For over 20 years, South Park had a character whose name was a racial joke. And instead of just quietly changing it and pretending it never happened, they turned the change itself into the joke. They made every viewer question their own memory. They made everyone uncomfortable. And underneath all the comedy, they made a real point about how easily we make assumptions about people based on race without even realizing we are doing it. What makes The Big Fix the perfect ending for this video is that it is not just about the characters on screen. Every other episode on this list, you could watch and think about how racist Cartman is, or how corrupt the police are, or how messed up the adults in South Park behave. You could laugh at them and feel separate from the joke. But this episode does not let you do that. This episode makes you the joke. You thought his name was Token. You assumed for 20 years that a black kid was named after a racist trope, and you never questioned it. Not once. And that is where our list ends. 12 episodes, 12 different ways that South Park held up a mirror to America and said, look at what you are really thinking. From Cartman's schemes to the police framing innocent men to an entire audience learning that they had been calling a black kid by a racist name for 2 decades without a second thought. But if you think this is everything South Park has to say about race, you are not even close. These 12 episodes are just the beginning.
Illegal South Park episodes to fall asleep to.
The show that was never supposed to survive. Before we even talk about the episodes that got banned, pulled from the internet, and erased from streaming platforms, we need to understand something important about South Park itself. Because the truth is, this show was never supposed to make it this far. It was never supposed to last 3 decades. It was never supposed to win Emmy Awards or a Peabody Award. award, and it was definitely never supposed to become one of the most important case studies in free speech and censorship in modern entertainment history. But here we are. South Park started in the most unlikely way possible. Before it was ever a television show, before it was ever on Comedy Central, before any of the controversy or the bans or the death threats, South Park was a short animated video that two college students made as a Christmas card. Trey Parker and Matt Stone, two guys from Colorado, created a crude little animated short that showed Jesus Christ and Santa Claus getting into a brutal, bloody fist fight. That was the joke. That was the whole thing. Two of the most beloved figures in Western culture beating each other senseless in the snow, and people loved it. The video got passed around Hollywood in the mid-1990s, back when passing something around meant physically handing someone a VHS tape. Executives saw it, laughed, and eventually gave Parker and Stone a shot at making a real show. Now you have to remember, this was 1997. The internet was barely a thing. Social media did not exist. YouTube would not be invented for another 8 years. The idea of an animated show for adults was still pretty new. The Simpsons had been around since 1989, and Beavis and Butthead had made some noise on MTV, but the concept of a cartoon that was specifically designed to offend people, to push every single boundary it could find, was still pretty radical. And from the very first episode, Parker and Stone made it absolutely clear what kind of show this was going to be. The pilot episode of South Park, the very first thing audiences ever saw, centered around one of the four main child characters being abducted by aliens and having a probe inserted into his body. That was episode 1. That was the introduction. That was Parker and Stone walking up to the line of good taste, looking at it, and then sprinting as far past it as they possibly could. And that energy never stopped. Season after season, year after year, South Park went after everyone and everything. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Scientology, Mormonism, Buddhism, Democrats and Republicans, celebrities, politicians, activists, corporations. If you existed in public life, South Park was coming for you. The show made fun of Tom Cruise, Kanye West, Al Gore, George Bush, Paris Hilton, Barbara Streisand, Mel Gibson, and dozens of others. It depicted world leaders as idiots, religious figures as flawed, and sacred institutions as ridiculous. And for the most part, all of this was completely fine. People complained, sure, letters got written, religious groups put out statements, but the show kept going. Nobody got banned, nobody got pulled off the air. This is the part that most people do not realize. South Park has been on television for nearly 30 years now. It has produced well over 300 episodes across more than 27 seasons. It has made fun of almost every single group of people you can think of. And out of all of those episodes, all of those years, all of those controversies, only 5 episodes have been permanently banned from streaming. 5 out of more than 300. That is less than 2% of the entire show. When you hear people talk about South Park being banned or illegal, they are really talking about a very small number of episodes that crossed a very specific line. And understanding what that line is and why those particular episodes crossed it while hundreds of others did not is really what this whole video is about. Because here is the thing about South Park that makes it different from almost every other show on television. Most shows that get in trouble for offensive content are shows that accidentally went too far. They made a joke they did not think through, or they included something that aged badly, or they misjudged their audience. South Park is not like that. South Park goes too far on purpose every single time. Parker and Stone have built their entire career on the idea that either everything is okay to joke about or nothing is. There is no middle ground. There is no list of protected topics. If they are going to make fun of Christianity, they are also going to make fun of Islam. If they are going to mock Democrats, they are also going to mock Republicans. If they are going to go after small targets, they are also going to go after the biggest, most powerful, most dangerous targets they can find. And for a long time, that approach worked perfectly. The show got complaints, but complaints are just words. The Catholic League would put out a press release. A politician would say something negative on the news. A parent group would organize a boycott. But none of that ever actually stopped the show from airing. None of that ever got episodes permanently removed. The complaints were just part of the game. Parker and Stone expected them. They welcomed them. In many ways, the complaints were proof that the show was doing its job. If nobody was upset, the episode probably was not sharp enough. But then something changed. Not with the show itself, but with the world around it. Because there is a massive difference between someone writing an angry letter and someone threatening to kill you. There is a massive difference between a religious group calling for a boycott and a government erasing your entire show from the internet of a country with over 1 billion people. There is a massive difference between controversy and danger. And at some point in South Park's history, the show stopped just being controversial and started being genuinely dangerous to the people who made it. That shift did not happen overnight. It happened in stages over several years as a series of events around the world changed the rules of what you could and could not put on television. And to understand those events, you have to look at what was happening not just in the United States, but in Europe, the Middle East, and eventually Asia, because the story of South Park's banned episodes is not really a story about a cartoon. It is a story about power, who has it, how they use it, and what happens when a couple of guys from Colorado with construction paper cutouts decide to challenge it. What makes this whole thing even more interesting is that Parker and Stone did not back down when things got serious. When most people received death threats, they stopped doing the thing that caused the death threats. That is a completely reasonable, completely understandable reaction, but Parker and Stone are not most people. When they were told they could not show something, their immediate response was to try even harder to show it. When they were told a topic was off limits, they made it the centerpiece of their next episode. When they were told that pushing further could have real physical consequences for them and the people who worked at their network, they pushed further anyway. You can call that brave, you can call that reckless, you can call that stupid, but whatever you call it, you cannot call it cowardly. And in a media landscape where almost every major company and every major creator is willing to censor themselves to avoid upsetting the wrong people, that stubbornness is what makes the South Park story worth telling. Now, I want to be clear about something before we go any further. This video is not going to argue that everything South Park has ever done is good or right or justified. Some of their episodes have genuinely hurt people. Some of their jokes have aged terribly. Some of their targets probably did not deserve the level of ridicule they received. That is all true, but none of that is what we are here to talk about. We are here to talk about the episodes that were banned. The episodes that were erased, the episodes that became, in a very real sense, illegal to watch through any official channel, and the reasons behind those bans tell us something much bigger than whether or not a particular joke was funny. They tell us about what power looks like in the 21st century. They tell us about where the actual limits of free speech are, not the theoretical limits we learn about in school, but the real practical limits that exist when someone with enough power decides they do not want something to exist anymore. And they tell us about what happens when the people making art refuse to accept those limits, even when accepting them would be the smart, safe, easy thing to do. So let us start at the beginning. Not with the most famous banned episode, and not with the most controversial one, but with the one that might be the strangest ban in the history of television. An episode that aired in the summer of 2001 with absolutely no problems, no controversy, and no pushback whatsoever. An episode where Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, appeared on screen completely uncensored, used superpowers, helped save the day, and nobody cared. Nobody protested, nobody threatened anyone. It just aired and life moved on. And then, nearly a decade later, that same episode was pulled from every platform, erased from the official website, and made impossible to watch through any legal means. Not because of anything the episode did, but because the world around it had changed so dramatically that something that was totally fine in 2001 had become too dangerous to exist by 2010. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. That episode is called Super Best Friends, and its story is where this whole thing really begins. Section 2, Super Best Friends, the episode that was fine until it wasn't. On July 4th, 2001, while most Americans were eating hot dogs and watching fireworks, Comedy Central aired an episode of South Park called Super Best Friends. It was the third episode of the show's 5th season, written and directed by Trey Parker, and at the time, it was just another episode. Nobody treated it as special, nobody treated it as dangerous, nobody treated it as the kind of thing that would one day need to be erased from the internet. It was just South Park being South Park, doing what it always did, which was taking something from the real world and turning it into something completely absurd. The plot of Super Best Friends was pretty straightforward by South Park standards. A magician named David Blaine comes to the town of South Park and starts performing street magic. The boys, like everyone else in town, are amazed by his tricks, but Blaine is not just doing card tricks and making things disappear. He is actually recruiting people into a cult. The episode called it Blaintology, which was a clear joke about real-world cults and how charismatic leaders can convince ordinary people to follow them blindly. Kyle, Stan, Cartman, and Kenny all get sucked in at first, but Stan starts to realize something is wrong. The Blaintologists are not as friendly as they seem, and the whole thing starts feeling less like a magic show and more like a trap. Now here is where the episode gets into the territory that would eventually cause all the problems. Stan, desperate to save his friends from the cult, asks Jesus for help, not metaphorical Jesus, not a spiritual presence. Actual physical cartoon Jesus, who in the world of South Park is just a regular guy living in town who happens to be the son of God. Jesus agrees to help, but he quickly realizes that he cannot take on David Blaine alone. Blaine is too powerful and his cult is growing too fast, so Jesus makes a call to his team, his superhero team. This is where the super best friends come in. The episode introduced a group that was a direct parody of the old DC Comics cartoon called Super Friends. But instead of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, this team was made up of religious figures from the world's major faiths. The lineup included Jesus Christ, Buddha, Moses, Krishna, Joseph Smith, a sea-based superhero named Seaman, who was a parody of Aquaman, and the Prophet Muhammad. Every single one of these figures was depicted as a cartoon character with special powers. Jesus could do carpentry at super speed. Buddha had special fighting abilities. Moses appeared as a giant floating head that looked like the Master Control program from the movie Tron. Krishna could shapeshift, and Muhammad had the power of fire. He could shoot flames and use them to fight enemies. And that last part is what matters for our story. Muhammad appeared on screen, fully visible, completely uncensored. He wore yellow robes, an orange turban, had thick eyebrows and dark facial hair. He spoke lines of dialogue. He used his fire powers to help defeat David Blaine's giant stone Abraham Lincoln. He was, in every way, treated exactly the same as every other religious figure in the episode. Jesus was there cracking jokes, Buddha was there being part of the team, and Muhammad was there too, right alongside them saving the day, and nobody cared. That is the part of this story that you really need to sit with for a moment, because it is the key to understanding everything that comes later. When Super Best Friends aired on July 4th, 2001, the depiction of Muhammad generated almost zero controversy. There were no protests. There were no angry press releases from religious organizations. There were no threats against the show or its creators. There were no calls to pull the episode from the air. It just aired. People watched it, and everyone moved on with their lives. The episode was included on the Season 5 DVD set without any changes. It was available on the South Park Studios website for years. It was on Netflix. It was on every platform that carried the show. Nobody treated Muhammad's appearance as anything different from the appearance of Jesus or Buddha or any of the other religious figures in the episode. In fact, if you look at what people actually talked about when the episode aired, the conversation was mostly about David Blaine. The whole Blaintology storyline was a thinly veiled parody of Scientology, and Parker even confirmed this on the DVD commentary. The jokes about cult recruitment, mass suicide, and blind devotion to a charismatic leader were clearly aimed at real-world organizations that operate in similar ways. But at the time, even that did not generate the kind of backlash you might expect. The episode aired, it got decent reviews, and South Park kept rolling on to the next week. Now, here is something else that most people do not know. Muhammad did not just appear in Super Best Friends, he also appeared completely uncensored in the opening title sequence of the show itself. Starting in Season 6, the opening credits featured a big crowd shot of all the characters in South Park standing together, and if you looked carefully, Muhammad was right there in the crowd, standing among all the other characters, fully visible, completely uncensored. This continued for multiple seasons, Season 6, Season 10, Season 11. Muhammad was just standing there in the opening of every single episode, and nobody noticed or nobody cared. He was also visible on a lunchbox that Stan carried in the episode Bebby's Boobs Destroy Society, just casually there in the background like any other character. So what changed? Why did an episode that nobody had a problem with in 2001 become so dangerous that it had to be permanently removed from every platform almost a decade later? The short answer is that the world changed. The long answer is much more complicated, and it involves events that happened thousands of miles from Colorado, in a country that most South Park fans had probably never thought about in connection with a cartoon show. But before we get to those events, we need to understand the timeline. Super Best Friends aired on July 4th, 2001. That date is important. It was exactly 2 months and 7 days before September 11th. The September 11th attacks did not have anything directly to do with South Park or with depictions of Muhammad in cartoons, but they changed the entire cultural atmosphere around Islam, the Middle East, and religious sensitivity in the West. Suddenly, conversations about Islam were not just academic or theoretical, they were tied to real violence, real fear, and real tension between communities. The temperature around anything involving Islam in Western media went up dramatically, and it stayed up. Even so, South Park kept going. For the next several years after September 11th, the show continued to push boundaries on every topic imaginable. They made fun of the war on terror, they mocked Osama bin Laden, they satirized the invasion of Iraq, they went after the government, the media, the public, and everyone in between. And for a while, even after the cultural shift following September 11th, nobody went back and complained about Super Best Friends. The episode sat there on streaming platforms and DVD shelves, gathering dust, with Muhammad right there on screen for anyone to see. It was not until 2005 that the first real tremor hit, and it did not come from America at all. It came from Denmark, from a newspaper called Jyllands-Posten, and from 12 editorial cartoons that would set off a chain of events leading to riots, death, and eventually the permanent banning of 5 South Park episodes. But we will get to that in a moment. What happened to Super Best Friends specifically is that it got caught in the blast radius of something that happened years after it aired. In 2006, after the Danish cartoon controversy had already exploded, Comedy Central started getting nervous about anything involving Muhammad on their network. And when the Cartoon Wars episodes in season 10 tried to show Muhammad on screen, Comedy Central refused to allow it and censored the image with a black title card. Parker and Stone were frustrated. They pointed out correctly that Muhammad had already been shown on their show 5 years earlier without any censorship at all. Nobody had complained, nobody had threatened anyone. The character had been right there on screen, fully visible, and the world had not ended. But Comedy Central did not care about what had happened in 2001. They cared about what was happening in 2006. And in 2006, showing Muhammad on television felt like it could get people killed. Still, even after the Cartoon Wars controversy, Super Best Friends remained available. It was still on the website. It was still on streaming platforms. It was still on DVD. Comedy Central was nervous, but they had not yet made the decision to go back and erase something that had already been out in the world for years. That decision did not come until 2010, after episodes 200 and 201 aired and the real threat started, after a group called Revolution Muslim posted warnings on their website comparing Parker and Stone to a Dutch filmmaker who had been murdered, after the New York Police Department increased security around Comedy Central headquarters, after the entire situation stopped being about offensive cartoons and started being about the genuine physical safety of real human beings. It was at that point that Comedy Central went back through their entire catalog of South Park episodes and pulled everything that showed Muhammad. Super Best Friends was removed from the South Park Studios website. It was removed from Netflix. It was removed from Hulu. It was removed from every streaming platform that carried the show. When South Park eventually moved to HBO Max, Super Best Friends was not included. When the show moved again to Paramount Plus, it was not included there either. As of today, the episode is not legally available to stream anywhere. The only official way to watch it is on the Season 5 DVD set, which was released before the ban happened and is still in circulation. What makes the Super Best Friends band so strange, so uniquely bizarre compared to every other banned episode, is that the episode itself did nothing wrong by anyone's standards at the time it was made. It was not designed to provoke. It was not created to test the limits of censorship. It was not Parker and Stone deliberately picking a fight. Muhammad was just one member of a superhero team treated with the same level of respect and irreverence as every other character. The episode was a David Blaine parody, not a Muhammad controversy. The fact that it became one of the most inaccessible episodes in television history has nothing to do with the content of the episode and everything to do with what happened in the world afterward. And that is what makes this case so interesting from a free speech perspective. Super Best Friends was not banned because it was offensive. It was banned because something that was not considered offensive in 2001 became considered dangerous by 2010. The episode did not change, the world changed. And when the world changed, the episode was no longer allowed to exist. Parker himself told a story about finding out that his depiction of Muhammad had become controversial. He said he was on his honeymoon at Disney World when he turned on the television and saw thousands of people rioting. The caption on screen said the protests were about cartoons depicting Muhammad. Parker thought they had finally discovered the Super Best Friends episode and were angry about it. But no, it was about different cartoons entirely, from a Danish newspaper that had published something far less elaborate than what South Park had already aired years earlier. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and those Danish cartoons, those 12 drawings in a newspaper that most Americans had never heard of, are the real reason that Super Best Friends and 4 other South Park episodes are illegal to watch today. Because what happened after those cartoons were published changed the rules of Western media forever, and South Park, whether it wanted to or not, was about to find itself right in the middle of it all. Section 3. The Danish cartoons that changed everything. To understand why 5 episodes of South Park are permanently banned from the internet, we actually need to leave South Park behind for a moment and travel to Denmark. Because the chain of events that would eventually lead to death threats against Trey Parker and Matt Stone increased police security around Comedy Central headquarters, and the permanent erasure of episodes from streaming platforms did not start in Colorado. It started in a small Scandinavian country with a newspaper that most people outside of Europe had never heard of, and a decision by one editor that would end up costing over 200 lives. In September 2005, a Danish writer named Cora Blutgen was working on a children's book about the life of the Prophet Muhammad. It was an educational book, not a political statement, not a satire, not an attack on anyone, just a book for kids. But Blutgen ran into a problem. He could not find a single illustrator who was willing to draw pictures of Muhammad for the book. Every artist he approached turned him down. They were afraid. In many traditions within Islam, creating images of Muhammad is considered deeply disrespectful or outright forbidden. And after years of growing tension around the topic, no illustrator wanted to be the person who put their name on drawings of the Prophet. They were worried about backlash. They were worried about their safety. When this story became public, it caught the attention of a man named Flemming Rose, who was the cultural editor of a Danish newspaper called Jyllands-Posten. Rose saw the situation as a free speech issue. He felt that the fear surrounding depictions of Muhammad was a form of self-censorship, and that self-censorship in a free society was a dangerous thing, so he made a decision. He contacted 12 different cartoonists and asked each of them to draw their interpretation of Muhammad. On September 30th, 2005, Jyllands-Posten published all 12 cartoons on a single page. The cartoons varied widely. Some were fairly mild. Some were more pointed. The one that would become the most famous and the most controversial showed Muhammad wearing a turban that was shaped like a bomb with a lit fuse. It was a provocative image, clearly designed to make a statement about the connection between Islamic extremism and violence. But it was also, at the end of the day, a drawing in a newspaper in a country of about 5.5 million people. At first, almost nothing happened. The cartoons were published on September 30th, and for the next several weeks, the reaction was minimal. A few Danish Muslim organizations filed complaints. Some local protests took place. About 3,500 people demonstrated peacefully in Copenhagen, but it was all relatively contained. The cartoons were reprinted in a few other European newspapers in the Netherlands and Germany, but the story had not yet exploded beyond Scandinavia. For roughly 3 months, it seemed like the whole thing might just blow over. It did not blow over. In late 2005, a group of Danish imams, led by a man named Ahmed Akari, decided to take the issue international. They put together a collection of documents that included the 12 original Jyllands-Posten cartoons along with other images, some of which were real and some of which turned out to be fake. One of the images they included was not a cartoon of Muhammad at all. It was a photograph of a man at a pig squealing contest wearing a pig nose. The imams presented this image as if it were a cartoon depicting Muhammad as a pig, which is considered deeply offensive in Islam since pigs are viewed as unclean. When challenged about this fake image later, members of the group admitted that the goal had been to stir up controversy, and stir it up they did. The group traveled to the Middle East with their collection of documents and presented them to religious and political leaders in several Muslim-majority countries. They held meetings, they gave interviews. They made sure that people who had never heard of Jyllands-Posten or Denmark or these 12 cartoons were suddenly very aware of them, and the response was enormous. Starting in late January 2006 and continuing through February, massive protests erupted across the Muslim world. These were not small, contained demonstrations like the one in Copenhagen. These were huge, sometimes violent events involving tens of thousands of people in multiple countries. Danish embassies were attacked. In Damascus, Syria, the building housing the Danish embassy was stormed and set on fire. In Beirut, Lebanon, thousands of protesters took to the streets and the Danish consulate was burned. In Afghanistan, rioters attacked the Bagram air base and at least 4 people were shot by police during the assault. There were protests in Pakistan, Iraq, Indonesia, the Palestinian territories, Nigeria, and dozens of other countries, and people died. This is the part of the story that transforms it from a debate about newspaper cartoons into something much darker. The protests and riots that followed the publication of these 12 drawings led to at least 139 confirmed deaths, with some estimates putting the number as high as 250. Embassies were destroyed. Churches were attacked, entire communities were thrown into chaos, all because of 12 drawings in a Danish newspaper. Now, it is important to be fair about something here. The vast majority of Muslims around the world did not participate in violence. The vast majority of Muslims who were offended by the cartoons expressed that offense peacefully and within their rights. The violence came from a relatively small number of people, and many Muslim leaders and organizations spoke out against it. But the violence was real, and it was deadly, and it sent a shockwave through every newsroom, every television network, and every media company in the Western world. The message was clear, even if most people did not want to say it out loud. Depicting Muhammad in Western media could now get people killed. Not hypothetically, not theoretically, actually killed. Embassies burned, people shot, real violence in real places with real consequences. And that message landed hard in the United States. Major American newspapers, almost without exception, chose not to reprint the Danish cartoons. They reported on the controversy, they discussed it, they debated it, but they did not show the actual images. This was a significant editorial decision. These were the same newspapers that had published all kinds of controversial content over the years, that had defended free speech and press freedom as core American values. But when it came to these 12 cartoons, they drew the line. The risk was simply too great. Television networks were even more cautious. The idea of showing Muhammad on screen in any context, in any form, became something that executives were genuinely afraid of. Not afraid of angry letters or boycotts or bad press, but afraid of physical violence against their employees, afraid of their buildings being attacked, afraid of their people being hurt or killed. That is a fundamentally different kind of fear than anything the entertainment industry had dealt with before, at least not on this scale, and this is where the story connects back to South Park. Because remember, South Park had already shown Muhammad on screen, fully uncensored, fully visible. Back in 2001, in Super Best Friends, Muhammad had been right there on television, using fire powers and helping to save the day. Nobody had cared at the time because the world was different in 2001. The Danish cartoons had not happened yet. The protests had not happened yet. The deaths had not happened yet. The entire cultural framework around depicting Muhammad in Western media had not yet been built. But by early 2006, that framework was firmly in place. And Trey Parker and Matt Stone, being who they are, looked at this new reality and decided they wanted to push right up against it. You have to understand their perspective. Parker and Stone had shown Muhammad in 2001 with 0 consequences. Now, in 2006, they were being told by their own network that they could never show Muhammad again. The rules had changed, not because of anything they had done, but because of something a Danish newspaper had done. And the reason the rules had changed was not because showing Muhammad was morally wrong, it was because showing Muhammad was physically dangerous. The censorship was not based on principle, it was based on fear. Parker and Stone found this unacceptable. They saw it as exactly the kind of cowardice that their show existed to call out. If Comedy Central was willing to show Jesus getting mocked, if they were willing to show Buddha being satirized, if they were willing to let the show go after Christianity, Judaism, Mormonism, and every other religion on the planet, then why was Islam the one religion that got special protection? Not because of respect for the faith, but because of fear of what some of its most extreme followers might do. This was not a theoretical question for Parker and Stone. It was the kind of question that made them want to create an entire episode about it, and that is exactly what they did. Within weeks of the Danish cartoon controversy reaching its peak, Parker and Stone went to Comedy Central with a plan. They wanted to make an episode that directly addressed the Muhammad censorship issue. They wanted to show Muhammad on screen, not in a disrespectful way, not in an insulting way, just standing there. Just existing as a character, the same way he had existed in Super Best Friends 5 years earlier. Their argument was simple. If we already showed him once and nothing happened, why can we not show him again? Comedy Central's answer was immediate and absolute. No, under no circumstances. It was not going to happen. The network executives were not interested in debating free speech or artistic integrity or the principle of treating all religions equally. They were interested in making sure nobody got hurt, and in a post-Danish cartoons world, showing Muhammad on an American television network felt like it could genuinely put people in danger. Parker and Stone were furious, but they did not give up. Instead, they did what they always do when someone tells them they cannot do something. They made the thing they were told they could not do into the entire point of the episode. If Comedy Central would not let them show Muhammad, then they would make an episode about the fact that Comedy Central would not let them show Muhammad. They would turn the censorship itself into the content. They would hold up a mirror to their own network and say, look at what you are doing. Look at what fear has turned you into. The result was a 2-part episode called Cartoon Wars, and it would become one of the most talked about, most debated, and most permanently banned pieces of television ever created. It was South Park's first real battle with its own network over the right to show what it wanted to show. And it was the beginning of a war that would eventually lead to death threats, police protection, and the erasure of 5 episodes from every legal platform on the planet. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But Cartoon Wars was not just about Muhammad and censorship. It was also about something else entirely, something that had nothing to do with religion or free speech. It was also the episode where Parker and Stone went to war with another animated show, one that they felt represented everything wrong with comedy on television, and that show was Family Guy. Section 4, Cartoon Wars. When South Park fought its own network. By the spring of 2006, Trey Parker and Matt Stone had been making South Park for nearly a decade. They had gone after presidents, religious leaders, celebrities, activists, and entire countries. They had depicted Jesus watching pornography, Moses as a floating computer program, and Saddam Hussein as the devil's boyfriend. Through all of it, Comedy Central had been their partner. The network had given them creative freedom that was almost unheard of in television. Sure, there were small battles here and there, a word that needed to be bleeped, a scene that got trimmed. But for the most part, Parker and Stone could do whatever they wanted and the network would air it. That was the deal. That was how South Park worked, until it wasn't. When Parker and Stone walked into Comedy Central's offices in early 2006 and told the executives what they wanted to do, the response was unlike anything they had experienced before. They wanted to make an episode about the Danish cartoon controversy. They wanted to address the question of why Western media had collectively decided that Muhammad was the one subject that could not be touched. And most importantly, they wanted to show Muhammad on screen, not doing anything offensive, not being mocked or ridiculed, just standing there. Just existing as a character in an episode of South Park, the same way he had existed 5 years earlier in Super Best Friends, without a single person raising a complaint. Comedy Central said no, this was not a negotiation. This was not the network saying, let's talk about it, or maybe we can find a compromise. This was a hard, absolute refusal. The executives at Comedy Central told Parker and Stone that under no circumstances would the network allow an image of Muhammad to appear on their channel. The Danish cartoon controversy was still fresh. The protests had killed people. Embassies had been burned. The network was not going to put its employees at risk over a cartoon. Parker and Stone understood the fear. They were not stupid. They knew the Danish cartoons had led to real violence and real death. But they also felt that giving in to that fear was exactly the wrong response. Their argument was straightforward. South Park makes fun of every religion. It mocks Jesus constantly. It has gone after Judaism, Christianity, Mormonism, Buddhism, Scientology, and everything in between. If the show is going to treat all religions the same way, then Islam cannot be the exception. And the reason Islam was being treated as an exception had nothing to do with respect for the faith. It had everything to do with fear of violence. Comedy Central was not saying, we respect Islam too much to satirize it. Comedy Central was essentially saying, we are afraid of getting blown up. Parker and Stone have talked about this distinction in multiple interviews over the years, and it is an important one. They understood that the network was making a safety decision, not a moral one, and they did not hold it against Comedy Central personally. But they also believe that making safety decisions based on threats of violence is exactly how you let terrorism win. If a small group of extremists can get an entire television network to change its content by threatening violence, then those extremists have effectively gained control over what millions of Americans are allowed to see. And that, to Parker and Stone, was unacceptable, so they did what they always do. They could not show Muhammad on screen, so instead they made an entire 2-part episode about the fact that they could not show Muhammad on screen. The episodes were called Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Cartoon Wars Part 2, and they aired on April 5th and April 12th, 2006 as the 3rd and 4th episodes of South Park's 10th season, and they were absolutely savage. The setup was brilliant. In the world of the show, the animated series Family Guy announces that it is planning to air an episode that will feature an image of Muhammad. When the citizens of South Park hear about this, they panic. They are terrified that the episode will air and that violent retaliation will follow, destroying their town in the process. The whole town scrambles to figure out how to stop Family Guy from showing Muhammad on television. Now here is where it gets clever. Cartman, who is usually the villain in any given episode of South Park, suddenly becomes the character trying to get the Family Guy episode pulled. But Cartman does not care about Muslims or Muhammad or religious sensitivity. Cartman just hates Family Guy. He thinks the show is terrible and he sees the Muhammad controversy as an opportunity to get it canceled. Kyle, on the other hand, argues passionately that the episode should air. Kyle believes in free speech. He believes that if you let one group's threats dictate what can and cannot be shown on television, you are setting a precedent that will destroy creative freedom for everyone. This dynamic between Cartman and Kyle was clearly a stand-in for the real debate happening behind the scenes. Parker and Stone were using their own characters to argue both sides of the issue they were personally fighting over with their network. Kyle's speeches about censorship and intimidation were Parker and Stone talking directly to Comedy Central through the mouth of a cartoon 4th grader, but Cartoon Wars was not just about the Muhammad issue. It was also a full-scale takedown of Family Guy, and this part of the episode became almost as famous as the censorship storyline. Parker and Stone have never been shy about their feelings towards Seth MacFarlane's show. They strongly dislike Family Guy's writing style. They feel that the show relies on random, disconnected jokes and pop culture references that have nothing to do with the story being told, rather than building humor organically through character and narrative. In Cartoon Wars Part 2, Kyle goes behind the scenes of the Family Guy production and discovers that the show's writers are not people at all. They are manatees, trained sea cows who select random topics from a pool of idea balls and combine them into jokes that have no connection to anything. It was one of the most pointed and memorable attacks one television show has ever made against another. The creative teams behind other animated shows noticed. After Cartoon Wars Part 1 aired, the producers of The Simpsons sent flowers to Parker and Stone. The people behind King of the Hill at Fox called to express their support, telling Parker and Stone they were doing God's work. Parker later said that there was a moment of solidarity among animated show creators who all shared a frustration with Family Guy's success. He incorporated these reactions into the show itself. In Part 2, Cartman meets Bart Simpson, and the two bond over their shared dislike of Family Guy before agreeing that Cartman is by far the more evil and manipulative of the two. But as much fun as the Family Guy stuff was, the Muhammad storyline was the heart of the episode, and the climax was devastating. In the story, Kyle gives an impassioned speech to the president of Fox about why the Family Guy episode should air, even if it means people might get hurt. The speech was essentially Parker and Stone's own argument, delivered through Kyle, aimed directly at Comedy Central. The message was clear. Yes, there might be consequences. Yes, people might be angry. But if you give in to threats of violence, you are allowing terrorism to work. You are telling the world that all you need to do to silence the American media is threaten to hurt someone. And that is a far more dangerous outcome than anything a cartoon could ever cause. In the end, within the story, the Fox network president decides to air the Family Guy episode with Muhammad in it. The terrorists respond with their own cartoon showing Jesus and George Bush defecating on each other, which the show aired uncensored. The point was impossible to miss. You can show Jesus doing the most disgusting things imaginable and nobody will threaten to kill you, but you cannot even show Muhammad standing still without risking your life. That double standard, Parker and Stone argued, was the real problem. But here is the thing, that was all within the story. In the actual episode that aired on Comedy Central, the moment where Muhammad was supposed to appear on screen in the Family Guy clip was replaced with a black title card. The card read that Comedy Central had refused to broadcast an image of Muhammad. It was not part of the joke. It was not Parker and Stone being clever. It was the network genuinely stepping in and censoring the episode, right at the exact moment the episode was arguing against censorship. The irony was so thick you could barely breathe through it. Parker and Stone publicly criticized the decision. They pointed out the obvious contradiction. Here was an episode whose entire message was about standing up to censorship and intimidation, and the network was censoring it in real time. Comedy Central issued a statement defending themselves, saying that in light of recent world events, they felt they had made the right decision. Parker and Stone disagreed, but there was nothing they could do. The network owned the airwaves, and the network had made its choice. What is interesting is that despite all the controversy about Muhammad, a small detail slipped through the cracks. Even though Comedy Central censored Muhammad in the Family Guy scene within the episode, Muhammad was still visible in the South Park opening title sequence. He was right there in the crowd shot, the same place he had been since season 6, completely uncensored. Nobody at the network seemed to notice or think to remove him from the opening credits. It was an oversight, but a telling one. The character they were so afraid of showing was literally on screen at the beginning of every single episode, and nobody caught it. Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Cartoon Wars Part 2 are now 2 of the 5 South Park episodes that have been permanently banned from all streaming platforms. You cannot watch them on Paramount Plus. You cannot watch them on any legal streaming service. Like Super Best Friends, the only official way to see them is on the Season 10 DVD set. They were removed from the South Park Studios website, removed from Netflix, removed from Hulu, removed from HBO Max, and removed from every other platform that has ever carried the show. But Cartoon Wars was just the beginning. Parker and Stone lost that battle with their network, but they did not give up the war. They spent the next 4 years waiting, working, and planning. And when the show hit its 200th episode in April 2010, they decided to go back to the exact same fight, only this time they would push even harder than before. They would bring back every celebrity the show had ever mocked. They would bring back the Super Best Friends. They would bring back Muhammad, and they would dare their network and the world to try to stop them. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. What they did not expect was that this time, the consequences would go far beyond censored title cards and angry network executives. This time, real threats would be made against real people. The police would get involved, the FBI would get involved, and South Park would become the center of an international incident that had nothing to do with comedy and everything to do with whether or not a cartoon could get someone killed. Section 5, 200 and 201, the most dangerous episodes in television history. 4 years passed. 4 years between Cartoon Wars and what came next. And during those 4 years, Trey Parker and Matt Stone kept making South Park the way they always had. They went after new targets, found new controversies, and kept pushing the boundaries of what their network would allow. But they never forgot about Muhammad. They never forgot about the black title card that Comedy Central had slapped over their episode. They never forgot about being told, for the first time in their careers, that there was one subject they were absolutely not allowed to touch, and they never stopped wanting to go back. The opportunity came in April 2010 when South Park reached a genuine milestone. The show was about to air its 200th episode. 200 episodes of any television show is a major achievement. Most shows never get close to that number. And for Parker and Stone, the 200th episode was a chance to do something special, something that celebrated the show's history, something that brought back old storylines, old characters, old controversies, something that reminded the audience of everything South Park had been over the past 13 years, and something that brought back Muhammad. Episode 200 aired on Comedy Central on April 14th, 2010. The plot was deliberately designed to be the biggest, most ambitious, most self-referencing episode the show had ever attempted. The setup went like this. Tom Cruise, who South Park had mocked repeatedly over the years, gets recognized in the town of South Park and is humiliated once again. Furious, Cruise decides that he has had enough. He contacts every single celebrity that South Park has ever made fun of, and there are a lot of them. The episode brought back parody versions of Kanye West, Paris Hilton, Rob Reiner, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Mel Gibson, Barbra Streisand, and dozens of others. Together, all of these celebrities decide to file a massive lawsuit against the town of South Park for years of mockery and disrespect. But there is a catch. Tom Cruise says he will drop the lawsuit and make everything go away under one condition. He wants to meet the Prophet Muhammad, not because he cares about Islam or religion or the Danish cartoon controversy. He wants to meet Muhammad because, in the world of the show, Muhammad has developed a special power. A power that makes it impossible for anyone to ridicule or make fun of him. Cruise wants to figure out how this power works so that he can use it on himself. If Muhammad is immune to mockery, then Cruise wants that same immunity. It was a genius concept. Parker and Stone had taken the real-world situation, the fact that Comedy Central would not allow Muhammad to be mocked or even shown on television, and turned it into an actual superpower within the show. Muhammad could not be made fun of, not because of any magical ability, but because threatening violence works. The episode was making the same argument that Cartoon Wars had made 4 years earlier, just from a completely different angle. The episode was packed with callbacks and references to previous seasons. The Super Best Friends returned. Meka Streisand, a giant monster version of Barbra Streisand from an early season episode, was referenced. Cartman's hand puppet Mitch Connor came back. The Ginger Separatist movement, led by a character named Scott Tenorman, who Cartman had brutally wronged in one of the show's most famous episodes, appeared as a major threat. It was a celebration of everything South Park had ever been, wrapped around a story about the one thing South Park was not allowed to do. Throughout the entire episode, Muhammad's image was covered by a black, censored bar. Every time he appeared on screen, which was often, he was completely blocked out. This was done within the show itself, as part of the story. The characters could see Muhammad, but the audience could not. His name, however, was spoken freely throughout the episode. Nobody bleeped his name, nobody censored any of the dialogue about him. The black bar was the only concession, and within the logic of the show, it was presented as part of the joke. The whole point was that Muhammad was this incredibly important character who nobody was allowed to actually see. Episode 200 aired, and the reaction was immediate. Not from the general public, who mostly found the episode funny and clever. Not from critics, who gave it positive reviews. The reaction came from a group called Revolution Muslim, a small but vocal organization based in New York City that described itself as advocating against Western imperialism and in favor of Islamic values. On their website, Revolution Muslim posted a message directed at Parker and Stone. The message included a photograph of Theo van Gogh, a Dutch filmmaker who had been shot and stabbed to death on the streets of Amsterdam in November 2004. Van Gogh had been murdered by an extremist who was enraged by a short film Van Gogh had made about the treatment of women in some Muslim communities. The film had been written by Ayaan Hirsi Ali, a Muslim woman who rejected certain traditional Islamic practices. Van Gogh's murder was one of the most high-profile acts of religiously motivated violence in modern European history. And Revolution Muslim posted his photograph alongside their message to Parker and Stone. The message, written by a man who went by the name Abu Talha al-Amriki, whose real name was Zachary Chesser, stated that Parker and Stone needed to be warned about what they were doing. It said that they would probably end up like Theo van Gogh for airing the show. Chesser later insisted to journalists that the post was not a threat, but a warning, a prediction of what would likely happen to them. When asked if Parker and Stone should feel threatened, he told the Associated Press that they should feel threatened by what they did. The post also included the addresses of both Comedy Central's New York office and Parker and Stone's production office in California. Whether it was a threat or a warning, the effect was the same. Real fear, real danger, real consequences. The response from law enforcement was immediate. The New York City Police Department increased security around Comedy Central's headquarters in direct response to the Revolution Muslim post. Officers were stationed at the building, security protocols were heightened. Law enforcement officials told reporters that while they believed Revolution Muslim itself was all talk and had never engaged in actual violence, they were concerned that the website post could inspire violence from others. The fear was not necessarily that the people who wrote the message would carry out an attack, but that someone else, someone unstable, someone looking for a cause, might see the message and decide to act on it. This was no longer about a cartoon. This was no longer about free speech debates or network censorship policies or cultural sensitivity. This was about people's lives. Real people who worked at Comedy Central, who showed up to their offices every day to do their jobs, were now potentially in danger because of an animated television show. Meanwhile, Parker and Stone still had to finish the story. Episode 200 ended on a cliffhanger. Multiple storylines were left unresolved. The celebrities were still demanding to meet Muhammad. The Ginger Separatist movement was still threatening the town. Cartman still did not know the true identity of his father. The concluding episode, 201, was already written, already animated, and scheduled to air 1 week later on April 21st, 2010. The question was whether Comedy Central would actually air it. They did air it, but not in the form that Parker and Stone intended. Between the airing of 200 and 201, Chesser escalated his rhetoric. On his Twitter page, he had posted a message before the controversy even began that said he wished death upon Parker and Stone and that they would burn in hell for insulting the prophets. This was not a vague statement. This was a direct personal expression of hatred aimed at two specific individuals. The pressure on Comedy Central was enormous. The network was caught between two impossible positions. On one side, they had two of their most valuable creators who wanted to air their show as written. On the other side, they had death threats, police involvement, and a genuine risk that someone could get hurt. The decision they made would define how America's entertainment industry responded to threats of violence, and it would set a precedent that would last for years. When 201 aired on April 21st, 2010, it was clear within the first few minutes that Comedy Central had made its choice. The network had gone through the episode with a heavy hand and censored it far beyond anything Parker and Stone had agreed to or expected. Every single mention of Muhammad's name was covered with an audio bleep. Not just in sensitive moments or controversial scenes. Every single time any character said the word Muhammad, the audio was replaced with a loud, disruptive bleep that made it impossible to understand what was being said. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was what Comedy Central did to the ending. Parker and Stone had written a conclusion to the two-part story that was meant to be the entire point of the episode. Kyle, Jesus, and Santa Claus each delivered a speech about what the audience was supposed to take away from the story. These speeches were about standing up to intimidation. They were about refusing to let threats of violence control what people are allowed to say and think and create. They were about the idea that if you give in to fear, you are handing power to the people who threaten you. Comedy Central bleeped every single word, not a line here and there, not a few sensitive phrases. The entire ending, 3 consecutive speeches, lasting nearly 2 minutes combined, were reduced to nothing but a continuous, unbroken bleep. Anyone watching the episode as it aired heard Kyle start talking and then heard nothing but a high-pitched tone for the rest of the show. The moral of the story, the whole reason the episode existed, was completely erased. Parker and Stone were blindsided. They released a statement that same night making it clear that the bleeps were not their idea. The censorship was not a joke. It was not a meta-commentary on the episode's themes. Comedy Central had unilaterally decided to alter their work without their consent, and the result was an episode that was, in the words of one reporter, practically incomprehensible. The fallout was massive. Comedians, journalists, politicians, and free speech advocates all weighed in, but the damage was done. The episode had aired, censored beyond recognition, and it would never air again. 201 was broadcast exactly once in the United States. It has never been rebroadcast. It has never been made available on any streaming platform. Along with 200, Super Best Friends, and both parts of Cartoon Wars, it was permanently removed from every legal avenue of distribution. As for Zachary Chesser, the man who wrote the Revolution Muslim Post that started the firestorm, he was later arrested and sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. Not specifically for the South Park threats, but for a series of offenses related to providing material support to a terrorist organization. The man whose words helped get 5 episodes of television permanently erased from the internet would spend the next 2.5 decades behind bars. But the censorship of 201 was not just about what was removed. It was about what was said in the parts that were removed and what those words meant in the context of everything that had happened. Because the speeches that Comedy Central bleeped, the speeches that nobody got to hear when the episode aired, contained a message so perfectly ironic, so brutally on point, that it almost seems like it was written by the universe itself, rather than by Trey Parker. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and that message, along with the public reaction to what Comedy Central did, would turn 200 and 201 into something much bigger than just banned television episodes. It would turn them into symbols of a much larger fight, one that the whole country was about to have an opinion on. Section 6, the censorship of 201. When Comedy Central blinked, to understand why the censorship of episode 201 matters so much, you need to know what was actually in the parts that got censored. Because the irony of what happened is so perfect, so impossibly well timed, that if you put it in a movie, nobody would believe it. Comedy Central took an episode that was entirely about how threats of violence are the only real way to silence people, and they silenced it because of threats of violence. The message of the episode and the fate of the episode became the exact same thing, and that is what turned 201 from just another banned episode into one of the most discussed moments in the history of American television. Let us go back to the ending that nobody got to hear. When 201 aired on April 21st, 2010, the final 2 minutes of the episode were supposed to contain 3 speeches. Kyle, Jesus, and Santa Claus each stepped forward to deliver their thoughts on what the audience should take away from the story. This is a classic South Park structure. At the end of many episodes, particularly in the earlier seasons, one of the characters would say something like, "I learned something today," and then deliver a short speech that summed up the episode's message. Sometimes these speeches were sincere. Sometimes they were sarcastic, but they were always the point of the episode. They were always the reason the episode existed. In 201, Kyle's speech was about the entire Muhammad controversy that had driven the plot of both 200 and 201. He talked about how throughout the whole ordeal, everyone had wanted to show things they were not allowed to show. He talked about how the reason they could not show those things was not because of any magical power, which was a reference to the fictional goo that gave Muhammad his immunity to ridicule in the story. The real reason, Kyle said, was much simpler. It was because threatening people with violence works. That was it. That was the lesson, not some complicated philosophical argument about religion or free speech or cultural sensitivity. Just a plain, brutal statement of fact. If you threaten to hurt people, they will do what you say. That is the only real power in the world. Jesus followed up by agreeing. He said that if you do not want to be made fun of anymore, all you need are guns and bombs to make people stop. Santa then added that the only thing you need to do is make people afraid and be willing to hurt them, and you can get whatever you want. The only true power, they all agreed, is violence. Now, whether you agree with that message or not, whether you think it is too simple or too cynical or too dark, you have to admit that it is an incredibly powerful statement for a cartoon to make. And it is a statement that was proven true by the very act of censoring it. The episode said that threatening violence is the only way to truly silence someone, and then it was silenced because of threats of violence. Parker and Stone could not have planned it better if they had tried, and they have said publicly that they did not plan it. The censorship was entirely Comedy Central's decision, made without Parker and Stone's approval, and it made the episode's point more effectively than the episode itself ever could have. Parker and Stone were furious. On the same night that 201 aired, the South Park Studios website posted a notice making it absolutely clear what had happened. The statement said that Comedy Central had added numerous additional censored elements to the episode that were not in the original version Parker and Stone delivered to the network. This was important because some people assumed the bleeps were part of the joke. Given South Park's history of meta humor and self-referential comedy, it was a reasonable assumption. Maybe the creators were deliberately bleeping the ending as a commentary on censorship, the same way they had used the censored bar over Muhammad's image as part of the story. But no, the statement made it clear, the bleeps were real. Comedy Central had taken their episode, gutted its conclusion, and aired a version of the show that the creators did not approve of and did not want the public to see. The reaction from the media and the public was swift and largely one-sided. Almost everyone who weighed in on the situation criticized Comedy Central for caving to the threats. The day after 201 aired, Jon Stewart dedicated a significant portion of his show, The Daily Show, which also aired on Comedy Central, to the situation. Stewart spent roughly 10 minutes talking about what had happened. He expressed his disgust at Revolution Muslim and their threats. He pointed out the absurdity and the hypocrisy of a group that enjoyed the freedoms of living in America while trying to use threats of violence to silence those same freedoms. Stewart was genuinely angry, not performing anger for laughs. He acknowledged that Comedy Central probably made the decision to protect their employees from real danger, and he understood that impulse. But he also made it clear that the result was deeply troubling. Bill Maher, the host of Real Time on HBO, also spoke out. Maher argued that the threats against 201 demonstrated exactly why free speech and civil liberties matter. He said that when a cartoon show gets threatened by extremists, it should serve as a reminder that Western culture and the culture that produces death threats over cartoons are fundamentally different things. But perhaps the most telling response came not from celebrities or commentators, but from ordinary Americans. A polling organization called Zogby International conducted a survey after 201 aired, asking Americans what they thought about Comedy Central's decision to censor the episode. The results were overwhelming. 71% of Americans disagreed with the network's decision to censor the episode. Only 19% agreed with it, and among those who disagreed, nearly half said they felt strongly about it. The American public, by a massive margin, felt that Comedy Central had made the wrong call. This created a strange situation. Here was a television network that had censored an episode specifically to protect itself and its employees from potential violence. From a human safety perspective, you could argue that was the responsible thing to do. Nobody wants to see people get hurt over a cartoon, but from a free speech perspective, the censorship was a disaster. Multiple commentators pointed out that by responding to Revolution Muslim's threats with censorship, Comedy Central had essentially given a small group of extremists a significant public victory. One writer at the Washington Post put it bluntly, saying that the terrorists had won. A columnist at the Toronto Sun pointed out that Revolution Muslim was a tiny group, maybe half a dozen members at most, and yet this handful of people had successfully gotten one of the biggest media companies in America to alter its content. The message that sent to the world was clear. Threats work, violence works. If you scream loud enough and scary enough, the American media will fold. Now, some people push back on that interpretation. They argued that Comedy Central was not caving to terrorism. They were making a practical decision to protect human lives. And that is a fair point. The network had employees. It had office buildings in New York and Los Angeles. It had real people who came to work every day and did not sign up to be targets of extremist violence. The executives who made the censorship decision were not cowards hiding behind a desk. They were people with a genuine responsibility for the safety of their staff. But Parker and Stone did not see it that way. To them, the practical argument was exactly the problem. Of course it was safer to censor the episode. Of course it was easier to bleep out the ending and avoid the risk. But safety and ease were not the point. The point was that every time a media company chose safety over principle, it taught the people making threats that their strategy worked. Every act of censorship motivated by fear of violence made the next threat more effective. It was a cycle, and the only way to break it was to refuse to give in. This disagreement between the people who saw censorship as responsible safety management and the people who saw it as dangerous cowardice played out across the media for weeks after 201 aired, and it raised a question that nobody had a good answer to. Where is the line? How much danger is too much danger to air a cartoon? Is there a point at which the message of a television episode is important enough to risk actual human lives? And if there is, who gets to decide where that point is? The creators of the show, the network executives, the audience, the government? Nobody resolved that question. Nobody has resolved it to this day. But the consequences of Comedy Central's decision were permanent and irreversible. Both 200 and 201 were pulled from circulation immediately after their initial airings. 201 in particular was never broadcast again in the United States. Neither episode was added to any streaming platform. When South Park moved to HBO Max, both episodes were excluded. When the show moved again to Paramount Plus, both were excluded again. They remain unavailable on every legal streaming service. The DVD release of season 14 does include both episodes, but even there, the censorship remains. The versions on the DVD are the same censored versions that aired on television. Muhammad's name is still bleeped, his image is still blocked, and the ending speeches are still completely covered by the audio bleep. There is no official, unaltered version of 201 available anywhere in the world through legal channels. Interestingly, despite all the controversy, both 200 and 201 were nominated for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Animated Program in 2010. The television industry itself recognized the episodes as some of the best animated work produced that year, even though most people could never see them in their intended form. And then there was the matter of Zachary Chesser, the man behind the Revolution Muslim post that started it all. In the months following the South Park controversy, Chesser attempted to travel to Somalia to join the militant group Al-Shabaab. He was arrested at a New York airport before he could leave the country. He was charged with providing material support to a designated terrorist organization, communicating threats, and soliciting violence. In February 2011, Chesser was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison. The South Park threats were cited as part of the pattern of behavior that led to his conviction. The man who had written that Parker and Stone would probably end up like Theo Van Gogh would spend the next quarter century in a prison cell. Parker and Stone, for their part, survived the ordeal and kept making the show. But the events of April 2010 left a mark on South Park and on the broader entertainment industry. The 5 episodes that were banned, Super Best Friends, Cartoon Wars Part 1, Cartoon Wars Part 2, 200, and 201 remain the only episodes in the show's entire history that are permanently unavailable on streaming platforms. Every other episode, no matter how offensive, no matter how controversial, no matter how many groups it insulted, can be found on Paramount Plus. But those 5 are gone, possibly forever, and the thing that got them banned was not their content. It was not that they were too vulgar or too mean or too disrespectful. Plenty of South Park episodes are all of those things and more. What got them banned was that they touched the one subject that carried a real physical threat behind it. The censorship was not about taste, it was about terror, and that distinction is what makes these 5 episodes different from every other banned or controversial piece of television in history. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But the Muhammad controversy, as massive as it was not the only religious war South Park found itself fighting. Because a few years before Parker and Stone went to battle with Islamic extremism and their own network, they picked a fight with a very different kind of powerful religious organization. One that did not use threats of violence, but instead wielded something equally effective in Hollywood, which was money, influence, and the ability to make careers disappear. That organization was the Church of Scientology, and the fight South Park picked with them would cost the show one of its most beloved characters. Section 7, Trapped in the Closet, The Scientology Wars. The Muhammad episodes are the most famous banned South Park episodes, and for good reason. Death threats and police involvement tend to grab headlines. But before Parker and Stone ever went to war with extremists over depictions of the Prophet, they picked a fight with a completely different kind of powerful organization, one that did not threaten to blow up buildings or murder filmmakers. One that operated through a much quieter, much more sophisticated, and in some ways much more effective kind of power. That organization was the Church of Scientology. And the story of what happened when South Park went after Scientology is in many ways just as wild as the Muhammad saga, even if it played out behind closed doors rather than on the front pages of newspapers. It started in November 2005 with the 12th episode of South Park's 9th season. The episode was called Trapped in the Closet, and from the very first scene, it was clear that Parker and Stone were not going to be subtle about their target. The plot revolved around Stan Marsh, one of the show's 4 main characters who happens to score extremely high on a personality test administered by Scientology recruiters. Based on his test results, the Scientology leaders in the episode declare that Stan is the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard, the man who founded Scientology in the 1950s. Stan is confused and uncomfortable with this, but the church members are overjoyed. They believe their leader has returned. The episode did not stop there. It included a lengthy segment that explained in detail what Scientology actually teaches its most advanced members. This is the part about Xenu, an alien ruler who, according to Scientology's own texts, brought billions of beings to Earth millions of years ago and destroyed them with hydrogen bombs. Their souls, called Thetans, then attached themselves to living humans, causing spiritual harm and suffering. This is material that the Church of Scientology normally keeps secret. Members are only supposed to learn about Xenu after years of involvement in the church and after making significant financial contributions. The idea that a cartoon on basic cable was just laying it all out for anyone to see was, from the church's perspective, a serious problem. And then there was the Tom Cruise angle. The episode depicted Cruise, who is one of Scientology's most famous members, literally locking himself inside Stan's closet and refusing to come out. Other characters in the episode repeatedly asked him to come out of the closet, an obvious joke about long-standing rumors regarding Cruise's personal life. John Travolta, another famous Scientologist, eventually shows up and also goes into the closet. The jokes were not complicated. They were not hidden behind layers of satire. They were about as direct as South Park gets. Parker and Stone knew the episode was going to cause problems, so they took a precaution that tells you everything about how seriously they took the potential legal threats. The closing credits of the episode did not list the real names of anyone who worked on it. Instead, every single person in the credits, every writer, every producer, every animator, every voice actor was listed as either John Smith or Jane Smith. It was a direct joke about Scientology's reputation for filing lawsuits and the church's willingness to use legal action to silence its critics. By listing everyone as John and Jane Smith, Parker and Stone were making a statement. We know you are going to try to come after us. Good luck figuring out who to sue. The episode aired and immediately became one of the most talked about episodes in the show's history. The ratings were enormous. South Park fans loved it, critics praised it, but behind the scenes, things were already getting complicated. And the first sign of trouble came from a place nobody expected. Isaac Hayes had been the voice of the character Chef on South Park since the very first episode in 1997. Chef was one of the show's most beloved characters, the smooth-talking, soul-singing school cafeteria worker who the boys went to for advice about life, relationships, and everything else. Hayes was perfect in the role. His deep, distinctive voice gave Chef a warmth and coolness that made him a fan favorite. For nearly a decade, Hayes had been a core part of the South Park family. Hayes was also a Scientologist, and this is where things fell apart. In March 2006, roughly 4 months after Trapped in the Closet aired, a press release was issued in Hayes' name announcing that he was leaving South Park. The statement cited the show's religious intolerance as the reason for his departure. It said there was a place in the world for satire, but that South Park had crossed the line into bigotry against religious beliefs. Matt Stone's response was immediate and pointed. He told the Associated Press that in 10 years and over 150 episodes, Hayes had never once raised a complaint about the show making fun of Christians, Muslims, Mormons, or Jews. Hayes had cashed his checks and shown up to work while the show mocked religion after religion after religion. But the moment the show targeted his religion, suddenly he had a problem with religious intolerance. Stone called it what it was. Hayes did not have a problem with the show making fun of religion. He had a problem with the show making fun of his religion. And asking for special treatment for your own beliefs while being perfectly fine with the mockery of everyone else's beliefs was, in Stone's view, the real intolerance. But here is where the story takes its strangest turn. In the years that followed, questions began to emerge about whether Hayes had actually made the decision to leave the show himself. In January 2006, just 2 months after Trapped in the Closet aired, Hayes suffered a stroke. The stroke left him significantly impaired. His ability to speak and make decisions for himself was seriously affected. And according to multiple reports, including from people close to Hayes, he was not in any condition to be making career decisions in March 2006 when the press release was issued. The truth came out years later, long after Hayes had passed away in August 2008 at the age of 65. In 2025, Hayes' son, Isaac Hayes III, posted a public statement finally setting the record straight about what had happened nearly 2 decades earlier. His statement was clear and direct. His father did not quit South Park. Scientology quit South Park for him. After the Trapped in the Closet episode aired and Hayes suffered his stroke, the people around him, his assistants, his handlers, the core group of Scientologists in his inner circle, made the decision on his behalf. They issued the press release. They ended his involvement with the show. Hayes himself, the man who had voiced Chef for nearly 10 years, who loved the character, who joked with fans who recognized his voice, never got to make that choice for himself. His health had taken that ability away from him, and the people who were supposed to be looking out for him used the opportunity to settle a score with the show that had gone after their church. This revelation reframed the entire controversy. For years, the story had been that Isaac Hayes was a hypocrite who was fine with the show mocking every religion except his own. Parker and Stone had said as much publicly, and the media had largely accepted that version of events. But the truth was sadder and more complicated than that. Hayes was a man whose health failed him at the worst possible time, and the organization he belonged to took advantage of that to make a decision he might never have made on his own. His son said that his father loved being the voice of Chef. He loved the character. He loved connecting with fans. The idea that he would walk away from all of that over a single episode did not match the man his family knew. But regardless of the real reason Hayes left, the immediate consequence was the same. Chef was gone. And Parker and Stone, believing at the time that Hayes had genuinely quit because Scientology's feelings were hurt, responded in the most Parker and Stone way possible. The first episode of Season 10, which aired on March 22nd, 2006, was called The Return of Chef. In the episode, Chef comes back to South Park after being away for a long time, but something is wrong with him. He has been brainwashed by a group called the Super Adventure Club, which was a clear stand-in for Scientology. Chef's dialogue in the episode was cobbled together from recordings of Hayes' voice from previous seasons, cut and rearranged to make Chef say things he had never actually said. The effect was deliberately awkward and unsettling, making it obvious that the character was not himself anymore. The episode ended with Chef being killed off in one of the most graphic and brutal death scenes the show had ever depicted. It was ugly, violent, and clearly meant to be a statement. This is what happens when outside forces interfere with our show. This is what happens when you take one of our characters away from us. We will not let that character be remembered fondly. We will burn it down rather than let someone else control it. Meanwhile, the Trapped in the Closet episode itself faced its own problems. It had been scheduled for a rebroadcast on Comedy Central in March 2006, but the rebroadcast was suddenly canceled without explanation. The network replaced it with an old episode from 1998 and refused to comment on why the change was made. Immediately, speculation began about what had happened. Multiple media outlets reported that Tom Cruise had allegedly pressured Viacom, Comedy Central's parent company, to pull the rebroadcast. Viacom also owned Paramount Pictures, and at the time, Paramount was about to release Mission Impossible 3, which starred Cruise. The theory was that Cruise threatened to stop promoting the film unless Viacom pulled the South Park episode. Comedy Central denied this. Cruise's representatives denied this. Cruise himself said he would not dignify the rumors by addressing them directly. But the timing was suspicious enough that the Los Angeles Times coined the term "Closetgate" to describe the whole affair. Parker and Stone responded to the pulled episode with a public statement dripping with sarcasm. They addressed it directly to Scientology, saying that the church may have won this battle, but that the million-year war for Earth had just begun. They signed the statement as servants of the Dark Lord Xenu, throwing in references to Scientology's own secret mythology just to twist the knife a little further. The statement did not mention Cruise by name, but it did not need to. Everyone knew what it was about. Eventually, Trapped in the Closet did return to the air. The controversy actually boosted its ratings and its profile. Today, the episode is available on Paramount Plus and has not been permanently banned the way the Muhammad episodes were, but the scars of the Scientology fight remained. The show lost Isaac Hayes, it lost Chef, and it gained an enemy in one of the most powerful and well-funded religious organizations in the world, an organization with a documented history of going after its critics through legal action, private investigation, and intimidation campaigns. But what makes the Scientology story so interesting in the context of this video is how different it is from the Muhammad story. The Muhammad episodes were banned because of threats of physical violence. The Scientology episode was temporarily suppressed through corporate leverage and behind-the-scenes pressure. Different tactics, different methods, different kinds of power, but the goal was the same in both cases. Silence the people who are making fun of us. Make the content disappear. Punish the creators for daring to say what they said. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and South Park was not done collecting enemies, because right around the same time they were fighting Scientology and dealing with the fallout from Cartoon Wars, they managed to infuriate yet another massive religious institution, not Islam, not Scientology. This time it was one of the oldest and most powerful religious organizations on the planet, the Roman Catholic Church. And the weapon the Catholic Church used was not death threats or corporate pressure, but something almost as effective in the world of broadcast television, which was organized, relentless public outrage. Section 8, Bloody Mary and the Catholic League, a different kind of ban. By late 2005, South Park was already knee-deep in the Scientology controversy. Trapped in the Closet had aired in November, and the fallout was just beginning to unfold behind the scenes. Isaac Hayes had not yet quit or been forced to quit, but the tension was building. Tom Cruise had not yet allegedly made phone calls to Viacom executives, but the rumors were starting. It was already shaping up to be one of the most turbulent periods in the show's history. And right in the middle of all of it, Parker and Stone decided to air an episode that would open up an entirely new front in their never-ending war with organized religion. The episode was called Bloody Mary. It was the 14th and final episode of Season 9, and it aired on December 7th, 2005. That date turned out to be significant in a way that Parker and Stone may or may not have anticipated. December 7th is the eve of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, one of the most important holy days in the Catholic calendar. It is a day specifically dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the mother of Jesus, and one of the most sacred figures in the Catholic faith. Airing an episode called Bloody Mary on that particular date was, at best, spectacularly bad timing. At worst, it was a deliberate provocation. Knowing Parker and Stone, it was probably somewhere in between. The plot of the episode centered on Randy Marsh, Stan's father, who gets pulled over for drunk driving and is ordered by a court to attend Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. At the meetings, Randy is told that alcoholism is a disease, that he is powerless over it, and that only a higher power can cure him. Randy, being Randy, takes this completely the wrong way. Instead of using the program to develop self-discipline and take responsibility for his drinking, he decides that since alcoholism is a disease he has no control over, he might as well keep drinking. It is not his fault after all. It is the disease's fault. Things escalate when rumors start spreading around town about a statue of the Virgin Mary that has started bleeding. People flock to the statue, believing it has miraculous healing powers. Randy joins the crowd, convinced that the statue can cure his alcoholism. He stands in front of it and gets sprayed with what he believes is miracle blood. He declares himself cured. Everything seems resolved. But then the Pope gets involved. In the episode, Pope Benedict XVI travels to South Park to investigate the statue personally. After a close inspection, the Pope determines that the statue is not bleeding from its backside, as everyone had originally believed, but from somewhere else entirely. The Pope declares that since the bleeding is coming from a place associated with normal female biology, it is not a miracle at all. It is just what women's bodies naturally do. Therefore, it has no divine healing power. Randy is forced to accept that he was never miraculously cured, and that if he wants to stop drinking, he is going to have to actually take responsibility for his own behavior. Now, Parker and Stone have said in interviews that the idea for the bleeding statue came from one of their own producers, Anne Garofino, who is Catholic. The concept was inspired by real-world reports of weeping statues, a phenomenon where religious statues appear to produce tears or blood through supposedly supernatural means. These events are well documented, have occurred many times throughout history going back decades, and are almost universally debunked by scientists as the result of condensation, natural materials, or outright hoaxes. Parker and Stone wanted to satirize the gullibility of people who believe in these kinds of miracles, and they wanted to do it in the most outrageous way possible. The scene of the Pope closely inspecting the statue and getting sprayed in the face was, according to Parker, Garofino's idea. She apparently thought it was hilarious. The Catholic Church did not think it was hilarious. The response from Catholic organizations was immediate, organized, and intense. The Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights, led by its president William Donahue, issued a statement on December 8th, the day after the episode aired and the actual feast of the Immaculate Conception, condemning the episode in the strongest possible terms. The Catholic League demanded that Comedy Central apologize to Catholics everywhere. They demanded that the episode be permanently pulled from the network's rotation. They demanded that the episode never be released on DVD. And they demanded that Joseph Califano Jr., who was a member of Viacom's board of directors and a practicing Catholic, issue a personal statement condemning the episode. Califano did respond. He released a statement calling the episode an appalling and disgusting portrayal of the Virgin Mary, and he said he would have the episode reviewed by Viacom's president and CEO Tom Freston. Bishop William Skylstad, who at the time was the president of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, also got involved. He sent a letter directly to Freston saying that Comedy Central had shown extreme insensitivity by airing the episode. The pressure campaign worked, at least partially, when Comedy Central ran a marathon of all the season 9 episodes on December 28, 2005. Just 3 weeks after the episode first aired, Bloody Mary was not included. It was the only episode from the season that was left out. The network did not make a big public announcement about it. They did not issue a formal statement saying the episode was being pulled. They just quietly skipped it and hoped nobody would notice. People noticed. The Daily Show, which also airs on Comedy Central, actually addressed the situation in a segment. A correspondent joked about the fact that even a network as willing to be offensive as Comedy Central could be affected by religious pressure, while showing clips of all kinds of offensive South Park content that had aired without any problems. The implication was clear. The show could depict children being abducted by aliens, characters vomiting endlessly in all manner of grotesque situations, and nobody at the network blinked. But a bleeding statue of the Virgin Mary was apparently where the line was. But Bloody Mary was not just an American controversy, it went international in a way that few South Park episodes ever have. And the responses from different countries reveal just how differently various cultures handle the same piece of controversial content. In Australia, Melbourne's Catholic Archbishop Dennis Hart wrote to the television network SBS, which was planning to air the episode, asking them not to broadcast it. The network's programming director initially rejected the request, but then reversed course and decided to postpone the episode, citing the broader controversy around the Danish Mohammed cartoons that was happening at the same time. The episode ended up being fully banned from Australian television for roughly a decade. It did not air in Australia until 2016, when it finally appeared on the channel SBS Viceland. In New Zealand, the situation played out very differently, and the result was almost the opposite of what the Catholic groups were hoping for. Leaders from the New Zealand Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Council of Christians and Muslims, and several other religious groups banded together to pressure the media company CanWest into canceling a planned airing of the episode on the music. Channel C4. They lobbied hard, they wrote letters, they organized, they made their case publicly and forcefully. CanWest refused. Not only did the network refuse to pull the episode, they actually moved the airing date forward to take advantage of the media attention the controversy was generating. Catholic groups then called for a boycott of C4 and its sister network TV3. At least one advertiser pulled their ads. A Catholic organization called Family Life International set up a website dedicated to boycotting CanWest advertisers. Even the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark, weighed in, saying the episode sounded revolting, but that the network was free to air it. In a final twist, a completely unrelated company called C4 Productions, which had no connection to the C4 music channel whatsoever, actually applied for a court order to stop the episode from airing. They argued that people might confuse their business with the channel and that the controversy could damage their reputation. The judge ruled against them. The episode aired on C4 in New Zealand on February 22, 2006, and the ratings were extraordinary. The broadcast drew 210,000 viewers, which was 6 times the number of people who normally watch South Park on that channel. The controversy had done exactly what controversies often do. It had made people more curious, not less. The Catholic groups who had fought so hard to keep people from seeing the episode had, through their very efforts, guaranteed that more people would see it than ever would have otherwise. This phenomenon has a name. It is called the Streisand effect, named after Barbra Streisand, who once tried to suppress photographs of her home and ended up drawing far more attention to them than they ever would have received if she had just left them alone. And ironically, South Park itself had made fun of Streisand in multiple episodes, including the 200 and 201 storyline, where a giant mechanical version of her attacked the town. The Streisand effect was practically a South Park concept brought to life. Now, here's what makes Bloody Mary interesting when compared to the Muhammad episodes. Bloody Mary was never permanently banned from streaming. You can watch it today on Paramount Plus. It is right there in the Season 9 catalog, available to anyone with a subscription. It was temporarily pulled from reruns in the United States, banned from television for a decade in Australia, and caused an international uproar involving archbishops, bishops, prime ministers, and court orders. But it was never permanently erased the way the 5 Muhammad episodes were, and the reason for that difference tells you everything about how censorship really works in the entertainment industry. The Catholic League used public pressure, organized boycotts, letters to corporate executives, and moral outrage to try to get the episode removed. These are all legitimate, legal democratic forms of protest, and they worked temporarily. But they did not create the kind of permanent existential fear that the Muhammad threats created. Nobody was afraid that a Catholic extremist was going to attack Comedy Central headquarters over a bleeding Virgin Mary statue. Nobody increased police security. Nobody feared for the physical safety of the network's employees. The Catholic response was loud and organized, but it was ultimately peaceful. And because it was peaceful, the episode survived. The Muhammad episodes, by contrast, were accompanied by the specter of real violence. Theo Van Goghi's murdered body was posted on Revolution Muslim's website. Addresses of Comedy Central offices and Parker & Stone's production company were published. The New York Police Department stationed officers outside the network's building. That is a fundamentally different level of threat, and it produced a fundamentally different result. Permanent erasure versus temporary suppression. The difference between a letter-writing campaign and a death threat. Parker & Stone have pointed this out themselves over the years, not to criticize Catholics specifically, but to highlight the double standard that they felt defined the censorship debate. They could show Jesus watching inappropriate content on a computer. They could depict the Virgin Mary in the most grotesque way imaginable. They could mock Christianity, Catholicism, Mormonism, Judaism, Hinduism, and Buddhism in episode after episode after episode, and the worst that would happen was angry letters, pulled reruns, and temporary bans in a few countries. But the moment they tried to show Muhammad, even in a completely neutral and non-offensive way, suddenly people's lives were in danger and episodes had to be permanently erased from existence. That double standard, the idea that one religion gets special protection, not because it is more deserving of respect, but because its most extreme followers are more willing to commit violence, is the thread that runs through the entire history of South Park's censorship battles. It is the argument Parker and Stone kept making in episode after episode from Cartoon Wars through 200 and 201, and it is an argument that nobody, not Comedy Central, not the critics, not the public, has ever been able to fully resolve. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But religion was not the only force capable of getting South Park content erased. Because in 2019, more than a decade after the Muhammad controversy, Parker and Stone picked a fight with something even bigger than any church or religious group. They picked a fight with the government of the most populous nation on Earth. And unlike the Catholic League or Revolution Muslim, the Chinese government did not bother with letters, threats, or lawsuits. They just pressed a button and made South Park disappear from an entire country overnight. Section 9. Banned in China. Getting banned by a superpower. For most of South Park's history, the show's censorship battles had been fought against religious groups, extremist organizations, and its own network. The enemies were powerful, sure, but they were still operating within a system where free speech had legal protection, where courts could intervene, where public opinion mattered, and where the worst outcome was usually an episode getting pulled from, reruns, or erased from a streaming platform. The show itself survived. The creators kept working. The next episode always aired the following week, even when things got genuinely scary, like during the 200 and 201 death threats. The system held. South Park kept going. But in October 2019, Parker and Stone decided to pick a fight with a completely different kind of opponent. Not a religion, not an extremist group, not a corporate network. This time, they went after the government of the People's Republic of China, and the Chinese government responded in a way that no previous South Park enemy ever had. They did not write angry letters, they did not make threats, they did not file lawsuits or organize boycotts or pressure advertisers. They simply erased South Park from their entire country. Every clip, every episode, every discussion, every fan page, every trace of the show's existence within Chinese borders was deleted as if it had never existed. And they did it in a matter of hours. The episode that caused all of this was called Banned in China. It was the second episode of South Park's 23rd season, and it aired on Comedy Central in the United States on October 2nd. DV Tukstoshi Devin Pachmit. The episode was the 299th episode of the series overall, meaning it aired just 1 week before the show's landmark 300th episode. The timing was not accidental. Parker and Stone knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew exactly what the consequences would be. They did it anyway. The episode had two storylines running side by side. In the first, Stan, along with Jimmy, Kenny, and Butters, forms a death metal band called Crimson Dawn. The band gets popular enough to attract the attention of a music producer who wants to make a biographical film about them. This seems like great news at first. Stan is excited, the other boys are excited, but then things start to go wrong. The producer explains that in order for the film to be distributed in China, which is one of the largest movie markets in the world, certain changes will have to be made. Things that might offend the Chinese government need to be removed. References that Chinese censors might find objectionable need to be cut. The script needs to be sanitized so that it can pass through the strict content review process that all entertainment products must go through before they are allowed to be shown in China. At first, the changes seem small, but they keep coming. More and more of the band's actual story gets stripped away to satisfy the censors. At one point, Stan is literally sitting in his bedroom trying to write the script while a Chinese government official stands over his shoulder, watching every word he types and erasing anything that does not meet approval. Stan eventually realizes that the only kind of film the Chinese censors will accept is something completely bland, completely harmless, and completely dishonest. Something that has no edge, no personality, and no truth to it, and he refuses. He walks away from the deal, saying that no matter how badly he wants to leave his farm life behind, he cannot bring himself to compromise his work for China, and he adds that anyone who does make that compromise is worthless. The second storyline was even more provocative. Randy Marsh, Stan's father, travels to China to expand his marijuana business, Tegrity Farms, into the Chinese market. Randy does not understand or care about Chinese laws. He does not realize that what he is doing is illegal in China. He gets caught almost immediately and is thrown into a labor camp, and this is where the episode stopped being just a funny cartoon and started being a genuine political statement. In the labor camp, Randy meets two fellow prisoners. They are Winnie the Pooh and Piglet, not random characters who look like Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. The actual Winnie the Pooh and Piglet from the Disney franchise locked up in a Chinese prison. The reason they are there is based on a real-world event that had made international news. In 2017, internet users in China had started comparing images of Chinese President Xi Jinping to Disney's Winnie the Pooh. The physical resemblance between the two was, depending on your perspective, either slight or uncanny, but the comparison went viral. The Chinese government's response was swift and absolute. Winnie the Pooh was effectively banned from Chinese social media. Images were scrubbed, memes were deleted, references were censored. The idea that anyone would compare the leader of the Chinese Communist Party to a cartoon bear in a red shirt was treated as a serious offense. South Park took this absurd real-world situation and turned it into a plot point. Pooh and Piglet are in prison because internet users said Pooh looked like the president. In the episode, Piglet actually says the quiet part out loud, explaining that some people compared Pooh to the Chinese president and now they are illegal in China. It was a joke, but it was also a factual description of something that actually happened. The episode also took direct aim at Disney, one of the biggest entertainment companies on the planet. Mickey Mouse appeared in the episode, making sure that all of his employees, including various Marvel and Disney characters, were playing along with the Chinese government's demands. The message was clear. Disney, and by extension the entire American entertainment industry, was willing to bend its content, alter its stories, and compromise its values in order to maintain access to the enormous Chinese market. Parker and Stone saw this as a fundamental betrayal of creative integrity, and they wanted everyone to know it. The episode aired on October 2nd. Within days, the Chinese government responded, and the response was total. According to multiple reports, including from The Hollywood Reporter and CNN, every single trace of South Park was systematically removed from the Chinese internet. The show had never been officially licensed for distribution in China, but over the years, a small but dedicated fan base had built up around pirated versions of the episodes. Chinese fans had created discussion forums, fan pages, and social media threads devoted to the show. All of it was deleted. A search for South Park on Weibo, which is China's version of Twitter, returned 0 results out of billions of past posts. Full seasons and clips that had been available on the streaming service Youku, which is owned by the massive Chinese company Alibaba, simply vanished. Discussion threads on the forum platform Tieba were replaced with a notice stating that the section was temporarily closed in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. It was not just a ban on one episode, it was the complete erasure of the show's entire existence from one of the largest internet ecosystems in the world. Over 1 billion people live in China. And after Banned in China aired, none of them could officially find a single reference to South Park anywhere on their internet. The show had been effectively unpersoned within the country, wiped from the digital record as if it had never been created. Parker and Stone's response was instantaneous, and it was perfect. On October 7th, 2019, the official South Park Twitter account posted a statement titled "Official Apology to China" from Trey Parker and Matt Stone. The statement read like a sincere apology for about 3 words before revealing itself as one of the most brilliantly sarcastic pieces of public communication in recent memory. They wrote that, like the NBA, they welcomed the Chinese censors into their homes and into their hearts. They said they too love money more than freedom and democracy. They said that Xi did not look like Winnie the Pooh at all. They invited everyone to tune into the show's 300th episode that coming Wednesday. They closed by wishing long life to the great Communist Party of China and expressing hope that the autumn's sorghum harvest would be bountiful. Then they asked simply if they were good now with China. The NBA reference was not random, it was incredibly timely. Just days before the South Park statement, the general manager of the NBA's Houston Rockets, Daryl Morey, had posted a tweet expressing support for pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong. The Chinese government's response had been furious. Chinese broadcasters pulled Rockets games from their schedules. Sponsors severed ties with the team. And the NBA, one of the most powerful sports organizations on earth, had frantically tried to distance itself from Morey's comments, issuing apologies and statements that many Americans felt were embarrassingly submissive to Chinese pressure. The NBA's willingness to grovel before the Chinese government in order to protect its financial interests in the Chinese market was exactly the kind of corporate cowardice that Banned in China had been satirizing. So when Parker and Stone wrote that they, like the NBA, loved money more than freedom and democracy, they were not just poking fun at China. They were poking fun at every American company and organization that had ever prioritized access to the Chinese market over its own stated values, and they were making it clear that South Park would not be joining that list. They had nothing to lose in China. The show had never been officially distributed there. There were no Chinese licensing deals to protect, no Chinese advertising revenue to preserve, no Chinese partnerships to maintain. Parker and Stone could say whatever they wanted about the Chinese government because the Chinese government had nothing to threaten them with except a ban, and they clearly did not care about being banned. The fake apology went viral. It was covered by virtually every major news outlet in the world: CNN, the BBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNBC, Al Jazeera, and dozens of other organizations all reported on it. The statement became one of the most shared and discussed pieces of content on social media that week. People who had never watched a single episode of South Park were suddenly talking about the show, sharing the apology, and praising Parker and Stone for having the courage to say what so many American companies and celebrities were too afraid to say. And that is what makes the China ban different from every other censorship battle in South Park history. When Comedy Central censored the Muhammad episodes, it was a painful compromise made out of genuine fear for people's safety. When the Catholic League pressured the network over Bloody Mary, it was an organized campaign by a powerful institution using its influence to suppress content it found offensive. But when China banned South Park, it was a superpower using its total control over information to make an entire television show disappear from the lives of over 1 billion people. No negotiation, no compromise, no court orders or public debates. Just erasure, complete, total, and instant. The Chinese government never issued a formal statement about banning South Park. They did not need to. In China, content moderation does not require public justification. The government controls the internet infrastructure, the streaming platforms, the social media networks, and the search engines. If they want something gone, it is gone. There is no appeals process. There is no First Amendment. There is no independent judiciary to rule that the ban is unconstitutional. The decision is made, and the decision is final. As of today, South Park remains completely banned in mainland China. The show has never returned to Chinese streaming services, social media platforms, or fan communities. It is one of the most thorough and lasting bans the show has ever experienced, affecting more people than every other ban in South Park's history combined. And Parker and Stone have never apologized for it, not seriously anyway. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But China was not the only country that took issue with South Park, not by a long shot. Because while the Muhammad episodes, the Scientology battle, the Catholic controversy, and the China ban are the biggest and most famous censorship stories in the show's history, they are far from the only ones. South Park has been banned, censored, pulled, or altered in countries on virtually every continent. And when you line all of those bans up next to each other, the pattern they reveal is both fascinating and deeply revealing about what different cultures consider acceptable, unacceptable, and absolutely intolerable. Section 10, Banned Around the World, South Park's international rap sheet. Most people who follow South Park's censorship history know about the 5 permanently banned episodes and the China situation. Those are the big stories, the ones that make headlines and generate Wikipedia articles and YouTube videos, but the full picture of South Park's global censorship is much, much bigger than that. Because while the Muhammad episodes and the China ban get all the attention, the truth is that South Park has been banned, censored, pulled, or restricted in well over a dozen countries on nearly every continent. And each ban tells its own story about what that particular country considers so offensive, so dangerous, or so unacceptable that it cannot be allowed on television. Let us start with Kuwait, because Kuwait is one of the only countries in the world that has banned South Park entirely. Not one episode, not 5 episodes, the entire show, every season, every episode, every character gone. The reason is straightforward. South Park makes frequent jokes about Muslims and Islam, and in Kuwait, where Islam is the official state religion, that kind of content is simply not tolerated. There is no debate about it. There is no weighing of free speech against religious sensitivity. The show mocks Islam, so the show does not air. End of discussion. What is interesting about the Kuwait ban is what it led to. Rather than just leaving a gap in their programming schedule, Kuwait actually created a replacement. In the year 2000, an Arabic animated show called Block 13 was developed specifically to fill the void left by South Park's absence. Block 13 was designed to be a more culturally appropriate alternative, an animated comedy that could appeal to the same audience without crossing the lines that South Park constantly crosses. The show ran for a few years before eventually being canceled. It turns out that making a version of South Park that does not offend anyone is a lot harder than it sounds, mostly because the entire point of South Park is to offend everyone. Japan's history with South Park is more complicated because Japan did not ban the entire show. Instead, they banned specific episodes that hit too close to home for Japanese audiences and institutions. The most famous of these is Shin Pokemon, which aired during Season 3 in 1999. The episode was a parody of the massive Pokemon craze that was sweeping the world at the time. In the episode, a Japanese toy company releases a line of collectible creatures called Shin Pokemon, which quickly becomes an obsession for the children of South Park. But the toys have a hidden purpose. They are secretly brainwashing American children into launching an attack on Pearl Harbor, recreating the 1941 bombing that brought the United States into World War II. The episode included references to Emperor Hirohito, jokes about Japanese cultural stereotypes, and a recurring gag where Japanese characters try to distract American adults by flattering them in extremely personal ways. Nintendo of Japan, whose Pokemon franchise was the clear target of the parody, took issue with the episode. Right-wing groups in Japan also objected. The episode was banned from airing in the country, particularly because of its references to Pearl Harbor and the bombing, which remain deeply sensitive topics in Japanese culture and politics to this day. But Shin Pokemon was not the only South Park episode banned in Japan. Several other episodes were also restricted. The Do the Handicapped Go to Hell and probably two-parter from Season 4 was banned because of its heavy focus on Christianity, which is not widely practiced in Japan, and whose depiction in the episode was considered too irreverent for Japanese audiences. A Ladder to Heaven from Season 6 was banned for similar reasons. Woodland Critter Christmas and 2 Days Before the Day After Tomorrow were also restricted, though the specific reasons for those bans have been less clearly documented. Romania has its own South Park story. The show was briefly banned from Romanian television starting around the year 2000 after the country's National Audiovisual Council decided that the Season 3 episode Jubilee was anti-Semitic. The episode's plot involves Kyle attending a Jewish scout camp, and the depiction of Jewish customs and characters in the episode was considered offensive enough to prompt complaints from Romania's Jewish community. The ban did not last forever. South Park eventually returned to Romanian television, first on MTV Romania in 2008 and later on Comedy Central Romania in 2016. But the episode Quintuplets 2000, which involves a custody battle over Romanian quintuplets and includes various jokes about Romanian culture, remains banned on Romanian TV specifically while still being available to Romanian viewers online through the South Park Studios website. Italy has banned multiple South Park episodes over the years, and the reasons cover a wide range of sensitive topics. Cartman Joins Nambla from Season 4 was banned due to its storyline involving Cartman unknowingly connecting with an organization of adults who prey on children. The episode also has a subplot where Kenny repeatedly tries to cause his mother to lose her unborn baby. The combination of those two storylines was too much for Italian broadcasters, who pulled the episode from their schedule. The Do the Handicapped Go to Hell and probably two-parter was also banned in Italy because of its deeply critical and irreverent take on the Catholic Church and organized religion in general. Given that Italy is home to the Vatican and has an overwhelmingly Catholic population, this was not a surprising decision. Christmas Snow from a much later season was also banned in Italy because of scenes depicting Santa Claus and Jesus Christ using cocaine together. What is notable about the Italian bans is that most of them were eventually lifted. Worldwide Recorder Concert had its ban lifted in April 2006. Cartman Joins Nambla was unbanned in May 2006. The Do the Handicapped Go to Hell ban was also lifted in May 2006 and probably followed the next day. Christmas Snow took much longer, with its ban not being lifted until January 2021. This pattern suggests that Italian broadcasters treated the bans as temporary measures rather than permanent ones, waiting for the initial controversy to die down before quietly putting the episodes back into rotation. India banned South Park entirely in 2010, though the circumstances were a bit unusual. The ban came shortly before the airing of the infamous episodes 200 and 201, and Indian news outlets reported that it was apparently a coincidence that the government decided to censor the show just before those episodes created a worldwide firestorm. The official reason given was general vulgarity concerns. Whether the timing was truly coincidental or whether Indian officials had gotten advance word about the Muhammad storyline and wanted to get ahead of any potential unrest is something that has never been definitively established. What we do know is that South Park was off the air in India for several years before eventually returning to the country through Netflix in 2019. Sri Lanka banned the entire series after the 200 and 201 controversy, but not because of the Muhammad content specifically. Sri Lanka is a majority Buddhist country, and in those episodes, Buddha was depicted snorting cocaine in front of children. The show was presenting Buddha alongside other religious figures as part of the Super Best Friends team, and while the other depictions caused their own controversies elsewhere, it was the cocaine-snorting Buddha that crossed the line for Sri Lankan authorities. The entire show was pulled from the country as a result. Russia's interactions with South Park's censorship have been more surgical. Rather than banning entire episodes or the whole show, Russian broadcasters have tended to simply cut out the specific scenes that they find objectionable. The most well-known example is from the season 13 episode Pinewood Derby, in which South Park depicts various world leaders reacting to an alien crisis. Russian President Vladimir Putin was shown in the episode in an unflattering way, portrayed as greedy and desperate along with the other world leaders. The Russian channel 2x2, which broadcasts the show, simply cut the scene depicting Putin and aired the rest of the episode normally. It was a targeted edit rather than a full ban, which is a very different approach from what countries like Kuwait or China did. Mexico also had a notable censorship incident with South Park, again involving Pinewood Derby. The episode depicted the then president of Mexico, Felipe Calderón, in an unflattering light. When the episode was scheduled to air on MTV Latin America's Mexican feed, it was pulled from the broadcast. The network claimed that the reason was not censorship but rather a bureaucratic issue. They said they had failed to obtain the required authorization from the Mexican Secretariat of the Interior to display the Mexican flag on television in time for the scheduled airing. Mexican South Park fans were skeptical of this explanation and widely viewed the decision as political censorship. After the authorization was eventually granted, the episode aired in its entirety on April 4th, Devituxtoshi Desmitai. Costa Rica banned a specific episode of South Park in 2011 after years of complaints. The episode in question was Rainforest Schmainforest from Season 3, which aired back in 1999. In the episode, the boys visit Costa Rica as part of a school trip, and Cartman spends the entire time complaining about how terrible the country is. The depiction was deliberately exaggerated and offensive, presenting Costa Rica in an extremely negative light. Parker has said in interviews that the episode was largely a reflection of his own personal feelings about a bad experience in the country. Costa Rican officials and citizens did not appreciate having their nation portrayed that way on one of the most watched shows in the world, and the episode was eventually banned from airing in the country. The United Kingdom has generally been more permissive with South Park than many other countries, but there have been exceptions. The episode Proper Condom Use from Season 5, which dealt with sex education in an extremely graphic way involving children, was refused broadcast by the British channel Sky One. The episode was considered too explicit and too graphic for UK audiences, even by the standards of a show that is already rated for mature viewers. Australia similarly gave the episode a higher age rating and moved it to a later time slot. When you step back and look at all of these bans together, a clear pattern emerges. Every country has its own set of topics that it considers untouchable. In Kuwait, it is Islam. In Japan, it is Pearl Harbor and wartime history. In Romania, it is anti-Semitism. In Italy, it is the Catholic Church. In Sri Lanka, it is Buddhism. In China, it is the government itself. In Russia, it is the president. South Park, by going after absolutely everything and everyone with equal enthusiasm, has managed to find and step on the specific nerve of nearly every culture it has reached. The show treats every topic the same way, with the same level of irreverence and the same refusal to show deference to anyone, but different countries do not treat every topic the same way. What is a harmless joke in one culture is a criminal offense in another. What gets a shrug in the United States gets an episode pulled in Japan. What generates an angry letter in New Zealand generates a nationwide ban in Kuwait. And this is ultimately what makes South Park's global censorship history so fascinating. It is not just a story about one show getting in trouble, it is a map of the world's sensitivities, drawn in the shape of cartoon characters and crude jokes. Every ban tells you something about the country that imposed it. Every censorship decision reveals what that culture values most, what it protects most fiercely, and what it is most afraid of its people seeing. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But despite all of these bans, despite being erased from China, restricted in Japan, pulled in Italy, and banned outright in Kuwait, South Park has not just survived, it has thrived. And the question of how a show that has made enemies of governments, churches, extremist groups, and some of the most powerful people on the planet manages to keep going season after season is a story that has everything to do with the one thing that matters more than controversy in the entertainment industry, which is money. Section 11, why South Park can't be killed by now? You might be wondering how any of this is possible. How does a television show survive nearly 30 years of continuous controversy? How does it keep going after death threats, police involvement, FBI investigations, international bans, corporate pressure campaigns, the loss of a beloved cast member, and being completely erased from the internet of a country with over 1 billion people? How does a show that has been banned in Kuwait, censored in Russia, pulled in Italy, restricted in Japan, and blacklisted in China continue to air new episodes every year as if nothing ever happened? The answer, like most answers in the entertainment industry, comes down to money, but not just money. It comes down to the specific relationship between controversy and profit that South Park has mastered better than almost any other show in the history of television. Because the dirty secret of the entertainment business, the thing that nobody at any network or studio likes to admit publicly, is that controversy sells. Outrage generates attention, bans create curiosity. And when millions of people are talking about whether or not a show should be allowed to exist, that show's ratings tend to go through the roof. South Park figured this out early. Not through some calculated business strategy, but through lived experience. Every single time the show got into trouble, every time a religious group called for a boycott, every time a government banned an episode, every time a celebrity threatened legal action, the same thing happened. More people watched. The controversy did not drive audiences away, it drove them toward the show. People who had never watched South Park before would tune in specifically because they had heard it was causing problems. They wanted to see what all the fuss was about. They wanted to judge for themselves whether the show had really gone too far. The New Zealand airing of Bloody Mary is the perfect example of this. When Catholic groups in New Zealand lobbied hard to prevent the episode from being broadcast, when they organized boycotts and pressured advertisers and got the Prime Minister to weigh in, the result was not that fewer people watched the episode. The result was that the broadcast drew 6 times the audience that South Park normally got on that channel. 210,000 viewers tuned in, compared to the roughly 35,000 who would typically watch. The Catholic League's campaign to suppress the episode had functioned as the most effective advertising campaign the show had ever received in New Zealand. Every news segment, every newspaper article, every public statement calling for the episode to be pulled was essentially a free advertisement telling people that something shocking and controversial was about to be on television, and that powerful, people did not want them to see it. This pattern repeated itself over and over again throughout the show's history. The Scientology controversy around Trapped in the Closet turned that episode into one of the most discussed and most watched episodes of the entire series. The Cartoon Wars censorship generated massive media coverage that brought new eyes to the show. The 200 and 201 death threats turned those episodes into legendary, almost mythical pieces of television that fans have spent over a decade trying to track down and watch. The China ban made South Park front page news around the world and introduced the show to millions of people who had never given it a second thought before. This is not unique to South Park, of course. The relationship between controversy and attention is well documented across all forms of media, but South Park is unusual in how consistently and how effectively it has benefited from this dynamic. Most shows that generate controversy do so accidentally, and the controversy hurts them. Advertisers pull out, networks get cold feet, audiences are alienated. But South Park generates controversy on purpose, and it has built an audience that not only expects the controversy, but actively looks forward to it. The show's fans do not watch despite the outrage. They watch because of it. The outrage is part of the experience. It is part of what makes South Park feel dangerous and alive in a television landscape that mostly plays things safe. And the networks have always understood this. Comedy Central, whatever its faults in the censorship department, has always recognized that South Park is one of its most valuable properties. The show has been one of the highest rated programs on the network for virtually its entire run. It has brought in massive advertising revenue. It has defined Comedy Central's brand in a way that no other show on the network has come close to matching. Without South Park, Comedy Central would be a fundamentally different and significantly less profitable network. That commercial reality has given Parker and Stone an enormous amount of leverage in their relationship with the network, leverage that very few other television creators have ever enjoyed. Think about it from the network's perspective. South Park causes problems, it generates complaints, it creates headaches for the legal department and the standards and practices team. It sometimes puts the network in genuinely difficult and even dangerous situations, as the 200 and 201 incidents proved. But it also makes the network a lot of money, and in television, money wins almost every argument. As long as South Park is profitable, as long as it is bringing in viewers and generating revenue, the network has a powerful financial incentive to keep it on the air no matter how many groups it offends. This financial reality is why Parker and Stone have been able to get away with things that would have gotten any other show canceled 10 times over. They know they are valuable. The network knows they are valuable. And that mutual understanding has created a working relationship where the creators have almost total creative freedom, with the very rare exception of situations where the network genuinely fears for the physical safety of its employees. Comedy Central will tolerate angry Catholics, upset Scientologists, offended politicians, and outraged parents. What it will not tolerate, as the Muhammad episodes proved, is the possibility that someone might actually get killed. But the financial protection goes beyond just the Comedy Central relationship. South Park has also proven itself to be valuable across multiple platforms and multiple revenue streams. The show has a massive presence in home video sales. The DVD and Blu-ray sets have sold millions of copies over the years. The show's merchandise, from t-shirts to video games, generates significant income. The South Park video games, particularly The Stick of Truth and The Fractured But Whole, were major commercial successes, and when the streaming wars heated up, South Park became one of the most sought-after properties in the industry. The show's streaming journey tells its own story about how valuable it is. South Park was originally available on the show's own website, South Park Studios, where fans could watch episodes for free. It then moved to various streaming platforms, including Netflix, Hulu, and eventually HBO Max. When the deal with HBO Max expired, South Park signed with Paramount Plus in a deal that was reportedly worth a staggering amount of money. The deal included not just the existing episodes, but also new seasons and several South Park movies and specials. The fact that a streaming platform was willing to invest that heavily in a show that comes with guaranteed controversy, guaranteed complaints, and 5 permanently banned episodes tells you everything about how the entertainment industry values South Park. The show has also been critically successful in ways that would have seemed impossible when it first aired. South Park has won multiple Primetime Emmy Awards over the years. It won a Peabody Award, which is one of the most prestigious honors in electronic media, given to programs that demonstrate excellence and distinguished service. A show that features children being abducted by aliens, characters eating their own parents in Chile, and a hand puppet named Mitch Connor has won a Peabody Award. That is either a testament to the show's hidden depth and intelligence, or a sign that the entertainment industry has a very strange sense of humor, probably both. But beyond the money and the awards, there is something else that has kept South Park alive through nearly 3 decades of controversy, and that is the show's willingness to adapt and evolve while never compromising on its core identity. South Park in 2025 is a very different show than South Park in 1997. The animation is better, the storytelling is more complex, the political and social commentary is more sophisticated. The show has gone through multiple phases, from the crude shock humor of the early seasons to the more serialized, narrative-driven approach of recent years. It has tackled topics that did not even exist when the show started, from social media to streaming culture to cryptocurrency to artificial intelligence. But through all of those changes, one thing has remained constant: the show's fundamental refusal to treat any topic, any person, any institution, or any belief system as off limits. Parker and Stone still operate under the same principle they established in the very first episode. Either everything is fair game, or nothing is. They will make fun of the left and the right. They will mock the powerful and the powerless. They will go after your favorite celebrity, your favorite politician, your favorite religion, and your favorite cause with the same cheerful, ruthless disregard for your feelings that they have shown since 1997. And the audience respects that consistency. In a media environment where most creators carefully calculate which groups they can safely mock and which groups they need to avoid, South Park's equal opportunity approach feels refreshing to a lot of people. You might not agree with every joke. You might find some episodes genuinely offensive, but you know that the show is not playing favorites. You know that if it is willing to mock your enemy, it is also willing to mock you. And there is something honest about that, something that audiences have responded to for nearly 3 decades. Parker and Stone themselves have shown no signs of slowing down. They continue to create new seasons and specials. They have talked publicly about their plans for the future, including a live-action South Park movie that is currently in development. Matt Stone has said in interviews that they do not have an end in sight for the show, describing it as an awesome sandbox that they are still excited to play in after all these years. The controversies of the past, the death threats, the bans, the lost characters, the censored episodes, none of it has diminished their enthusiasm for the work or their willingness to keep pushing the boundaries of what a television show can say and do. In a weird way, the bans and controversies have become part of the show's identity, part of its legend, part of what makes South Park feel like more than just another animated comedy. The fact that 5 episodes are permanently banned, that the show is illegal in China, that the creators received death threats and kept going, that they lost Isaac Hayes and turned his departure into one of the most brutal episodes in the show's history, all of that has become woven into the mythology of South Park in a way that makes the show feel consequential, in a way that very few comedies ever achieve. Most comedies are entertainment. South Park is entertainment too, obviously, but it is also, whether intentionally or not, a test case. A living, breathing, 27-season-long experiment in what happens when a piece of art refuses to censor itself and what the world does in response. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and that experiment, with all of its ugly moments and all of its triumphant ones, with all of its bans and all of its awards, with all of its enemies and all of its fans, is ultimately what this entire video has been building toward. Because when you step back and look at the full picture, at every banned episode, every censored speech, every international incident, and every corporate surrender, a single clear lesson emerges. A lesson about power, about fear, about who gets to decide what the rest of us are allowed to see. And it is a lesson that, in one of the greatest ironies in television history, was delivered most perfectly by the one speech that nobody was ever allowed to hear. Section 12, the lesson of the banned episodes. What censorship actually reveals. We have covered a lot of ground in this video. We have talked about 5 permanently banned episodes, death threats from extremist groups, a war with Scientology that cost the show one of its most iconic characters, a battle with the Catholic Church that turned into an international incident, spanning multiple continents, and a single episode that got an entire television show erased from the internet of the most populous country on Earth. We have traveled from Colorado to Denmark to New York to China and back again. We have talked about religious leaders, network executives, law enforcement, government censors, and a man who is now serving 25 years in prison partly because of a cartoon. And through all of it, one question has been sitting underneath every story, every ban, every censored moment, and every pulled episode. That question is simple. Who gets to decide what the rest of us are allowed to see? Because that is really what this whole thing is about. It is not about South Park specifically. South Park is just the vehicle, the case study, the lens through which we can examine something much bigger. The show is crude, it is vulgar. It is deliberately offensive. It is not exactly high art by most people's definition. But the battles that South Park has fought over the past 3 decades are about something that goes far beyond whether or not a cartoon should be allowed to show a bleeding statue or a prophet in a bear suit. Those battles are about power. Specifically, they are about who has the power to silence other people and how they use that power to do it. And what the history of South Park's banned episodes reveals, more clearly than almost any other example in modern culture, is that censorship does not come from one place. It does not look the same every time. It does not always arrive through the same door, but no matter where it comes from and no matter what form it takes, it always has the same goal: make the thing that bothers you disappear, silence the voice that offends you. Ensure that nobody else gets to hear what you do not want them to hear. Let us go through the different forms of censorship that South Park has faced and look at what each one tells us. The Muhammad episodes were silenced through the threat of physical violence. Revolution Muslim posted a warning on their website that included the photograph of a murdered filmmaker and the addresses of Comedy Central's offices and Parker and Stone's production company. The New York Police Department stationed officers outside the network's headquarters. The creators of the show were told, in terms that were impossible to misinterpret, that continuing to depict Muhammad could result in their deaths. Comedy Central responded by censoring the episode beyond recognition, bleeping out the entire moral conclusion of the story, and then permanently removing all 5 Muhammad-related episodes from every streaming platform and broadcast schedule. Those episodes have never returned. The threat of violence achieved a total and permanent victory. The Scientology episode was suppressed through a different kind of power entirely. Nobody from the Church of Scientology threatened to hurt anyone. No extremist group posted death threats online. Instead, the suppression happened through corporate leverage and institutional influence. Tom Cruise was alleged to have used his relationship with Paramount, which was owned by the same parent company as Comedy Central, to pressure the network into pulling a scheduled rebroadcast of Trapped in the Closet. Whether or not that specific allegation is true has never been definitively confirmed. But what is confirmed is that the episode was pulled from the schedule without explanation, that the timing coincided with the promotion of a major Cruise film, and that the fallout included the departure of Isaac Hayes from the show under circumstances that his own family later described as being orchestrated by Scientologists within his inner circle. This was not censorship through violence. This was censorship through money, influence, and the quiet machinery of corporate power. The Bloody Mary episode was targeted through organized religious lobbying. The Catholic League launched a coordinated campaign that included public statements, demands for apologies, letters to corporate executives, pressure on advertisers, and engagement with bishops and archbishops who used their institutional authority to amplify the message. In the United States, the episode was quietly pulled from reruns. In Australia, it was banned from television for a decade after an archbishop personally petitioned the network. In New Zealand, Catholic groups organized boycotts, pressured advertisers, and even attempted legal action to prevent the episode from airing. This was censorship through institutional pressure, using the organizational power of a centuries-old religious institution to make a piece of content less accessible to the public. And the China ban represented yet another form of censorship entirely. When the Chinese government decided that South Park needed to disappear, it did not need to make threats or apply corporate pressure or organize lobbying campaigns. It simply used its total control over the country's internet infrastructure to delete every trace of the show from Chinese cyberspace. No discussion, no negotiation, no appeals process, no judicial review. Just a decision made by the state, executed instantly, affecting over 1 billion people. This was censorship through raw governmental power, the kind of power that does not need to justify itself because there is no one with the authority to demand justification. 4 different forms of censorship, 4 different methods, 4 different sources of power, and yet the result in every single case was the same. Content was suppressed, voices were silenced, things that the creators wanted the public to see were made harder or impossible to access. Now, here is where the real lesson comes in, because the most important thing about these 4 types of censorship is not that they all led to the same result, it is that the world responded to them in completely different ways. When the Catholic League pressured Comedy Central over Bloody Mary, the general reaction was mild. Some people agreed with the Catholic position, some people disagreed. There was a brief controversy, and then everyone moved on. The episode eventually came back into rotation and is available to stream today. When Scientology allegedly used corporate leverage to pull Trapped in the Closet, there was more outrage, but it was still relatively contained. The episode came back eventually. It is available on Paramount Plus right now. When China banned South Park from its entire internet, the reaction was largely one of amusement and admiration for Parker and Stone's sarcastic response. People shared the fake apology, laughed about it, and moved on. The ban affected over 1 billion people, but since most of those people were not part of the Western media conversation, the story faded from the news cycle within a few weeks. But when Revolution Muslim posted their threats and Comedy Central censored the Muhammad episodes, the reaction was enormous, sustained, and genuinely anguished. Jon Stewart devoted a significant portion of his show to it. Bill Maher spoke about it on national television. 71% of Americans said Comedy Central made the wrong call. Commentators across the political spectrum argued passionately about what the censorship meant for free speech in America. The story dominated the news cycle for weeks. Why the difference? Why did the threat of violence generate so much more outrage than the corporate pressure, the religious lobbying, or the governmental erasure? The answer, uncomfortable as it might be, is that the violence worked. It achieved something that the other forms of censorship could not: permanent, irreversible suppression. The Catholic League could not get Bloody Mary permanently banned. They tried, and they failed. The episode came back. Scientology could not get Trapped in the Closet permanently banned. The episode came back. Even China, with all of its power over its own internet, could only ban the show within its own borders. People outside of China can still watch every episode, but the 5 Muhammad episodes are gone. Not temporarily, not in some countries, but not others. Gone from every legal streaming platform on Earth. Gone from the South Park Studios website. Gone from Paramount Plus. Gone from every legal avenue of distribution except physical DVD copies that were manufactured before the ban took effect. The threat of violence achieved what no amount of corporate pressure, religious lobbying, or governmental authority could achieve anywhere else. It created a permanent hole in the catalog of one of the most successful television shows in history. And that brings us back to the speech that nobody got to hear. The ending of episode 201 that Comedy Central bleeped into oblivion. The speech where Kyle, Jesus, and Santa Claus were supposed to explain the moral of the story to the audience. The message of that speech was not complicated. It was not philosophical. It was not ambiguous. It was a plain, direct statement that the only real power in the world is the power to threaten people with violence. That threatening violence works. That if you want to stop someone from making fun of you, all you need are guns and bombs and the willingness to use them, and the entire machinery of Western media will bend to your will. Parker and Stone wrote those words as a commentary on what was happening to their show. They were frustrated and angry that their network was censoring them out of fear, and they wanted to call that out directly. They wanted to say on national television that the censorship of their show was proof that terrorism works, that the people making threats had won, that the most powerful country in the world, the country that prides itself on free speech more than any other value, would fold the moment someone threatened to get violent over a cartoon. And then Comedy Central proved them right by censoring the speech. The very words that said threatening violence is the only real power were silenced because of threats of violence. The message and the censorship of the message became the same event. The irony was perfect, it was devastating, and it was entirely unplanned. Parker and Stone have said publicly that they did not intend for the speech to be censored. They did not write it as a meta joke. They wrote it as a sincere statement of their frustration, and then real-world events turned it into something far more powerful than anything they could have created on purpose. That speech, those words that most people never got to hear when the episode aired, might be the single most important thing South Park has ever produced, not because the words themselves are particularly profound. The idea that violence is an effective tool of intimidation is not a revolutionary insight. Everyone knows that already. What makes it important is that the entertainment industry proved it true in real time, on national television in front of millions of people. The theory was tested and the results were conclusive. And that is the real legacy of South Park's banned episodes. Not the crude jokes, not the offensive content, not the cartoon characters or the celebrity parodies or the religious satire. The real legacy is the demonstration, played out over nearly 3 decades, that the limits of free speech are not determined by laws or principles or constitutional amendments. They are determined by power, by who has it, by how they choose to use it, and by whether or not the people with the microphone are willing to keep talking when someone tells them to shut up. Parker and Stone kept talking. They lost episodes. They lost a cast member. They lost access to an entire country. They were threatened with violence. They were pressured by corporations. They were denounced by religious leaders on multiple continents. And they kept talking. They kept making the show. They kept pushing the boundaries. They kept refusing to accept that any topic, any person, any institution, or any belief system should be protected from the same irreverent scrutiny that they apply to everything else. You do not have to agree with everything South Park has ever done to respect that consistency. You do not have to think every joke was funny or every episode was fair. But you do have to acknowledge that in a world where most creators carefully avoid saying anything that might upset the wrong people, Trey Parker and Matt Stone have spent nearly 30 years saying exactly the things that upset the most powerful people on the planet. And they are still here, still making episodes, still picking fights, still refusing to shut up. That is the story of South Park's banned episodes, not just a story about a cartoon that went too far. a story about what happens when free speech meets real power, and a story about two guys from Colorado who, when told that the only true power is violence, responded by making another episode.
At last, we have South Park episodes that destroyed celebrity egos. The one that started it all. Barbra Streisand becomes Mecha Streisand. South Park has been destroying celebrity egos for almost 30 years now. No one has been safe. No one has been too powerful, too famous, or too beloved to escape what Trey Parker and Matt Stone would eventually do to them on screen. But every story has a beginning, and the beginning of South Park's war on celebrity ego wasn't random. It wasn't accidental. It came from a real place of genuine, personal, deeply felt hatred. The year was 1997. South Park was a brand new show on Comedy Central. Nobody knew yet what it was capable of. The first few episodes had made people laugh, made people uncomfortable, and made parents genuinely worried about what their kids were watching. But the show hadn't fully shown its teeth yet when it came to celebrities. That changed in February of 1998 with a season 1 episode called Mecha Streisand, and the target was Barbra Streisand. Now, to understand why Barbra Streisand specifically, you have to understand that this wasn't just a case of Parker and Stone picking a famous person at random and deciding to poke fun at them. In almost every other early episode where they made fun of celebrities, it was purely for laughs. No real feelings involved, just comedy. But with Barbra Streisand, it was different. It was personal. In interviews, Parker and Stone have said clearly that most of the celebrities they mock on the show, they don't actually hate. It's all just in good fun. But then they would always add something like, except when it comes to Barbra Streisand, we genuinely hate her. So why the hatred? It comes down to something that happened in Colorado in the early 1990s. The state passed something called Amendment 2, which was a change to the Colorado Constitution that took away anti-discrimination protections for gay people. It was a controversial and deeply divisive moment in Colorado history, and when Barbra Streisand, who was one of the most famous entertainers in the world at the time, found out about it, she made a very public statement. She called the people of Colorado a bunch of hicks. She announced she would never visit the state again. Parker and Stone are both from Colorado. They grew up there. They love the place. And hearing one of the most powerful celebrities in Hollywood publicly insult their home state and the people in it was not something they forgot. On top of that, Parker has said in interviews that he finds Barbra Streisand's singing voice genuinely annoying, and that this played a direct role in how the episode was written. So when it came time to do a celebrity episode, they didn't just want to make fun of Streisand. They wanted to, in their own words, make her portrayal as sick and disgusting as possible. And they succeeded. The episode opens with the boys going on a school field trip to an archaeological dig. Eric Cartman finds a strange stone triangle buried in the ground, decides it's worthless, and throws it away. Kyle picks it up. An archaeologist examines it and identifies the writing on it as Anasazi, a real ancient Native American civilization. Kyle appears on the news to talk about the discovery. This is where things go wrong. Because Barbra Streisand sees the news report, she has been searching for this triangle for years. It turns out that the triangle is one half of an ancient relic called the Diamond of Pantheos. The other half she already owns, and if she combines the two, something terrible happens. Leonard Maltin, yes, the film critic Leonard Maltin, shows up in South Park and tracks down Chef to warn him. He explains the situation. Streisand's mother was a jackal. Her father was an insurance salesman. She is evil, she is dangerous, and if she gets that triangle, she will become the most terrifying creature to ever walk the earth. His name for this creature? Mecha Streisand. Streisand herself shows up at the boys' bus stop in disguise. She acts friendly and offers them money for the triangle, convincing Cartman, who cannot resist the promise of cash, to drag the others along to her mountain home to complete the deal. The boys arrive at what is essentially a luxury fortress in the mountains, and the moment they're inside, Streisand drops the act completely. She ties the boys up, she uses medieval torture devices on them, and then, in what is perhaps the most specific detail Parker and Stone included, she starts singing at them. Her off-key, painful singing is depicted as a genuine form of torture. The boys can't take it. Eventually, Cartman breaks and hands over the triangle. Streisand combines the two pieces to form the Diamond of Pantheos. A beam of energy hits her. She begins chanting in Japanese, and then, right in front of everyone, she transforms. She becomes Mecha Streisand. If you've ever watched old Japanese monster movies, Godzilla, Gamera, Mothra, you'll immediately understand what you're looking at. Mecha Streisand is a direct parody of Mecha Godzilla, a giant mechanical monster from those films. Except this version has Barbra Streisand's signature hair on top. She is enormous, she is mechanical. She stomps through South Park, destroying everything in her path. Buildings collapse, citizens flee, the whole town is under attack from a giant robotic version of one of the most famous singers in American history. Leonard Maltin transforms himself into a giant robot in the style of Ultraman to fight her. He loses badly. Sidney Poitier, the legendary actor, transforms into a giant fire-breathing turtle in the style of Gamera. He also loses. South Park seems completely finished, and then Robert Smith arrives. Robert Smith is the lead singer of The Cure, a British rock band that Trey Parker has loved since he was a teenager. Parker has said that getting Robert Smith involved in this episode was a lifelong dream of his. The way they made it happen? The South Park team tracked Smith down when The Cure were performing on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno in October of 1997. They got him to record his lines over the phone in a studio in San Jose. Parker asked Smith to express emotion and put feeling into the lines, but Smith, who had not been given the full script and had no idea what was happening, read everything in a completely flat, deadpan voice. Parker used the first take of every single line, exactly as recorded. Smith transforms into a giant moth, a direct reference to Mothra from the Godzilla films. He engages Mecha Streisand in a massive battle, eventually punching her directly in her nose. In the South Park universe, Streisand's nose is her weak point. Smith knocks the Diamond of Pantheos free from her body, and Mecha Streisand, defeated, is hurled into outer space. When Smith walks off into the sunset, a version of a song by The Cure plays over the scene. Kyle shouts after him, "Disintegration is the best album ever." This line was based on Parker's own genuine opinion of The Cure's 1989 album, Disintegration, which he has talked about loving in multiple interviews. Robert Smith later said in an interview that hearing that line was his happiest moment. He even misremembered which boy said it, but the sentiment was real. The episode ends on a funny note. Kyle's little brother Ike finds the discarded diamond, picks it up, and transforms into a giant mecha Ike, with the boys looking terrified at the horizon. Now, the real-world response to all of this is important, because it shows exactly how accurate the portrait of Streisand was. Parker and Stone had depicted her as someone obsessed with power, someone who cannot stand being mocked, someone who would respond to being made fun of by making the situation worse. And Barbra Streisand responded to the episode in exactly the way a person obsessed with their image would. She spoke to Mirabella magazine in May of 1998, just a few months after the episode aired, and said that while she enjoyed satire and parody, she wondered whether shows like South Park added to the cynicism and negativity in culture, especially for children. Parker and Stone's response was immediate. In the very next season, for the season 2 Halloween episode called Spooky Fish, Comedy Central ran an advertisement telling viewers the episode would air in Spooky Vision, something so terrifying it couldn't even be described. When the episode aired, it was revealed that Spooky Vision simply meant Barbra Streisand's face was plastered in all 4 corners of the screen for the entire episode. Her face was also used for scene transitions. Every single cut to a new scene was framed with her image. They never let it go. The episode drew 5.4 million viewers on its original broadcast in February of 1998. At the time, that was a record high for South Park, more viewers than any episode the show had ever aired. That record held until 2001, when Scott Tenorman Must Die broke it with an even bigger audience. The ratings alone told you something. America was watching, and what America saw was something it had never really seen before. A major celebrity not just being made fun of, but being made into a literal monster. Not a flawed person, not an out-of-touch rich person, a monster, a villain, a creature who kidnaps children and tortures them with her singing voice, and wants to use an ancient relic to conquer the world. There's something important to understand about why this worked as comedy and as cultural commentary. Barbra Streisand was, at the time, one of the most untouchable figures in Hollywood. She was a multi-decade legend. She had Oscars, Grammys, Emmys, and Tony Awards. She was the kind of celebrity who had genuine political influence, who rubbed shoulders with presidents, who could make public statements about entire states full of people and face almost no pushback. She was the definition of a protected celebrity, and 2 guys from Colorado, working with paper cutout animation on a budget that most Hollywood productions would consider embarrassing, took her and turned her into a giant robotic dinosaur with a weak nose. That's the core of what makes the Mecha Streisand episode historically significant. It wasn't just funny, it was a statement, a declaration of what this show was going to be and who it was going to be willing to go after. Nobody was too big, nobody was too famous, nobody was too important to end up in South Park as something ridiculous. Barbra Streisand had called the people of Colorado hicks and promised never to come back. Parker and Stone responded by making sure that every time someone hears her name, there is now a chance they picture a giant mechanical monster getting punched in the nose by a moth version of the lead singer of The Cure. That's how you destroy a celebrity ego. And this was just the first episode. Season 1, the show was barely 6 months old. The Streisand episode established established the rules. It showed the audience what South Park was capable of when its creators had genuine feelings about a target. But the truly savage stuff, the kind that didn't just turn a celebrity into a cartoon monster, but instead held up a mirror to who they really were and let them destroy themselves in front of everyone, that was still coming. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and none of those later episodes would shake the country quite as hard as a little season 9 episode about a very famous actor who could not stop hiding in a closet. Section 2. Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. The episode that changed television. There are episodes of television that make people laugh. There are episodes that make people think. And then there are episodes that cause real consequences in the real world. Episodes that get pulled from broadcast, that cost people their jobs, that generate death threats, that spark debates about free speech on the floor of actual newsrooms. Trapped in the Closet is all of those things at once. It is the most consequential celebrity takedown South Park has ever produced. Not just because of what it said on screen, but because of everything that happened after. Let's start at the beginning. The episode is Season 9, Episode 12. It aired on November 16th, 2005, and it opens with something deceptively ordinary. Stan Marsh is trying to save up money for a new bike. He decides not to go laser tagging with his friends so he can hold on to his cash. While walking around alone, he comes across a group of Scientologists running a booth offering free personality tests. Stan takes the test. The auditor tells him he is deeply depressed and could really use some help. Stan asks how much the help costs. He ends up spending his entire bike money on something called a Thetan reading. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Scientology is a real church founded by a science fiction writer named L. Ron Hubbard in the 1950s. It involves a belief system built around the idea that humans carry invisible spiritual baggage called Thetans, which can be measured and cleared through specific church processes. The church has a reputation for being extremely secretive about its higher level beliefs, and extremely aggressive toward anyone who criticizes it. It has taken governments to court. It has sued journalists. It has a long and well-documented history of going after anyone who causes it problems. Parker and Stone knew all of this when they made the episode. They made it anyway. In fact, they seem to make it specifically because of that reputation. When Stan's Thetan reading comes back, the results are so high, so far off the charts, that the head of the Scientology organization is called in personally. He sits Stan down and tells him something remarkable. Stan's Thetan levels match only one other person who has ever been tested in the history of the church. That person was L. Ron Hubbard himself. The conclusion, delivered with complete seriousness, is that Stan Marsh, a 10-year-old boy from a small mountain town in Colorado, is the reincarnation of Scientology's founder. This sets off a chain of events that would define the episode. Word spreads. Scientologists from all over the world converge on Stan's house. And among them, showing up with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious figures, is one of the most famous Scientologists in the world, Tom Cruise. Cruise sneaks into Stan's bedroom and sits there waiting for him, eager to meet what he believes to be the reincarnation of the man who founded his entire belief system. He is practically vibrating with excitement. He wants Stan's approval more than anything, and when Stan arrives, Cruise asks him, directly and sincerely, what he thinks of his movies. Stan thinks for a moment and gives his honest answer. He says Cruise is okay, not great, not as good as Leonardo DiCaprio, not as good as Gene Hackman, not even as good as, and this is a direct quote from the episode, the guy who played Napoleon Dynamite. Tom Cruise's reaction to this is to completely fall apart. He goes into hysterics. He starts crying. He is devastated in a way that is so extreme and so disproportionate that it becomes immediately, obviously funny. And then he does the thing that would define the episode and follow him forever. He walks into Stan's bedroom closet and refuses to come out. This is where the episode finds its comic engine. For the rest of the episode, the running joke, repeated over and over with perfect timing, is that Tom Cruise will not come out of the closet. Stan tells his dad tells his mom, people knock on the door and beg, the police show up. The joke is said in every possible way, with every possible inflection, by every possible character. Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet. Dad, Tom Cruise is in the closet and he won't come out. The line is constructed so that it works on two levels simultaneously. On the surface, it is about a man hiding in a piece of furniture. On a second level, it is a direct reference to long-running public rumors at the time about Tom Cruise's sexuality. Rumors that Cruise had been known to respond to with significant legal aggression. Parker and Stone could not directly address those rumors, but they found a way to address them anyway. And the way they did it was so creative and so perfectly constructed that it became one of the most memorable jokes in the show's history. Nicole Kidman is called in, Cruise's ex-wife, to try to talk him out. She stands outside the closet door and tells him gently that she won't think any differently of him, that nobody will, that he doesn't need to be in that closet anymore. He refuses to come out. John Travolta, another famous Scientologist, arrives to help. He ends up in the closet too. R. Kelly, the singer who released a song actually called Trapped in the Closet, is called in. He immediately begins singing about the situation in the style of his own song, pulling out a gun at random intervals. Then he goes into the closet as well. By the midpoint of the episode, Tom Cruise, John Travolta, and R. Kelly are all in the closet, and none of them will come out. But the episode is doing something else at the same time. While all of this is happening, Parker and Stone are presenting the actual beliefs of Scientology on screen. The head of the church sits Stan down and explains to him, in full detail, the story of Xenu, the central myth of Scientology's highest level teachings. Xenu was a ruler of a galactic confederation who, 75 million years ago, transported billions of people to Earth in spacecraft resembling DC-8 airplanes, stacked them around volcanoes, and destroyed them with hydrogen bombs. The souls of these people, called body thetans, are said to attach to living humans and cause spiritual problems that only Scientology's processes can address. This information was, at the time, something the Church of Scientology worked extremely hard to keep secret. It was only shared with members who had spent years and significant amounts of money reaching the higher levels of the church. And here it was, being broadcast on basic cable to millions of viewers, with a disclaimer displayed at the bottom of the screen in plain text that read, "This is what Scientologists actually believe." The disclaimer was necessary because Parker and Stone knew the material sounded so bizarre that audiences might assume it was something they had invented for comedic purposes. It was not invented. Every detail presented in that sequence was taken directly from the actual documented beliefs of the church. By the end of the episode, Stan decides he doesn't want to lead Scientology. He tells the gathered followers that the whole thing is a scam. Tom Cruise, Travolta, and R. Kelly finally emerge from the closet, not because they've had a change of heart, but because they're furious at Stan for calling their religion fake. Cruise tells Stan he made him look stupid and threatens to sue him in England. Stan responds with what would become one of the episode's most quoted lines. "Go ahead, sue me." The closing credits roll. Every single name, cast, crew, writers, animators, everyone, is listed as either John Smith or Jane Smith. Trey Parker is John Smith. Matt Stone is John Smith. Every person who worked on the episode is John Smith or Jane Smith. This was done deliberately and openly as a preemptive measure against the Church of Scientology and its known habit of targeting individuals connected to anything critical of the organization. By making everyone on the show anonymous in the credits, Parker and Stone were protecting their entire team. TV Guide later ranked this episode number 17 on its list of the top 100 television episodes of all time. The San Francisco Chronicle wrote that Parker and Stone probably hit their zenith with this episode. An academic journal on religion analyzed it in a published paper. It was included in Comedy Central's own list of 10 South Park episodes that changed the world. But the real story of this episode is what happened off screen. The episode aired in November of 2005. A few months later, in early 2006, Comedy Central scheduled a rebroadcast. The rebroadcast was pulled. Reports began circulating that Tom Cruise had threatened to refuse to do press for Mission Impossible 3, a film being released by Paramount Pictures. Paramount was owned at the time by Viacom, the same company that owned Comedy Central. The suggestion was that Cruise had used his leverage over a major film release to pressure the network into pulling the episode. Cruise and his representatives denied any involvement. Parker and Stone publicly doubted those denials. Parker was quoted saying, "Tom Cruise has done more for South Park than anyone I think in the world." He added that the controversy had been like having a publicist working for free. The attention was enormous. Comedy Central did eventually rebroadcast the episode several months later, in July of 2006. Stone reportedly said that if the episode had not been put back on air, they would have had serious issues with the network and would not have continued working with them. But the damage to one specific relationship was already done. Isaac Hayes was the voice of Chef, one of South Park's most beloved recurring characters. He had been with the show since the beginning. He was a legendary soul musician, the man behind the theme to Shaft. He was also a practicing Scientologist. After the Trapped in the Closet episode aired, a statement was issued in Hayes' name, announcing that he was leaving South Park. The statement criticized the show for what it called inappropriate treatment of religious beliefs and spiritual convictions. The problem with this story is what came out later. Isaac Hayes suffered a stroke in January January of 2006, just before that statement was issued. His son, Isaac Hayes III, confirmed in a 2016 interview that his father was in no condition to quit anything on his own. The son stated that the decision must have come from one of Hayes' personal assistants, all of whom were Scientologists, who issued the resignation on Hayes' behalf without his consent while he was incapacitated. Hayes died in 2008. He never returned to the show. Parker and Stone responded to his departure the only way they knew how. They wrote Chef out of the show in the very next episode after his departure. Chef was said to have returned from time with a group called the Super Adventure Club, behaving strangely. At the end of the episode, in a scene that was deliberately constructed to be as extreme as possible, Chef fell off a bridge, was struck by lightning, was burned, was impaled, and was mauled to death by both a mountain lion and a grizzly bear. Then he was resurrected as a Darth Vader type villain by the episode's antagonists. The character was voiced throughout using recordings of Hayes from previous episodes spliced together. Parker and Stone made clear they had no hard feelings toward Hayes himself, only toward the organization that they felt had taken him away. The long shadow of Trapped in the Closet stretched well into the future. Tom Cruise appeared again in the season 14 two-part episode 200 and 201, where he organized every celebrity South Park had ever mocked into a class action lawsuit. He was still in his closet in one scene, still refusing to come out. The joke had become permanent. What makes this episode stand apart from every other celebrity takedown the show has ever done is that it operated on multiple levels at once. It was funny, genuinely brilliantly funny, with a joke structure that could be repeated endlessly without getting old. It was culturally brave in a way that almost nothing else on television was at the time. It exposed information that a major organization had spent enormous resources keeping secret. It cost the show one of its most beloved characters, and it demonstrated in real time exactly what it had set out to satirize. That Tom Cruise, like his character in the episode, could not handle being told he was anything less than extraordinary, and would go to significant lengths to make the joke go away. The joke did not go away. 20 years later, Tom Cruise won't come out of the closet remains one of the most recognizable punchlines in the history of animated television. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But as massive as the Tom Cruise episode was, and as much chaos as it caused in the real world, the next celebrity target on this list caused a completely different kind of chaos. Because while Tom Cruise responded to South Park by trying to fight back, the next celebrity on our list responded by doing exactly what the show predicted he would do. He didn't understand the joke. He never understood the joke. And his inability to understand a very simple joke about fish sticks is what turned him from one of the biggest names in music into something else entirely. Section 3. Kanye West is a gay fish, the punchline that proved itself right. There is a very specific kind of comedy that only works when the target helps you write it. A joke that lands once is funny. A joke where the person being made fun of reacts in real life exactly the way the show predicted they would react. That is something different entirely. That is prophecy. And the Fish Sticks episode of South Park, which aired on April 8th, 2009, is the single clearest example in the show's history of a joke that became more true the more the target tried to deny it. To understand why this episode works the way it does, you have to understand where it came from, because the origin story of this joke is almost as funny as the joke itself. Trey Parker and Matt Stone were on a writer's retreat in Seattle. A man named Bill Hader was with them. Bill Hader is a comedian and actor who had been working as a writing consultant for South Park since season 12. The group went on a small tour of the city. At one point, they ended up near a body of water where they could watch salmon jumping up a salmon ladder. While standing there watching the fish, someone, Matt Stone, made a joke. What if one of the salmon was dressed like the motorcycle daredevil Evel Knievel, just launching himself up the ladder like a stunt? Everyone laughed. And then the conversation kept going, the way conversations do when creative people are standing around with nothing to do. Somehow, the salmon wearing the Evel Knievel outfit reminded them of something. Kanye West had made a music video for his song Touch the Sky from his album Late Registration. In that video, Kanye himself dressed up like Evel Knievel and jumped a rocket over the Grand Canyon. He called the character Evel Kanyevel. So now they were thinking about Kanye West dressed as a stuntman. And then someone made a different joke. What if the salmon had a fish stick? And then the homophone clicked. Fish stick, fish stick. Do you like fish sticks? Do you like putting fish sticks in your mouth? What are you, a gay fish? Bill Hader, telling this story years later, described what happened next. Trey Parker Googled the joke immediately. He was convinced someone must have made it before. It seemed too obvious, too simple. He searched and searched. Nobody had ever made that joke, not once. It had never existed before that moment by the salmon ladder in Seattle. On the 4-hour car ride back from wherever they had been, Stone and Parker kept telling each other the joke, back and forth, over and over. The van driver they had hired was, by all accounts, extremely unhappy about this. Hader described the driver's expression as someone deeply regretting taking the job, but Parker and Stone could not stop. They found it that funny. And then someone asked the key question: who, among all the famous people in the world, would be the one person who absolutely would not get this joke? Who has an ego so big and a sense of humor about themselves so small that a joke this simple, a joke that every single other person on Earth immediately understands, would sail completely over their head? Everyone in the car immediately said the same name: Kanye West. This is important. They did not pick Kanye West because they had something personal against him. They picked him because the logic was perfect. At that point in 2009, Kanye West was already famous for calling himself a genius in interviews, for interrupting award shows, for posting long, angry rants online, for being completely unable to take any kind of criticism or mockery without responding in the most extreme possible way. He was, in the creative team's collective opinion, the one person alive who would look at a joke understood by every human being and respond by saying he didn't get it, while insisting that made him smarter than everyone else. The episode itself is built on two parallel stories that mirror each other beautifully. The first story involves Jimmy Valmer and Eric Cartman. Jimmy is a kid who stutters and uses crutches, and he is working on material for his comedy routine. Cartman comes over to his house, asks for a snack, and Jimmy offers him fish sticks from the freezer. This leads Jimmy to accidentally create the joke. Do you like fish sticks? Yeah. Do you like putting fish sticks in your mouth? Yeah. What are you, a gay fish? The joke is simple. It is dumb. It is a pun on fish sticks, and it is immediately, obviously funny to literally everyone who hears it. The joke spreads across South Park instantly. Then it spreads across the country. Every talk show is doing the fish sticks joke. Jay Leno does it, David Letterman does it, Conan O'Brien does it, Jimmy Kimmel does it, Ellen DeGeneres does it. Every comedian in America is doing the fish sticks joke. The whole country is laughing. At the same time, Cartman is starting to rewrite history in his own mind. Cartman has a problem that the show uses brilliantly in this episode. His ego is so enormous that he cannot accept that he played almost no role in creating the joke. He was barely even there. Jimmy came up with it essentially alone. But as the episode goes on, Cartman's version of events becomes more and more elaborate. In his memory, he contributed more and more. Then he saved Jimmy's life. Then he slayed a dragon. Then he burned entire armies with fire from his hands like a superhero. Each time we see his flashback, it has grown larger and more ridiculous. Kyle watches all of this and identifies exactly what is happening. Cartman's ego is so broken that it actually rewrites his memories to protect itself. He does not know he is lying. He genuinely believes in his bones that he came up with the fish sticks joke. And Kyle tells him this directly. Your ego is so messed up that it twists everything around to put you at the center, and you actually believe your own version of things. This is the mirror, because on the other side of the episode, the exact same thing is happening with Kanye West. But worse, Kanye hears the fish sticks joke and he does not laugh. He does not understand it, not even a little. He thinks people are not making a wordplay joke. He thinks they are literally, personally calling him a homosexual fish. He thinks this is an attack aimed specifically at him. And his response is not to say, I don't get it, or can someone explain the pun? His response is rage. He holds press conferences denying that he is a fish. He gets a doctor to examine him and confirm that he has no gills, therefore he cannot be a fish. He goes on television to make statements about this. Everyone tries to explain the joke to him. The more they explain, the angrier he gets. He becomes convinced that whoever wrote the joke must have a personal vendetta against him. Then comedian Carlos Mencia goes on Conan O'Brien's show and claims credit for the joke. Kanye immediately goes to Mencia's house. He and his crew tie Mencia to a chair and beat him with baseball bats. Kanye beheads him with a baseball bat swing. He wants answers. He wants to know why someone would start these rumors about him. Mencia cannot help him because Mencia is now dead. Kanye then finds out that Jimmy and Cartman were the actual creators of the joke. He shows up at Jimmy's house with his crew and takes them both hostage. He holds guns on them and demands they explain why they called him a gay fish. And this is where the episode brings both storylines together, because while Kanye has Jimmy and Cartman at gunpoint demanding an explanation, Jimmy and Cartman are too busy arguing with each other about who created the joke to even notice the guns. Cartman is stealing credit. Jimmy is pushing back. They are completely absorbed in their own ego battle. And Kanye, watching this argument, somehow arrives at a completely wrong conclusion. He misreads what they are saying. He thinks they're argument is proof that he is genuinely actually a gay fish, that he has been living in denial his whole life, that everyone who has been calling him a gay fish was not making a joke. They were trying to help him understand something true about himself. He accepts it completely. The episode ends with Kanye in a wetsuit walking to the end of the Santa Monica Pier and diving into the ocean. A song begins playing. It is called Gay Fish. It is a parody of Kanye's own song Heartless from his album 808s and Heartbreak. Trey Parker sings the whole thing using heavy auto-tune, and he had to deliberately sing off-key in order to get the auto-tune effect to sound the way he wanted. Parker said in interviews that you have to be a bad singer on purpose for the tool to process it the way it needs to. The video that plays over the song shows Kanye happily swimming through the ocean, kissing fish, humping a grouper, living his best life as a gay fish at the bottom of the sea. The morning after the episode aired, the full 2.5-minute version of the Gay Fish song was made available for free download on the official South Park website. The deleted ending, which was animated but cut from the final episode, showed a different conclusion. Two members of the US Coast Guard find Kanye's drowned, bloated body in the ocean. One of them closes Kanye's eyes. His adventures under the sea were apparently hallucinations experienced just before death. Parker and Stone decided this was too dark for the final cut and went with the happier ending instead. Now here is where the real world becomes the joke. The real Kanye West's reaction to this episode proved, immediately and permanently, that Parker and Stone had been exactly right about him. He posted on his blog, in capital letters, a statement that included the line, "I got a long road ahead of me to make people believe I'm not actually a huge douche, but I'm up for the challenge." I'm sure the writers at South Park are really nice people in real life. He was publicly acknowledging the episode. He was not laughing at it. He was treating it as a reputation problem to be managed, a PR crisis. He was responding to a fish sticks joke the same way someone responds to a serious accusation. This is, of course, exactly what his cartoon version did. The cartoon Kanye held press conferences. The real Kanye posted long statements. The cartoon Kanye got a doctor to confirm he was not a fish. The real Kanye wrote paragraphs about how he was not actually a douche. And it did not stop there. Kanye kept referencing the episode years later. On his 2010 album My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, in a song called Gorgeous, he rapped, "Choke a South Park writer with a fish dick." On his 2011 album Watch the Throne, in a song called Made in America, he referenced South Park laughing at him. In a 2021 leaked demo for a song called Life of the Party, he referenced fish sticks again and told the South Park team to kiss a specific part of his anatomy. As one person on Reddit noted in a post that went viral multiple times over the years, the fact that they predicted his reaction inside the episode and he still reacted exactly the way they predicted is just so Kanye that you could not make it up. Bill Hader, who helped create the joke, explained in interviews that the entire point was never really about fish at all. The joke was about ego. Specifically, it was about the kind of ego that is so fragile and so enormous at the same time that it cannot survive a simple pun. A person with a healthy relationship with themselves hears a dumb joke and laughs. A person whose entire identity is built around being a genius, being the voice of a generation, being someone too important and too significant to be made fun of. That person hears the same dumb joke and turns it into a crisis. Cartman had the same problem. His ego also rewrote his memories to protect him. The episode is not just a Kanye takedown. It is an argument that ego blindness is the same whether you are a famous rapper or a chubby kid in Colorado. The mechanics are identical. The results are equally ridiculous. South Park would return to Kanye West in season 14's episodes 200 and 201, where he shows up still in his gay fish outfit, still identified as a recovering gay fish. And in season 17, in an episode called The Hobbit, he would return again. This time in a completely different but equally humiliating situation. Both times, the show found ways to use the same joke engine: Kanye's inability to see himself clearly and the chaos that results from that inability. The Fish Sticks episode is, by almost every measure, a perfect piece of comedy construction. The joke is simple, the structure is elegant. The two storylines, Cartman rewriting history and Kanye refusing to understand a pun, are doing the exact same thing from different angles. And the real-world confirmation that they had perfectly predicted their target's behavior gave the episode a second life that most television moments never get. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But as funny as it is to watch a man who calls himself a genius spend years being outsmarted by a wordplay joke about fish, the next celebrity on our list faced something completely different. Because Bono wasn't just mocked for his ego. He was told that his ego was not a personality flaw he had developed over time. It was something much more fundamental than that. He He was told he was not a person at all. Section 4. Bono is not just full of crap, he literally is crap. There is a certain kind of famous person that the world has always had complicated feelings about. The kind who does genuinely good things, raises money for the poor, campaigns for debt relief, shows up at world summits to argue on behalf of people who have nothing, but does all of it with such an overwhelming need to be seen doing it, such a desperate hunger for recognition and applause, that the good deeds start to feel less like generosity and more like a performance. A person who cannot simply do good. They have to be seen doing good. They have to be thanked for doing good. They have to win at doing good. And the moment someone else threatens to be better at doing good than they are, the mask slips and what is underneath is not a saint at all. That person, in the world of South Park, is Bono. The episode is called More Crap. It is season 11, episode 9. It aired on October 10th, 2007, and it is, on the surface, one of the most disgusting episodes South Park has ever produced. The entire plot revolves around bowel movements. The whole thing is about poop. It is deeply, enthusiastically, unapologetically about poop. Parker and Stone were so aware of how low the subject matter was that they built an entire running joke around the fact that they had just won an Emmy Award. Every single time something particularly gross happens on screen during the episode, a graphic appears in the corner. It shows a spinning Emmy Award. Underneath it, in clean professional text, it reads, Emmy Award-winning series. The joke is them winking at the audience. Yes, we just won television's highest honor. Yes, we are using it to frame a scene about the world's largest piece of human waste. We are aware of the contradiction. We find it hilarious. But underneath all of that deliberate grossness is one of the sharpest, most precise celebrity takedowns the show has ever constructed. Because the argument the episode is making about Bono is not just that he is annoying, or that he is out of touch, or that his humanitarian work is self-promotional. The argument goes much further than that. The episode argues that Bono's need to be number one is not a character flaw. It is not something he developed over years of fame. It is something fundamental to what he is. Something biological. Something he was born with. Or more accurately, something he was born as. Let's go through what actually happens. Stan's father, Randy Marsh, has not had a bowel movement in 3 weeks. This is established at the very start of the episode with absolutely no subtlety whatsoever. He has been eating at P.F. Chang's, a real American restaurant chain, almost exclusively, and the combination of food choices and time has created a situation that requires medical attention. His doctor prescribes him a laxative. What follows is described in the episode as an extremely painful but ultimately successful experience. The result is a piece of waste so enormous that Randy is genuinely amazed by it. He shows it to his friends at the local bar. They are also amazed. Someone suggests he should apply for a world record. The Guinness Book of World Records, which is a real book that tracks extraordinary achievements of all kinds, redirects him to a fictional organization called the European Fecal Standards and Measurements Board. The board uses a unit of measurement called the Couric, which is named after real journalist Katie Couric, in a running gag that the show had been building across several episodes. Randy's result is measured and confirmed. He has broken the world record for the largest bowel movement in recorded history. And then comes the complication. The previous record holder, it turns out, is Bono. Bono is not happy about this. He is not gracious. He is not the kind, globally conscious humanitarian who campaigns for African debt relief and shows up at the United Nations to plead for the world's poorest people. In this episode, Bono is petty, competitive, and furious. He immediately produces a photograph of his own waist and submits it to the board, claiming to have just broken Randy's record. The board confirms it. Randy is stripped of his title. This sends Randy into a depression that his friends can only pull him out of by convincing him to try again. He goes back to P.F. Chang's. He eats there every day for 3 weeks. An ultrasound shows that the contents of his body have reached approximately 14 Courics in weight. He is ready. Bono finds out that Randy is attempting to reclaim the record and intervenes directly. He contacts the European Fecal Standards and Measurements Board and demands that Randy must produce his result in person in Zurich in front of the entire board with professional witnesses present. The board agrees to this, even though these rules were never applied to Bono himself. Bono submitted a photograph. Randy has to travel internationally and perform in front of a committee. Randy's doctor tells him he cannot travel, so Stan steps in. Stan goes to Bono's enormous mansion and tries to appeal to him directly. He explains that his father is a regular person who has never won anything in his life, that this record, absurd as it is, would mean something real to him, that it is the one thing he has ever had a chance to win. And he asks Bono, a man who has more awards, more honors, more recognition than almost any human being alive, if he can just let Randy have this one small thing. Bono's response is immediate and violent. He cannot stand the idea of being number 2. Not in anything, not even in this. He attacks Stan verbally and physically threatens him, insisting that he will not allow anyone to take the number 1 position from him, in any category, under any circumstances. Stan cannot understand it. He pushes back with a line that cuts directly to the heart of the episode's argument. He tells Bono that he already has everything. Every award, every honor, every possible recognition. His band is one of the most successful in history. He is knighted. He is celebrated. He has a beautiful wife and a brilliant career and more money than most countries. At some point, Stan asks, "Can't you just be okay with being number 2? Can't you just step back and let someone else have something?" Bono's answer, delivered in absolute seriousness, is that he cannot feel whole unless he is number 1. The idea of being second at anything, even at something as meaningless as a bowel movement competition, causes him genuine psychological pain. Bono's butler, watching all of this, makes a decision. He pulls Stan aside and tells him there is something he needs to understand about Bono, something that explains everything. He takes Stan to Zurich, to the headquarters of the European Fecal Standards and Measurements Board, to hear the truth from the board's founder directly. And here is the revelation. Bono did not take the world's biggest bowel movement in 1960. Bono is the world's biggest bowel movement from 1960. The head of the board explains it plainly. In 1960, he himself produced a piece of waste so large, so unprecedented, that he could not bring himself to simply flush it away. He was too proud of it. He was so proud of it that he raised it. He nurtured it. He fed it from his own chest. And it grew. It developed. It became a human being. It became Bono. Bono is not a person who took a record-breaking crap. Bono is the crap. He was born as a crap, raised as a crap, and has spent his entire life being a crap while everyone around him treated him as something extraordinary. This, the board member explains, is why Bono can do so much good in the world and still seem like such a piece of crap. Both things are simultaneously true. He is capable of organizing massive benefit concerts, lobbying world leaders, and raising billions of dollars for people in need. And he is also, literally and biologically, a piece of waste. The contradiction that the public has always sensed about him, the tension between the good he does and the overwhelming self-importance with which he does it, is resolved by the revelation that he is not a flawed person. He is simply a crap that became famous. When Bono discovers that Stan has learned the truth, he breaks down. The aggressive, competitive, number 1 obsessed man dissolves completely. His butler produces him like a toddler. He is breastfed by the board's founder. He regresses into something infantile and helpless. The man who could not tolerate being number 2 in any context is, when stripped of his defenses, just what he always was, something small and raw and in need of comfort. Randy, meanwhile, produces his final attempt at the record in front of the full board. The result is so large that it physically lifts him off the toilet seat. The board confirms a weight of over 100 Courics. Randy is the new record holder. An official tries to present him with the Emmy Award graphic that has been appearing throughout the episode. He grabs it and sticks it directly into Randy's achievement. The episode ends there. Now, some important context about the timing of this episode. It aired in October of 2007. Just a few weeks before, South Park had won an actual Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Animated Program for the Season 10 episode, Make Love, Not Warcraft. So when the spinning Emmy Award graphic appeared on screen during the grossest moments of More Crap, it was not just a joke about prestige television in general. It was the show specifically making fun of its own recent genuine honor. They had just won the highest award in American television, and they chose to celebrate that achievement by attaching it to a storyline about competitive defecation and a celebrity being revealed to be a living piece of human waste. The episode was written and directed entirely by Trey Parker. It is one of the very few South Park episodes in which Cartman, Kyle, and Kenny do not appear at all. The episode follows Randy and Stan almost exclusively, which gives it an unusual shape. Most South Park episodes balance between the adult world and the boys' world. This one leans almost entirely into Randy's story, using Stan only as the person who goes to confront Bono and uncovers the truth. The crew of the documentary film The King of Kong, a 2007 film about competitive video gaming, were consulted and responded positively when they found out their documentary had inspired the structure of the episode. The film's director said said they considered it a compliment that South Park had borrowed the shape of their story. The structure of the episode, a regular person achieving something remarkable, a powerful figure refusing to let them have it, the regular person fighting back, is taken directly from the competitive gaming documentary and transplanted onto a bowel movement competition. What makes the Bono episode one of the most memorable celebrity takedowns in South Park history is not just the gross out factor, it is the completeness of the argument. The show is not saying that Bono is a hypocrite. It is not saying that his charity work is fake. It is not saying that he should stop campaigning for global debt relief or stop organizing benefit concerts. The show is saying something more brutal than any of those things. It is saying that no matter how much good Bono does, no matter how many summits he attends or how many people he helps, the ego at the center of all of it is so enormous and so impossible for him to be separated from that it poisons everything. He cannot do good quietly. He cannot win gracefully. He cannot lose at all. And that is not a personality trait he can change with effort or therapy or self-reflection, because he is not a person who developed these traits. He is the traits. He was born them. He is made of them. The show takes what everyone has always vaguely felt about a certain kind of do-gooder celebrity, the nagging sense that the generosity and the ego are not two separate things, but one single thing wearing a humanitarian costume, and makes it literal. Bono is not a good man with a flaw. He is the flaw itself, shaped like a man. It is mean. It is absurd. It is constructed with remarkable internal logic. And it is, in the tradition of the very best South Park celebrity episodes, absolutely impossible to unsee once you have seen it. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But as precise as the Bono takedown is, and as perfectly as it dissects the specific kind of ego that hides behind philanthropy, the next episode on our list goes somewhere darker. Because while Bono was revealed to be something ridiculous, the next celebrity was revealed to be something tragic. And the episode that featured her was not primarily about making you laugh at her. It was about making you feel sick for ever having laughed at her at all. Section 5. Britney Spears and the Ritual Sacrifice, the darkest celebrity episode South Park ever made. There are episodes of television that are funny. There are episodes that are smart. And then there are episodes that make you feel genuinely uncomfortable about yourself by the time the credits roll. Not because the show did something wrong, but because the show held up a mirror and made you look at something you had been doing without thinking about it. Something the whole country had been doing. Something that felt normal until someone pointed at it directly and said, "Look at what you are actually participating in." Britney's New Look is that episode. It is Season 12, Episode 2. It aired on March 19th, 2008, and it is, without question, the most complicated and most emotionally difficult celebrity episode South Park has ever produced. It is disguised as a cruel mockery of Britney Spears. It is actually one of the most sympathetic portrayals of a celebrity the show has ever created. And the difference between those two things is the entire point. To understand the episode fully, you need to remember what was happening in early 2008. Britney Spears had spent the previous year going through what the media described, endlessly and gleefully, as a complete public breakdown. She had shaved her own head at a hair salon while photographers stood outside taking pictures. She had attacked a paparazzi vehicle with an umbrella. She had lost custody of her children. She had been photographed in states of obvious distress. She had been admitted to hospitals. She had been followed everywhere she went by enormous groups of photographers who made their living selling images of her at her worst moments. And the public had consumed every single piece of it. The photos sold for massive amounts of money. The coverage was constant. The jokes were everywhere. Late-night television, gossip websites, tabloid magazines, and casual conversation all treated Britney Spears' visible suffering as entertainment, as something to be enjoyed, as content. Parker and Stone were watching all of this, and what they saw was not a celebrity getting what she deserved. What they saw was something ancient and ugly dressed up in modern clothing. The episode opens at Stan's house. Randy is trying to get the boys to watch a live political debate between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. The debate is interrupted by a breaking news bulletin. Britney Spears has been spotted near South Park. A photographer has just been paid $100,000 for a picture of her urinating on a ladybug while camping. Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Butters immediately forget the presidential debate entirely. They do not care about who will run the country. They care about Britney Spears. Specifically, they care about getting a photograph of her doing something embarrassing so they can sell it and make money. Butters is the only one who objects. He says she has been through enough and that they should leave her alone. Nobody listens to him. Butters is dressed in a squirrel costume for the scheme because the plan involves getting Brittany to defecate on what appears to be a squirrel. This tells you everything you need to know about how the world is treating her. The boys find out which hotel Brittany is staying at. Security will not let them up to her room, so Stan and Kyle tell security that they are Brittany's children and have come to see their mother. Security lets them through. This detail matters. Britney Spears had recently lost custody of her children in real life. Using her love for them as the key to get past her defenses is not just a plot device, it is a specific cruelty, and the show knows it. When Brittany sees them at her hotel room door, she is overjoyed. She believes her children have actually come to see her. She is warm and emotional and happy in a way she has not been for a long time. And then she realizes the truth. These are not her kids. They are just boys who came to take her picture. The look that crosses her face in that moment is one of the most quietly devastating things in the episode. The show does not linger on it for laughs. It simply shows it. And then Brittany, who has nothing left, who has been hunted and photographed and ridiculed for so long that she cannot take any more, picks up a shotgun and shoots herself in the head. She survives, but most of her skull is gone. The top 2/3 of her head no longer exist. She is alive, but she can barely function. She cannot speak, she cannot see properly, she cannot understand what is happening to her. Cartman and Butters flee immediately. Stan and Kyle stay, and in the hospital, looking at what they have contributed to, they make a promise to make it right. They are going to help her. They are going to protect her. What follows is the rest of the episode trying and failing to do exactly that. Brittany's manager shows up almost immediately and smuggles her out of the hospital. He takes her to a recording studio and forces her to make a comeback song. Stan and Kyle protest. They say this will only make everything worse. The manager ignores them. The song is recorded. Brittany is booked to perform at the MTV Video Music Awards. The performance is a disaster. The crowd watches Brittany struggle on stage and picks apart everything about her appearance. Her weight, her hair, her movements. Critics write about how obviously she is lip syncing. Stan looks at the reviews and says she doesn't have any lips. Nobody seems to notice or care that most of her skull is missing. The specific targeted cruelty of the crowd, examining every flaw, finding every imperfection, demanding she be perfect while making perfection impossible, continues without pause even after she has literally shot away most of her own head. Stan and Kyle come up with a plan. They are going to take Brittany to the North Pole, far enough away from everything that the media cannot reach her, that she can have some peace. They get her onto a train. Kyle disguises himself as Brittany to distract the photographers while Stan takes her north. It almost works, but the train stops at a small village, and what is waiting at that village is the entire population of South Park. Randy is there, Sharon is there, Sheila is there, Gerald, Jimbo, Officer Bar Brady, all of them. Kyle is in the crowd too, having been caught. He runs to Stan and Brittany. The crowd surrounds them. Kyle demands to know why this has to happen, why Brittany has to die, and then the explanation comes. The episode parodies a famous horror short story called The Lottery, written by Shirley Jackson. In that story, a small American town holds a lottery every year. The person who draws the losing ticket is stoned to death by their neighbors. The reason given is tradition. The town needs it. Something bad will happen if they stop. The sacrifice is required. In the South Park version, one of the paparazzi explains it simply. The American people need a sacrifice for a good harvest. In ancient time, towns would pick someone by lottery and stone them to death. But modern civilized people do not like doing their own dirty work anymore. So now the system works differently. You build a person up into a celebrity. You make them an icon. And then you use the media to drive them to the edge and let them destroy themselves. You do not throw the stones yourself. You just keep taking pictures until the person is gone. And the crowd does exactly that. They photograph Brittany until she collapses and dies. Months later, the residents of South Park are at a supermarket talking about what a good corn harvest it has been. A news broadcast comes on the television above the checkout aisle. It announces that Miley Cyrus, star of Hannah Montana, is becoming enormously popular and everyone loves her. The townspeople look at the screen. Their expressions change. They begin to hum. The same slow, rhythmic chant that preceded Brittany's death. The cycle is beginning again. There is already a new target being built up, and Stan and Kyle, who spent the entire episode trying to stop it, look at each other and after a long moment, quietly join in the chant. They have given up. There is no stopping it. The episode ends there. There are a few things about the real-world context of this episode that make it even more striking. First, the real Britney Spears was reportedly not happy with the episode. This is understandable on the surface. It depicts her shooting herself, losing most of her head, and being photographed to death. But the interesting part is that the episode is, at its core, entirely on her side. The crowd that kills her contains all of South Park's regular adult characters. The people who are mocked in the episode are not Brittany. They are the audiences, the paparazzi, the managers, the media companies, and the entertainment machine that consumed her suffering for profit. Second, Trey Parker and Matt Stone chose to structure the episode around the lottery very deliberately. The story by Shirley Jackson was published in 1948. When it first appeared in the New Yorker magazine, it generated more letters from readers than anything the magazine had ever published. Most of those letters were angry. People were deeply disturbed by the story because it argued that ordinary, normal, nice people are capable of monstrous cruelty when the cruelty is wrapped in enough tradition and social expectation to feel normal. Parker and Stone recognized that the media coverage of Britney Spears was the same argument in a different costume. Third, the episode predicted something. The final image, the crowd beginning to target Miley Cyrus as the next sacrifice, was aired in 2008, just as Cyrus was at the absolute peak of her Hannah Montana fame. What followed in the next few years, as Cyrus grew up and the media turned on her in predictable and documented ways, gave the episode's ending a meaning it did not quite have when it first aired. The show had identified the machine and described exactly how it worked. It built someone up, then it tore them apart, then it found someone new. What makes this episode different from every other celebrity episode South Park has made is that it is not about ego at all. Most of the other episodes on this list are about destroying the ego of a famous person who had too much of it. Britney Spears was not destroyed because she had too much ego. She was destroyed because the system needed someone to destroy, and she was the person standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. The episode is not a takedown of a celebrity. It is a takedown of everyone watching the celebrity, including, by implication, the audience watching South Park. You laughed at Britney. You clicked the links. You bought the magazines. You watched the coverage. The corn harvest was good this year. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. And the next person on our list had a very different kind of ego destroyed. Because while Britney was a victim of the machine, the man who comes next was the machine itself. He was not hunted by the media. He used the media. He controlled his image with meticulous precision. He built a reputation over decades as one of the most beloved and respected directors in Hollywood history. And then, two fourth graders from Colorado explained to the entire world that he had done something unforgivable to a beloved fictional archaeologist in a leather jacket, and that he would never be allowed to forget it. Section 6. Mel Gibson is a sadomasochistic lunatic, and that is the generous take. There is a specific type of celebrity that South Park has always found irresistible. Not just the famous and the powerful, not just the wealthy and the out of touch. The specific type that Parker and Stone seem to find most interesting is the one who has built their entire public identity around something sacred and serious, who has used that sacred and serious identity to demand a level of respect that puts them above criticism, and who turns out, underneath all of it, to be something completely unhinged. Mel Gibson was that person in 2004. The episode is called The Passion of the Jew. It is season 8, episode 3. It aired on March 31st, 2004, and what makes it remarkable beyond everything else about it is the timing. Gibson had spent the previous 2 years building the release of his film, The Passion of the Christ, into one of the most discussed and debated cultural events in recent American history. The film depicted the final hours of Jesus Christ's life with an extreme level of graphic violence. It was marketed directly to Christian communities. It was praised by religious leaders. It became one of the highest grossing films of all time. It made enormous amounts of money and sparked enormous amounts of conversation about faith, history, religion, and anti-Semitism. And Parker and Stone, watching all of this, had a simple question. Who actually is Mel Gibson? They had an answer, and they delivered it while the film was still in theaters before Gibson's real-life behavior had caught up with his public image. This is important. The 2006 arrest, where Gibson was pulled over for drunk driving and launched into an anti-Semitic tirade at the police officers, had not happened yet. The later incidents, the public meltdowns and phone call recordings and mounting evidence of a man in serious psychological trouble, were all still in the future. Parker and Stone essentially looked at the available evidence and concluded, in 2004, that Mel Gibson was deeply, profoundly unhinged. 2 years later, the rest of the world would find out they were right. The episode runs 3 parallel stories at the same time, and all 3 are doing something different. The first story belongs to Stan and Kenny. They go to see The Passion of the Christ because Cartman has been pressuring everyone to see it. Their reaction when they come out of the theater is simple and immediate. They thought it sucked. Not for theological reasons, not for political reasons. They thought it was a bad film. They want their $18 back. This sets off a journey to get a refund that takes them to Mel Gibson's actual house in Malibu. The decision to have two 10-year-old boys travel to a celebrity's private home to demand a refund for a movie ticket is already absurd enough. What they find when they arrive is what makes the story unforgettable. Mel Gibson is completely out of his mind. He is in his house, alone, babbling to himself. When Stan and Kenny approach him and explain they want their money back, Gibson straps himself to a rack and tells them that no matter how much they torture him, he will not give them their money. Stan and Kenny are confused. They do not want to torture him, they just want $18. Gibson does not hear this. He is lost in something else entirely. He seems almost disappointed that they are not hurting him. Then he starts doing Daffy Duck impressions. He runs around the house making cartoon sounds. He chases them from room to room. Stan eventually gets smart and just takes the $18 directly from Gibson's wallet while he is distracted. Stan and Kenny run for a bus back to South Park. Gibson, wearing face paint from his film Braveheart, chases after the bus in a large tanker truck straight out of his older film Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior. He is screaming out the window. He is honking the horn. He is shouting the Klingon word Qapla', which means success or victory in the Star Trek universe, and which he also used in Parker and Stone's own film Team America: World Police. He chases the bus all the way back to South Park. The second story belongs to Kyle. Kyle went and saw The Passion of the Christ on his own, and unlike Stan and Kenny, who simply thought it was bad, Kyle had a much more complicated reaction. The film's violent depiction of Jewish figures in the story of the crucifixion shook him deeply. He began having nightmares. He felt enormous guilt about his Jewish heritage. He went to Cartman's house and told him, in the words that Cartman had been waiting his whole life to hear, that he was right all along. This single moment, Kyle admitting that Cartman was right, sends Cartman into a state of pure joy. He immediately begins organizing what he frames as a fan club for The Passion of the Christ. He dresses in a brown uniform that looks exactly like something from the Nazi period. He practices anti-Semitic speeches in German in front of his mirror. He recruits a crowd of completely sincere Christians who think they are joining a faith-based appreciation group and have no idea they are being organized into something else entirely. Cartman marches this crowd through South Park chanting German phrases. The crowd believes the German words are Aramaic, the ancient language spoken in the film. They have no idea what they are actually saying. The phrases translate to things like, "It is time to clean," and "We must exterminate the Jews." A passing rabbi watches them march past with an expression of growing horror. This storyline is doing something very specific. It is pointing out that the cultural environment around the Passion of the Christ, the fervent devotion, and the sense that anyone who criticized it was attacking Christianity itself, created exactly the kind of conditions that allowed someone like Cartman to exploit sincere people for genuinely dangerous purposes. The film became a shield. If you questioned the film, you were questioned for questioning Christianity. And inside that shield, a smirking Cartman in a brown uniform could march a crowd of good faith believers through the street chanting things they did not understand. The third story belongs to Kyle working through his guilt with Father Maxey at the local church. Father Maxey gives Kyle a perspective that becomes the moral center of the entire episode. He points out that the Bible actually provides very few details about the crucifixion, that the Passion of the Christ is not the Bible, that the detailed, prolonged depiction of violence was a creative choice by its director, that focusing on how Jesus died rather than what Jesus taught is how people thought during the Dark Ages, and that this kind of thinking historically led to terrible things being done to Jewish people throughout history. This is not a throwaway line. It is the thesis of the entire episode. Stan eventually delivers a version of this same argument to the gathered crowd at the end of the episode, and it works. The crowd disperses, Cartman's rally falls apart, Kyle recovers, and then Gibson arrives in South Park, having chased the bus all the way from Malibu. His truck crashes into the theater where The Passion of the Christ is playing and explodes. Gibson emerges from the wreckage completely unharmed. He walks into the gathered crowd, a crowd that includes both Cartman's followers and the Jewish congregation who had come to protest the film. He begins ranting in a way that makes no sense. He smears his own waste on the side of a nearby building. He begs people to torture him. Nobody does. He is delighted and horrified in equal measure by everything happening around him. And then, in the episode's final and most deliberately disgusting moment, he gleefully defecates on Cartman's face. This causes two things to happen simultaneously. Cartman's followers scatter, their illusions completely destroyed. And Kyle, watching this person who made the film that shook him to his core, suddenly feels all his guilt dissolve. He says to Stan, "If this lunatic made the film that I built all that guilt around, then maybe the guilt was never about anything real." The New York Times praised the episode. The Anti-Defamation League praised it. The Jewish Daily Forward, a Jewish newspaper, called it perhaps the most biting critique of the Passion of the Christ to date. These are not organizations that typically endorse South Park's approach to comedy. The fact that all three praised the same episode tells you something about how accurately it had identified the real tensions around the film's release. There is one more layer to this episode that is worth understanding. Parker and Stone developed and wrote it while The Passion of the Christ was still in theaters. They turned it around in their 6-day production window and aired it before the cultural conversation had moved on. This is the production schedule advantage that no other show in television has ever had. They can respond to a cultural moment while the moment is still happening. But the element that makes the Gibson portrayal historically significant is not just the comic image of a man smearing waste on buildings and doing Daffy Duck impressions. It is the fact that they made this portrayal before the world knew. In 2004, Mel Gibson was still largely understood as the beloved director of Braveheart, the star of Lethal Weapon, a man of public religious conviction who had spent his own money making a serious film about his faith. The public version of Mel Gibson was not yet the version the world would meet in 2006 and the years that followed. Parker and Stone looked at what was available and reached a conclusion. They saw a filmmaker who made a 2-hour movie consisting primarily of extreme violence inflicted on a single person. They saw a man who had made Braveheart, which also featured extensive brutality. They connected those dots and decided that whatever Mel Gibson said his religious motivations were, the actual driving force was something different, something that found pleasure in pain and suffering, something they depicted as a full and complete love of being hurt, of watching hurt, of making hurt into art and selling it as devotion. 2 years later, when Gibson was arrested and the recording of his behavior was made public, and the phone call recordings followed, and the full picture of who this person was behind the public image came into focus, people remembered the episode. Parker had essentially drawn a cartoon portrait of what was underneath the surface and aired it on basic cable while the world was still buying tickets to the film. The episode is not just funny because of Daffy Duck impressions and tanker truck chases and the image of a man being defecated on by a Hollywood director. It is funny because of the confidence behind it, the willingness to say this is who this person actually is before the evidence caught up. It remains one of the most precise pieces of celebrity prediction the show has ever produced. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while Gibson was taken apart through a combination of cartoon madness and real theological argument, the next celebrity on our list was taken apart for something that had nothing to do with religion or politics or artistic vision at all. She was taken apart for being exactly what she said she was. And the episode that did it did not need to exaggerate anything or invent anything or make any predictions about future behavior. It simply pointed at the image she had constructed and asked one question. Is this really what we want little girls to grow up wanting to be? Section 7. Paris Hilton opens a store called Stupid Spoiled Whore, and everyone loves it. There is a specific moment in American cultural history where something shifts, where what was once considered embarrassing becomes aspirational, where the things that used to mark someone as having poor judgment or low standards become, overnight, the things that everyone wants, where an entire generation of young girls looks at a famous person and decides that what that person represents is not something to be avoided, but something to be copied as closely as possible. That moment happened in the early 2000s, and the person at the center of it was Paris Hilton. The episode is called Stupid Spoiled Whore Video Playset. It is Season 8, Episode 12. It aired on December 1st, 2004, and unlike most South Park celebrity episodes, which are primarily interested in the ego or the behavior of the celebrity being mocked, this episode is interested in something larger and more disturbing. It is interested in what a celebrity like Paris Hilton does to the people around her, specifically what she does to children, and even more specifically, what she does to little girls who are at the age where they are just beginning to figure out what kind of person they want to become. This episode is interested in something larger and more disturbing. It is interested in what a celebrity like Paris Hilton does to the people around her, specifically, what she does to children, and even more specifically, what she does to little girls who are at the age where they are just beginning to figure out what kind of person they want to become. To understand why Parker and Stone made this episode, you need to understand who Paris Hilton was in 2004. She was the heiress to the Hilton Hotel fortune. She was famous primarily for being famous. She had appeared in a reality television show called The Simple Life. She had a private video that had been leaked and widely distributed earlier that year. She had a small dog named Tinkerbell that she carried everywhere. She was in tabloids constantly. She was on magazine covers constantly. She was, at that particular moment in American pop culture, one of the most visible people in the country, and she was visible in a very specific way. Everything about her public image was built around wealth, provocative behavior, and the idea that being desired and being reckless and being spoiled were not flaws, but achievements. Things to be proud of. Things that made you worthy of attention and admiration. Parker and Stone had daughters of their own by the time they made this episode. Both of them have spoken about this in interviews. They said that if you imagine having a daughter and thinking about what kind of role models she has available to her, and you look at what Paris Hilton represented at that moment, something starts to feel genuinely wrong. Not mildly uncomfortable, actually wrong. The episode does not hide what it thinks about this. It announces it in the title. The story begins with the girls in 4th grade at South Park Elementary discovering that Paris Hilton is coming to South Park to open a new store. The store is called Stupid Spoiled Whore. The product line includes a toy set called the Stupid Spoiled Whore Video Playset. The commercial for this toy set describes its contents. It comes with a night vision filter, fake money, a losable cell phone, and 16 hits of ecstasy. This is a direct reference to Paris Hilton's real sex tape, which was filmed in night vision, and to the general public perception of her lifestyle. Every girl in 4th grade immediately wants to be a stupid, spoiled whore. They buy the products. They dress in the store's clothing line. They talk to boys in ways that make the boys deeply uncomfortable. They plan a stupid, spoiled whore party at BB's house. They are enthusiastic and fully committed to the new identity the store has given them. Wendy Testaberger is the only holdout. Wendy is one of the smartest kids at school. She is class president. She is appalled by what she is watching happen to her friends and says so clearly. Her reward for this position is immediate social exclusion. The other girls tell her she is not a stupid, spoiled whore, and therefore she is not invited to the party. Being too smart and too principled is, in this world, a disqualifying condition for friendship. Wendy's attempts to get adults to address the problem run into a wall immediately. Her father goes to the Stupid Spoiled Whore store to investigate, and within minutes has been completely won over by the women working there, who use a combination of flattery and accusation to convince him that trying to shut the store down makes him oppressive to women. He ends the conversation by promising to make Wendy the stupidest, most spoiled whore of them all. The adults have failed entirely. Meanwhile, Paris Hilton herself is dealing with a personal crisis. Her dog Tinkerbell has shot itself in the head inside her limousine. The implication is clear and is made even clearer in the next few minutes of the episode. A flashback reveals the various fates of Paris Hilton's previous pets. A poodle that hanged itself, a cat that slashed its wrists, a spaniel that performed a ritual act of honorable self-destruction with a sword. Every single animal she has ever owned has chosen death over continued proximity to her. The joke is brutal and specific. It is not that her pets died from neglect or accident. They made deliberate, reasoned decisions. Being owned by Paris Hilton was so miserable that death was the rational response. Grieving and needing a replacement companion, Paris spots Butters walking down the street and decides she wants him. She instructs her driver to acquire him. The driver explains that she cannot simply take a child from the street. Paris throws a full tantrum until she gets her way. She puts Butters in a bear costume, renames him Mr. Biggles, and begins treating him as her pet. When Paris discovers that Butters has parents, she goes to their home and makes them an offer. She will pay $200 million for him. Butters' parents, who are normally depicted as rigidly conventional and moralistic, immediately enter negotiations. They hold out for $250 million. They are genuinely prepared to sell their son. The episode does not draw attention to this or treat it as a shocking revelation. It simply shows it, matter-of-factly, and moves on. The implication is that the kind of money Paris Hilton represents is enough to make even the most ordinary parents calculate the value of their child in cash. Butters eventually escapes by running away before the sale is finalized. His parents are furious when they find out, not because they were worried about him, but because they are not going to get the money. Back at school, Mr. Slave, Slave, one of the show's most deliberately outrageous recurring characters, agrees to help Wendy address the situation. Mr. Slave is a man whose entire existence is defined by extremely adult behavior. He is, by any conventional standard, the last person who should be giving a speech about healthy values to young girls. But this is exactly what happens, and it is played completely straight. Mr. Slave stands in front of the 4th grade girls and explains that even he, someone with absolutely no claim to conventional morality, knows that Paris Hilton is not a role model, that her lifestyle is empty, that she represents nothing worth aspiring to. Paris Hilton shows up at this moment and objects. What follows is a competition. Not a conventional competition, a whore-off. Paris Hilton and Mr. Slave face off on a public stage in front of the entire town of South Park. The competition escalates. Paris Hilton, in the episode's most grotesque moment, loses badly. The consequence of her loss is that she is physically inserted into Mr. Slave's body. She is last seen inside his digestive system, encountering a talking frog creature from an earlier episode who sets her on a quest. Mr. Slave then delivers a speech to the assembled crowd. He explains that young girls need to be taught that people like Paris Hilton are supposed to be despised. That if parents do not teach this to their children, nobody else will. That the absence of this lesson creates the world the episode has been showing for the past 20 minutes. Now, the real-world response to this episode is fascinating for several reasons. When Paris Hilton was asked about the episode in 2005, she said she had not seen it, but that imitation was the most flattering thing, so whatever people said, she just laughed about it. Matt Stone's public response to this statement was immediate. He said, "That shows just how messed up she is. That is terrible that she is flattered by it." What Stone was pointing at was something the episode itself had been building toward. The episode's argument was that Paris Hilton had so thoroughly embraced being a target, so completely absorbed mockery and controversy into her brand, that there was no way to hurt her reputation because her reputation was built on exactly the kind of attention that mockery generates. She could not be shamed because shame required a gap between who you were and who you wanted people to think you were. Paris Hilton had closed that gap entirely. She was exactly what everyone said she was, and she was proud of it. In 2023, almost 2 decades after the episode aired, Paris Hilton published a memoir. In it, she wrote that she did actually watch the episode. She said she felt genuinely hurt by it. Specifically, she mentioned the scene involving her dog being shot and the running joke about her coughing up a certain substance. She described her original public response as a performance, something she had learned to do to protect herself. Her actual response was pain. This detail does not erase the episode's argument, but it adds a layer to it. The show attacked a public image so effectively constructed that even the person inside the image had learned to respond to attacks on it from behind a wall. The performance of being unbothered was itself part of the performance of being Paris Hilton. Parker and Stone acknowledged in DVD commentary for the episode that their feelings about the target were genuine and personal in a way that went beyond typical South Park satire. They used language that made clear this was not simply a comedy exercise. They were genuinely angry about what this specific person represented and what that representation was doing to young girls who were looking for someone to model themselves after. The episode's moral argument is clean and simple. It does not say that Paris Hilton is a bad person for existing. It does not say that her lifestyle choices are anyone's business but her own. It says that when a person builds a brand around certain behaviors and then markets that brand directly to children through toys and stores and media appearances, the content of that brand becomes everyone's business. Wendy's father is told that opposing the store makes him oppressive to women. The episode points out that this argument, applied to a product line aimed at 4th grade girls, is something that needs to be looked at carefully. Mr. Slave, of all people, is the one who sees it clearly. A man who has no standing whatsoever to talk about conventional values looks at what Paris Hilton represents and says, "Even I know this is wrong." That is the joke, and the joke contains the argument, and the argument has not dated at all. What makes this episode sit differently from the Mel Gibson episode, or the Kanye episode, or the Bono episode is that it is not primarily about a famous person's ego. It is about a famous person's influence. Gibson's ego was dangerous in a specific and somewhat contained way. Kanye's ego was ridiculous and self-destructive. Bono's ego was contradictory. Paris Hilton's influence was spreading outward into schools and playgrounds and bedroom walls, shaping how young girls understood what they were supposed to want to be. That is a different kind of problem, and it required a different kind of episode to address it. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But if Paris Hilton represented a celebrity whose influence spread outward without her fully controlling it, The next story on our list is about something almost the opposite. It is about a celebrity who controlled his image with total precision for decades, who was careful and protected and beloved, and who made one film that Parker and Stone decided to treat not as a creative failure, but as something much more serious. Something they depicted in the most literal way possible as an act of violence against a fictional character that millions of people loved, and the filmmaker had absolutely no way to respond to it that would not make everything worse. Section 8. 200 celebrities sue South Park, and Muhammad is the least of their problems. There is a specific kind of pressure that builds up over time. Not a single explosion, but a slow accumulation. Parker and Stone had spent 13 years by 2010 putting famous people into their show and doing whatever they wanted with those famous people. Barbra Streisand had become a giant robot. Tom Cruise had locked himself in a closet. Kanye West had become a gay fish. Bono had turned out to literally be a piece of waste. Britney Spears had been sacrificed by a mob. Mel Gibson had chased a bus in face paint. Paris Hilton had been absorbed into a human body. None of these celebrities had been able to do anything about it. But what if they all got together? That is the premise of 200 and 201, Season 14, Episodes 5 and 6. They aired on April 14th and April 21st, 2010, and they are, in terms of sheer ambition and the number of moving parts, unlike anything Parker and Stone had attempted before or have attempted since. These two episodes function as a single story, a culmination, a reunion of nearly every famous person the show had ever destroyed, all of them arriving together in South Park with a single shared purpose. They want what every celebrity who had ever been humiliated by the show wanted but could never get alone. They want to stop being made fun of. The story begins at a fancy restaurant where Cartman has taken his mother for her birthday. Sitting nearby is Tom Cruise, eating quietly and trying to enjoy his meal. Cartman, being Cartman, immediately begins doing an impression of Tom Cruise to entertain his mother and the surrounding tables. He does not do a flattering impression. Cruise hears it. He puts down his fork. He stands up and tells Cartman that he has had enough. He is going to sue the entire town of South Park for all the times it has made fun of him. But Cruise does not stop there. He goes further. He makes a proposition to every other celebrity who has been mocked by South Park. He organizes them. He builds a coalition. He takes the case to a lawyer and files a class action lawsuit against South Park on behalf of 200 celebrities. The list of celebrities who join the lawsuit is enormous. It includes almost every famous person the show has featured over its entire run. Cartman, Kyle, Stan, and Kenny watch from the school window as a convoy of limousines arrives in town carrying celebrity after celebrity, all of them with grievances, all of them ready to go to court. The town of South Park is faced with an impossible situation. The lawsuit is for an amount of money that would bankrupt the entire community. They cannot fight it. They cannot ignore it. They have to negotiate. Tom Cruise steps forward with the terms. South Park can make all of this go away by delivering one single thing. He wants Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, to be physically brought to South Park and handed over to the celebrity coalition. This is where the episode becomes something much larger than a celebrity satire. Muhammad had appeared in South Park before. In the Season 5 episode Super Best Friends, which aired in 2001, Muhammad appeared as a member of a group of religious figures who fight evil together. This was before the Danish cartoon controversy of 2005 and 2006, in which cartoonists who drew depictions of Muhammad received death threats. After that controversy, the cultural environment around depicting Muhammad in any visual form changed dramatically. Parker and Stone had tried to address this directly in two earlier Season 10 episodes called Cartoon Wars. In those episodes, they argued that if you are not willing to mock everyone equally, you are not actually practicing free expression. You are practicing selective courage, which is not courage at all. Comedy Central had agreed to air those episodes, but had censored the actual depiction of Muhammad. Now, in 200 and 201, they were returning to the subject. The entire plot of the two-part story hinges on Muhammad being physically present in South Park. The celebrities want him not for religious reasons, but because they believe Muhammad possesses a specific property that will solve their problem permanently. Muhammad, according to the episode's logic, cannot be made fun of. He is the one public figure in the world who is completely immune to mockery, because the threat of violence surrounding any depiction of him is so extreme that no one will do it. The celebrities want his power. If they can extract whatever quality Muhammad has that makes him untouchable and transfer it to themselves, they will never have to worry about South Park or any other source of mockery again. This is the core argument of the 2 episodes wrapped inside a comedy plot. The show is saying, the only reason any person or institution is truly safe from satire is because someone has made criticizing them dangerous. That is not respect, that is fear. And fear is not a legitimate foundation for protection from criticism. The boys are sent on a mission to find Muhammad. He has been hiding in protective custody, moving from safe house to safe house, terrified of being depicted visually anywhere. They eventually locate him in a warehouse where he has been living inside a large metal bear costume to prevent anyone from seeing him. He agrees to come to South Park. Meanwhile, the Celebrity Coalition is not just waiting patiently. Several of them have their own agendas running inside the larger lawsuit. There is a subplot involving Cartman discovering through a genetic testing service that his father may be a specific famous person. This subplot runs through both episodes and pays off in a way that is entirely about Cartman's character rather than about the celebrity involved. Cartman's obsessive need to know who he is and where he comes from has been a thread running through the show since season 2, and these episodes use the celebrity story as a framework to advance it. There is also the issue of the Gingers, a group of red-haired children who Cartman had manipulated in an earlier episode called Ginger Kids, have evolved into a threatening faction. They arrive in South Park with their own demands, complicating the already complicated negotiations. When Muhammad finally arrives in South Park, still inside the bear costume, Tom Cruise and the celebrities gather to receive him. The transfer of his untouchability is supposed to happen through a machine that extracts it and distributes it to all 200 celebrities at once. This is when Comedy Central intervened. In the second episode, 201, Comedy Central censored every single mention of Muhammad's name, not just visual depictions. The name itself was silenced with a long audio bleep every time any character said it. Additionally, a speech delivered by Kyle at the end of the episode, which Parker and Stone described as the thematic conclusion of the entire story, was censored entirely. The speech was replaced with a bleep so long that it covered every word Kyle said. Parker and Stone were furious. They issued a public statement saying that Comedy Central had made the decision completely without their input and against their wishes. They said the censorship was a demonstration of exactly the point the episodes had been trying to make, that fear had been allowed to function as a reason to silence speech. That by bleeping Muhammad's name but leaving every other name in the show untouched, the network had illustrated the precise problem the show was addressing. The speech Kyle gives at the end, the one that was entirely censored, has since been confirmed by Parker and Stone to have contained a straightforward argument about intimidation and satire. It was not provocative in any way that justified the censorship. It was the moral conclusion of the story. Removing it meant that both episodes, which were structured to build toward that conclusion, now ended without the ending Parker and Stone had written. The episodes have never been made available on the show's official streaming platform, South Park Studios, in their uncensored form. When the rest of the show's catalog was uploaded for streaming, 200 and 201 were left off entirely. They remain the only episodes in the show's history that are not officially available for viewing. You cannot stream them. You cannot purchase them digitally. Parker and Stone have not re-released them. They exist as a gap in the catalog, which is itself a kind of statement. The real-world response was intense. A website had posted what it described as a warning to Parker and Stone after the first episode aired, noting what had happened to a filmmaker named Theo Van Gogh, who was murdered in the Netherlands after making a film critical of the treatment of women in Islamic culture. Comedy Central cited concerns about safety when explaining their decision to censor the second episode. Parker and Stone said publicly that Comedy Central did not consult them before making this decision. Within the story itself, separate from everything happening around it, the celebrity satire continues throughout both episodes with the same energy as any other South Park two-parter. Tom Cruise is petty and self-important. The Celebrity Coalition is depicted as a collective of fragile egos who have banded together because they cannot individually survive being laughed at. The episode makes the point that the desire to be immune from criticism is not something unique to religious extremism. It is a universal celebrity instinct dressed up in different costumes. When the untouchability machine is activated and the quality is distributed to all 200 celebrities, it does not work the way they hoped. The episode resolves in a way that confirms the show's central belief about fame and mockery. The protection they wanted does not come from a machine or a lawsuit or a coalition. There is no protection. There never was. The moment you become famous enough to be worth mocking, you have entered a world where the only dignified response is to live with it. The celebrity lawsuit episodes are the closest Parker and Stone ever came to making a show about the show itself. Every previous celebrity episode had been self-contained. This one reached back through 14 seasons and pulled everyone in. It said, here is every person we have ever made fun of. Here is what they would do if they could, and here is why they cannot. The answer to why they cannot is the answer that runs runs through every episode in this collection. Because the moment you try to stop the laughter by threatening the people laughing, you confirm everything the laughter was saying about you. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. By 2010, Parker and Stone had destroyed hundreds of famous people across 14 seasons. But the next episode on our list is special for a different reason. It is about two celebrities who had already appeared in the show before and been made fun of before, and who came back in a later episode in a story that was not primarily about what they did or how they behaved, but about something much quieter and much more uncomfortable. It was about the image they asked the world to accept and what that image was doing to the people around them who were trying to live in reality. Section 9. Kim Kardashian is a hobbit, and Kanye West will not hear otherwise. There is a specific kind of lie that is different from a regular lie. A regular lie is when you say something false, knowing it is false. The specific kind of lie that is harder to deal with is when you take something false and repeat it so many times, in so many places, with so much confidence and so much money behind it that the world around you begins to reshape itself to accommodate the false thing. When enough people go along with it, the false thing starts to feel true, and anyone who points out that it is still false starts to look like the problem. Parker and Stone built an entire episode around this idea in 2013. The episode is called The Hobbit. It is season 17, episode 10. It aired on December 11th, 2013, and it uses Kim Kardashian and Kanye West, who were at that point in a relationship and had just had their first child together, to make an argument about the difference between a manipulated image and reality, and what happens to ordinary people when they are forced to compete with an image that does not actually exist. To understand the episode fully, you need to understand what was happening culturally in 2013. Kim Kardashian had become one of the most photographed people on the planet. Every image of her that appeared in magazines, on covers, in advertisements, and on her own social media was heavily edited. Her shape, her skin, her proportions, all of it was altered in post-production to create a version of her that looked different from how she appeared in unedited photographs. This was not a secret exactly, but it was also not something that was openly discussed. The edited images were simply presented as real, and millions of people, including young girls, were looking at these images and comparing themselves to something that did not exist. The episode does not ease into this argument. It starts it in the first scene. Wendy Testaberger tells a boy at school that she thinks he is attractive. The boy tells her she is not hot enough for him. He says he prefers girls like Kim Kardashian. Wendy is hurt and confused. She goes home and looks at pictures of Kim Kardashian. She comes back the next day and tells the boy that Kim Kardashian is a hobbit. She does not mean this as an insult in the traditional sense. She means it literally, in terms of body proportions. She is making a factual observation that Kim Kardashian's real body type, as it appears in unedited photographs and in person, is short and wide with certain hobbit-like characteristics. This is a comparison to the Tolkien creatures from The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, who are depicted as small, stout, and broad. The school is immediately divided. Most kids think Wendy is being mean and are offended on Kim Kardashian's behalf. Wendy keeps insisting she is not being mean. She is simply telling the truth. She shows people unedited photographs of Kim Kardashian standing next to other people. She brings in visual evidence. She makes her case carefully and completely. Nobody wants to hear it. Kanye West, who is back in South Park for the first time since the gay fish episode, and who is explicitly described in this episode as a recovering gay fish, hears that someone has called his girlfriend a hobbit. He arrives at South Park Elementary to confront Wendy directly. He tells her that Kim is not a hobbit and demands she take it back. He is furious and certain and completely unwilling to engage with any evidence she presents. This is where the episode begins doing something interesting with Kanye's character specifically. In the gay fish episode, Kanye was funny because he could not understand a simple joke. In this episode, the problem is different. Here, Kanye understands what a hobbit is. He knows the definition. He is not confused about the word. He is simply refusing to accept that it applies to his girlfriend, because accepting it would mean accepting something about reality that conflicts with the image he has decided to present to the world. Every time Wendy shows Kanye evidence, he rejects it. Every time she presents a logical argument, he shuts it down with emotional insistence. He is not confused. He is choosing not to see. And the episode makes clear that this choice has consequences beyond just Kanye's feelings, because the image of Kim Kardashian that Kanye is defending so aggressively is the same image that is being held up to ordinary girls as something they are supposed to look like. Wendy takes her case to the school counselor Mr. Mackey, to Principal Victoria, to her parents, and to anyone who will listen. Every adult in the episode fails her in exactly the same way the adults failed in the Paris Hilton episode almost a decade earlier. They tell her she is being hurtful. They tell her she needs to be kind. They tell her that even if what she is saying is technically true, saying it is not the right thing to do. The message Wendy receives from every authority figure is, the truth is less important than making people feel comfortable. Eventually, worn down and socially isolated and facing suspension from school, Wendy gives in. She goes to the school counselor's office, looks into the camera, and says that Kim Kardashian is not a hobbit, that she is a beautiful, strong woman, that calling her a hobbit was wrong and hurtful. The speech is delivered with zero emotion. Her face is completely flat. She is saying the words she has been told to say, and she does not believe a single one of them. Kanye is satisfied. He records the apology on his phone and posts it online. But the episode does not end there. It ends with the consequence of Wendy's surrender. In the final scene, the boy who originally told Wendy she was not attractive enough for him because she was not like Kim Kardashian is shown using an app on his phone. He is editing a photo of Wendy. He makes her waist smaller. He makes her hips different. He makes her skin smoother and her proportions closer to the edited images of Kim Kardashian that he has been looking at his whole life. When he finishes, he shows the edited photo to his friends and says that Wendy is actually pretty hot. He has made a fake version of Wendy and decided he likes the fake version. Wendy sees this happening. She watches boys passing around a version of her that does not exist. A version that could only exist if she were digitally altered to look like someone else entirely. And the expression on her face is not anger or sadness. It is something more complicated and more defeated than either of those things. The episode ends there. No speech, no reversal, no moral delivered by a character telling the audience what to think. Just Wendy watching boys prefer a fake version of her over the real one, and the camera holding on her face long enough for the weight of it to settle. This is a remarkably different ending for a South Park celebrity episode. Almost every other episode in the show's catalog ends with someone making a speech that summarizes the argument and then the story resolving, at least partially. The Britney episode ended with horror, but also with dark satirical distance. The Paris Hilton episode ended with Mr. Slave making a direct statement about values. Even the Gay Fish episode ended with Kanye finding something like peace in the ocean. The Hobbit ends without resolution. It ends with the problem still fully in place and nobody having stopped it. Parker and Stone said in interviews around the time of the episode that they were genuinely troubled by what photo editing was doing to how young people, especially young girls, understood their own appearance. That the images being held up as standards of beauty were increasingly images of people who had been digitally altered to a degree that made them physically impossible in real life. That asking real people to compare themselves to these images was not just unfair, but actively damaging. Kanye West's role in the episode is precise and thought through. He had appeared in the show before as someone who could not understand a joke. Here he appears as someone who can understand the truth but chooses not to accept it, because accepting it would require him to change the story he is telling. His girlfriend's image is part of his own image. Attacking the image attacks him, so the truth becomes the enemy. He is also, and this is important, not depicted as evil. He is depicted as someone who loves his partner, and who has decided that love means protecting the version of her that the world sees, even if that means attacking anyone who tries to point at the real version. This is a more complicated portrait than the show usually draws. Usually the target is simply wrong or selfish or deluded. Here the target is doing something recognizable, something a lot of people do. The episode just follows where that thing leads and shows what it costs. Kim Kardashian herself did not make any public statement about the episode at the time. Kanye West, who had responded publicly and personally to the Gay Fish episode years earlier, did not make any public statement about this one either. The absence of a response was itself noted by media at the time as significant. The episode was praised by critics and by people writing about media and body image. It was specifically noted as an unusual piece of television because it made a serious argument about a real and documented harm using comedy and a celebrity reference, and it had the discipline to not soften the ending. Wendy Testaberger, who also refused to go along with Paris Hilton in season 8, is once again the only person in South Park willing to say the true thing out loud. And once again, the world of the show punishes her for it. Not cruelly or dramatically, just quietly and completely. The way the world usually punishes people who say true things that make everyone else uncomfortable. The Hobbit remains one of the most emotionally restrained things Parker and Stone have ever made. It is funny throughout, but the final image sits with you in a way that most South Park endings do not. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. But while The Hobbit dealt with the quiet damage that celebrity images do to ordinary people, the next episode on our list is about something much louder. It is about two real members of a real royal family who left one of the most famous institutions in the world and then spent the following years telling the world in every format available to them about how much they had suffered. And Parker and Stone, watching all of this from Colorado, had a very specific response to the story being told. They thought it was not a story about suffering at all. They thought it was a story about something else entirely. Something they summed up in a single word that they put in the episode's title. Section 10. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle come to South Park to tell everyone how much they hate being famous. There is a specific kind of person who decides they no longer want to be in the public eye, and then announces this decision in front of as large an audience as possible. Who says they are tired of being watched and then makes sure that as many people as possible are watching when they say it? Who explains that they value their privacy and their peace and their family's safety, and then explains all of this in a book and in a documentary series and in a television interview watched by tens of millions of people, and in podcast episodes, and in speeches, and in public appearances at award shows and charity events and high-profile gatherings of exactly the kind of famous and powerful people that they said they were stepping away from? Parker and Stone had been watching this happen for several years before they made an episode about it. The episode is called The Worldwide Privacy Tour. It is season 26, episode 2. It aired on February 15th, 2023, and it takes one idea and builds an entire episode around it with a focus and a simplicity that makes it one of the cleaner pieces of celebrity satire the show has produced in its later seasons. The idea is this: you cannot simultaneously demand privacy and aggressively seek attention. These two things cancel each other out, and the more loudly and publicly you demand privacy, the more the demand itself becomes a performance for an audience, which means privacy is not actually what you want. What you want is to control the story. You want the attention, you just want it on your terms. To understand why Parker and Stone made this episode in 2023, you need to understand what Prince Harry and Meghan Markle had done in the years leading up to it. In 2020, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle announced they were stepping back from their roles as senior members of the British royal family. They said they wanted to live more privately and to be financially independent. They moved to California. They gave an interview to Oprah Winfrey in March 2021 that was watched by an enormous number of people around the world, in which they made serious allegations about the treatment they had received from the royal family. In December 2022, Netflix released a 6-part documentary series about their lives. In January 2023, Harry published a memoir called Spare, which became one of the fastest-selling non-fiction books in history, and which contained extensive private details about his family, his childhood, his time in the military, and his marriage. All of these things happened while Harry and Meghan were publicly and repeatedly describing themselves as people who wanted privacy above almost everything else. Parker and Stone noticed the gap between the stated desire and the actual behavior. They built their episode around that gap. The episode begins with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle arriving in South Park. They have come on what they are calling a worldwide privacy tour. They are traveling from town to town telling people about how much they value their privacy and how badly their privacy has been violated and how all they want is for people to leave them alone. They drive through South Park in a motorcade. They wave to the assembled crowd. They hold press conferences. They give speeches. They pose for photographs. They talk to journalists. They do everything that famous people who are actively seeking public attention do, and at every step they describe all of it as part of their mission to protect their privacy and live a quiet life. The town of South Park responds with complete sincerity. The residents are genuinely moved by Harry and Meghan's story. They are sympathetic and supportive. Randy Marsh, who functions in later seasons of the show as the primary vehicle for adult male delusion and self-contradiction, becomes one of their most devoted followers. He begins wearing a shirt with their faces on it. He cries openly during their speeches. He tells his neighbors that Harry and Meghan are the bravest, most admirable people he has ever seen. The boys, who are watching all of this from the sidelines, are confused in the specific way that South Park children are often confused by adult behavior. Not because they cannot understand what Harry and Meghan are saying, but because what Harry and Meghan are saying does not match what Harry and Meghan are doing. Stan points this out in plain language. He says that they are driving through town in a motorcade asking everyone to respect their privacy, that these two things do not go together. Nobody in the adult world of South Park hears this. The episode's main storyline involves Randy becoming so devoted to Harry and Meghan that he begins to see them as representatives of everything pure and honest about the desire to live simply and away from public judgment. He gets in a fight with his wife Sharon about it. He starts showing up at their events uninvited. He is, in short, a fan in the most devoted and irrational sense of the word, which is the episode's way of pointing out that the worldwide privacy tour is not actually driving people away from Harry and Meghan. It is making them more famous. It is generating more devotion. The privacy tour is a fame machine. The celebrity couple at the center of all this is drawn with a specific choice that is worth noting. The episode does not depict Harry and Meghan as villains. It does not accuse them of deliberate hypocrisy in the sense of knowing exactly what they are doing and doing it anyway for calculated reasons. Instead, they are depicted as people who have genuinely convinced themselves that what they are doing is consistent. That seeking attention to tell people you want no attention is not a contradiction. That the worldwide privacy tour is a real and sincere project. This is a more interesting comic choice than simply making them dishonest. Dishonest people who know they are dishonest are not as funny as people who have fully convinced themselves that the contradictory things they believe are actually compatible. Harry and Meghan in the episode are not winking at the camera. They believe in the privacy tour completely. They have no awareness of the joke they are living inside. A secondary plotline in the episode involves Cartman. Cartman has decided to claim that he is part of a group of people being persecuted, specifically to avoid consequences for his own behavior. He frames every criticism of him as a form of targeted harassment. He uses the language of victimhood as a shield against accountability. He is directly and deliberately paralleling the accusations that had been made in the media about Harry and Meghan's public statements, specifically the accusation that they were using claims of mistreatment to deflect criticism of their own choices and behavior. This parallel is not subtle. The episode wants you to see it. Cartman is the show's most reliable vehicle for satirizing a specific kind of manipulation, and here he is being used to reflect something the show sees in the celebrity couple's public strategy. The episode was released during the precise peak of public conversation about Harry and Meghan. The Netflix documentary had aired in December 2022. The book Spare had come out in January 2023. The episode aired in February 2023. Parker and Stone, using their production schedule that allows them to respond to current events within a week, put this episode out while the conversation it was responding to was still at its loudest. The real-world response split along the lines you would expect. People who were sympathetic to Harry and Meghan found the episode cruel and reductive. People who had been skeptical of the privacy tour found it accurate and satisfying. Parker and Stone did not respond publicly to either group. The episode does not take a position on the more serious allegations Harry and Meghan made about the royal family. It does not engage with the question of whether they were genuinely mistreated or whether the specific things they described actually happened. These questions are entirely outside the scope of what the episode is doing. What the episode is doing is much simpler and much more focused. It is pointing at a single observable behavior. The behavior of saying you want privacy in the most public way possible. And it is following that behavior to its logical conclusion. If you go on a worldwide privacy tour, you are not someone who wants privacy. You are someone who wants to be seen wanting privacy. These are completely different things. Harry and Meghan had accumulated an enormous amount of public sympathy in the period after they left the royal family. Large numbers of people believed their account of what had happened to them and felt genuine compassion for them. The episode is not attacking that sympathy or telling people their compassion is wrong. It is asking a different question entirely. It is asking whether the behavior being observed matches the story being told. When Randy Marsh cries at a press conference about privacy and then goes home and posts about it on social media and then tells all his neighbors about it and then buys a commemorative shirt, he is not a villain. He is a person who has been given a story that made him feel something real, and who cannot see that the story itself contains the proof that it is not quite what it claims to be. The episode ends with Harry and Meghan leaving South Park to continue the tour. They wave goodbye. The crowd cheers. Randy waves his shirt. The motorcade pulls away. Everyone is happy. Nothing has changed. The tour continues. Parker and Stone made 10 episodes about individual celebrities across the show's run, and then they made 2 episodes that stood back and looked at the whole picture. The next section does exactly that. It is not about any single celebrity, it is about the pattern, about what all these episodes from Mecha Streisand to the Worldwide Privacy Tour are actually doing when you line them up and look at them together, about what Parker and Stone were building, one famous person at a time, over 25 years of television. Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously, and the pattern, when you see it clearly, turns out to be about something much larger than any individual celebrity who ever came through South Park and got taken apart. Section 11, The Machine That Eats Famous People. How South Park built the same episode 27 times. There is a moment that happens in almost every South Park celebrity episode. It is not a joke exactly, it is not a plot point, it is a specific kind of reveal. A moment where the mask comes off and you see what is underneath. And what is underneath is always something the celebrity in question would never want the world to see. Streisand transforms into a monster. Cruz locks himself in a closet. Kanye dives off a pier in a wetsuit. Gibson smears waste on a building. Hilton is absorbed into a human body. Harry and Meghan wave goodbye from a motorcade on a worldwide privacy tour. Each of these moments is different on the surface, but they are all doing the same thing. Parker and Stone, across 27 years of South Park, built what is essentially a single machine. They built it one episode at a time, adjusting it slightly for each new target, but the core structure never changed. Once you see the machine clearly, you cannot unsee it. And once you see it, you start to understand that the celebrity satire in South Park was never really about the celebrities at all. It was about something the celebrities represented, something they carried into the room with them every time they showed up on screen. The machine has 5 parts. They appear in almost every episode covered in this collection, sometimes in different order, sometimes compressed or expanded, but always present. The first part is the construction. Every celebrity episode begins by establishing what the famous person wants the world to believe about them. This is not done with a speech or an explanation. It is done by showing the gap between the public image and the reality that everyone quietly knows exists, but politely ignores. Barbra Streisand is presented as a powerful cultural figure who turns out to be a petty, controlling tyrant willing to torture children for a triangle. Tom Cruise is presented as a successful and serious actor who turns out to be so fragile that a child saying he is merely okay drives him into a literal closet. Bono is presented as a man of conscience and generosity who turns out to be, in the most literal reading the show can manage, a piece of waste. The construction phase is always generous. The show gives each celebrity the full weight of their public image before it starts dismantling it. This generosity is not kindness, it is architecture. The higher the pedestal, the further the fall. The show builds the pedestal carefully because it needs the height. The second part is the intrusion. Something from the world of ordinary South Park children collides with the celebrity's constructed image. Stan tells Tom Cruise he is just okay. Cartman hears Kyle say he was right. Randy produces a record-breaking result that displaces Bono from the top of a ranking. Wendy tells a boy that Kim Kardashian is a hobbit. Boys try to photograph Britney Spears. 2 10-year-olds travel to Mel Gibson's house to ask for a refund. The intrusion is always small. It is never an organized attack. It is never a calculated takedown. It is always something casual and ordinary that the celebrity's ego cannot survive. This is the show's central argument dressed as a plot device. The argument is that massive fame creates massive fragility. The more famous you become, the more you need the world to reflect your image back to you exactly as you want it reflected. The slightest deviation, a child saying you are just okay, a boy saying your girlfriend is a hobbit, a town producing a bigger piece of waste than you, becomes unbearable. The celebrity cannot absorb it. The ordinary person can. The collision between ordinary life and celebrity fragility is where every story begins. The third part is the escalation. The celebrity's response to the small, ordinary intrusion is always completely disproportionate. Tom Cruise does not simply disagree that Stan's opinion is wrong. He locks himself in a closet and refuses to come out. Kanye West does not simply say that he is not a gay fish and move on. He holds press conferences and kidnaps people and beheads a comedian, and eventually throws himself into the ocean. Mel Gibson does not simply refuse to give a refund. He chases a bus across the state in a tanker truck wearing face paint while screaming a Klingon word for victory. Paris Hilton does not simply ignore criticism of her store. She buys a child. The disproportionate response is always funny because of the gap between the scale of the original intrusion and the scale of the reaction, but it is also always revealing. The size of the response tells you exactly how much the celebrity needed the thing that was taken from them. Gibson needed the money back not because of the money, but because giving it back would mean admitting the product was not what he said it was. Cruise needed to be called great not because the child's opinion mattered, but because his entire identity required universal agreement. The response is always a map of the wound. The fourth part is the collapse. Every celebrity in every episode eventually breaks down into something that cannot be explained by the public image they constructed. Streisand becomes a literal monster. Gibson becomes a man who covers buildings in waste and begs to be tortured. Bono regresses to an infant state and is breastfed by a stranger. Kanye puts on a wetsuit and joins the fish in the ocean. Hilton loses a competition so thoroughly that she is physically absorbed into another person's body. Harry and Meghan drive endlessly through towns telling crowds about their privacy. The collapse is always the episode's centerpiece. It is the moment the show has been building toward, and it is always something the celebrity cannot control or spin or reframe. The machine has produced its result. What was constructed is now demolished. What was hidden is now on screen. The fifth part is the lack of consequence. This is the part that most people do not notice because it is defined by an absence rather than a presence. After every celebrity collapses, after every mask comes off, after every disproportionate response and every breakdown, nothing changes. Cruise goes back to making movies, Kanye goes back to making music, and eventually comes back to South Park as a recovering gay fish. Gibson continues his career until his real-life behavior catches up with him. The celebrities are not destroyed, they are revealed, and then the world continues. This is the show's most honest and most uncomfortable observation. Revelation does not lead to transformation. Knowing something does not change it. The machine exposes, but exposure alone does not fix anything. The crowd at the end of the Britney episode gets their good harvest and immediately turns to the next target. The celebrity lawsuit in 200 and 201 resolves without anything being resolved. The worldwide privacy tour continues after the episode ends. Parker and Stone have said in multiple interviews across the show's history that they do not believe satire changes the world. They do not make South Park because they think it will fix anything. They make it because pointing at true things is worthwhile even when pointing does not move the thing being pointed at. The machine is not a reform machine. It is a visibility machine. It shows you what is there. There is a specific consistency in who the machine targets. Every celebrity episode in this collection involves someone who has used fame to claim a special kind of untouchability. Streisand used cultural prestige, Cruise used religious affiliation, Kanye used self-proclaimed genius, Bono used humanitarian work. Britney's case is the exception and the inversion, where the machine was being used against her by everyone else, and the show turned the camera on the people operating it. Gibson used religious devotion. Hilton used the brand of being herself. The celebrities in 200 and 201 used collective legal power. Kardashian used edited images. Harry and Meghan used the language of victimhood. Each of these is a different version of the same move. It is the move of saying, I am above ordinary scrutiny because of this specific thing I have. The machine's response to this move is always the same. It takes the specific thing being used as a shield and turns it into the target. The religious film becomes evidence of sadomasochism. The humanitarian record becomes evidence of being waste. The edited images become the thing that harms ordinary girls. The privacy tour becomes the most public thing the privacy seekers have ever done. The machine flips the shield. Parker and Stone built this machine with very specific partners. The children of South Park, particularly Stan, Kyle, and Wendy, function as the machine's operators. They are the ones who say the true thing in the simple way that the adult world has learned not to say. Stan tells Cruise he is okay in the same tone he would use to say the sky is blue. Wendy tells the boy that Kim Kardashian is a hobbit the way she would state any other observable fact. Kyle's guilt about his Jewish heritage dissolves the moment he sees Gibson throwing waste at a building. The children do not have the adult habit of treating famous people as categorically different from regular people. They apply the same standards to everyone. This is the show's deepest structural argument, buried inside 27 years of comedy. Children are not fooled by the construction phase. They do not see the pedestal, they see a person. And when the person behaves in a way that does not match what they are supposed to be, the children say so, because they have not yet learned that you are not supposed to. The celebrity machine is also, and this is important, a machine that the show applies to itself. Parker and Stone have satirized themselves multiple times across the show's run. They appeared as characters in 200 and 201, they have made episodes about the show's own production process, they have addressed criticism of the show directly within the show. The machine does not have an exemption for its operators. This is part of why the show has maintained credibility with audiences for so long. The willingness to eat itself is part of the structure. Every episode in this collection ends with the same quiet note underneath the comedy. The note is, this is what we agreed to pretend was not there. And now you have seen it. 27 years of episodes, hundreds of celebrities, one machine. But a machine needs a reason to exist beyond its own function. You can describe how it works. You can catalog what it has produced. You can map its 5 parts and trace its consistent logic across 2.5 decades of television. And at the end of all that description, there is still a question that has not been answered. Why does it matter? Before we move on, if you're enjoying this analysis, please consider subscribing. It helps the channel tremendously. Not why is it funny, that part is clear. Why does it matter that Parker and Stone built this machine at all? What does the world look like because South Park exists in it? What would have gone unsaid, unseen, and unexamined if 2 kids from Colorado had never decided that Barbra Streisand was worth turning into a giant robot? That question is what the final section is for. Section 12, why it matters that South Park never looked away. There is a question that follows South Park everywhere it goes. It has followed the show since the first episode aired in 1997. It follows every celebrity episode, every controversial storyline, every moment where the show goes somewhere that other shows decided not to go. The question is simple, and it gets asked in good faith by people who are genuinely trying to understand what the show is doing and whether it is worth defending. The question is this just mean? Is taking a real person, a living human being with a family and a career and feelings, and turning them into a cartoon character who smears waste on buildings or gets absorbed into another person's body or chases a bus in face paint, is that just cruelty dressed up as comedy? Is there a real difference between what South Park does and simple bullying with a larger budget and a national broadcast? This is a fair question. It deserves a real answer. The answer requires going back to the beginning, not just to the first celebrity episode, but to the conditions that made the show possible and the conditions that the show was responding to. Parker and Stone grew up in Colorado in the 1970s and 1980s. They were not from wealthy families. They were not from connected families. They did not grow up surrounded by famous people or by the machinery that produces famous people. They grew up watching television and movies and absorbing the same cultural landscape that everyone else in America was absorbing. And from a very early age, both of them developed a specific sensitivity to a specific kind of falseness. The falseness of people who take themselves too seriously. Parker has talked about this in interviews going back to the early years of the show. He and Stone share a genuine, deep discomfort with the performance of importance, with people who use their fame or their talent or their wealth or their moral positions as reasons why they should not be questioned. With the culture that grows up around famous people, the culture that says this person is beyond ordinary judgment, that criticizing them says more about you than it does about them, that the appropriate response to fame is reverence. They find this deeply, genuinely funny, not in the way that someone finds something funny from a safe distance, in the way that something strikes you as funny because it conflicts so completely with how you actually see the world. South Park began as a show about children in a small Colorado town. It was crude and shocking and deliberately offensive in ways designed to provoke exactly the kind of outrage that Parker and Stone found most revealing. The people who were most upset by early South Park were, very often, the people whose public positions required them to be upset. Celebrities, politicians, religious figures, advocacy groups. People whose authority depended on maintaining a certain tone in public discourse. People for whom the show's existence was an attack not on any specific belief, but on the general principle that some things are above mockery. Parker and Stone responded to this by making more of it. The celebrity episodes did not begin as a category. They grew organically out of the show's general approach to the world. When Parker said he genuinely hated Barbra Streisand, the show turned that into an episode. When Scientology's legal intimidation tactics became a news story, the show addressed it. When the Passion of the Christ dominated cultural conversation for months, the show responded while the conversation manipulation was still happening. When a sex tape made someone famous, the show asked what it meant that fame could work that way. Each episode was a response to something real. None of them were invented from nothing. This is the first part of the answer to whether this is just mean. South Park's celebrity episodes are not random selections. They are not attacks on people chosen by lottery. Every celebrity in every episode in this collection was chosen because they represented something specific in the cultural moment they arrived in. Streisand represented the way cultural prestige can be used to silence criticism. Cruz represented the way religious affiliation can be used to demand immunity from scrutiny. Kanye represented the way self-declared genius becomes a cage that traps the person inside it. Bono represented the way moral authority can be used to cover for personal vanity. Britney represented the way the media's appetite for destruction can be dressed up as entertainment. Gibson represented the way sincere religious belief can be used as cover for something else entirely. Hilton represented the way a brand built on emptiness can be marketed directly to children. The celebrity lawsuit episodes represented the way power seeks to protect itself from accountability. The Hobbit represented the way edited images harm real people who cannot compete with things that do not exist. The Worldwide Privacy Tour represented the way the language of victimhood can be used to generate the exact attention you claim to be fleeing. None of these representations were invented by Parker and Stone. They were observations. The show pointed at things that were already there. This is the second part of the answer. The celebrity episodes are not acts of invention. They are acts of description. Parker and Stone watched what was happening in public life and described what they saw in the most unfiltered way available to them.